Chapter 371 Am I the culprit or am I the one who is to blame? Pei Qian wanted to change a hero, but he had already locked it, and the game was about to start. There was no choice but to make do with it. Before entering the game, Pei Qian had already discovered a rather ominous sign. Everyone had chosen their own lanes very tacitly. There was a label next to each person's avatar, and the other three people quickly adjusted their labels to show mid-lane, roaming, and bottom lane. Ma Yang also changed his label to command seriously. Pei Qian clicked on the label and found that there was only one label left, which was top lane. Pei Qian was shocked. Isn't this the very classic lane mode in his memory? Something is wrong? Pei Qian suddenly had an illusion of time travel. The names of the top, middle, and bottom lanes remained unchanged, but the names of jungle and support were changed to roaming and command. In Pei Qian's impression, the lanes of LOL actually appeared in S1, although the game was not fully formed in S1 and the lane division method was in a state of chaos. The top European teams had already figured out such a set of lane divisions by the S1 World Finals, ensuring the maximum utilization of team resources. Later, this lane division method was called the EU flow, which continued to flourish and was later officially selected by Riot Games as the standard lane division method of the game. Facts have proved that the benefits of this lane division method far outweigh the disadvantages. The biggest advantage is that it greatly reduces the difficulty for novices to get started. Each lane has clear standards, suitable heroes, and gameplay. Even if novice players don't understand the game very well, as long as they faithfully fulfill their duties according to the lane division, 5 passers-by can also achieve good team cooperation. There will be no internal scramble for resources within the team, and internal strife will not start before the game starts. In any case, this routine should appear at least a year later. How come it appeared so early in GOG? Although the specific names are different, the actual effect achieved is not much different. Moreover, I don't know who is so cunning that the auxiliary is not called an auxiliary, but a commander. It's no wonder that Ma Yang, who likes to steal the limelight so much, would be willing to play this position. Pei Qian felt something was wrong, but after thinking about it, he decided not to panic or rush. He had just entered the game, and he could only make a conclusion after experiencing the game in full. Pei Qian first looked at the skills of this coin-throwing hedgehog. The passive skill is to spend money. The Q skill is to spend money after being backstabbed. The W skill is to expel employees from working overtime. The E skill is to send employees on a trip. The R skill is to keep backstabbing yourself. Pei Qian's face turned green. Who is this designer? There is a big problem. Innuendo, absolutely innuendo. If this were placed in the evil old society, literary inquisition would have to be arranged. But Pei Qian thought about it and realized that this is a bright new society, and as a boss, you should be more generous. Forget it, forgive others when you can, and then just give them a paid trip to the East African Great Rift Valley or a haunted house surprise package. As the game progressed, Pei Qian found more problems. Compared with Shinchi, the difficulty of this game has been greatly reduced. You can get economic benefits even if you last hit poorly, you don't lose money when you die, there is an extra bounty for killing heads, and the map is fully reduced to allow teammates to support faster. Pei Qian felt a little bad. The difficulty of getting started has been reduced a lot. But as he played, Pei Qian found some more optimistic factors. First of all, the game balance is terrible. Pei Qian discovered that this modest is really too strong. Not only is he very tanky, but his basic damage data is also very impressive under normal development. When fighting in a group, as long as you choose a suitable time to enter the field, you can stir up trouble in the group battle. You can use the W skill to block the enemy's retreat, and then rush into the crowd to throw coins like crazy. Even when running away, you can cause damage to the enemy while running. You can even use the E skill to throw Lao Ma into the crowd, which is very fun. Of course, Lao Ma quickly swallowed Pei Qian's hero with Tao Tai and spit it into the enemy pile as revenge. However, the results of the two are very different. Pei Qian is a very tanky top laner who can output while being beaten. Lao Ma spitting him in is equivalent to a perfect team fight. The Tao Tai played by Lao Ma is just a relatively tanky auxiliary. After being thrown in by Pei Qian, he was quickly beaten by the focus fire. Of course, the opponent did not dare to really kill him, and only symbolically hit Lao Ma to escape. After all, he did not want to lose his job. After a little experience, Pei Qian found that GOG's game seemed to have no consideration of balance at present. Or maybe it was considered, but not enough. The gap between strong heroes and weak heroes is so big that the weak heroes are completely unplayable. Secondly, although this game is playable, there are still some small bugs from time to time. Although it does not affect the normal operation of the game, it is still very frustrating. Moreover, some details are not so perfect. For example, the hero modeling, actions, painting style, and some specific mechanisms in the game still need to be changed. In short, this game is still a semi-finished product, and it is still a long way from being a finished product. After a game, Pei Qian gave a comprehensive evaluation of the current GOG version. In fact, if we talk about the advantages of this game at present, it is nothing more than fixing the lanes and changing the gold coin acquisition mechanism in the game. As for the most important aspects of a MOBA game, including game balance, quality, character IP, and other aspects, GOG has not done well. What's more, even in terms of lowering the threshold of the game, Go has not yet achieved the extreme. To be fair, the current GOG is still far from it. Pei Qian felt a little relieved. In the short term, this game should not cause any waves. As for the issue that the hero modest maliciously alluded to President Pei Qian decided not to pursue it. After all, this hero is so strong and so easy to use, which shows that the designer still has a conscience. However, the hero can be left alone, but the game cannot. Because the game still has hidden dangers. Looking at the half-finished GOG, Pei Qian fell into deep thought. The most urgent task was to find out who made these changes. Hidishin came over. Mr. Pei, what do you think of our suggestions? Not bad, right? Pei Qian, ? He was a little confused for a moment. What suggestions did you make? What suggestions? Hidishin was stunned for a moment. Game modification suggestions. Improving the economy of the soldiers, shrinking the map, fixing the lanes, these are the modification suggestions we made. Although the original intention was to give Mr. Ma a better game experience, it was quite successful from the results. Hidishin's face was full of credit. After all, Dream Ventures has been doing nothing since it invested in the Finger Company last time. Although Hidishin's direct superior is Ma Yang, everyone knows that Mr. Pei is the general boss. If Mr. Ma is well served, but Mr. Pei wants to lay off employees, then it's still a waste of time. So, Hidishin wants to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show off in front of Mr. Pei. He must let Mr. Pei know that although Dream Ventures has no work recently, everyone is still working hard to serve Tenda Group. And this is not credit, after all, these things are indeed done by everyone's collective efforts, and they have indeed achieved good results. Compared with the regular version, GOG's Mahjong Special Edition is more popular in Moyu Internet Cafe, which is clearly reflected in the data. Hidishin thought, even if Mr. Pei didn't raise everyone's salary immediately, he should still remember the contributions of his brothers in his heart, right? Sure enough, Mr. Pei's mouth corner slightly curved, revealing a meaningful smile. Well, your suggestions are very good and helpful. Hidishin was a little embarrassed. Mr. Pei, you are too kind, this is what we should do. Pei Qian smiled on his face, and laughed in his heart. Caught the dog. Moreover, this time he took the initiative to bite the hook. Pei Qian didn't think about this at all. He thought that the changes to GOG's games must be the work of Liada's design team. What does it have to do with Yuanming venture capital? As a result, this He Dishing blew himself up and confessed on his own initiative. Good for you, He Dishing, I shouldn't have kept you when I saw your name. Pei Qian still smiled. How did you think of submitting modification suggestions to GOG? He Dishing smiled and explained, in fact, our original intention was just to make the game mechanism no longer restrict Mr. Ma's excellent gaming talent. Moreover, we not only provided modification suggestions to GOG, but also sent the same suggestions to Zhito Company. Mr. Pei, don't worry too much. We just made a little contribution to the best of our ability. He Dishing looked humble. Pei Qian was stunned and his thinking changed. What he cared about was not He Dishing's polite words, but the middle sentence. Also sent to Finger Company? Doesn't that mean that IOI and GOG are on the same starting line again? No, IOI must be ahead of GOG. After all, Finger Company has a larger investment, longer development time, and more manpower. Well, a false alarm. Since IOI is still far ahead of GOG, there is no need to worry too much. In the end, there can only be one winner. Even if GOG can make some money in the short term, as long as it buys copyrights frequently, it can spend all the money without causing any trouble. Thinking of this, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this He Dishing is not guilty of death. Pei Qian almost wanted to arrange for him to travel to the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. In this case, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. The game must not be allowed to be played again. Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang, and then at the gold medal companions around him. Think carefully, where did all these troubles originate? GOG was changed to be more friendly to newcomers, because He Dishing and others gave suggestions. They gave suggestions to take care of Mr. Ma's gaming experience. And Mr. Ma plays games every day because he has nothing to do. Why did Ma Yang have nothing to do? Because after he spent the 20 million, Pei Qian never gave him any more money, and the Dream Ventures company was completely shut down. Pei Qian wondered, after all this thinking, I was the culprit. Chapter 372, Don't blame me for being ruthless. Additional update for the boss who repeatedly said that he would do things seriously. August 10th. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Pei Qian couldn't accept this conclusion. No, this is totally unreasonable. Some changes must be made. If Ma Yang continues to play like this, and He Dishing and others continue to give GOG random suggestions, the situation may really get out of control. We have to find something for Ma Yang to do. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said earnestly, Ma Yang, don't play games recently. He looked at He Dishing and others again. You too, don't play games with Mr. Ma anymore. He Dishing's face turned pale. What does it mean? Did he flatter the horse and hit the horse's leg? Is it that our suggestions are not good and conflict with Mr. Pei's design concept? Or does Mr. Pei think that we are not doing our job and is dissatisfied with us? The atmosphere in the office was a little solemn for a while. Not being able to play games is not a big deal in itself. But if I leave a bad impression on Mr. Pei, that would be bad. Pei Qian continued, I will squeeze out another sum of money in the near future. You guys think about it and see if you can come up with some new investment projects. In the office, everyone's expression relaxed. He Dishing couldn't help but feel ashamed of his previous thoughts. What are you thinking? Is Mr. Pei that kind of petty person? Look, Mr. Pei is not only not angry, but also praised us. The best result that He Dishing originally expected was a salary increase. But now, Mr. Pei is going to allocate a sum of money to Yuanming Venture Capital, which is more exciting than a salary increase. Pei Qian didn't know what Dishing was thinking, but no matter what he was thinking, it must be very different from what Mr. Pei thought. After the last incident, Pei Qian originally planned to banish Yuan venture capital in the short term. But now it is found that this group of people are just thinking about GOG when they have nothing to do, which is very dangerous. Let's let them out. Although Mr. Pei doesn't have much spare money, Tenda is now a big family, and it shouldn't be a big problem to squeeze out 3 or 4 million. However, the investment results of the IOI project have not come out yet, and it will be difficult for Pei Qian to trust Ma Yang again in a short time. Pei Qian decided to personally supervise this investment. Ma Yang nodded fiercely. Okay, Brother Qian, no problem, I will spend the money as quickly as possible. Pei Qian's face darkened. No, don't rush this time. Take a good look first and find a few more dream projects. I'll come over later and we'll discuss it and make a decision. Ma Yang was puzzled. Brother Qian, didn't you teach me that I must invest when it's time and never hesitate? Didn't you say that I should invest in whatever I like and I must trust my first impression? Pei Qian coughed twice. Ahem, I was right to say that before. But at that time you were still a new investor and had just entered this industry. I kept emphasizing to you not to hesitate, mainly to cultivate your decisive investment mentality. But now, the situation is different. You have already had an investment of 20 million experience, it's time to advance. Ma Yang suddenly realized, okay, Brother Qian, how to advance? You tell me. Pei Qian thought for a while. This requires specific projects and specific analysis. It is easy to fall into dogmatism if you discuss it in the air without any projects. So, you can screen the plans according to the standards I mentioned. If you see those with bursting dreams, collect them all. I will come again in a while and discuss with you which specific project to invest in. Ma Yang nodded vigorously. Okay, Brother Qian, no problem. He looked at the gold medal companions behind him again. Did you hear that? Before the next project is invested, I want to set an example and everyone should stop playing games. Everyone nodded. Okay, Mr. Ma. Dishing smiled. Although he likes playing games, he never forgets that he is an investor. He came to Dream Ventures to learn the best investment methods from Mr. Pei. Mr. Ma invested too quickly in the last 20 million investment. Dishing, as an executor, didn't understand it at all. During this period, Dishing was looking forward to seeing Mr. Pei's move all the time. Now, the opportunity has come. I wonder which project Mr. Pei, the investment master, will invest his money in? I'm really looking forward to it. December 30th, Thursday. The New Year's Day holiday is coming soon, and the exam week is approaching. Pei Qian was memorizing Ma Yang's notes last night. When he got up in the morning, his head was still a little dizzy. Just after ordering the Moyu takeaway, Pei Qian felt his left eyelid twitching. Left eyelid twitching means wealth, right eyelid twitching means disaster. No, something is wrong. Pei Qian was alert instantly. He hurriedly sat down at the desk, took out his notebook, and quickly went through the industries that might have problems. Although Pei Qian also knew that this was completely superstitious, a gentleman said that he would examine himself 3 times a day, and it would never hurt to check himself diligently. He checked the current industries one by one. The people in charge of Tenda Games and Shenyang Games are still playing in the United States, so it shouldn't be them. The haunted house has not even started yet, and even the plan has not been released. Judging from the low efficiency of the 2 people in charge, it is definitely not here. Moyu Takeaway and Nifeng Logistics are traditional loss-making projects. Fei Huang Studio is still filming, so there shouldn't be any particularly dangerous situation. Pei Qian made a simple investigation and finally found ROF and Moyu Internet Cafe. This ROF installation had just given Pei Qian a hard stab a while ago, so it was a key suspect. However, in line with the principle of never wrongly accusing a good person, Pei Qian decided to call Zhang Yuan to find out what he had to say. "Hello? Mr. Pei?" Zhang Yuan's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Pei Qian was alerted instantly and asked, "You look very tired." Zhang Yuan said, "Yes, Mr. Pei, I have been busy with purchasing recently. It is not easy to buy so many goods in bulk. But don't worry, Mr. Pei, I have almost finished my work." Pei Qian asked again, "How are the sales of ROF consoles recently?" Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, Mr. Pei, don't worry, everything is fine. I was worried that returning to the original price would cause a sharp drop in orders, but it didn't. Although the sales volume has decreased, the profit per unit has increased due to the increase in the price, so the total profit has not decreased significantly. It seems that the ROF brand has become quite influential and its reputation has been almost established. Recently, some people have been purchasing it one after another. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. President Pei is still farsighted. I have used all the money I earned to buy inventory according to your request. Now the delivery points near the Moyu Internet Cafe are full, and there are already a lot of goods piled up in the warehouse. There is also a batch of goods on the way. Thanks to the brothers of Nifeng Logistics. Now, there is no need to worry about supply. Even if there is a peak in orders during the New Year's Day, we have sufficient inventory and can definitely ensure that these computers are delivered to customers as soon as possible." Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, there is a problem. The host has returned to its original price, but there are still many people buying it. Isn't this a scam? Doesn't it mean that I earn more from one computer? Pei Qian never expected that even though the price of the computer returned to its original price, which was at least 300 or 400 yuan more expensive, it still failed to stop those who were willing to buy the computer. On second thought, this also makes sense. What is ROF's main customer group? Mainly those who want to save trouble. If you can assemble the computer yourself, you will never come to buy ROF, unless the price of the whole machine is cheaper than the accessories combined, and this situation may only occur when President Pei loses money on promotion. But the problem now is that after several rounds of promotion, ROF has already gained a certain degree of popularity online, especially in Jingzhou. Those who have bought ROF computers have seen the value of this brand. All accessories are genuine, the configuration is clear and not reduced, and they are delivered to your door at the speed of light. If there are any problems, they will provide door-to-door warranty. In Jingzhou, it is more worry-free than many branded computers. These people will naturally recommend it to their friends. Therefore, ROF's reputation has been spread. Those who can't assemble the computer by themselves and want to save trouble will still buy ROF computers even if they are 300 or 400 yuan more expensive. After all, no one knows when the next promotion will be, and it is not excessive to spend a little more money to buy a worry-free computer for something as important as a computer. This is the disadvantage of being famous. If the price is slightly increased, customers will not care. This brand has already had a certain brand premium, is that okay? Pei Qian felt a little panicked. If this trend continues, the situation will be bad. We must think of a solution quickly. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and asked, "Do you have time this afternoon? I want to go and see the warehouse." Zhang Yuan immediately replied, "I have time. When will you come, Mr. Pei?" Pei Qian looked at his watch. "I'll be at the warehouse around 3 p.m. Zhang Yuan, "Okay, Mr. Pei, no problem. I'll definitely be at the warehouse door on time to meet you." After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian sighed silently. There's nothing he can do. The current situation is a bit out of control. It looks like he has to use his big killer. Although there are still 3 months before the settlement, Zhang Yuan's ROF installation business is completely making a fortune in silence, and it's going too smoothly step by step. If he leaves it alone, at this rate, there might be something fishy in 3 months. He must be given a little frustration. Pei Qian said silently in his heart, Zhang Yuan, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. I'll give you more bonuses later, which is compensation. Then, Pei Qian called Xiao Sunday, take me to the warehouse in the afternoon. Go to the company and take Tang Yishu with you. Chapter 373, The Halo Worked. 3 p.m. Tingda's warehouse on the outskirts of Jingzhou. Xiao Sun and Pei Qian got off the car together, and Tang Yishu followed timidly. She didn't know why the senior brought her, but she didn't dare to ask more. Zhang Yuan was already outside the warehouse to greet them. This warehouse is not very big. Zhang Yuan had reported before that the total area of the warehouse is about 4,000 square meters, with only one floor, and the rent is 0.7 yuan per square meter/day. Calculated, the monthly rent is more than 80,000 yuan. Some large warehouses have an area of 10,000 or 20,000 square meters, and the rent is naturally much more expensive, but the warehouse here is mainly used to store various computer accessories, and now these 4,000 square meters can't be used up at all. Nifeng Logistics is currently only to solve the problem of the last mile. All other express deliveries are sent to Nifeng Station, and then delivered to the customer's home by Nifeng Station. Therefore, Nifeng Station has shared most of the warehousing functions, and Nifeng Logistics currently does not have a strong demand for warehousing. However, some goods are temporarily stored in this warehouse for various reasons. For the Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation business that Zhang Yuan is in charge of, the relationship with Nifeng Logistics is mutually beneficial. Nifeng Logistics provides door-to-door delivery services for ROF, and the warehouse rented by ROF is used by Nifeng Logistics. After all, they are all family members, and they are not spending their own money, so it is easy to talk to them. Originally, the warehouses in various places in Jingzhou were pure money burning, which was a good help to President Pei. But now ROF has turned losses into profits. The profits can not only offset the costs of these warehouses, but also be used to continue to expand the scale, which makes Pei Qian very uncomfortable. Originally, Zhang Yuan regarded this as a visit by President Pei, and was a little nervous. But Pei Qian had already said on the phone that it was just a whim to take a look, and don't make a fuss. Zhang Yuan knew that President Pei was a very down-to-earth person and didn't like his employees to do those face-saving projects. Therefore, Zhang Yuan just came here in advance and directed his employees to tidy up a little to make the warehouse look tidier, but didn't go to great lengths to do any big cleaning. He was very confident about the state of the warehouse. Zhang Yuan led Mr. Pei and his party of 3 to the warehouse. This was Pei Qian's first time in this warehouse, and his first impression was good. It was neat, clean, and well lit. Various computer accessories were stacked on the shelves in sections, and the arrangement was a little messy, but it was barely neat and orderly. After all, they were mainly accessories for installation, and the largest item was the main chassis, which did not take up much space. Mr. Pei, look, this is the shelf of our various accessories. Because our accessories are purchased in large quantities, special vehicles will deliver them regularly. After the accessories are delivered, there will be a special person responsible for moving them to the shelves. After that, we also have an assembly line. It is purely manual and relatively simple. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Pei. Zhang Yuan took Pei Qian around and introduced. It can be seen that he is also very proud of ROF's installation business. After all, this is his main business. The so-called assembly line is a few very long workbenches. There are tracks on the workbenches, and several people are evenly distributed. Behind these people are various accessories, and in front of them are machines. Everyone is responsible for a process, and the time to complete each process is roughly the same. Some processes that take a long time, such as more complicated wiring, require 2 people to be responsible, and each person is responsible for one machine. There is a button in front of each person. After completing their own process, press the button. After everyone presses it, the track on the workbench will automatically move one grid to the right. In this way, everyone only needs to complete the process they are responsible for, and if they finish quickly, they can take a short break. Compared with each person installing a computer, the efficiency should be greatly improved. From the first step of installing the CPU on the motherboard to the last step of installing the system and lighting it up, everyone was completing the work in an orderly manner. After lighting up and testing the machines without any problems, they would be packed by a dedicated person and prepared to be sent to various distribution points in Qingshan City. After the customer placed an order, the guy from Nifeng Logistics would directly pick up the goods from the distribution point and deliver them to the customer's home. Pei Qian felt a sense of crisis. This Zhang Yuan is really good. You have played so many tricks with a simple and unpretentious installation business. Very good. Pei Qian praised Zhang Yuan against his will, making Zhang Yuan smile, and then led Tang Yishu and Xiao Sun to stroll around the warehouse. After a round, nothing happened. Pei Qian was a little surprised and felt lost. It stands to reason that places like warehouses will have more or less some safety hazards. For example, circuit problems, fire problems, safety problems, etc. While Pei Qian was walking around the warehouse, he was always on guard against a sudden fire, a sudden power outage in the warehouse, or something on a shelf suddenly falling off. However, after a round, nothing happened. I have to say, this is a bit unscientific, oh no, not metaphysical. He carefully observed and found that there were indeed no safety hazards in this warehouse. Because the warehouse is large, the shelves are also arranged very loosely. These shelves were purchased just a few months ago. They are very sturdy. They are filled with digital accessories, and there is no possibility of collapse or falling objects. As for the power supply line, it should be strictly in accordance with safety standards and strictly abide by the relevant regulations on safe use of electricity. The power supply is equipped with a switch, and the power switch is installed outside the warehouse. It will also be regularly inspected and maintained. In short, it is very difficult to find any safety hazards at this stage. After a round, Pei Qian felt very melancholy. I have already moved Sister Tang here, but I am still powerless. Zhang Yuan, are you going against the will of heaven? Pei Qian still made no progress after a round, so he could only return to the computer assembly area of the warehouse and find a chair to sit down. At this time, Pei Qian noticed that this production line was actually a specially customized lifting workbench, and there was a chair behind the guy in charge of assembly. Every once in a while, the workbench would rise or fall. The guy in charge of assembly would stand for a while after sitting for a long time, and sit for a while when he was tired of standing, and their physical health was fully considered. Zhang Yuan looked proud. How is it, Mr. Pei? I didn't disappoint you, did I? Pei Qian said with some melancholy. Well, you did a good job. He had never expected such a script before he came. Zhang Yuan did it flawlessly. He came with the halo effect, but he didn't find any flaws? This is totally unreasonable. Tang Yishu was sitting next to her. She instinctively felt a little cramped in this environment. Someone handed her a can of iced cola and a bottle of warm green tea. After all, it was in a warehouse, and the conditions were not as good as those of an internet cafe. Zhang Yuan specially prepared a convenience store refrigerator and a constant temperature heating refrigerator so that everyone could drink some drinks to relieve fatigue after working hard. Pei Qian drank the iced cola and was hesitant to back out. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Looking at the current situation, it seems that God wants to kill me. In this case, let him go. Even if ROF makes money from installing the computer, I can find other ways to spend it quickly. However, Pei Qian had just taken 2 sips of the cola when he heard a young man on the production line in front of him say, "Huh." Pei Qian's eyes lit up, as if hope was rekindled. He clearly saw that the computer was not lit. This means that there is a problem with this computer and it cannot work properly. These guys who installed the computer were all skilled workers, so the possibility of their skills going wrong was minimal, so the only explanation was that the accessories were faulty. This guy was obviously aware that a leader was inspecting, so he didn't dare to say anything. He just quietly handed the host to the guy in charge of quality inspection next to him to check which accessory had a problem. The next computer on the assembly line soon arrived. The young man continued to test the next one. This time he did not find any problems, so he breathed a sigh of relief. But the young man on the assembly line in front of him found that the computer he had just installed had a blue screen. The young man scratched his head in confusion, but did not say anything. He just handed the computer to the young man next to him who was responsible for maintenance. Pei Qian drank Coke and pretended not to see it. Zhang Yuan, who was sitting next to him, felt that cold sweat was about to come down. What's going on? It has been fine all the time. Why did President Pei come to inspect and make such a fuss for me? These people are skilled workers. They have installed so many computers, and there must be no big problems with their techniques. But this one cannot light up and has a blue screen, which is obviously a hardware problem. For example, the motherboard is broken, the CPU is broken, the hard disk is broken, the memory is broken, all of which can cause computer failures. These accessories do have a certain failure rate, but it doesn't make sense for 2 to fail in such a short period of time, right? Pei Qian finished the Coke silently, with an imperceptible smile on his face. He stood up and said, "The warehouse is doing well. Keep working hard. I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Zhang Yuan was as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly said, "Okay, Mr. Pei. You are welcome to come and check at any time." After seeing Mr. Pei off, Zhang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Pei didn't seem to notice. If the problem happened during the inspection period of President Pei, and was discovered by President Pei, there would be no way to defend it. If you explained to President Pei that it was fine before, and the problem occurred only after you came, then President Pei would not believe it. Zhang Yuan hurried to the assembly line and asked, "What's the situation? Wasn't it fine before?" The guy in charge of maintenance was confused. "I don't know either. The hardware is faulty." Zhang Yuan was speechless. "Hurry up and repair it. Return the ones that can be returned, and send the ones that cannot be returned for repair. This batch of goods has just been replenished not long ago, and most of them have not yet exceeded the 7-day unconditional return period. Although some accessories do not support 7-day unconditional returns, they can still be repaired. However, whether it is a reorder after returning or sending for repair, it takes time. The logistics back and forth is very time-consuming." Zhang Yuan thought for a while and said, "Let's buy some more hardware that is easy to break, such as power supply, motherboard, mechanical hard disk, memory, etc. Oh, and buy more memory." Although memory is not an accessory with a particularly high failure rate, the problem is that ROF sells high-end customized hosts. Those high-end models that cost more than 10,000 yuan basically have full memory sticks. A computer only needs a CPU, a motherboard and a discrete graphics card, but it needs 4 memory sticks, so the probability of problems is obviously higher. Therefore, Zhang Yuan felt it necessary to prepare in advance. The current price of memory sticks is not high, so it never hurts to buy more. Chapter 374, The First Thorn in 2011. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. December 31st. Zhang Yuan came to the Handong University branch of Moyu Internet Cafe early in the morning and ordered a cup of coffee. While drinking leisurely, he browsed the forum to see if the silly netizens had posted any interesting new posts recently. Yesterday, he had arranged for his employees to return and repair all the faulty accessories, and used all the remaining funds in the account to buy accessories with a higher failure rate, especially memory sticks. Although there is a certain contribution in stockpiling goods, Zhang Yuan is more concerned about the reputation of the ROF brand. When this brand was first born, President Pei invested so much money to hold the 1024 Digital Festival, and finally built a good reputation. If the reputation is ruined because of the quality problems of the assembled machine, wouldn't it make President Pei's efforts all in vain? Therefore, quality must be guaranteed. We strive to ensure that every assembled computer does not break down, provide customers with the best after-sales service, and ensure that there is sufficient stock. Customers in Jingzhou can have their orders delivered to their doorsteps on the same day. After finishing all this, Zhang Yuan can finally have some free time. Tomorrow is the 2011 New Year's Day holiday. With 3 days off, I should be able to have a good rest. Zhang Yuan drank his coffee slowly and browsed the forum. Suddenly, a post on the forum caught his attention. MSC's factory caught fire again? Fuck. The memory is going to increase in price again, right? Swindlers. Damn, it seems to have already increased in price. I was waiting to see if there would be any activities on the shopping website during the New Year's Day, and then I would install the computer. Now it's all over, I'm losing money. It's over, the profiteers have heard the news and moved. What's the meaning? Why are there fires every other day? They want to burn from last year's 11 to this year's 618? Whether it's really a fire, those who know, most of them are the manufacturers themselves. Indeed, these manufacturers have taken turns to catch fire, and not only fires, but also floods and power outages. In short, wouldn't you just say that you want to reduce production and increase prices? This fire seems to be quite serious, and the wafer production capacity has been greatly affected. I'm afraid that not only the memory, but also the flash memory will also increase. Seeing the discussion of netizens, Zhang Yuan was confused at first, and then fell into a kind of unexpected joy. He hurriedly opened the shopping website and checked the price of the memory stick he bought before, which had increased by more than 30. Moreover, this is probably just the beginning. In the next week, it is likely to continue to rise. After all, Zhang Yuan has been hanging out in forums for many years, so he is very familiar with this kind of routine. Anyway, every time the price of memory sticks is at a low point, these manufacturers will suddenly catch fire or lose power, and then the news reports that these manufacturers have lost more than 10 billion, and then all kinds of profiteers will start to move and start to speculate on memory sticks frantically. But having said that, no one knows when this accident will happen. If you know, you can definitely make a lot of money by stocking up a batch of memory sticks in advance. This news was originally bad news for Zhang Yuan. Because ROF's installation business is similar to the pricing strategy of those branded machines, according to Mr. Pei's guidelines, the pricing has fully taken into account the brand premium and after-sales value from the beginning, and the price cannot be changed frequently. If you want to increase the price, you have to update the configuration. You can't do too many price reduction promotions. This strategy is mainly to eliminate customers' worries and give all consumers an impression that this brand is very conscientious, reliable, and value-preserving. Once the price of memory increases, the price of the whole machine also increases, which makes people feel a bit like profiteers, which is somewhat unfavorable to ROF's brand. Therefore, the original memory price increase was definitely bad news for Zhang Yuan. The purchase price increased while the selling price of the whole machine remained unchanged, which would greatly reduce profits. But now it is different. Zhang Yuan has already purchased a batch of accessories, especially memory, according to the standard of 4 plugs per high-end model of more than 10,000 yuan, and stocked up a lot. In this way, these high-end models are extremely cost-effective for consumers, and are much cheaper than equipping them by themselves. As for Zhang Yuan, if he continues to sell these stocks at the original price, he can still make a lot of profit. Of course, he can also consider raising the price. But raising the price is obviously not in line with the spirit of Tenda, nor is it conducive to further expanding the market. Therefore, after considering it, Zhang Yuan decided to sell this batch of stocks at the previous price. Considering factors such as the price increase of memory, the configuration of the next batch of computers can be adjusted to a certain extent, improving the configuration and price, and resetting the price according to the new cost price. Of course, that is a problem that needs to be considered after a period of time. Because this time the stockpiling is really a lot. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't sit still. He immediately called his employees and asked them to customize a batch of new posters and display them at the entrance of each Moyu internet cafe. At the same time, the promotional page of the online store was also updated. The content of the promotion is also very simple. There is no discount promotion, but there will be no price increase. 2011, January 1st, Saturday. The 3-day New Year's Day holiday is from the 1st to the 3rd, and Pei Qian is also happy to give himself a holiday and have a good rest. Pei Qian felt a headache when he thought about Liyada, Lin Wan, and others coming back from the United States on the 4th. How could a week pass so quickly? Alas, happy times are always short. Pei Qian strolled out, ready to go to the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch to sit down, drink a cup of coffee, play games, and relax. As soon as he walked to the door of the Internet Cafe, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why are there so many people? There was a long line at the door of the Internet Cafe, all the way to the roadside. Of course, there was a clear difference from the long lines at the sales office and the train station. It looked like there were only a dozen people in line. But this phenomenon was very rare in the Moyu Internet Cafe. Because the space of the Moyu Internet Cafe itself was very large. Although there were not many seats in the Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0, everyone could rest in the coffee area, the movie area, or the book area while waiting, so they would not line up on the street. Moreover, it stands to reason that the flow of customers who often come to the internet should be fixed. Even if today is the New Year's Day holiday, there shouldn't be so many people coming to the internet, right? Pei Qian looked inside again and keenly discovered that the problem seemed to be more serious than he imagined. The coffee area in the Moyu Internet Cafe was not full, and there were also empty seats in the internet area. The long line only stretched from the counter to the outside, and a certain amount of space was left for other customers to enter and exit freely. The people at the front of the line just filled out a form at the counter, paid, and turned around and left, without going online at all. The more Pei Qian looked, the more puzzled he became. What was going on? At this time, a waiter said loudly while maintaining order, "Don't worry, line up in an orderly manner. It is also effective to place an order in our online store. The address of the online store is on the poster outside the door." Pei Qian glanced at the poster outside and was a little confused. It does have the address of the ROF installation online store, and there are also installation configuration sheets of various prices. But the problem is this the regular price? The configuration has not changed, and the price has not changed. Then why did these people come here in the morning to line up to fill out the form and buy ROF hosts? Pei Qian vaguely felt that this matter was not good, and there might be some hidden secrets that he didn't know. The waiter said loudly again, "I remind everyone again that ROF hosts provide door-to-door warranty services and door-to-door configuration update services. The charging standards are written on the flyer. But please pay special attention to the special terms on the flyer. If you want to change the host configuration, you must keep the original accessories well and never resell these accessories, otherwise you will no longer be able to enjoy our after-sales service." Pei Qian felt even more confused. Why should I remind you of this? He came to the Moyu Internet Cafe with suspicion, and happened to see Zhang Yuan, who was drinking coffee with a proud look on his face. What's going on? Pei Qian was confused. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Boss Pei, MSC's factory is on fire, and the price of memory has increased. Ah? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, unable to fully understand the meaning behind this matter. Zhang Yuan said, the memory stick originally cost more than 200 yuan, but now it has risen to more than 300 yuan. In the future, it may continue to rise. Our high-end host originally had 4 memory sticks, and now each memory stick has increased by more than 100 yuan. In addition, the price of hard disks has also fluctuated. The price of pure accessories for each host has increased by at least 500 yuan. Now, our whole machine is particularly valuable not only for those computer novice installers, but also for those who can install the computer by themselves. Coupled with the ROF brand advantage that you have been working hard to promote, our computers are selling like crazy. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I always keep your requirements in mind and will never raise prices like those profiteers. After I released the news that the price of ROF whole machines remained unchanged yesterday, many people came from all over Jingzhou to order computers today, and dozens of them have been sold on the online store. Conservatively estimated, there is no problem selling thousands of units during the New Year's Day. Pei Qian's face turned pale in an instant. He subconsciously thought of countermeasures, but he couldn't think of any. Price increase? No, I just said that I would keep the price stable. Wouldn't it be a slap in my face if I raised the price? And even if the price of the whole machine is raised now, people will still buy it. After the price increase, the profit of each computer will be higher. Lower the price? It's even worse. Now everyone is crazy about buying. If I lower the price again, even if the profit goes down, ROF will be more famous. What will I do in the future? Pei Qian was dizzy. He found that he was helpless at this time. This problem was simply unsolvable. Zhang Yuan was relieved. In the final analysis, this is a blessing in disguise. Boss Pei, you asked us to rent a warehouse and stock up a lot of goods before, and now it comes in handy. If we don't have enough stock, we might sell out today. When we buy accessories, the price will rise, and the profit will be greatly reduced. Besides, a batch of hardware with problems happened to appear yesterday, and now they have all been returned or repaired. I am worried that the remaining accessories will have problems again, so I purchased another batch in advance, especially memory sticks, and bought a lot. According to the current situation, the memory sticks in our inventory can still support us for a long time. The next goal is to let the ROF host brand completely dominate the desktop market in Jingzhou. We can now start to snatch customers from DIY hosts and brand hosts. Pei Qian sat on a chair in the coffee area and felt a little short of oxygen. It's not right, is there something wrong? Pei Qian began to doubt his life. Today is January 1st, and 2011 has just begun. He never expected that the first heavy blow of the new year would come so soon. Chapter 375, Whoever makes money spends it, additional chapter for the boss who repeatedly asks for important things. September 10th. Zhang Yuan was still blowing rainbow farts in 360 degrees without dead angles, but Pei Qian didn't listen to a word while drinking coffee. He was puzzled. What went wrong? Take Tangishu to the warehouse. The effect can be said to be immediate. All the computers that should fail have failed, and it did slow down the assembly progress. But, what is the situation with the fire in the memory factory? This halo effect can't affect foreign countries, right? Pei Qian was puzzled. Strictly speaking, these things that happened are indeed not good things, but they have indeed caused a lot of trouble for President Pei. It seems that the big killer should be used with caution. If one is not done well, it will hurt yourself by mistake. Anyway, the damage has been done now. The key is how to spend the money next. Continue to stock up? I'm afraid it won't work. Now, ROF installation is already well known. After the New Year's Day no price increase promotion, its popularity and brand recognition will only become higher. Previous examples have proved that many customers have now accepted that ROF has a certain brand premium, that is to say, even if the original price is maintained, the sales volume of ROF will never drop sharply, and because a certain profit margin is retained, making money is almost certain. If he keeps stocking up, what if the graphics card price rises again one day? Wouldn't that kill Mr. Pei? It seems that crazy stockpiling is not reliable. Pei finally paid a big lesson. Why not spend the money on other industries? But on second thought, he rejected this point. Pei Qian felt that he should still adhere to a principle, that is, whoever pollutes, whoever governs, whoever makes money, whoever spends it. He reflected on it and realized that it was because he did not adhere to this principle before that there were fires everywhere and he could not put it down. Many projects have no problems in themselves and are losing money well, but once they are linked with other projects, there is a high possibility of big problems. Therefore, the money earned by ROF should be left to Zhang Yuan, and he should find a way to spend it. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "Don't hand over the money earned from the ROF installation business. Find a way to spend it yourself." Zhang Yuan was stunned. "Ah? President Pei, you won't hand over this huge sum of money? Is this appropriate?" Pei Qian said, "Of course it's appropriate. You earn the money yourself, so you spend it yourself." Zhang Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. "No, no, no, President Pei, this money was earned under your wise guidance." Pei Qian. "Look at this person, if you can't speak, don't speak." Pei Qian was a magnanimous person and did not intend to dwell too much on this issue. "Tell me first, where do you plan to spend this money?" Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought. The businesses he is in charge of now are mainly Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation. Of course, Moyu Takeout, as a derivative business of Moyu Internet Cafe, is also indirectly under his charge. At the same time, these businesses are closely related to Nifeng Logistics. The person in charge of Nifeng Logistics is LV Mingliang, who is highly regarded by Pei Qian. In fact, Nifeng Logistics has indeed been a net loss so far, and it can only continue to operate with the blood transfusion of other businesses of Tenda Group. This fully proves that President Pei's trust in LV Mingliang is correct. Of course, for Pei Qian, this should not be considered a blood transfusion, but a detoxification. If there were no Nifeng Logistics, President Pei might have died of poisoning long ago. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Boss, Pei, I've thought about it. The ROF brand has already established itself in Jingzhou, and the online store has also gained a certain degree of popularity. The business of Moyu Internet Cafe has been recognized by everyone and has become the most popular high-end internet cafe brand in Jingzhou. In my opinion, it's about time for us to continue expanding and bring the Moyu Internet Cafe model to other cities." Pei Qian sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, he couldn't avoid this problem. Mr. Li had raised this question before: why not open branches in other cities to make more money? The reason is very simple. Mr. Pei is afraid that he will continue to make money if he opens branches in other cities. But now, he has to consider this issue, because it can't be delayed any longer. Since the Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation business are profitable, and they make a lot of money, why not continue to expand? This doesn't make sense. So, this branch will be opened sooner or later, and the key question is where to open and how to open it. Pei Qian thought about it and asked, "Then in your opinion, where should the branch of Moyu Internet Cafe be opened?" Zhang Yuan thought without hesitation, "I think it should be opened in a big city, such as the capital, Shanghai or Guangzhou, a super first-tier city. There are many young people there, the population is dense, and everyone's consumption level is high. They must be more recognized for this high-end internet cafe model. It's easier to open up the market there. Even the supporting businesses of Moyu Internet Cafe, such as Moyu takeaway, can also be popular. Pei Qian was silent. What you said makes sense, so we definitely can't do this. He thought for a moment and said, my opinion is exactly the opposite. I plan to set my next target in Linqing. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Linqing? Linqing is the poorest city in Handong Province, and Daoka County, a well-known impoverished county, is located in Linqing. Opening a Moyu internet cafe in such a poor place? How many customers can there be? Pei Qian continued, moreover, this time we are going to expand more than just the Moyu internet cafe. All the supporting facilities that depend on the Moyu internet cafe must be moved there together. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confused expression, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile slightly. He was not in a hurry to open a branch of the Moyu internet cafe. He hoped to open more Nifeng Inns. However, Nifeng Inns are basically all over Jingzhou. You can see densely packed outlets when you open the map. There is almost no place to set foot. If you want to open more, you can only open them in other cities. However, it is too strange to open only Nifeng Inns in other cities, but not Moyu internet cafes, which is easy to be suspected. If you want to do it, you must do it together, to conceal it. Moreover, compared with Nifeng Inns, Moyu internet cafes have another great advantage, that is, the initial investment is relatively large. Whether it is the rent of the store or the cost of decoration and purchasing computers, it is a huge expense. Even if they gradually make profits in the future, it will take a long time to recover the huge initial investment. At least not in this settlement cycle. What if they consider the location a little more and don't copy the failed experience of Jingzhou City and let these stores continue to lose money? That's even better. So, Pei Qian considered again and chose the poorest city in Handong Province, which is Linqing. Poor means that the consumption level of local residents is not high. Internet cafes with relatively high consumption, such as Moyu Internet Cafe, are naturally not easy to be popular. And fancy takeaways like Moyu Takeaway will definitely not sell well. And projects like Nifeng Logistics, which are stable, will definitely continue to lose money. In short, if you want to choose a poorer place. As for why, Pei Qian doesn't intend to explain. Anyway, these people will make up their own minds. Pei Qian continued, my plan is to move all the current physical industries and the supporting industries that depend on them there. A Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0 in the core business district, plus 3 Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 in the second-rate business district, plus Moyu Takeaway, and 20 Nifeng stations around it, as well as a large warehouse for ROF installation and 4 distribution points around the Moyu Internet Cafe. All these things, prepared at the same time, all opened at once. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Mr. Pei, this investment is not small. Although the rent in Linqing is much cheaper than Jingzhou, it is impossible to get this whole set without an initial investment of about 10 million. Pei Qian sighed silently. I don't want this either. Who made you earn so much from the installation business? Shouldn't I spend it quickly to avoid being in a hurry when the settlement period comes? Pei Qian said earnestly, this amount of money is nothing. If it is not enough, you can ask me for more. Moreover, 20 Nifeng stations are only temporary. We will definitely continue to open them in the future, and strive to spread Nifeng stations all over Linqing as soon as possible, just like they are all over Jingzhou. You have to clarify a purpose. If you make money, find a way to solve it yourself and spend it hard. If you lose money, report to me as soon as possible, and I will cover you. Zhang Yuan originally thought that President Pei was being polite, but after a closer look, he felt that President Pei's eyes were very sincere. Boss Pei, I'm really so touched. Zhang Yuan's gratitude was beyond words for a moment. Pei Qian quickly raised his hand and signaled him to stop. Okay, no more talk, I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Pei Qian was furious when he saw the long queue at the entrance of the internet cafe. Zhang Yuan quickly said, "Okay, boss Pei, take care. Happy New Year." Pei Qian. "Sorry, my New Year is not happy at all." November 4th, Tuesday, 11 a.m. Pei Qian came to the company leisurely as usual, while others had already started their day's work. Maybe it was because it was the first day of work after the holiday, so everyone looked very busy. Liyada and his travel team had returned. Pei Qian saw Liyada and Bao Su. For some reason, he always felt that they did not see much aftertaste and joy of returning from the trip on their faces. Instead, they looked like they had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Pei Qian couldn't help but wonder, is the United States so uninteresting? But he didn't ask much, because Pei Qian was also a homebody, unwilling to go out and run around, and didn't care whether the United States was fun or not. Anyway, he didn't plan to go. When he came to the office, Pei Qian first checked the unread messages. There was a message from Zhang Yuan saying that he and Lu Mingliang had set out for Lincheng for an inspection today. Counting the previous site selection, decoration, recruitment and a series of other links, it would take at least mid-February to complete the whole set. Pei Qian thought that this time point was well timed, and it would be better if it was delayed a little. It is best to open all these internet cafes, post stations, etc. more than a week before the settlement, so that you can spend a lot of money without making too much money during this period. As for the next cycle, we'll talk about it in the next cycle. If it doesn't work, we'll open some branches in a poorer city, and the cycle will continue indefinitely. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of Dingdian novel is available at Chapter 376, Preliminary Plan for the Haunted House. Wednesday, January 5th. Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong were sitting in the coffee area of the Moyu Internet Cafe, each holding a laptop and typing quickly. Both of them seemed to be full of ideas, their fingertips never stopped, only occasionally when they sorted out their thoughts, they had time to stop and take a sip of coffee on the table. They were working on the plan for the haunted house. During this time in the United States, everyone's experience was like a dream, but it was just a nightmare. Fog Mountain State Mental Hospital, the former site of an abandoned hospital, is also known as the most terrifying haunted house in the world. During these 5 days, the tour team experienced this haunted house completely in small quantities and multiple times, and the bitterness in it was simply indescribable. The impression was too deep, and there were too many insights. Even in recent nights, I often gain some new insights and relive some blurred memories when I dream. Therefore, after returning to Jingzhou, Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong were full of ideas and could not wait to write down their experience of the tour and apply it to the haunted house project they were responsible for. However, they did not copy it verbatim, but critically absorbed it. I wrote all day yesterday and all morning today. Under this efficient working mode, the basic plan has been written almost. Come on, let's check it out, Chen Kongtua suggested. The two sent the documents written in the notebook to each other. Since returning to the present, the two have not communicated too much, mainly to avoid interfering with each other's ideas. Each of them came up with a plan, and after full discussion, the two plans were combined to achieve the best effect. Of course, there is a consensus on the two plans, which is the general direction of the haunted house construction proposed by President Pei. President Pei's opinion is definitely the most core standard and cannot be violated. Let the brave have nowhere to spend money, and let the timid stay away. This is the original words of President Pei. After Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong went through the standard process for reading comprehension, they roughly summarized the following 2 key points. Open 3 projects, and the degree of horror gradually increases. Through discounts and refunds, charge less to the brave and charge more to the timid. In this way, the reputation and profitability of the haunted house can be guaranteed, while taking into account different customer groups. However, the two people have never had a good idea about what kind of project to do. So they need to collect materials from some successful haunted houses. Now, we have the materials and the scares, the key is to look at the specific plan. The two people browsed each other's plans. Chen Kongtua was a little surprised. It seems that we have a consensus in many aspects. Maybe it's because we have all worked in the game industry, so we are used to solving problems with game thinking? Hao Qiong nodded. Well, maybe. There are several points in the two plans that they can't help but think of together. The first project is not very scary and is suitable for multiplayer social games. Chen Kongtua's idea is to make a more classic horror escape room, while Hao Qiong's idea is to change the gameplay of Be Quiet and make it a real-life version of Be Quiet. Of course, neither of them has a very good idea so far, but they have a simple general direction. The second project is moderately scary and is used for the transition to the third project. It is basically a single-player game. The venue of this project can be very small, but the horror effect will definitely not be bad. Only those who pass this project are qualified to challenge the third project. The two people have the same view on this project, and both use narrow spaces of several square meters or more than 10 square meters for single-player experience. However, Hao Qiong also proposed that containers could be used. The interior of the containers could be decorated with various scenes, and pulleys could be installed underneath, so that several different projects could be adjusted at any time, so that players could not guess which project they were going to experience. The third project, which was the most terrifying, was dedicated to restoring the experience of everyone in the Wushan psychiatric hospital. However, the plans given by the two people were different from the routines of the Wushan psychiatric hospital. At present, most haunted houses are not so perfect in terms of rhythm. Some haunted houses in China are basically a route, from the beginning to the end. If you want to leave in the middle, there is no additional exit, so you can only bite the bullet and continue to walk. Fortunately, there will be no staff interaction in this simple haunted house, and the fright is not so strong. Almost everyone can complete the whole journey. For larger haunted houses, the process is longer and the fright is higher, so enough safety exits should be left. Once tourists can't hold on, they can leave from the safety exits at any time. Of course, enough surveillance should also be installed to observe the status of tourists in real time. For a super-large haunted house like the Wushan Psychiatric Hospital, it is natural to arrange more emergency exits, and staff must be on standby at all times to lead out tourists who can't hold on. But after visiting this haunted house, the two people had a common idea: most people can't hold on to this haunted house, what a waste. In fact, the first time everyone went, challenging the haunted house was not smooth. Bao Su and Hao Qiong retreated after less than 10 minutes of persistence. Lin Wan and Li Yada lasted the longest, holding out for more than 20 minutes. Of course, Li Yada was dragged by Lin Wan to hold out for so long, otherwise she might have backed out as soon as she entered. According to everyone's observation, this reaction is not an isolated case. Most tourists were scared after watching the short film that created the atmosphere in the waiting area after buying tickets, and they couldn't stand it soon after entering the door. Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong agreed that this was a pity. It was a waste to make such a scary haunted house with so much effort, but more than half of the tourists were persuaded to leave before entering the door. As the saying goes, pigs have to be fattened before they are killed. Just like a game, it is normal for someone to be persuaded to leave at the first level of a suffering game, but if more than half of the people are persuaded to leave at the first level, then there must be a problem with the difficulty setting. The difficulty should be gradual. Even if the players suffer, the degree should be controlled, and they should not be really abused and run away. If your own haunted house also mindlessly copies the routine of Wushan Mental Hospital, there will only be one result, that is, no one will be interested. Because Wushan Mental Hospital is the most terrifying haunted house in the world, its reputation has been established, and the flow of customers is guaranteed. The haunted house is built in the suburbs of Jingzhou. It is not famous in itself and cannot attract tourists from all over the world for the time being. If the threshold is too high, it will definitely not be able to recover the cost. Therefore, every tourist is important. Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong each came up with some solutions. Hao Qiong's plan is to sell tickets that can be entered multiple times, and at the same time deliberately lower the horror level in the early stage. In the initial process, some more fun but less scary links are arranged to keep tourists first. At the same time, each ticket can be entered multiple times, and the ticket price can be set higher, which is equivalent to giving tourists a certain buffer time, so that they can calm down and then enter the challenge. Hao Qiong and his team did this in the United States. In fact, the first time was very scary, and I didn't remember what I played at all. The whole person was in a completely confused state. But after entering again, with a certain psychological expectation, the haunted house became interesting. But normal tourists can't queue up again and pay for tickets again. They can't experience this feeling when they suffer the second time. Therefore, Hao Qiong thinks that the ticket can be set to multiple entries directly. In this way, even if some tourists are temporarily scared away, since the ticket still allows them to enter again, after a period of time, their mentality will calm down and they will come back for the second time. In this way, a group of repeat customers can be obtained. Chen Kongtua's plan is to design the haunted house as a circular route with a safe house in the center. After passing each stage, players can enter the safe house to rest and adjust their emotions. Like the Wushan Psychiatric Hospital, most people can't stand walking in the haunted house for more than an hour at a time, which means that most people can't finish browsing the entire haunted house. This can be a serious waste of resources. Therefore, Chen Kongtua thinks that some practices in games can be used to solve this problem. Many horror games have settings such as save points and safe houses to allow players to rest their highly tense spirits, relieve their tension, and then continue to advance the subsequent process. Therefore, Chen Kongtua thinks that the mechanism of the safe house can be added to the haunted house, so that players can constantly adjust their mentality during the game and not be easily scared off. Although the two plans are different, they do not conflict and can coexist. After reading Chen Kongtua's plan, Hao Qiong was a little worried. Will this arrangement make our haunted house cleared quickly? If tourists can clear it once, they will definitely not come again for the second time, right? Chen Kongtua shook his head. I think the ultimate goal of a haunted house is not to scare tourists so much that they can't pass through. If tourists are scared away at the first level, what's the point of making the subsequent process better and scarier? If tourists can play the whole process, there will naturally be many opportunities to scare them. In fact, whether tourists have played the whole process of the haunted house or not, they are likely not to enter the same haunted house again. If most tourists are scared away at the beginning, then their evaluation of the haunted house will definitely not be very high, which is not conducive to building word of mouth. Other new tourists will see the evaluation and think that this haunted house scares people away at the beginning, and most of them will be persuaded to leave. In this case, we should find a way to let tourists play for a longer time, step by step, and leave them with some deep impressions and thoughts, which will be more conducive to our reputation and attracting new tourists. Hao Qiong thought about it and nodded. Yes, that's the truth. Then should we report the progress to President Pei first, or come up with detailed plans for each project first? Chen Kongtua said, all the detailed plans cannot be made all at once. The first and third projects are both difficult to design projects, occupying a large area and complicated gameplay, and need to be planned for the long term. For these two major projects, we will roughly reserve the site first, recruit people, and slowly do it. The second project is composed of many projects. It is relatively simple and easy to do. Let's roughly finalize the second project first. Then show the whole plan to Mr. Pei. After Mr. Pei nods, we can start the construction. During the construction of the second project, we will slowly consider the first and third projects. Chapter 377. It seems that there is no room for guidance. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Thursday, January 6th. In the study room, Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang, who was reviewing seriously, and couldn't help but sigh. Why, Ma Yang, a slacker, can review without distraction, but I can't stand it at all. It's almost exam week, and the semester is about to end. Pei Qian has set a goal for himself to pass the exam by his own strength, but he found that it seems a bit difficult to practice. He originally wanted to call Ma Yang to the study room to get a little bit of learning atmosphere. However, Ma Yang did find the learning atmosphere and reviewed very enthusiastically, but Pei Qian was not interested at all. Sitting in the study room, it was like a year. Suddenly, Pei Qian's mobile phone vibrated and received a message. Mr. Pei, the haunted house has a preliminary plan. When is it convenient for you? I want to report. Pei Qian looked at the message sent by Qingshan and sighed. Alas, it's not that I don't want to learn. I'm busy with work. What should this be called? The tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop. Mr. Pei wants to learn, but the employees won't let him. There's nothing I can do. He looked at his watch and it was 10:30 in the morning, so he replied, come to my office at 11 o'clock. At this time, Qingshan had already arrived at Shenhua Haojing. He had already run to the 16th floor and found that Mr. Pei was not there, so he sent this message. Since he had an appointment with Mr. Pei at 11 o'clock, there was nothing to do now, so Qingshan planned to visit the 17th floor to see how Liada and Baosu were doing. When he arrived at the 17th floor, Qingshan found that the enthusiasm for work here was quite high and everyone was very busy. Seeing Qingshan coming, many people greeted him. After exchanging a few words with Liada, Qingshan asked about the development of GOG. After all, Qingshan was also one of the members responsible for this game before. Liada said, the progress is going smoothly. Before, Dream Venture Capital proposed a lot of modification suggestions. We only modified a small part, but the effect was unexpectedly good. From the feedback from players in Moyu Internet Cafe, most players are more welcoming to this easier-to-use simple game mode. So, I'm busy modifying the remaining content one by one. Unfortunately, Dream Venture Capital will soon have new tasks, so I can't try the game again and make more modification suggestions. However, Dishing said that he has almost put forward all the suggestions he can think of. In the next period of time, our main task is to continue to modify the basic gameplay of the game according to these suggestions, create more characters, and adjust the balance of the game. The newly recruited people are all talented and can quickly get started with game making. The development efficiency of the entire project has been significantly improved. Qingshan chatted with everyone in the Tenda game department for a while, looked at the time, and walked downstairs to report to President Pei. In the office, Pei Qian flipped through the preliminary planning plan for the haunted house that Qingshan had just submitted. The name of the haunted house was decided to be the Terror Inn. According to Qingshan, this name was mainly based on three considerations. First, there are no ghosts in the haunted house, and it does not promote superstition, so there will be no words like ghost. Second, it is hoped that tourists can come here to experience it many times, and inn actually means hotel. Finally, it is also because the basic scene in the haunted house is based on the theme of the hotel. Although there will be some more scary scenes later, they are all derived from the theme of the hotel. Just seeing the name, Pei Qian didn't have any special thoughts. Although the hotel is a common scene in horror themes, it is relatively less common than scenes such as cemeteries, mental hospitals, and the underworld. It can be said that the theme is relatively novel, or that the degree of scariness is not enough. In short, it depends on how to do it. Pei Qian continued to read on. The Terror Hostel has three major projects. The first project is a multi-person interactive project, And the third project is a very scary traditional horror house process. Both projects only have a few general ideas and no specific plans. As a transitional project, the second project has already written some specific plans. Currently, 6 small projects are planned, all of which are very simple and can be completed in a small venue of a few square meters to more than 10 square meters, and only one person is allowed at a time. The scenery of these small venues is in containers. There are wheels under the containers, which can be moved, and the order will be regularly disrupted, so that the projects that players enter each time are random. Pei Qian looked at these small projects one by one. The first small project, bathroom. The setting is a very narrow bathroom with a mirror, a wash basin, a toilet, a bathtub, etc. The layout is similar to that of a regular bathroom. However, the whole scene is old, the lighting is dim, the wash basin, mirror, and bathtub are all dirty, probably because they haven't been cleaned for a long time, and there seems to be dark red coagulated blood in the shadows in the corners of the bathroom. Visitors enter the bathroom alone and must complete a series of steps according to the requirements in advance. If all steps are completed, the challenge is considered successful. If any step is not completed, the challenge is considered failed. First, visitors should lock the bathroom door, pick up a red candle from the side, and then turn off the bathroom light. Then light the candle, use the candle light to come to the mirror in the wash basin, and place the candle on the platform where toiletries are placed in front of the mirror, that is, between yourself and the mirror. Cover your eyes with both hands, keep it for more than 3 seconds, and then look at the mirror. After that, turn on the faucet and wash your hands. After that, lie in the bathtub, cover your eyes with both hands, and no matter what happens, you can't move your hands for 3 minutes. There will be a rusty timer next to the bathtub. After pressing it, it will make a click-click sound of the watch hands turning, and the sound of turning will stop after 3 minutes. At this time, stand up from the bathtub and leave the room, and the challenge is completed. It seems simple, but there will be a series of random accidents in this process. For example, when turning off the lights, the dim light will flicker violently for a few times, and then make a pop sound, as if the light bulb is broken. If you cover your eyes with your hands for 3 seconds and look into the mirror, a face with torn flesh or a pair of red eyes may suddenly appear in the mirror, or the mirror may crack and bleed. When washing hands, the original clear water may suddenly turn black or blood red, and there may be some bloody fragments and props mixed in it. After the tourists lie in the bathtub, a series of events will occur in the bathroom, such as the broken light suddenly lights up again, the faucet automatically opens and makes a sound of water, the toilet flushes, the door is opened, and someone walks into the bathroom with heavy footsteps, or even pulls open the shower curtain and comes to the front of the tourists. In short, these are all randomly determined by the staff and uniformly controlled, and the experience will be different every time the tourists enter. At the same time, there are many hidden cameras here, which can know the status of tourists at any time. The mirror is also specially made. It looks like a mirror on the surface, but it is actually a display screen. It can not only show bloody eyes or bleeding effects, but also create effects such as the self in the mirror suddenly disappears. The second small project, the window. The setting is a narrow hostel corridor. After entering, you also need to lock the door yourself. There are 4 windows in the corridor, and the status of each window is slightly different. The first window was completely broken and wide open. Under the influence of the night wind, the window frame without glass would occasionally hit the wall, making noises, and the curtains would often be blown around. The sound of the wind was also mixed with the roar of unknown monsters from time to time. Of course, this scene is the scenery inside the container. The part outside the window is still inside the container, and it is pitch black. The effect of the breeze and the roar of the monster are artificially created. The second window looks like it has some cracks, and there are several clear bloody handprints on it, as if someone had been slapping it with bloody hands. The curtains of the third window are slightly drawn. There are no curtains on the fourth window. It is pitch black outside and nothing can be seen. Visitors need to stand with their backs to the fourth window. No matter what happens, they cannot move, look back, or make any sound. After persisting for 5 minutes, the challenge is successful. During this period, some random events may occur in these windows. For example, the roar of the monster in the first window may suddenly increase, as if it will jump in at any time. Suddenly, someone outside the second window slaps the glass of the window hard and shouts for help. The sound is miserable, but after a few seconds, his screams are getting farther and farther away, as if he was dragged away by some terrifying monster. The third window may suddenly be knocked open, and a monster's big hand may reach in and grab, slap around, and grab a mannequin prop in the corridor. The fourth window, which is the window that tourists stand with their backs to, may also hear rhythmic knocking sounds, nails scratching on glass, etc. In addition, there will be a huge shadow passing by the window, and you can vaguely hear heavy footsteps, iron chains dragging on the ground, monsters roaring, etc. After the timer stops, tourists can leave the window, open the door they locked, and leave. But at this time, the fourth window where the tourists were originally standing will suddenly open, and a huge monster will come in, opening its bloody mouth with a fishy smell and biting continuously, while roaring. Of course, the standard for passing the level is that tourists can pass as long as they do not move, turn around, or make a sound within the 3 minutes of the timer. The last scene is completely a show effect and does not affect the judgment of passing the level. The subsequent small projects include TVs, stairs, ceilings, and under the bed. These small projects have one thing in common, that is, they are not the traditional horror scenes, unlike cemeteries, underworlds, morgues, and other scenes with particularly high levels of excitement. And there are no exaggerated horror elements in these scenes, such as staff who carefully dress up as ghosts, very complicated mechanisms, very delicate and terrifying props, etc., all of which are absent. It is more through a psychological effect to achieve a horror effect. Further down is the charging policy of the Jingji hostel, but it is obvious that Chen Kongtua has not thought about the specific amount of the charge, but simply wrote, allow tourists to buy tickets once and play multiple times. Pei Qian looked at the plan and fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, the first and third major projects should be more outstanding, but Chen Kongtua has not yet thought of a specific plan, only a general idea. How can this enlighten him? The second major project does have a specific plan, but it always gives Pei Qian a feeling of being neither high nor low. If you look at the second major project alone, it may not be enough for those who are very brave and seek excitement, and for those who are not very brave, it is also very scary and dare not try. Moreover, the process is relatively short, the gameplay is relatively monotonous, and it is limited to one person. It seems that the probability of failure is very high, and there is really no room for change. Pei Qian thought for a moment, since there is nothing to change in the specific plan, then do something about the fee. Chapter 378, What is Venture Capital? 10 out of 10 for the Basai Sangsu Chengshi. If possible, Pei Qian would rather let the haunted house be free, but the system would definitely not allow it. The price can be lowered within a certain limit, but after it is reduced to the lowest price allowed by the system, if you want to further reduce income, you have to rely on pricing strategies. Pei Qian still has to implement his previous purpose. Let the brave have nowhere to spend money, and let the timid stay away. In fact, the original meaning of this sentence is to make those who really dare to enter the haunted house spend less money, and then scare the timid away, so that they have no chance to pay. So, Pei Qian thought about it and decided to adopt a special pricing strategy. Different projects, different prices. Different people, also different prices. The first project, with the lowest horror level and the richest gameplay, should be the most popular project. So, the lower the price of this project, the better. Because it has the widest audience and is most suitable for repeated play, many people will come to play if the ticket price is higher or lower, so setting it lower can make less money. The third project is the most terrifying and requires the largest investment. Under the supervision of the system, even if you want to set a low ticket price, it will definitely not be that low. In this case, Pei Qian plans to do the opposite. Set a high ticket price. In this way, the combination of horror and high ticket price will have a double dissuading effect on ordinary people. In order to avoid spending money and suffering, timid people will definitely not go in. As for those who are more courageous, you can consider refunding their ticket money according to their game progress. For example, the whole process is divided into 9 parts, each part has a safe house, and each time you pass a level, the ticket money will be refunded by 10%, and passing all levels is equivalent to a 10% discount. It only costs 10 yuan to visit the haunted house. According to Chen Kongtua's idea of buy a ticket once, play multiple times, everyone can enter 3 times after buying a ticket. As long as the tourist can pass the entire haunted house within 3 times, there is no need to buy a second ticket to challenge. In this way, the ticket price looks high on the surface, but the third project still doesn't make much money. As for the second project, Pei Qian thought about it and set a low price, just a little more expensive than the first project. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said to Chen Kongtua, different projects have different prices. The first project is 10 yuan. For the second project, you can randomly select multiple projects to experience. For each additional project, add 15 yuan. Prepare a decibel recorder for everyone. If you complete the task without making too loud a sound, the current small project is free. For the third project, each experience costs 100 yuan, and there are 3 entry opportunities. The second and third times can continue the experience from where you left, and the ticket money will be refunded based on the progress of the last arrival. If you pass the level, all the money will be refunded. Then you can issue a combined ticket, such as 200 yuan for free play. That's about it. You can think about some details. After listening to Pei Qian, Chen Kongtua's eyes lit up. I see, Mr. Pei, this pricing strategy is exactly what I thought. Pei Qian, ? What does it mean? He was a little confused, feeling that the script was a little different from what he imagined. Before, when he tipped others, the other party was often confused, puzzled, and confused. But why did Chen Kongtua look like he had expected it a long time ago, and he was so excited? What does it mean that the pricing strategy is exactly the same as he thought? He thought so too. Could it be that Chen Kongtua got it after going to the Jingji hostel project? Can he keep up with his own brain circuit? Pei Qian felt a little confused, but he couldn't ask too much about this kind of thing, so he waved his hand and sent Chen Kongtua away. Pei Qian sipped the taste and felt that it was a little strange. Strange, this is a project that is bound to lose money and is about to start burning money, why am I not excited at all? In the afternoon, Pei Qian woke up and prepared to go to Dream Ventures. Other projects are still under development, and there is no important news for the time being. Pei Qian was slightly surprised by the progress of the movie. Because the content of the script itself is not much, if it is just filming, it should have been completed. But up to now, there is no sign of completion. Maybe the filming is not going well, so it is delayed? Yes, there is such a possibility. After all, director Zhu Xiaozi has only shot short films before. He has no experience in directing formal theater movies, so it is inevitable to step on some pitfalls. Pei Qian didn't care too much. Anyway, he didn't have to rush the schedule for filming movies. It didn't matter when it was released. As long as it was released before the settlement, it would be fine. As for Dream Ventures, Pei Qian squeezed out another sum of money for them, this time it was 3 million. Compared with the previous 20 million, the money is not much, but it is more than enough to invest in some small projects. Moreover, Pei Qian had also thought clearly that investment was something that needed to be done step by step, and one should never think of eating a fat man in one go. Otherwise, the 20 million investment would be a lesson for him. He still had to take it slow, accumulate some failed investment experiences first, and then proceed slowly. Moreover, this time Pei Qian was the one who was doing it himself, so he had to set a good example for Lao Ma. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. I don't know if Lao Ma has read the plan carefully during this period, and whether he has found any unreliable projects. Pei Qian was thinking, and Yuan Venture Capital arrived. This time, there was no more shouting of Mr. Ma, go first, and the sound of typing keyboards and mice. The atmosphere of the whole company suddenly changed from an internet cafe to a serious office area. Qinghan and others were busy with their own things, some were looking through the plan, and some were making reports, looking very professional. The group of people Lao Ma found were not just for playing with. Strictly speaking, they were newcomers who were good at games in the investment industry. Just like Qinghan, he worked in the investment industry, and games were a hobby that he was good at. Seeing this scene, Pei Qian felt very uncomfortable. It seemed that everyone continued to play games, which made people feel more at ease. This serious working look was really scary. However, when he thought that everyone would give GOG suggestions as long as they played games, Pei Qian thought it was better to forget it. Oh, I am stuck in a dilemma. Let's just find a way to invest in any project. Ma Yang was sitting next to the big conference table, holding a pile of investment plans in his hand, browsing them one by one. However, judging from the speed at which he browsed, he probably only looked at the title and the first page at most. Seeing this, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. His brother was still reliable. How about it? Are there any projects that are dreamy and worth investing in? Pei Qian sat down next to Ma Yang. Qinghan and others also hurried over and sat down next to the conference table. This is Mr. Pei personally imparting investment experience. Just hearing a word is very useful. You must listen carefully. Ma Yang said very proudly, Brother Qian, I found one. Just one? Pei Qian was a little disappointed. There are so many plans in total, and you only found one dreamy? In addition to the pile of investment plans in Ma Yang's hand, there is another pile on the table. Pei Qian picked it up casually, flipped through it, and couldn't help but take a breath. Investment is really a technical job. He could barely understand these plans, but the problem is that they all look a little too reliable, right? Just like it is difficult for ordinary investors to accurately distinguish which specific project will make money, it is also difficult for Pei Qian to accurately distinguish which specific project will lose money. Because anyone who wants to start a business or seek investment will basically choose projects that seem to have real prospects. Even those projects that try to defraud investors will definitely make their plans very impressive and exaggerate what they are doing. Fake projects must be made more real than real projects. Otherwise, how can they cheat investors' money? This leads to a problem, that is, all the plans look very reliable. Even if a large part of them are doomed to fail, their plans are made to look very likely to succeed. Pei Qian does not have such a keen eye and cannot distinguish. He had to take the one that Ma Yang selected. As soon as he got it in his hand, Pei Qian was shocked. It's so light. Other plans have a lot of content, but this one has only one page. Not only that, the format of the plan is completely wrong, full of errors, and the content is also very simple. This project is called shared telephone booths, and the investment amount required is not much, only 200,000. Pei Qian couldn't help but get a little excited. He saw his dream in this plan. Ma Yang was still screening other proposals. Pei Qian raised his hand and signaled him to stop. Let's not consider the others for now, let's invest in this project first. Ma Yang put down the other proposals very obediently and said, Brother Qian, are you really investing in this? This project is indeed full of dreams, so I picked it out alone. But, can it make money? Pei Qian laughed. Isn't this nonsense? If it can make money, why would I invest in it? But you can't say that. Everyone at the conference table, including Xing, was shocked. They had seen the investment plan for this shared phone booth a long time ago, but they all regarded it as a joke. Shared phone booths, scanning codes to make calls, isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? If my mobile phone can scan codes, do I still need to go to a phone booth to make calls? And this thing is not a new thing. There were so many public phone booths on the streets before, but now no one uses them at all. Why? Times have changed. Now everyone has a mobile phone. Who still uses phone booths to make calls? Isn't this just for nothing? As a result, for such a project, President Pei only looked at it for 10 seconds at most and decided to invest. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Pei Qian smiled slightly. You don't think highly of this project? Everyone nodded. Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang again. You don't think highly of this project either? Ma Yang nodded, then shook his head. Brother Qian, as long as it is a project you think highly of, there is absolutely no problem. It will definitely make money. Pei Qian's face darkened. This old man, what he said was obviously good, but why am I not happy at all after hearing it? Definitely make money? Don't curse me for no reason. Pei Qian coughed twice. Remember, the venture capital that everyone is optimistic about is not called venture capital, it's called crowdfunding. Venture capital is to invest in those projects that seem unreliable, and those projects that everyone thinks will never succeed. If there is no risk, what is venture capital? The greater the risk, the greater the return. Chapter 379. My only request is that it is easier to dismantle. The project that everyone is optimistic about is not called venture capital, but crowdfunding? Well, Mr. Pei's words are still subversive to common sense, but they are very thought-provoking and contain quite profound philosophical thoughts. Everyone around the conference table is thinking about the meaning behind Mr. Pei's words. Although it makes sense, I always feel that something seems wrong. Pei Qian flipped the pitiful page in his hand and tried hard to find more success factors on it, but failed. The content of this investment plan highlights a free and unrestrained character. The initiator of this project is Zhang Wang. Although there are no photos or personal information on this investment plan, Pei Qian still can't help but imagine a comic image. In this investment plan, more than half of the space is talking about the bright prospects of the shared telephone booth project. With the development of mobile communication technology, mobile phones have become a standard for almost everyone. However, as one of the symbols of urban public services, public telephone booths are rarely used. Long-term idleness, abandonment, and even the fate of being demolished. It has to be said that this is a break in cultural heritage, the disappearance of precious memories, the pain of the development of the times, and the common loss of every citizen. Seeing this, Pei Qian couldn't help but want to make an expression of old man, subway, mobile phone.jpg, but after all, under the watchful eyes of the public, he still held on with his good acting skills. My goal is to let the public telephone booth be nourished by internet thinking and rejuvenate again. The shared telephone booth will continue the functions of the public telephone booth, reshape the public's aesthetics with art, evoke the public's memories with feelings, change the public's life with convenience, and demonstrate the brand value to the whole society with performance art. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. This parallel sentence is quite skillful, and the Chinese level must be at least in the second grade of junior high school. The rest is basically some vague and repetitive words. Anyway, there is no specific plan for this project, just a dry number, a budget of 200,000. At the end of the plan, there is contact information, mobile phone number. Pei Qian handed the plan to Xing. Call him and ask him when he is free to come over to discuss the project. Xing wrote down the number and dialed a number nearby. After a while, Xing came back. Mr. Pei, wait a moment, he is on his way and will be here in about 10 minutes. Pei Qian. So fast, actually, I just wanted to make an appointment first and then have a face-to-face meeting later. But on second thought, this is also normal. The investment plans that Yuan Venture Capital has currently accepted are basically local projects in Jingzhou. Zhang Wang probably lives in Jingzhou and is likely not far from Yuan Venture Capital. It is reasonable to speculate that Zhang Wang probably does not have a proper job. It is estimated that other investment companies will not pay any attention to his plan, so his schedule should be quite loose. It is normal to be on call at any time. If he has something to do, that would be unusual. Since it is 10 minutes, let's wait. Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and casually browsed the web. He Dishing and others took the time to circulate this investment plan and carefully read it word by word. Although this plan seems quite unreliable in all aspects, it must have a certain point that impressed Mr. Pei. In this case, if we find this point, can we understand a little bit of Mr. Pei's investment ideas? Although this is only a 200,000 yuan business, which is only 1% of the previous investment, as the saying goes, a small detail can reveal a big picture. Maybe it is this kind of business that can help us better understand the essence of Mr. Pei's investment? Everyone at the conference table frowned, constantly wavering between doubt and self-doubt. Not long after, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. I'm here to discuss the project. Pei Qian looked up and saw a muscular man rushing in from outside. It was already January, and the temperature outside was getting colder, with temperatures below zero all year round. However, this muscular man was only wearing a rather perfunctory black coat and jeans. He looked very energetic and didn't look cold at all. His coat, jeans, and sneakers were not expensive brands, but they were all clean and looked like they were washed frequently. There were no odds and ends such as hats, scarves, masks, and gloves. Even with his coat and jeans, it was clear that this guy was not very big, like a mountain. What was more eye-catching was his flowing long hair, which was casually tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. The front strands of hair fluttered in the wind, giving him an artistic temperament. However, this immortal-like feeling was really incompatible with his figure. Pei Qian was silent for a while. This Zhang Wang was very different from the image he had imagined. He had thought of many images of liars or fools, but he never expected that he was actually a muscular man. If he was a bodyguard, no one would suspect it. Ma Yang whispered in Pei Qian's ear, from the looks of it, he might have run all the way here. Pei Qian also noticed that Zhang Wang's head was covered with fine beads of sweat, his face was flushed, and he was slightly out of breath. This kind of reaction should not be caused by short-term intense exercise. It was probably long-distance running or cycling. It was so cold, and long-distance running and cycling were both quite confusing behaviors. The atmosphere around the conference table was a little quiet for a while. It was estimated that no one had ever seen such a scene. Zhang Wang was also a little at a loss. He lowered his voice and repeated, "I'm here to discuss the project." Pei Qian stood up suddenly and called out to others, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and prepare tea. Come, Mr. Zhang, please take a seat." Pei Qian raised his hand and motioned Zhang Wang to sit down in the empty seat opposite the long conference table. There was a cup of hot tea next to him. Zhang Wang reached out to take it and thanked him repeatedly. Pei Qian said, "Don't worry, drink it slowly. You have worked hard all the way here. Let's calm down first. We can talk about the project slowly." Zhang Wang blew and drank the whole cup of tea in one breath, looking at the young man who had been talking to him across the table. Obviously, this person is his investor, but he doesn't know how to address him. He Dishing hurriedly introduced, "This is Mr. Pei, the President of Tenda Group. This is Mr. Ma, the CEO of Yuan Venture Capital." Zhang Wang was very excited. "Mr. Pei, Mr. Ma, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Next, I will tell you about my project, shared umbrellas. We often encounter this kind of trouble. We go out in the rain but don't bring an umbrella. Buying one on the roadside is not only expensive but also of poor quality. Pei Qian, ? He raised his hand and signaled Zhang Wang to stop. Stop, 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 what is your project? Zhang Wang was stunned. Shared umbrellas. Everyone around the conference table had a huge question mark on their heads. Pei Qian coughed twice. But your plan says it's a shared telephone booth. Zhang Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Yes, 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 contributing telephone booths is also my project. Sorry, Mr. Pei, I have too many ideas and I can't remember them all. Mr. Pei, I wonder if you are interested in my shared umbrella project. Do you want to invest together? Ma Yang's eyes were full of interest, and he whispered, Brother Qian, this project seems to be more reliable than a telephone booth. Pei Qian's face darkened. Shared umbrellas? How could I invest in a project that sounds so reliable? Well, it's not good whether it's reliable or not, but at least this thing is useful. Useful means there are risks. Pei Qian shook his head. I'm not interested in sharing umbrellas for now, let's just share phone booths. Okay, Mr. Pei. Zhang Wang didn't feel too disappointed. Sharing phone booths comes from my nostalgia for public phone booths. Pei Qian had a feeling that he was about to start a meaningless long speech, so he raised his hand and signaled him to stop. Okay, there is no need to introduce the details of the project. Your investment plan has already been written in great detail. He Dishing subconsciously glanced at the investment plan. This page is also very detailed? Pei Qian continued, I will simply ask you the most critical question, and you should answer me as simply and directly as possible, okay? Zhang Wang nodded. No problem, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian, you want an investment of 200,000. How did you get this number? Zhang Wang answered confidently, Mr. Pei, I calculated it. I plan to invest in 20 shared telephone booths, each costing 10,000 yuan. The booth is 2.4 meters high, made of tin plate, sprayed with high-temperature paint, carved with vintage door handles, and wooden decorative baseboards. It is exquisitely made and beautifully shaped. The price of the booth itself is about 5,000 yuan. In addition, we need to leave 5,000 yuan for other costs in the pavilion. So, the total is 200,000 yuan. Zhang Wang finished, and looked at Pei Qian expectantly. Pei Qian thought for a while, that's not right. A total of 200,000 yuan, all invested at once? How can we do a project without emergency funds? Well, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. Think about what else you can add to this phone booth. If not, you can customize this booth for me inside and out. Zhang Wang was overjoyed. Okay, Mr. Pei. No problem. Pei Qian thought of something else and said, by the way, this booth must be easy to install and dismantle. That's all I ask. Zhang Wang thought about it and nodded. Okay, although I don't think this is necessary, since you have said so, I will definitely complete it. Pei Qian had no other requirements for this project, but hoped that the booth would be easier to dismantle. After the project failed, these booths could be dismantled and sold as scrap metal more smoothly, without creating urban garbage. After all, Mr. Pei's goal was just to lose some money, not to burden the city, and to be a person of quality. Back then, Pei Qian noticed that even for such an unreliable project, the system did not issue a warning. Is it because a mere 500,000 yuan is no longer considered money in the eyes of the system? After all, the system has already allowed a charity quota of 5 million yuan. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. System, it seems that you still don't understand the principle of nipping the problem in the bud. A lot of 500,000 can also add up to a lot. In any case, losing 500,000 first is a good start. Chapter 380 Advertisements in Movies. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The shooting site of A Beautiful Tomorrow. Cut. Okay, this one is past. Everyone has worked hard, take a break, and we will officially start shooting commercials later. As soon as director Zhu Xiaozi finished speaking, applause and cheers rang out at the scene, and many people were relieved. So far, the main part of the movie has been shot. Although there were some minor problems in the early stage of shooting, these problems were quickly overcome under the guidance of President Pei and the joint efforts of all the staff on the set. In particular, the cooperation of several leading actors such as Lu Zhiyao became more and more tacit, and the rivalry became more and more exciting. At the beginning, they often needed to reshoot, but later they often passed with 2 or 3 takes, and these 2 or 3 takes were very exciting, which made Zhu Xiaozi feel a little difficult to decide. If it is difficult to decide, don't make a decision first, and make a decision in the later editing. So, the regular shooting tasks have been completed. Many staff members breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there was only commercial shooting left. To put it bluntly, advertising is just a background board in a movie. Most people instinctively think that it doesn't need to be taken as seriously as making a feature film, and that it can just be done casually, but Zhu Xiaozi obviously didn't think so. He held a thick stack of advertising plans in his hand and was explaining it carefully to the actors in charge of the advertising shooting. The people who shot the advertisements were also recast. Originally, there was no certainty on how to shoot the advertisements. Zhu Xiaozi had also thought of letting major brands implant advertisements and providing advertising films himself. However, this idea was rejected by President Pei, so it was finally decided the advertisements would be shot by themselves, and no real companies, trademarks, or products could be involved. After it was decided, Zhu Xiaozi began to arrange people to cast everywhere. Because these advertisements will be played as background in the movie, the leading actors who have appeared in the film will definitely not be able to participate again. Many characters in the film are poor people, and in the background of the movie, they are not qualified to shoot such advertisements. Only the judge, played by Zhang Zuding, and the male protagonist, played by Lu Zhiyao, can shoot a few advertisements. And the young woman who was pushed up by the judges to replace the male protagonist can also shoot a few advertisements. Apart from these individual cases, new actors had to be chosen for other advertisements, and they had to be new faces that had never appeared in the movie. In the process of planning the advertisements, director Zhu Xiaozi also spent a lot of effort, so he came up with such a thick stack of advertising plans. First of all, let me emphasize that although we are shooting an advertisement and it can only serve as a background in the movie, we must not take it lightly. It is as important as the movie itself, and in a sense, even more important. First of all, the advertisement plays a role of suggestion and connection. The movie will use advertisements to connect part of the storyline. For example, before the male and female protagonists participate in the talent show, they often see the endorsements and advertisements of the judges when watching TV programs, which allows the audience to see the role of the judges in advance and implies that the judges are very rich and influential successful people. After the male protagonist becomes popular, some advertisements shot by the male protagonist will be played, and there can be many kinds of advertisements. Different products are used to imply his overnight success. After the male protagonist was disgraced, he was lying on the bed, and the TV was playing the advertisement of the girl who replaced him, which also implied that after he was plotted against, the judges immediately pushed a newcomer to the position, starting a cycle. Secondly, advertisements can be used to allude to the problems of big data and privacy leakage that people are more concerned about now. We will shoot many kinds of advertisements, which will be directly related to the male protagonist's experience. For example, the male protagonist just drank a can of beer, and the screen will push him a fried chicken advertisement or a red wine advertisement. The male protagonist just lost a lot of money watching a TV show, and the advertisement will push him a loan business. When the male protagonist makes a lot of money, he will be pushed various financial products, insurance, luxury goods, etc. We spread these categories throughout the film. As the male protagonist's life changes, the ads he sees are also changing. On the one hand, it can set the mood, and on the other hand, it can metaphorically and satirize the problems of big data and privacy leakage. Finally, advertising can strengthen science fiction elements and is a guess about the cultural life of the future world. As Mr. Pei said, we have to shoot the ads in a stream of consciousness and cool enough way, using some future elements to confuse the audience, so that we can constantly hint at the audience, this is the future world. These ads can make them feel the characteristics of the future world and help them immerse themselves in this worldview. Zhu Xiaozi looked around at everyone, then turned to one of the actors. Okay, it seems that everyone has understood. The next ad is a takeaway ad. The content of the ad is also very simple. A drone carrying takeaways flies over the city. It's just that there is fire on this drone, and it flies across the night sky of the city like a big fireball. Then you open the door, reach out to take the takeaway, open the exquisite lunchbox inside, and find that the exquisite steak inside is like it has just been grilled and is still steaming. Then the next one is a joint advertisement for takeaways and mobile phones. The drone came to pick up the takeaway, but the drone's display screen prompted that the distance was too far and the battery was insufficient to deliver. At this time, a close-up of a map flashed by, and the takeaway had to cross the desert and the ocean to another city. At this time, the owner of the takeaway restaurant took off his mobile phone and connected it to the drone with a connecting cable to power it, and then the drone flew away. Then the drone crossed the desert and the ocean, experiencing a sandstorm, a storm and various bad weather during the period. Finally, you still open the door, and the drone starts to return. After flying back, the restaurant owner took down his mobile phone and found that there was still 30% battery left on it. Zhu Xiaozi explained the content of the advertisement to the actors. When deciding the content of the advertisement, he lost a lot of brain cells. Some stream of consciousness advertisements are easy to handle. Anyway, just let the actors wear future costumes to pose a few times, take a few inexplicable shots, and add some special effects. But, stream of consciousness advertisements alone are not enough, right? No matter how the world develops in the future, advertising should maintain a certain degree of diversity. Therefore, Zhu Xiaozi just thought of a few advertisements of other styles as a change. At the same time, Zhu Xiaozi was also very troubled by which products to advertise. Because at least he had to make logos and slogans for these ads, right? If the logo is not done carefully, it is easy for the audience to complain and cause the show to be out of place. In that case, wouldn't it be meaningless to shoot the advertisement by himself? Therefore, the logo must be good enough, just like a real commercial advertisement. But it is impossible for Zhu Xiaozi to think of so many advertisements alone, even if he is exhausted to death. It is too difficult to design so many logos from scratch. Therefore, Zhu Xiaozi and Huang Sibo discussed and decided to ask for help from the brother departments. Let Moyu Takeaway make a takeaway logo, use the Moyu Takeaway logo to modify it, and then let OTTO Technology make an unused mobile phone logo, so that the audience will not have a sense of déjà vu. In short, with the collective efforts of many departments, these logos finally look like that. Although they are all modified brands, Zhu Xiaozi still gave a few instructions and asked each department to claim their modified brands and register them in advance. It's not that he expects this movie to have any publicity effect, but he is mainly afraid that someone will register these trademarks and come to cheat. Registering them in advance can save these troubles. Zhu Xiaozi estimated that although there were many ads, most of them took very short time, and they would be almost finished in about 2 weeks. Only then would the film be truly injected with soul. Tenda Game Department. Wang Guangjian let out a long sigh. Okay, then the concept design and original paintings of the first batch of heroes have all been completed. Li Yada clapped his hands. Thank you for your hard work, boss. During this period, Wang Guangjian has been doing various concept designs and original paintings for GOG heroes, often running back and forth between Jingzhou and Shanghai. However, game development and original painting design are two parallel jobs that do not affect each other. Wang Guangjian's job is to reshape these IP characters bought by the Tenda game department, or to create some unique original characters, such as Justice Guardian Modest. Overall, this is not a very heavy job. After all, it is not all original, and most of it is modified based on existing images. As long as you fully understand the characteristics of this character and make some changes based on the classic image, it is always much easier than starting from scratch. Therefore, the design work of the original paintings is actually much faster than the development progress of the game. The game is still some way from being officially launched or even publicly tested, but the original paintings have all been completed. Liyada asked, "What are your plans next, boss? Do you want to talk to Mr. Pei to celebrate the completion of the original painting?" Wang Guangjian hurriedly shook his head. No. Mr. Pei is busy with work, so don't bother him with such trivial matters. Besides, I have been to all the amusement parks in Jingzhou, and there are no other exciting projects. I plan to take a break these days and go around Jingzhou. Maybe I can find something new to do. Liyada thought for a while and said, "By the way, Tenda has another game department called Qingshan Games, which is the project of Hot Blood War Song, you know it." Wang Guangjian nodded nodding, "I know, but I don't have any feelings for the art style of Hot Blood War Song. Liyada, that's why we need you to improve the art level of this company. Don't worry, we are all under President Pei and we are not short of money." Wang Guangjian hesitated. "Two projects may be a bit too much for me." Liyada waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, they have a lot of art resources, you just need to take a look and give some advice, mainly to provide guidance, you don't need to do it yourself." Wang Guangjian thought about it and nodded. "Okay, then I can go over and take a look and give some suggestions." Chapter 381 I am very timid, Wang Guangjian. January 7th, Friday. Qingshan Games. Welcome to our guidance. As soon as Wang Guangjian walked into the office area, he saw the Qingshan Games employees on both sides lining up to welcome him and applauding enthusiastically. Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and Wang Xiaobin stood at the front, with the words "thirsty for talents" written all over their faces. Wang Guangjian was a little flattered, and hurriedly said, No, don't be so polite. I just finished my work over there and came to visit casually. You don't have to worry about me, and don't delay your work. Lin Wan smiled and said, No, Wan, you are too modest. As the original artist that President Pei relies on the most, it can be said that your art has given the soul of Tenda Games. A large part of the high sales of Tenda Games is due to you. You and President Pei can be the best partners. Now come to Qingshan Games, even if you just give us some pointers, it will definitely benefit us a lot. Come, please sit down, this is a workstation reserved for you, Qingshan Games always welcomes you. Everyone led Wang Guangjian to a separate workstation, which was just vacated, next to Yi Zhizhou, and diagonally opposite Wang Xiaobin. Wang Guangjian sat down at his workstation and took out the drawing board he brought with him. Your workstation, is it the Tenda standard? When he came to Qingshan Games, he felt like he was back at Tenda. The office environment is so similar. Whether it is the spacious office space, wide desks, comfortable ergonomic chairs, or high-end computers and dual-screen monitors, they are exactly the same standard as Tenda. Lin Wan nodded, yes, although Qingshan Games is a subsidiary of Tenda Games, they are actually the same. President Pei has always treated all employees equally and never distinguished between the 3, 6, 9, and 9. The office environment here has actually just moved in a few months ago, and it was rearranged according to the standards of Tenda Games. This kind of arrangement seems to be easier to inspire the enthusiasm of employees. Inspire the enthusiasm of employees? Well, indeed, working in such a comfortable place is indeed very different from working in those cramped and narrow workstations. Wang Guangjian turned on his office computer while listening to Lin Wan's introduction to Shangyang Games. It's pretty good. From Tenda Games to Shangyang Games, it's a seamless transition. The office environment is very familiar and there's no need for extra time to adapt. This is the game we are developing, Be Quiet, a horror game. You can play it and give your opinions. Lin Wan pointed to the game icon on the desktop. So far, Be Quiet has been developed to the second major version, and the progress has been more than half completed. It's just that there is still a certain distance from the actual launch. Pure function development is very fast, but for a game to be officially released, it is necessary to repeatedly fine-tune various gameplay and details, fix a large number of bugs, and these subtle work in the later stage cannot be ignored. When Wang Guangjian heard about the horror theme, his face changed and he waved his hand quickly. Horror game? No, I am most afraid of horror-themed things. If I had known that the project you are developing now is a horror game, I would not come. Like Midnight Call, Zerg, Chainsaw, Haunted, Resurrection Night, The Flash, Paranormal Records, The Grudge. I was scared to death after watching these. Lin Wan was stunned, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. Huh? I am most afraid of horror themes, but I didn't miss any of these classic horror movies and watched them all. Lin Wan didn't know how to respond for a while. She thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. Our game is still in the development stage. It's not scary at all." Not scary at all? Wang Guangjian asked, reluctantly clicking on the icon of Be Quiet. Then I'll just play it for a bit. Lin Wan nodded. Okay, you can experience it slowly. If you have any opinions, you can talk to me or Yi Zhizhou. Wang Guangjian put on the headphones and quickly entered the game. Lin Wan secretly pulled Yi Zhizhou over and whispered, "Keep an eye on the boss. He is brave. Don't scare him. Keep an eye on him at any time. Do you understand?" Yi Zhizhou nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Before the two finished talking, they heard Wang Guangjian next to them exclaimed "ah" and made a small startled sound. When entering the game, there was a dynamic game scene on the screen. In the Madman village, the night was shrouded, and the strange light blue flames were burning, reflecting a madman villager with bloodshot teeth and eyes. At this time, he was next to the strange light blue flames, waving a machete and chopping something. The light was dim, and you could vaguely see that the things you chopped were constantly splashing dark red blood. When the loading is complete, the entire scene will suddenly darken, and the mad villager who has been chopping something next to the light blue flame will suddenly stand up and walk out of the screen. Then, before the player can react, the face of this mad villager will suddenly pop out from the right side of the screen, appearing in the player's field of vision at a very close distance, giving a sick and arrogant grin, and then slashing at the camera with the bloody hatchet in his hand. With screams, the screen will be quickly covered with blood, and then the game title will appear, and then the game will officially enter. Wang Guangjian was frightened by this scene just now, and he almost jumped up from his seat. Yi Zhizhou hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Wang Guangjian nodded. It's okay, ah." Not long after entering the game, he was frightened by a mouse that suddenly ran over in the scene. Yi Zhizhou. Suddenly, he doubted whether Wanda Lao could successfully experience the entire game and put forward corresponding art modification suggestions. He thought about it and suggested, "Big brother, why don't you just look at the art resources directly, including original paintings and models? Looking at these directly, the degree of shock should be okay." Wang Guangjian shook his head. "That's definitely not possible. From concept to original painting, to modeling and scene, the concept will change at every step. For example, from original painting to modeling, the original artist's ideas will be misinterpreted, and the modeler will add some of his own ideas. No matter how hard you try, this situation is difficult to avoid completely. Therefore, I have to see the actual scenes in the game, so that I can feel the unharmonious places in the entire art atmosphere and make targeted modifications. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's still proofreading. Seeing that the boss was scared twice and still insisted on playing the game, Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but feel a little moved. Look, what is professionalism? The boss is obviously very sensitive to horror themes, but at this time, he is trying to overcome his inner fear in order to make the game better. This spirit is really touching. Not long after, Wang Guangjian's shock filled the office area of Shangyang Games, and even Lin Wan in the director's office could hear it vaguely. But everyone didn't have any thoughts of laughing, but admired Wang Guangjian even more. It's true love to insist on being scared like this. It can only be that the boss's success is not accidental, but a necessity. This kind of unyielding perseverance alone is not something that ordinary people can have. And Yi Zhizhou, who was sitting next to Wang Guangjian, inexplicably developed a sense of pride. Our game, the horror effect is so good. In fact, Yi Zhizhou had no idea about the horror effect of this game before. This is the first time that Shangyang Games has made a horror game. Although the design team has played horror games for a long time, and Lin Wan and others have also gone to haunted houses to collect materials, they are still somewhat lacking in experience. Moreover, the main gameplay of this game is online, relying on people scaring people, rather than scaring people with set processes and mechanisms. But now the game has not started testing at all. There are no players in it, all are AI, so the degree of scariness must be discounted. In addition to the art resources that have not yet been fully in place, the gameplay that has not yet been particularly perfected, and some bugs, Yi Zhizhou feels that the completion of this game is far from enough. But now, it can actually scare Wang Guangjian like this. Does it mean that this game has a good horror effect on ordinary people? Just thinking about it, Wang Guangjian quit the game and took off his headphones. Yi Zhizhou was about to comfort him, but found that Wang Guangjian's face was ruddy and his complexion was excellent, and even the whole person seemed a little excited. Yi Zhizhou, ? This situation was something he didn't expect. Is this still the person who screamed when he was scared by a mouse just now? Wang Guangjian said sincerely, Director Lin didn't lie to me, this game is really not scary at all. Yi Zhizhou, ? What's the situation? Wasn't it you, the boss, who was scared and screamed just now? Yi Zhizhou vaguely felt that something was wrong. Ruan's definition and expression of horror seemed to be inconsistent. Before playing, no, I'm afraid of horror themes. During the game, I was so scared that I was slashing my swords. After playing, well, it's really not that scary. Moreover, it felt to Rao that he was not just talking nonsense, but was sincere. Yi Zhizhou quickly took out the notebook. What do you think, boss? Wang Guangjian was in a very good mental state, and he didn't look like he had just been frightened. Instead, he seemed a little excited. I think the gameplay of this game is almost in place, but it lacks the creation of details and atmosphere. It is through these details that the horror atmosphere is increased, making it easier for players to get involved. How can horror be done well? The key is to look at the details. For example, I particularly like the scene at the beginning of the game. I usually use the decibel and frequency of my screams to judge whether a horror theme is good. Obviously, the scene at the beginning of the game is very good. However, this kind of content is still a bit small, and some aspects are not well thought out. For example, you can add a setting that when the scary thing approaches, the player will hear the sound of his own heartbeat, and the closer the distance, the faster the heartbeat frequency. This seemingly simple sound effect will be very useful for setting the atmosphere. For example, the style of painting is not the darker, the better. Low visibility will indeed increase the tension of the player, but if you always play in such an environment with low visibility, the player will feel very depressed and want to quit the game and rest after a short time. so there is a limit to the player's field of vision. It can't be too bright or too dark. Maybe you don't understand. I'll find a picture for you. You can see how the effect is. Another example is some details. Although there are some scaring mechanisms in the game now, they are relatively large and lack the mechanism. What is the mechanism? For example, strange wind and grass movement, objects on the table moving slowly, and a bloody handprint appearing on a piece of glass inadvertently. This kind of scary mechanism may not be seen by some people, but in a highly tense situation, after seeing it, the effect may be more frightening than those monsters that suddenly pop out. This is not difficult to do. The key is to be patient. Wang Guangjian kept talking, and Yi Zhizhou quickly recorded it in the notebook. While Yi Zhizhou was recording, there was only one idea in his mind. This Jiang is more afraid of horror themes? Is there something wrong with Ruan's perception of himself? He just screams frequently when playing horror games, but in fact, his tolerance for horror themes is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Chapter 382. You call this a telephone booth? More than an hour later, Yi Zhizhou looked at the notebook where he had written several pages of opinions, as well as the original drawings of scenes in various styles sent by Ruan Guangjian, and was speechless for a moment. Yi Zhizhou looked at Ruan Guangjian, who was in high spirits. Boss, are you sure you are afraid of horror themes? Ruan Guangjian nodded. Yes, I am very scared. Yi Zhizhou was speechless for a moment. Then what about these horror-themed original paintings you collected? Ruan Guangjian, for work needs. Yi Zhizhou asked again, then why do you know so many scary details and grasp the psychology of this kind of horror so well? Ruan Guangjian, I watched a lot of horror movies and was scared a lot, so I naturally remembered it. Yi Zhizhou was even more confused. No, I am timid, but I have watched a lot of horror movies. Isn't this contradictory? Ruan Guangjian shook his head. It's not contradictory. I am indeed timid, but it doesn't prevent me from watching horror movies. Just like a person who has no sense of humor and never laughs often watches comedies, is it contradictory? Yi Zhizhou. No problem, it's very reasonable. Yi Zhizhou sighed in his heart. It seems that every real boss has some unknown strange quirks. Yi Zhizhou didn't care too much about this. Even if Ruan claimed to be timid but was actually very keen on horror themes, it was a good thing. There was no need to dwell on this. The most urgent task was to quickly summarize the opinions proposed by Ruan Guangjian, form a document, and then add it to the development plan for the next version. Thinking of this, Yi Zhizhou turned on the computer and hurriedly documented the modification suggestions proposed by Ruan Guangjian and added them to the development plan for the next version to come. There were only 2 months left before the scheduled release date of the game, and there was a 7-day Spring Festival holiday in between, so the development time was still quite tight. President Pei repeatedly ordered not to work overtime. It was a luxury to work overtime for an hour during the Spring Festival, so we could only hurry up and work now. Ruan Guangjian found the art resource document a bit quiet and began to propose modification suggestions according to his own ideas. The biggest advantage of his suggestions for revisions is that if the other party cannot accurately understand the original picture through text, Ruan Guangjian can just draw it directly. If the other party feels that it is too difficult and does not want to make changes, and euphemistically expresses the attitude of you can do it if you can, then Ruan Guangjian will really do it himself. Looking at Ruan Guangjian working hard, Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but sigh. A big boss is a big boss. Just a few pointers can take the quality of the game to a higher level. This kind of skill, which can be called turning stone into gold, has only been seen in President Pei. Of course, President Pei's realm is still a little higher. Because Ruan Guangjian still needs to make some specific changes to achieve such an effect, while President Pei often only needs one sentence, or even a simple word. Otherwise, why do you say that President Pei and Ruan are the best partners? The cooperation between the bosses is often so tacit. Yi Zhizhou was convinced and continued to organize the new version development documents. In the afternoon, Dream Venture Capital. He Dixing looked at the renderings in his hand, and then looked at Zhang Wang sitting opposite. You call this a phone booth? Zhang Wang smiled a little embarrassedly. The budget given by President Pei is too high. I was modifying it and found that it was a bit off the topic. But don't worry, President Pei didn't require the shared phone booth to look like a certain way. It's just a little bigger and has a few more things. The essence of the shared phone booth remains unchanged. He Dixing looked at the disassembly diagram at the back carefully. Did you design the entire phone booth? Your efficiency is quite high. Zhang Wang said modestly, in fact, I just modified the things I made before. It didn't take much effort. I have a workshop in my hometown in a nearby county. This is just a preliminary prototype. It can be done in a few hours. He Dixing was silent for a long time and squeezed out 2 words, awesome. He was holding a physical picture and disassembly picture of the shared telephone booth. It was different from what was said before. After all, President Pei increased the budget, so the design of this telephone booth naturally had to be adjusted accordingly. It was 2.2 meters high and occupied an area of about 2 square meters. It was obviously much larger than those telephone booths in my impression, and it was spacious enough for 2 people to sit. From the disassembly picture, this shared telephone booth is indeed easy to install and disassemble. Each frame is not welded. Just remove the surrounding tempered glass and then remove all the frames one by one, and it can be dragged away relatively easily. The key parts of disassembly and assembly can be locked. Of course, this is just a sample that Zhang Wang made in his workshop. If he wants to entrust the manufacturer to produce it, he must consider all aspects such as materials, strength, cost, and details. But at least, the sample is already there, but it has not been transported. There are some other things in the phone booth in the real picture, with detailed explanations. For example, there is a counter inside, and on the table there is a small coffee machine, a jukebox, a 3-port charger, wireless Wi-Fi, a bookshelf, a capsule machine, and 2 folding seats next to it. There is also a small scrolling display inside the phone booth, and the content on the display can be clearly seen by people outside through the glass. Of course, as a shared phone booth, a phone is also indispensable. On the upper right side of the phone booth, there is a beautiful retro phone with a rotary dial and gold and black colors, which looks very handsome. Obviously, the sentimental significance of this phone is greater than its practical value. What's even more outrageous is that there is something under the table. He Dixing was a little confused. AED? What is this? Zhang Wang replied, automated external defibrillator, a medical device. He Dixing was a little confused. This should be quite expensive, right? Moreover, isn't it a bit abrupt to put this thing in the phone booth? Zhang Wang smiled. It's okay, less than 20,000. It won't be abrupt, because there are other medical devices, such as a scale that can measure body fat, and a blood pressure monitor. He Dixing, enough money? Zhang Wang nodded, enough. Originally, I planned to make that kind of traditional phone booth, which cost only about 5,000 yuan, but since Mr. Pei has set the price, I must upgrade it. With the current size and materials, the cost of one unit is about 10,000 yuan, plus the various other equipment and installation costs besides AED, it is about 18,000 yuan. The monthly rent of the site is about 500 to 1,000. In this way, the initial investment of 40,000 yuan is enough. Boss Pei gave me 500,000 yuan. I calculated and invested in 10 shared telephone booths, and then used the remaining 100,000 yuan and the usual income for subsequent maintenance costs. He Dixing suddenly realized a problem. Wait, the monthly rent of the venue is 500 to 1,000. So high? Zhang Wang nodded. Of course, I asked several large shopping malls in Jingzhou, and they all have such reserved locations. The cheap ones are 500, and the more expensive ones like Huanyu Tianjia can be taken for about 1,000. After all, it only occupies a little more than 2 square meters of space. Hidishing blinked, a little confused. Isn't it standing on the side of the road? Zhang Wang laughed. Standing on the side of the road? There are cars coming and going on the side of the road. Who would use it? There are only 10 or 20 in total, and they must be standing in a shopping mall with a large flow of people. Hidishing was speechless. Why do I feel that Zhang Wang despises my IQ? This script is a bit wrong. Hidishing flipped through it again. Why is the cultural connotation column at the back empty? Zhang Wang said, I haven't thought about it yet, mainly because I don't have the budget. I originally planned to set aside a separate side on this phone booth and find an artist to paint a postmodern painting and decorate it a little. Each phone booth will have a unique theme so that everyone can take a group photo. Then design a different signature stamp for each phone booth and put it inside, so that people who come to play can stamp it as a souvenir. But, if I accidentally set the budget too high, I won't have money to hire an artist. Hidishing thought for a moment. If you remove the 10 AEDs, won't you have 200,000? Zhang Wang shook his head. That won't work. The AED must not be removed. It is the heart and soul of the shared phone booth. Hidishing. He didn't really understand Zhang Wang's train of thought, but considering that this was Zhang Wang's project after all, Zhang Wang's considerations must be the main consideration. After careful consideration, he suddenly felt that this project didn't seem so outrageous. At the beginning, when Hidishing heard about the phone booth, he subconsciously thought that the phone booth must be opened on the side of the main road. And looking at Zhang Wang's IQ, Hidishing didn't doubt that he would do this. As a result, Zhang Wang didn't plan to open this thing on the side of the main road at all. Come to think of it, the phone booths in the past were all on the side of the main road because everyone had this rigid demand. It was more convenient to make calls on the roadside, but now everyone has a mobile phone, and this demand has long disappeared. Since the current shared telephone booth is just a cultural symbol and has some other functions, it must be opened in places with a large flow of people. Hidishing couldn't help but wonder, strange, it suddenly looks like a normal project. He is a normal person, how can he write such an unreliable plan? Could it be that Mr. Pei has already seen that this project is actually very reliable and has the potential to succeed, so he immediately decided to invest money? Well, this possibility is very high. Hidishing nodded and said, okay, I will arrange someone to contact the manufacturer to speed up production. If you need any help, just ask. Although Zhang Wang is the initiator of this project, he is just one person and is not familiar with various matters. Since it is a project that Yuan Venture Capital wants to invest in, Hidishing and his team have no other work, so it is natural for them to help out. Chapter 383 Artist's Hand-Painted Telephone Booth, Additional Update for Wuyo Guagua. January 9th, Sunday. A slightly strange-looking telephone booth was erected on the top floor of the Huanyu Tianjia shopping mall. This floor is mainly a cinema, and there are also some claw machines, milk tea shops, etc. This slightly strange telephone booth is standing on the wall on the way to the cinema, and it is easy to see after going up the escalator. The telephone booth is made of transparent glass on all 4 sides, with good sound insulation. There is a special ventilation port on the top to ensure that you will not feel stuffy even if you stay inside for an hour or 2. On the outer side of the telephone booth, the metal frames on both sides of the glass are wider than other places, which looks like a deliberately left blank effect. This is the place Zhang Wang expected for the artist to play. As for the other 2 sides, the left side is relatively technological. Through the glass, you can see an electronic display screen with a poster on it. The content of the poster is shared telephone booth advertising space recruitment. The right side is deliberately decorated in a more telephone booth style, and through the glass you can see the retro-style telephone inside. In addition, through the glass, you can also see some things on the table inside, such as the water dispenser, Wi-Fi, 3-port charger, bookshelf, etc. on the table. Because it is not fully prepared, the planned jukebox, beverage machine, etc. have not been moved in yet. Soon, many people gathered around. What is this? It seems that there was no last time. Doesn't it say on this billboard that the shared telephone booth advertising space is seeking investment? Pfft, what the hell, shared telephone booth? Ha ha ha, it's so funny, such a stupid project, take a photo quickly. Soon, many people who came to Huanyu Tianjia to shop took pictures outside the telephone booth and posted pictures on WeChat Moments to complain. There are also many people trying to explore what this telephone booth can do. This is the first and only shared telephone booth in Jingzhou. It is the first prototype that Zhang Wang rushed to work in his hometown workshop these days. The first batch of products ordered from the manufacturer has not been delivered yet. In order to see the effect of this shared telephone booth more quickly, Zhang Wang decided to move this prototype he made here and try it out first. During the move, we found a moving company. The installation was quite convenient and was completed in more than an hour. As one of the core business districts in Jingzhou City, the flow of people in Huanyu Tianjia is definitely guaranteed. This can be regarded as an experiment to see whether everyone can accept this new thing soon. A couple took out their mobile phones and scanned the QR code on the door of the phone booth. Fuck, so expensive? The boy was a little confused. After scanning the code, a rather simple page appeared on it. It was obviously made in a hurry. There was the charging standard of this shared phone booth. All items in the phone booth are used in a bundle and are charged every 15 minutes, 10 yuan every 15 minutes. This is the price of 1 hour of internet access in a lazy internet cafe. You can use a social account or mobile phone number to log in quickly, but if you use it, you must pay first, because the shared phone booth does not consider collecting deposits from users. After payment, the door of the phone booth will open automatically. After the user enters the phone booth and closes the door, the charging port, Wi-Fi, etc. inside will be powered on and can be used normally, and the timer will start. After the time is up, if the customer does not renew the time, the equipment in the phone booth will automatically power off and can no longer be used. When the customer leaves the phone booth and closes the door will automatically lock after detecting that there is no one in the phone booth. It can be said that the initial functions are very simple, and it only barely completes the basic functions of the shared phone booth. The process of use is not very convenient. Moreover, there are many loopholes to exploit. For example, if some people refuse to leave, they can sit inside and get free hot water as long as they are thick-skinned enough. Not only that, there are still a large number of projects missing, such as beverage machines, jukeboxes, AEDs, weight scales, etc., which are not available yet. The beverage machine is because the problem of use cannot be solved for the time being. If customers are allowed to refill their cups unlimitedly, they will definitely lose a lot of money. However, if each user is limited to 2 free cups, special beverage machines must be purchased. Therefore, free hot water can only be used as a substitute for the time being. The jukebox needs to negotiate cooperation with some singing apps, and the equipment also needs to be purchased in a unified manner. As for AED, it also needs to be purchased and cannot be delivered in a short time. However, Zhang Wang believes that this is a project under development after all, and it can be gradually improved in the future. First, stand on the ground and get familiar with everyone. These various functions will be slowly stuffed in later. The first couple who tried to scan the code hesitated outside the shared telephone booth and left, without paying, to enter. The main reason is that they feel that they do not have a rigid demand to enter here, and the price is a bit expensive. Compared with this narrow and cramped glass box, they prefer to find a coffee shop or dessert shop, spend money to buy 2 drinks and sit down to rest. There were many people taking photos around the phone booth, but no one actually scanned the code to pay. After taking a few photos, many of the people who had gathered to watch the excitement dispersed. Some of them went to the nearby milk tea shop to buy drinks, and some went into the cinema. At this time, another couple came to the shared phone booth. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw the phone. "Hey, that phone looks great, come on, I want to scan the code to go in, you take a photo for me." The girl scanned the code and went in, stood in the phone booth, picked up the hanging retro phone, and posed a few times. The boy raised his phone outside with a reluctant but helpless look, and took photos. "Okay, we're done." The boy also entered the phone booth and showed the girl the photos on his phone. "Well, your photography skills still need to be improved, forget it, let's just leave it at that." The girl reluctantly accepted the photos and then turned her attention to the interior of the shared phone booth. "It looks a little shabby, but it still looks very solid. There are best-selling novels and comics on the bookshelf, free paper cups, and free hot water." The girl looked around at all the items and was silent for a moment. "So I spent 10 yuan, just posed for a few photos, sat down to rest for a while, and drank 2 cups of hot water. It's a big loss." The boy silently picked up a comic book from the bookshelf. "Just think of it as an IQ tax." "Girl, are you saying that my IQ is not good?" Across from the shared telephone booth, in a dessert shop, Zhang Wang and He Dishing were drinking drinks while keeping an eye on the shared phone booth. 3 hours have passed since the mall opened in the morning. It did attract a lot of people, but the only one who paid was the girl who posed for the photo. He Dishing sighed softly. "So I suggested to you before that you should not rush, wait until all the functions of the shared phone booth are perfected and the artistic design is in place before moving to the big mall. It would be strange if users would buy a semi-finished product like this. After all, it seems that the price-performance ratio of this phone booth is too poor. After entering, you can only sit and read comics and drink some free hot water, and 10 yuan for 15 minutes, 40 yuan for an hour, which is enough to spend 4 hours at the Moyu Internet Cafe. The most important beverage machines, jukeboxes, etc., are not available yet." Zhang Wang's eyes were firm. "It doesn't matter, after all the supporting equipment of the shared telephone booths is installed, everyone will understand the pricing." "So, how is the artist's business? I am more concerned about this." He Dishing shook his head. "I asked around, but didn't find a suitable one. After all, Jingzhou is not like the imperial capital, the magic city, where there are so many big names, but I think Mr. Pei should have a way. After all, Tingda's main business is making games, so they can definitely contact some well-known painters. But, we have almost spent our budget. If we ask Mr. Pei to pay for artists, will it cause Mr. Pei's disgust?" Zhang Wang said firmly. "Then I will talk to Mr. Pei. I believe Mr. Pei will understand." He Dishing was silent for a moment. "Well, that's right. You just need to tell Mr. Pei about the ultimate form of the planned telephone booth, and I believe Mr. Pei will understand." Zhang Wang shook his head. "That won't work. I am an honest person. I must report the current situation of this project truthfully. President Pei trusts me so much, how could I possibly fool him? I believe President Pei will definitely appreciate my honesty." "Appreciate your honesty? What a naive idea." He Dishing held his forehead. "Okay. If it was Fuhui capital, you would definitely not get any money like this. But President Pei has always been discerning, maybe he will give me a break." He Dishing originally wanted to give Zhang Wang some advice, but then he thought, what qualifications do I have to give others advice? I haven't even learned 1/10,000th of President Pei's investment methods, and Zhang Wang has already made a project that President Pei has approved. Whatever, I don't care about this. He Dishing changed the subject. "The manufacturers responsible for producing telephone booths, karaoke apps, beverage machine manufacturers, etc., have all replied to me. The money is in place and there shouldn't be any problems. The first batch of AED defibrillators are on the way." Zhang Wang nodded. "In addition, this app needs to be improved. In short, When the artists are in place and the purchased items are all in place, we can announce that the shared telephone booth has officially started operation. I'll call President Pei first. Zhang Wang took out his phone and called President Pei. Then, in a calm tone, he reported the current situation of the telephone booth in detail. On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian was scared to death when he heard that Zhang Wang had opened a telephone booth in a shopping mall. But then, he felt relieved. According to Zhang Wang, he modified the structure of the telephone booth, made it bigger, and placed it in the shopping mall. But so far, he has been setting it up for a whole morning, and only one girl scanned the code for posing for photos, earning 15 yuan. The initial investment for this phone booth is about 40,000 yuan, and the rent for the venue alone is nearly 1,000 yuan a month. Of course, Zhang Wang also briefly mentioned that he was working hard to improve the consumption experience of customers, and I believe it will be effective soon. Finally, Zhang Wang finally got to the point and hoped that Mr. Pei could help find an artist to paint on the front of the shared phone booth to add a little artistic atmosphere to this phone booth. Hearing this, Pei Qian found that the prospect of shared phone booths was better than he had imagined. According to Pei Qian's original idea, with an investment of less than 10,000 yuan and placed on the roadside, this phone booth would only lose more than 10,000 yuan at most after being placed for half a year. In the end, it could be dismantled and sold as scrap metal or glass, and perhaps some of the cost could be recovered. But according to the current method, if it is placed for half a year, it will definitely lose about 50,000 yuan. If one phone booth loses so much, what about 100? Thinking of this, Pei Qian felt refreshed and almost decided to directly allocate 5 million yuan to Zhang Wang and let him build 100 phone booths. But on second thought, reason overcame emotion again. Although Zhang Wang's words, "We are working hard to improve the consumption experience of customers, and I believe it will be effective soon," sounded like a polite remark, a perfunctory statement to deceive leaders, and it was not worth believing. Pei Qian always felt uneasy. Because many of his employees have said similar things, and almost all of them have fulfilled their promises. Thinking of this, Pei Qian decisively controlled the devil in his heart and felt that he should not easily believe the one-sided words of his employees. "Take a photo of the shared phone booth now, and send it to me." After a while, the photo arrived. Pei Qian took a look and found that the phone booth looked quite large, but it was very simple when he looked closely. Moreover, there was only a table, 2 folding chairs that could be folded against the wall, a few lonely books on the bookshelf, and a water dispenser that looked quite simple. Some people were watching, but it was obvious that they had no interest in entering. "You didn't lie to me, it was really so deserted." As expected, I was right about the person. Such honest employees are rare. Pei Qian was very happy. Since he said he wanted an artist, he must find a way to satisfy him. Coincidentally, Ruan Guangjian was in Jingzhou. Pei Qian thought for a while, let Ruan Guangjian go over and paint a big oil painting. The kind that is 2 meters high? According to his current offer, it is not too much to give him 50,000 yuan. And no matter how good the painting is, at most everyone will take pictures outside and watch it, and it will not have any direct impact on the income of this shared telephone booth. Huh? If one telephone booth is 50,000, wouldn't 10 telephone booths be 500,000? This is a good idea. Pei Qian originally thought that this matter was ridiculous, but after analyzing it, he found that this was obviously a pleasant surprise, a good way to spend money. Asking Ruan Guangjian to paint 20 telephone booths instantly cost 1 million. Even if Ruan Guangjian insisted on paying at a friendly price, it would have to be at least 500,000, right? I just don't know if the boss's body can withstand it, but Mr. Pei's money is no problem at all. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately said, "Okay, I'll take care of the artist's matter. In addition, I will invest another 500,000 yuan in you. Not a single one of the original 20 telephone booths can be lost. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 384 What to Draw. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian found Wang Guangjian's phone number. But before calling, Pei Qian first searched for the keyword shared phone booth on Baidu on a whim. Soon, there were a lot of search results, a large part of which came from the post bars, forums, and Weibo of local people in Jingzhou. Today, a genius really came up with a great entrepreneurial idea: shared phone booths. After scanning the code, you can go in and make a call. What a psycho! If you have a mobile phone to scan the code, isn't it better to use the mobile phone to make a call? It's so funny. I took a photo with it. It feels like a performance art photo. This broken phone booth is quite big, but why does it feel like it was made by hand? Is this really a product of industrial production? The details are a bit unsophisticated. Is this paying to go to jail and letting people watch through the glass? Pei Qian took a glance and felt more at ease. Look, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Since this phone booth is so unpopular and unprofitable, let Wang Guangjian draw a few more and turn this phone booth into a purely public welfare cultural symbol. Yeah, so nice. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Wang Guangjian. January 10th, Monday. Wang Guangjian temporarily settled the work at Shenyang Games, gave the art team and outsourced art team of Shenyang Games some suggestions for revision, and then went to the nearby art supplies market to buy brushes, paints, and other necessary materials, and rushed to Huanyu Tianjia. Because it was Monday, there were fewer people in the mall. But even so, there were still many people taking pictures next to the shared telephone booth. Probably because the sand sculpture news of the shared telephone booth spread yesterday, many people came here to admire it. Wang Guangjian just came up the escalator and saw a muscular man with a strong body and long hair coming up to greet him. Master. Hello, hello. Master, you are so young, very different from what I imagined. Zhang Wang had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Wang Guangjian carrying various painting supplies, he immediately confirmed that this was the artist invited by President Pei. However, from the outside, Wang Guangjian did not have long hair and a beard like those artists that Zhang Wang imagined, nor did he have any decorations such as earrings, studs, or tattoos. He looked neat and tidy, no different from an ordinary student. Zhang Wang himself had long flowing hair, which was more in line with the image of an artist that most people thought of. Wang Guangjian looked at the shared phone booth. It looked no different from the photo, but seeing it in person made it feel bigger. After Wang Guangjian looked up and down at the phone booth, Zhang Wang asked with some expectation, Master, how long does it take to paint a painting like this? Wang Guangjian thought for a while. This cannot be generalized. Painting is a creative work, and the time varies greatly. If it is a simple oil painting, the things to be painted have been conceived in advance, and the painter's technique is relatively skilled, then it may be finished in 10 hours. However, if a master paints a high-level oil painting, it may take 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years. There is no upper limit. This includes the time for collecting materials, creation, and modification, and there is no upper limit. Zhang Wang hurriedly said, 3 years and 5 years? That's definitely not necessary, just paint casually. Master, the painting is so good, I'm worried that someone will steal it. After all, this phone booth is disassembled. But there are security guards in large shopping malls to help watch it, so this possibility is very small, haha. Zhang Wang told a cold joke, and Wang Guangjian didn't get his joke very well. But at least one thing is clear, that is, this painting certainly does not need to be painted so delicately, and it does not need to be regarded as a top-notch work of art. However, it certainly can't be too shabby. After all, Mr. Pei is very generous and we are close friends. How can we cheat Mr. Pei? Wang Guangjian thought for a while. I heard that this is just the first one, and a total of 20 telephone booths will be painted? Zhang Wang nodded, yes, those are still in production. Wang Guangjian looked at the size of the area available for painting in the telephone booth and asked, what subject to paint, do you have any ideas? Zhang Wang shook his head fiercely, highlighting his lack of ideas, no. It all depends on what you want to paint, master. Wang Guangjian thought carefully, well. I have to paint 20 paintings, and the workload for each one is not small. After all, this painting is nearly 2 meters high, and the workload is at least 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary oil painting. Even if I can paint in my own style and don't have to pay so much attention to details, it will take at least 3 or 4 days to complete this painting. And this is based on the premise that I am very familiar and proficient in what I want to paint. Besides, this telephone booth is a project invested by Mr. Pei. The subject matter of the painting must be more or less related to Mr. Pei's company, right? If you think about it this way, it seems that there are not many suitable subjects. Got it. Wang Guangjian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. I can draw the original paintings of GOG heroes. Coincidentally, there are more than 20 heroes in the first batch of GOG, and their original paintings have been completed. The modeling and design of these original paintings were completed by Wang Guangjian. After repeated revisions, he was familiar with the process again. Moreover, these original paintings belong to Tenda's new game, and this telephone booth is also an industry invested by Mr. Pei. There is a very close connection between the two. Compared with traditional oil painting themes, hero original paintings are more friendly and interesting to young people who come to the mall to consume. The more Wang Guangjian thought about it, the more he felt it was appropriate. The only thing to change is the specific form of the original painting. Originally, GOG's original paintings were very detailed and concrete, because the modeler needed to create the game model according to the original painting. If some places were blurred, the modeler could only make up the details in his mind. However, the paintings here can be regarded as concept drawings, promotional drawings, and the like, which can be more artistic. Wang Guangjian considered using his own style and thick painting techniques. On the one hand, he could blur those details and save time, and on the other hand, he could enhance the artistry of the painting and make it easier to attract people's attention. Thinking of this, Wang Guangjian prepared to start work. As for which GOG hero should be drawn for the first original painting, is there any need to consider it? In the office, Pei Qian yawned. There are less than 3 months left before the settlement. There are many projects going on at the same time, but by next week, the film should be officially finished, and the rough cut will be ready before the end of the month. And according to the current progress, GOG can also release an internal beta version at the end of the month to test the waters. It is definitely impossible to finish all the haunted house. The 2 largest projects may not be completed before the settlement, but 1 or 2 of the small projects of the second large project should be completed by the end of this month. Let Wang Guangjian experience it first and kill his enthusiasm. In short, Pei Qian looked at the schedule. This week should be a relatively leisurely week in the future. I have to seize the time to read books and review. What if Lao Ma passes the exam by his own ability, but President Pei has to pass the exam by Krypton Gold? Wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Look at the school sister, Xiao Tang. Every day when she comes to work, besides cleaning shit, feeding and taking care of the cat, she has been sitting at her workstation and reading quietly. I guess getting a scholarship is a piece of cake. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh, oh, if only I could pay someone to study for me. I can only say that knowledge is priceless. While Pei Qian sighed, he realized that another half an hour had passed, so he quickly opened his notes and began to review. Less than an hour after reading, someone knocked on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Ma Yichun. What's the matter? Pei was a little unhappy that his study was interrupted, but he also knew that Ma Yichun didn't come often, and he must have something important to do, so he didn't say much. Mei Qian said, "It's like this, Mr. Pei. And Chinese network has made a lot of money recently." Pei Qian? Can you always make money secretly and without any reason? Can't I be mentally prepared in advance? Pei Qian thought he could have a little free time this week, but things got complicated again. And Chinese network has gone through several development stages since its establishment, and now it has turned losses into profits. From the beginning, it raised the full attendance price and protected the rights and interests of the bottom writers. Later, it subsidized the middle-level authors so that they could get the same level of income as the high-quality authors of Infinite Chinese Network. Then it linked with Turning Back is the Shore, unified the Tenda account, and diverted a large number of Tenda game players to the website. After this period of operation, the website's traffic has increased. Although the overall website scale and the income of the top authors are still not comparable to Infinite Chinese Network, at least the middle and low-level authors are living a comfortable life. So, how to spend the money earned has become a problem. Don't hand it in, just spend it yourself. Pei Qian, in line with the principle of whoever pollutes, whoever cleans, whoever earns money, whoever spends it, made a half-hearted comment on Mei Qian's report. Okay, President Pei. Mei Qian knew that President Pei would most likely have this reaction, but what President Pei said was one thing, and what he did was another. Even though he knew that President Pei would most likely let the website invest the money in website construction, he still had to go through the process of asking for instructions. After all, this was different from the website's joint activities, which involved a sum of money. If it was a joint activity with Turning Back is the Shore, like before, Mei Qian, as the person in charge of the website, could make his own decision because it wouldn't cost much. Wait a minute. Mei Qian was about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by President Pei again. Pei Qian casually asked, "Where do you plan to spend the money?" He originally didn't plan to ask about these things, but Pei Qian suddenly realized that it seemed that he couldn't help asking. Let Mei Qian spend money freely, who can guarantee that he will spend the money on useless things? So, Pei Qian decided to ask a few more questions. Mei Qian smiled and said, "Boss Pei, I've thought about it. Now our website is very attractive to low and middle-level authors, and has also attracted some loyal players of Tenda games. The popularity of the game channel is very high, forming a kind of self-cultivation in a circle effect. I think the key at present is the lack of top authors. So, I am considering using this money to go to Wuxian Chinese Network to dig out a few top authors who are not satisfied with the current situation, especially those who are in unpopular categories, have strengths but are not valued. It may be difficult to find great authors, but as long as you are willing to spend money, you should be able to find a few authors who earn 30,000 or 50,000 yuan a month and are unlikely to become great authors." Pei Qian fell silent. It sounds very reliable. Indeed, the biggest problem of Endpoint Chinese Network is that the website has a low ceiling and there are no super popular books that can become hot spots on the entire network. The bottom and middle-level authors are living a relatively comfortable life, but the website's ability to create great authors is basically zero. If we can find a few potential authors in a targeted manner, choose a book with the best data, and then use all the resources on the network to promote it crazily, maybe it can really make Endpoint Chinese Network go further. Thinking of this, Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "Not appropriate. Real masters rely on real hard power and good works to attract readers, rather than relying on website resources to force them out. If you poach authors from other sites, you must pay a high price to buy them out. For the authors, the local environment and changes in the reader group may not necessarily continue their previous popularity, and for the website, the high price buyout is very cost-effective and it is difficult to guarantee profits. If you sign a buyout and require the book's data to meet the standards, it would be a bit rogue, and it is actually untenable from a moral point of view. For the author, it will not be very attractive. In short, this approach is not wrong, but it is not in line with the development direction of the Chinese network. In my opinion, it is better to continue to spend this money on middle-level and lower-level authors. If you want to create a god, you can dig from your own author group. Why do you have to dig from other sites? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 385 End of the Internet Literature Study Class. Continue to spend on middle-level and low-level authors? Pei Qian was a little confused and bewildered. In his opinion, the benefits that End of the Internet provides to middle-level and low-level authors are already good enough, basically on par with big websites like Infinity. However, it is difficult to further increase the income brought to the website by middle-level and low-level authors. Because writing is a kind of literary creation, it is a very subjective thing in itself. Some authors have been writing for 10 years and still cannot write a hit. And some great writers can grasp the essence of online writing and reach the top by writing 1,000,000 words at random. So, the key is to look at people. Even if the website spends all its efforts to dig and cultivate, the base of authors is here, and producing great writers is like buying lottery tickets. What if the person dug out is not the right material at all? In comparison, it is obviously more reliable to dig people directly from other websites. But since President Pei has said it, Pei Qian has no choice but to listen. Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll do it right away. After going upstairs and returning to the finish line, Pei Qian sat down in his office and began to think about what kind of plan he should come up with. Mr. Pei's guidelines have been determined, that is, this money cannot be used to poach people, but can only continue to be spent on the website's middle and low-level authors. Of course, the standards are unified, and the website's high-level authors will definitely be able to enjoy this benefit. But for high-level authors, Endpoint has not yet developed to the stage where it can operate copyrights. Their main source of income is subscriptions. This kind of benefit can only be regarded as icing on the cake for them, and will not become a decisive factor. Pei Qian thought about it. For middle and low-level authors, Endpoint also gives the benefits that Infinity gives, such as full attendance, and the standards are even higher than Infinity. If you want to continue to give benefits, you must work hard on the benefits that other online writing websites are reluctant to give. Moreover, when it comes to benefits for middle and low-level authors, it must be mainly for middle-level authors. Because there are too many low-level authors, it is impossible to consider them all. Some people apply for a pen name on a whim and write a few thousand words, which can barely be considered as low-level authors. If you want to consider giving benefits to such people, then the website will become a charity. No matter how much money you make, it will not be enough to spend. After all, this is a pure loss-making business. The key is the middle-level authors. They stood out from the bottom, proving that they have the perseverance and ability to continue to create, and are relatively reliable and will not suddenly let readers and websites down. With the accumulation of experience and rich experience, plus a little bit of luck, some of them may grow into top-level authors. So, this money still has to be spent on them. Pei Qian fell into deep thought. So, for these middle-level authors, in addition to the royalties, readers, and fame that Infinite can also give, what do they need most? It is security, career development planning and guidance, light social relationships, and a more regular and healthier lifestyle. In this way, this security can only be given to a part of the people, and they must go through strict screening. Pei Qian felt that he had found the right direction and began to write a plan. Mr. Pei was right. It is impossible to compete with Infinite in terms of money. Even if some authors can be poached, it is not a long-term plan after all. Because Infinite has a wide readership and a large base of authors, its hematopoietic ability is much higher than that of End. So, no matter how you think about it, Infinite is better than End in terms of the development prospects of middle-level authors. So, if you want to attract more mid-level authors, you should play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Don't be too concerned about the aspects that everyone can see, such as royalties, readers, and exposure, but work hard on the aspects that everyone cannot see. For example, the most basic living security: authors do not have a basic salary, 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and the success of each book is full of risks. The income of middle-level authors may not be low, but their ability to resist risks is far from matching their income. It is not impossible to pay the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund yourself, but you have to pay the company's share as well, which is equivalent to paying 2 payments. Another example is career development planning and guidance. Most authors are basically left alone. There are many authors and few editors. Many middle-level authors can't say a few words to editors in a year. Of course, many conscientious editors will discuss writing issues with authors, but the current situation of too many monks and too little porridge determines that this is a treatment that only a small number of authors can enjoy. So many authors will build author groups, exchange experiences with each other in the group, and grow together. Compared with the old bring new model of general companies, the career development planning and guidance of the online literature industry can basically be said to be close to zero, and it all depends on the author's own enlightenment. Also, a healthier lifestyle. Online writers are freelancers, and there are many common problems of freelancers, that is, irregular life. An irregular lifestyle will directly affect the body, such as cervical and lumbar diseases, or high blood pressure, obesity, and other problems. News of sudden death also occurs from time to time. After all, self-control is only one factor in maintaining a healthy lifestyle. Everyone's self-control is different, and another key factor is the environment. Many people only think about playing at home and have no efficiency, but when they go to the company or the school study room, their efficiency will be improved. This is the impact of the environment. From this point of view, it is hard to say whether the full-time authors who update more have self-control in other aspects, but their self-control in work is definitely very strong. Therefore, Pei Qian considered for a long time and finally decided. The end point should hold a class. It is not a study class that only talks about theory, but an experience class that provides protection, career planning and guidance, and cultivates a healthy lifestyle for middle-level authors. Pei Qian's initial plan is to select 30 people from the current middle-level authors of the endpoint through voluntary registration by authors plus screening by website editors. This is the first batch. Let's try it first to see how it works. Reimburse their expenses. After arriving in Qingshan, food and accommodation are arranged uniformly. Anyway, there are takeouts for food, and the rent is not much. Give these people a basic salary of 3,000, and pay 5 insurances and 1 housing fund based on this standard. Find an office building near the residence, rent 30 relatively cheap workstations, and require them to punch in and out every day according to Tenda's working hours. In addition, we hold regular discussion meetings and experience sharing sessions to allow authors with good performance to share their experiences. When an author is about to start a new book or reaches a critical point in the plot that cannot be advanced, he or she can discuss it with other authors and fully listen to their opinions. In such an environment, the relationship between these authors is not like colleagues, but more like classmates and friends. Of course, not all authors are interested in such an experience class. Many authors, especially older and more experienced ones, are not interested in basic salary, moving to Qingshan with free food and accommodation, and writing like other authors going to get off work. They think that online writing is a freelance job, and the advantage of freelance jobs is that you don't have to go out at home. If you ask me to work in Qingshan, isn't that a step backward? For such authors, it is obviously not forced. Therefore, this class is mainly for young authors who have not started a family. These authors are motivated, have great potential, and make rapid progress, but have poor self-management awareness and certain social needs and career development demands. This class will be opened for a month to test the waters and see how it works. If it is indeed effective, then the scale will be expanded and the time will be extended. After sending Ma Yichun away, Pei Qian read his notes for less than half an hour. Ding! A message was received on the phone. Pei Qian picked it up and saw that it was sent by Chef Lin. Boss Pei, it seems that a new high-end restaurant has opened in the city. It looks like they came here for Ming Yun private chef. It's called Ming Mansion Family Banquet, and it's also a high-end restaurant. It seems to have been opened in the past 2 days. I can feel that the number of reservations for Ming Yun private kitchen has decreased significantly recently. What should I do? Pei Qian was stunned when he saw this message. Mingfu Family Banquet? High-end catering that matches Ming Yun private kitchen? Could it be the one invested by Mr. Li and his team? Pei Qian remembered that Mr. Li did mention this matter last month, saying that he, Xue Zhibin, and Wang Peng could not book a seat at Ming Yun private kitchen, which was very painful, so he wanted to cooperate with Pei Qian to open a chain of nameless restaurants, but Pei Qian refused. So, the 3 of them could only open the store by themselves. Calculating the time, this matter should have been prepared before Li Shi and Pei Qian officially explained it, and it just opened in the past 2 days. Pei Qian replied to Chef Lin, I know, and then called Li Shi. Boss Li, is Mingfu Family Banquet the high-end restaurant you opened? On the other end of the phone, Li Shi smiled and said, yes, Boss Pei. Why, you say you don't care, but you've actually been paying attention to it? Pei Qian. I've been paying attention to it. If Chef Lin hadn't sent me a message, I wouldn't have known that your high-end restaurant had officially opened for business. Pei Qian was too lazy to say anything else. The more he explained, the worse it got. He simply got straight to the point. Boss Li, didn't I say I'd go to your restaurant for the first meal after it opened? Why didn't you notify me? Li Shi coughed twice. Ahem, Mr. Pei, I'm really sorry. I've been a bit busy lately, and I tend to forget things when I'm busy. Besides, I thought you were just talking casually. My fault. So, if you come to eat one day, I'll ask the restaurant to give you a 30% discount. It's considered compensation. 30% discount? Not free? Mr. Li is really stingy. But Pei Qian thought again, even if Mr. Li really gave a free bill, he couldn't accept it. 30% discount is 30% discount. Okay, then today is worse than tomorrow. Reserve a seat for me tonight, I'll book the whole place. Pei Qian was quite casual. Book the whole place? Tonight? Li Shi was obviously stunned on the other end of the phone. It's a bit difficult to book the whole place tonight. Many people have already made reservations at 7 p.m. I don't eat after 7 p.m. I'll arrive at 4 p.m. and finish eating by 5 p.m. You can clean up and welcome the next wave of customers without delay. Do you have enough ingredients for the dishes? Pei Qian looked at the watch. The time was 3:40 p.m. Mingfu Family Banquet is not far from here. It takes about 20 minutes to get there by taxi. Li Shi was silent for a long time. Some ingredients may not be enough, but most of them are enough. Okay, Mr. Pei, if you can really come now, that would be great. Welcome. Pei Qian, okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian immediately stood up and put away his notes. What are you studying? I'm going to eat. We arrived at 4 o'clock and ate until around 5 o'clock, which is just the right time so as not to delay everyone's trip home to rest after work. Chapter 386 Frequent Situations, Additional Updates for My Reading Place. After packing up his notes, Pei Qian walked out of the office. Everyone, put down all the work at hand. Let's go to the Mingfu Family Banquet in the city for a dinner at 4 o'clock. The location has been sent to the group. The company's car can take some people. The rest of you can form a team to take a taxi. Keep the receipt. After Pei Qian finished speaking, the response from everyone was mediocre. Yuan held his forehead with his hand, feeling a headache. Boss, Pei is here to interrupt everyone's work again. Looking at the watch, it's only a little after 3 o'clock, and the afternoon work has just started not long ago. We can't work overtime on weekends, and many tasks can't be done in the first place. As a result, Boss Pei always likes to find ways to shorten everyone's working hours, shortening 1 hour today, and shortening 2 hours tomorrow. If this goes on for a long time, how can this work be done? Although everyone starts working in a hurry after work now, and dares not delay for a minute, they still can't resist Boss Pei's impulse to organize activities. For example, now, there is no expectation at all. Therefore, many people had no time to respond, and just kept typing faster and harder, as if to vent their anger. Pei Qian frowned slightly. These people have very problematic thoughts. Although we have dinner together every now and then, this is not an excuse for you to work hard. If you are not active in eating, you have a problem with your thinking. Pei Qian coughed twice, saved the file within 5 minutes, and gathered downstairs in 5 minutes. Xiao Tang, you will turn off the power on time in 5 minutes. Tang Yishu stood up quickly. Okay. Everyone. Save the file in a hurry. At 4 o'clock, everyone came to Mingfu family banquet one after another. The location of this high-end restaurant is not in the core business district of Jingzhou, but it is not much different. It is near Huanyu Tianjia, but not in Huanyu Tianjia, probably because there is no such a large place in the mall. This is a 3-story single-family building. The outside is decorated with an ancient Chinese style, red bricks and gray tiles. It looks quite decent. Pei Qian came to Mingfu family banquet and found that Mr. Li had arrived. Mr. Pei. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Li, how are you? The two greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. President Li looked at the large group of people following behind Pei Qian and said, "Please come in, President Pei has reserved the place, please sit wherever you want." Li Shi was very touched to see that President Pei brought so many people. Although he gave them a 30% discount, this meal was basically not profitable, but President Pei came to support us as a good friend, which was already a great honor. Li Shi originally thought that Mr. Pei's words of support were just a few polite words. After all, business is business. Once the Mingfu family banquet opens, it will be a competitor of the Wuming restaurant. Mr. Pei said he supported it, but who knows what he was thinking. But now it seems that he even arranged a company dinner. This is not just a simple support, this is really nice. If you want to have a dinner, wouldn't Mingyun Private Kitchen be better? Li Shi knew that even if Mingfu family banquet could crush other restaurants in Jingzhou, it was still a younger brother compared to Mingyun Private Kitchen. Mr. Pei came here to eat, which was considered condescending. What a great honor. Therefore, Li Shi quickly told the store manager and waiters to entertain him attentively and not to neglect him. After sitting down, Pei Qian looked around. Not to mention, the decoration is quite thoughtful. It can be seen that a lot of effort has been put in and a lot of money has been spent. The tables, chairs, tableware, decorations, etc. all have an antique flavor and a sense of quality. But Pei Qian flipped through the menu and found that only Chinese food was served here, which was not as rich as Mingyun Private Kitchen. It was easy to understand after careful consideration. This was because the two restaurants said they were both high-end restaurants, but in fact they chose different routes. Li Shi and Wang Peng knew very well that the best way to open a high-end restaurant was to cooperate with Wuming Restaurant. Because the reputation of Wuming Restaurant has been spread, everyone is more accepting of it. Even if Mr. Pei does not provide money or people, but only a name, it will be of great help. But Mr. Pei refused, so naturally he had to do it himself. Completely copy the model of Wuming Restaurant? I'm afraid it's not reliable. Because copying the model of Wuming restaurant is easy to be stigmatized as a copycat, and such a stigma is very fatal to a high-end restaurant. Once the reputation collapses and the criticism is everywhere, the rich people will not recognize this brand, and the high-end route will be completely over. Li Shi and Wang Peng are not stupid, and they would never do such a thing. Therefore, they can only take the conventional high-end catering route. Opened in a downtown area with a large flow of people and convenient transportation, the venue is large, and there is no need to make reservations in advance like Wuming restaurant. Of course, it is naturally impossible to change the layout of the private room before each meal, and the dining environment cannot be made so exquisite. The advantage is that the place is large enough and most of the dishes can be prepared. It's not as high-end as Mingyun private kitchen, but the prices of the dishes have been lowered accordingly. When you can't make an appointment at Mingyun private kitchen, it's better to eat here than at Swan Lake restaurant. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. On the way, Pei Qian had already asked Mr. Li for the menu in advance and arranged for assistant Qian to order the dishes. This way, you can save time and start eating right away, so as not to delay getting off work. Pei Qian didn't have any requirements for the dishes, but he hoped to order more hard dishes. Hard dishes often mean more expensive. Pei Qian didn't care what he had for this meal. After all, no matter how good the food was, he had already eaten it at Mingyun private kitchen. This time he came mainly to spend more money. Come on, everyone, hurry up and eat. After eating, go back and rest. Pei Qian was the first to pick up his chopsticks and eat without any unnecessary steps. Li Shi came to Pei Qian's table with a smile. How is it, Mr. Pei, is the taste to your liking? Pei Qian nodded and said vaguely, well, it's okay. He was not very good at lying. The dishes here were indeed a certain gap compared to Mingyun private kitchen, but they were still better than Swan Lake restaurant. But Swan Lake restaurant had an advantage, that is, it was basically a buffet there, with a lot of seafood, and generally speaking, it was much more affordable than this place. But this was a minus point for Pei Qian. Li Shi also had a good idea of the quality of the dishes here. President Pei ate at the nameless restaurant every day, but he could still give the dishes here an okay rating, which was quite respectful. Tang Yishu also sat with the administrative team, picking up dishes bit by bit and eating in small bites. Li Shi came to the kitchen, wanting to cheer everyone up a little. As a result, before he entered the kitchen, he heard a series of crisp ping-ping-pong sounds from inside. Ouch! I fell to death, the floor is too slippery. Hurry up and sweep up the fragments. Li Shi frowned. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw the floor full of plate fragments. 2 employees were busy sweeping with brooms. Li Shi was a little dizzy. What's going on? A waiter bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. The floor is too slippery. I accidentally fell and broke a few dirty plates that I just collected. Li Shi was speechless. He looked and saw that there was a puddle of water on the floor of the kitchen. He didn't know when it was left. It was indeed very slippery. It's okay, hurry up and clean it up. Look at it from a positive perspective, this is also a safety hazard found. Tomorrow morning, hurry up and buy anti-slip agent and anti-slip mat. As soon as Li Shi finished speaking, he saw the wok next to him suddenly burst into flames. This was obviously not some high-end cooking skill, but a mistake made by the chef. Quick, 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 fire extinguisher. Someone nearby hurriedly handed over a fire extinguisher, and the fire was quickly put out, but the whole pot of food was burnt, so they had to throw it away and change the pot to cook again. Li Shi's face was dark. The fire extinguisher is too far away, which is also a hidden danger. Although many safety hazards were indeed found, it was really annoying. Li Shi was a little helpless, muttering in a low voice, could it be because they didn't check the auspicious day when they opened the restaurant? Why don't other restaurants seem to have these problems? Calm down, this should just be a coincidence. That night, more than 10 o'clock. After sending off the last wave of guests, the manager of Mingfu family banquet was still directing the waiters to clean up the mess. Lisher found a seat and sat down casually, feeling sincerely tired. Today is the second day of the opening, which is the most important time. However, problems occurred frequently. Although they were not major safety hazards, they were nothing more than a few plates falling and a pot of food being burnt, but they greatly slowed down the speed of serving the dishes. Several tables of customers were very dissatisfied because they had to wait too long for their food to be served. The store manager personally came out to say nice things and gave them discounts, which finally saved some of the lost time. However, it is hard to say how these people will evaluate their own restaurant after they go back. It was fine when Mr. Pei reserved the restaurant, because they ate early and reserved the menu in advance, so when Mr. Pei and others arrived, a batch of dishes had already been prepared. They didn't notice that some dishes were served slowly. When other guests came to eat in the evening, this situation was exposed. Lisher was a little depressed. It's just opening a restaurant. Is it so difficult? The safety standards in my restaurant are already very high compared to those ordinary restaurants. Why are there still so many problems? But this is not to blame others, because the so-called safety hazards mean that there is a certain probability of accidents. For example, if a puddle of water is accidentally spilled on the ground, sometimes it's okay to walk over it, and sometimes you just slip and spill the dishes that were supposed to be served. I can only say that the safety awareness is not strong enough. Lisher was a little melancholy, and felt that Mr. Pei's Mingyun private kitchen was really not simple. The environment is exquisite, the serving time is extremely accurate, and the service is meticulous. This high-end restaurant is really not as simple as imagined. I don't know how much effort Mr. Pei has put in Mingyun private kitchen to achieve the current level. Chapter 387 Overtime Competition. Wednesday, January 12. Pei Qian was in the office, checking the results of the latest Tenda Spirit compatibility test. Tenda Spirit compatibility test is conducted almost every week, but because there are many new employees joining the company and the time for joining the company varies, it has been delayed until now, and a group of employees have not been successfully converted to regular employees. Many of them have only one last chance left. If they cannot pass the test again, they can only take the compensation and leave. Their mental state can be said to be visibly nervous. Although Tenda gives a lot of compensation. Although you can take the exam again next year after leaving. But, after working at Tenda for a while, who would be willing to leave? During the probation period, although these new employees did not really participate in the work and were all learning, seeing the working status of others, seeing Tenda leaving get off work on time and various benefits, most people have a strong yearning to work here. Therefore, the last Tenda Spirit compatibility test is crucial for them. Pei Qian flipped through the results and was surprised to find that the pass rate has increased significantly again. All employees who had only one chance left passed. The overall pass rate for this test has reached over 70%. According to this situation, almost no one of the new employees recruited will be fired. What's going on? Was the test question leaked? That's impossible. Pei Qian checked the question bank of Tenda Spiritual Compatibility Test with a little doubt. Every question in this question bank was made by him personally, and the various options were full of confusion. Each test was randomly selected from the question bank, and the order of the answers was randomly changed. Did the website staff who made this program leak the questions? It shouldn't be the case. For something that President Pei has explicitly prohibited, no one dares to do it blatantly, and the possibility of leaking the questions is very low. Pei Qian is not sure whether the website's production staff has left a backdoor, but if he did, and President Pei found that the questions were leaked, then the only suspect would be him, which is almost equivalent to self-explosion. Pei Qian felt that his employees should not be so stupid. But, the chance of passing this test has indeed increased significantly. Pei Qian recalled some related clues. Well, the pass rate was very low at the beginning, but it gradually improved later. New members will definitely communicate privately, but this communication should not have such a big impact. After all, the question bank is completely random. If you just memorize it by rote, without accurately understanding the spirit of Tenda, you will still not pass it. That is to say, private communication among new employees is only one of the reasons. The more important reason is that most new employees have already grasped the essence of Tenda spirit. Moreover, thinking back carefully, the company's overtime phenomenon has indeed improved greatly recently. Not only have these new employees' understanding of Tenda spirit improved, but even the ideological level of old employees seems to have improved significantly. Could it be that once this test question came out, it immediately improved the company's atmosphere? It perfectly achieved my original expected goal? Pei Qian thought about it, and it seemed that there was only this reasonable explanation. Otherwise, why did even the overtime situation of old employees improve? Recently, the number of overtime quotas reported by various departments has been getting smaller and smaller. Some departments have even had zero overtime for 2 consecutive weeks, which has almost made President Pei so happy that he wants to give them trophies. Wait, give them trophies? It seems like a good idea. Pei Qian immediately sent a message to Yuan of the Human Resources Department. Starting this week, we are going to hold a zero overtime competition. We will count the data every week, and the departments that don't have any overtime can get the record of zero overtime this week. We will select the departments with the most zero overtime records once a month, and they will receive a trophy and an additional bonus of 50,000 yuan. Note that zero overtime means that no matter it is at night or on weekends, no matter it is at home or at the company, there must be no signs of overtime. Including non-working hours, there must be no record of uploading documents. For shift-based jobs like NIFing logistics, the actual working days must be determined. Your HR department and the administrative department supervise together, and supervise each other. If you find any suspicious signs, report to me immediately and cancel the qualification of zero overtime this week. If multiple departments complete zero overtime this week 4 times at the same time, the department with the largest number of people will win the award, but the department that has not won the award will be given priority in the next selection. 50,000 yuan a month is not much, because this is the maximum amount allowed by the system. Why is it a bit stingy this time? Maybe the system thinks that it is not reasonable for Pei Qian to give a bonus for something like zero overtime. But it doesn't matter, because this is an honor, and the bonus is just incidental. As long as there is a trophy and a bonus, and President Pei personally makes a commendation, these departments will naturally be motivated to compete for this award. In this way, other departments will follow suit and form healthy competition. Yuan quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll do it right away." Huanyu Tianjia Shopping Mall. A large number of onlookers have gathered around the shared telephone booth. Wang Guangjian is carefully filling in the last details of the painting. After more than 2 days, the painting should be basically completed. It will be completely completed in about half a day. This is an original painting of Justice Guardian Modest with a very prominent, thick painting style. Modest in the painting has a strong body and a firm gaze. His broad arms seem to be protecting everyone. Although his back is full of various weapons, he is still fearless and unyielding. Wang Guangjian has been painting here for more than 2 days. During this period, more and more people are watching. Everyone watched the bare side of the telephone booth being filled with paint, and a painting with a prominent style and domineering appeared, and they were all very moved. What is this painting? So cool. This guy is a real master, he paints fast and well, I can't wait to finish and take pictures. I searched for a long time on the internet, but couldn't find a similar image. Could it be an original work? It looks like a game original painting. Maybe a new game uses this phone booth to attract investment and advertise? I feel that this phone booth will be demolished in a week at most. If you want to advertise, wouldn't it be better to hang posters and display boards? How can it be as awesome as drawing it directly? That's right, using posters and display boards is called color printing and publicity, and now this is called painting and art. Everyone was talking about it. After all, it's rare for artists to paint in public. Wang Guangjian added another stroke, stood a little further away and looked at it, nodding slightly with satisfaction, thinking that the effect was good. The painting was basically finished, and it would be completely finished after adding some details in the afternoon. It was almost time to take a break. Zhang Wang immediately handed over a drink. "Master, you have worked hard." Wang Guangjian was not polite and took it. "You designed this pavilion well." After the painting was painted, it actually matched the telephone booth very well. Zhang Wang smiled. "It's mainly because the master painted it well. By the way, master, I also want to put a signature in the pavilion, either round or square, you see." Wang Guangjian understood. "This is easy. I will draw an original pattern for you later, and you can take this picture and find someone to carve it. It will be very quick. As for what to draw, it's also easy to say, just simplify the lines of this hero, and then match the hero's name and the number of the telephone booth." 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Pei Qian, who had just finished an exam, walked out of the examination room a little exhausted. "I was tired. Although it was an open book test, the answers were all in the book, but I couldn't find them after flipping through the book for a long time. In the end, I could only rely on my super fast hand speed to copy all the content that I thought was related onto the paper, and it was full of copies. It should be no problem to pass the test, but it is impossible to get a high score." Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh, careless. Although he knew it was an open book exam and had read the book before the exam, he was still in a hurry for the exam. Because he happened to be busy and didn't go to the class where the key points were marked. After this exam, there were several more open book exams, and Pei Qian had only read half of the notes for the closed book exam borrowed from Lao Ma. Pei Qian felt a deep despair. However, looking at Lao Ma next to him, he looked completely excited, a spirited young man, and didn't look like he had just finished the exam. Pei Qian speculated that it might be because Ma Yang did really well in the exam, or it might be because he felt good about himself. The latter possibility might be greater. Considering that there were 2 or 3 more open book exams that he hadn't caught up with the key points, Pei Qian decided to go to Yuan Venture Capital with Lao Ma. Because Lao Ma had been working and studying recently, he left his textbooks and notes at Yuan Venture Capital. Pei Qian felt that he could still save the remaining open book exams. When he arrived at Dream Ventures, Pei Qian found a seat and sat down while Ma Yang went to get his notes and textbooks. Pei Qian took a cup of coffee from the coffee machine and looked around subconsciously while drinking it. Suddenly, he realized a problem. Why are there so few people? Even He Dishing is not here. He looked at the time. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not time to get off work yet. Pei Qian was confused at first, but then he was a little excited. Could it be that He Dishing and his group knew that Mr. Ma was taking an exam today and the leaders would not come to the company, so they secretly left early? Ran away? Look, this is the team led by brothers, reliable. Pei Qian wanted to set these people up as positive examples and praise them in the whole company. Pei Qian was thinking. He Dishing and his group came back. Pei Qian, ? He Dishing saw Pei Qian as soon as he entered the door, and hurried over to say hello, Mr. Pei. Are you there? Pei Qian was a little confused. What were you doing? If they left early, even if someone tipped them off, they couldn't have come back so quickly? Is this just a coincidence? They just went out to the toilet? That doesn't make sense. Why did so many people go to the toilet together? Hidishing smiled and replied, "Oh, the factory in the suburbs of Jingzhou has already made a batch of ready-made products according to the samples of shared telephone booths. I went to inspect them." Pei Qian was even more confused. "Huh? This is not your job, right?" Hidishing smiled. "It is indeed not, President Pei. But after all, the shared phone booth is a project of Yuan venture capital. Zhang Wang can't handle it alone, so we just help out. The main thing is that we don't have much to do at work now, so it's just a small favor." Hidishing was telling the truth. When they were at work before, they could play games with Mr. Ma after work, but now Mr. Ma said that they would work hard and not play games. These people usually just screen the plans at most, and their workload is not saturated at all, so they helped Zhang Wang deal with the shared phone booth project. Pei Qian? I thought it was wrong. I thought this group of people had such a high level of ideological awareness that they had learned to leave early, but it turned out not to be the case at all. This group of people not only finished their own work, but also helped others with their work. This kind of thinking is absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Wang and the shared phone booth project were originally quite reliable, and it seemed that they would lose money. If Hidishing and his group went to help him, what if something went wrong? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. "So, aren't you guys underworked? I have a new project for you. Sharing the top students. Please remember the domain name of this book's first release. Top novel mobile reading URL. Chapter 388. Mr. Pei, I understand. I am not a 3-year-old child." Hidishing was obviously stunned when he heard these 4 words. Ah? Sharing again? Hidishing felt a little dizzy. Zhang Wang had proposed a design of shared telephone booth before. Hidishing thought it was outrageous enough, but at least that thing had a physical body. And after observing for a period of time, Hidishing found that it was only unreliable on the surface. In fact, this telephone booth was still worth doing. But this time, sharing the top students? How to share top students? Human trafficking is illegal. Pei Qian smiled. He had expected Hidishing's reaction. In order to find something for Hidishing and the people of Yuan venture capital, Mr. Pei couldn't wait for the next project. There were so many plans. He had read them all last time. Except for the shared telephone booth, Pei Qian didn't like any project. They were all too reliable. So, this time Pei Qian was inspired and came up with a new idea. Sharing is a good thing. Pei Qian recalled carefully that in fact, most of these shared things are just gimmicks, and there are actually few that can really make money. They are just a pseudo-trend. Of course, having said that, Pei Qian does not dare to do the shared bicycle project now. After all, many projects seem very reliable once they are linked to sharing. If you stand at the forefront and want to withdraw your knowledge, but it is blown up by capital, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, Pei Qian combined his own demands and came up with a very unreliable project, sharing learning. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to pay someone to tutor you. Pei Qian had a hard time reviewing before, so he kept thinking about this problem. It would be great if he could pay someone to study for him. Of course, this is impossible. There is no shortcut to learning. It is precisely because of this that knowledge is priceless and is not monopolized by the rich. However, this does not mean that this situation cannot be improved at all. Seeing Hidishing's confused expression, Pei Qian coughed twice. Sharing top students is actually sharing knowledge. Our model is very simple. That is, to make an app and establish a platform for top students and poor students to communicate with each other. In every city, there are many top students and even more poor students. Poor students hope to gain knowledge and have someone to tutor them, while many top students have the nature of helping others and explaining questions to others. Of course, if there can be a little financial compensation by the way, it would be even better. Hearing this, Qingshan suddenly realized, I understand, Mr. Pei. You want to build a tutoring platform. Good project. The current education industry can be said to be a sunrise industry. With the improvement of economic level, parents pay more and more attention to their children's education. From primary school to high school, many parents are willing to find tutors for their children, but there is no fair and convenient platform, so they can only rely on introductions from acquaintances. We launched this app, which will solve this pain point very well. I seem to see an education software with a valuation of 1 billion rising. Pei Qian, ? Tutoring platform? No, that's not the case. How come the same statement is so reliable when it comes to your mouth? Pei Qian was a little flustered and quickly corrected, no, you misunderstood. To be precise, it is not a tutoring platform. Our core is sharing, understand? The fee is definitely not as high as tutoring. What we want to do is a semi-public welfare project. Moreover, the coverage of our project will be wider than that of tutoring. Qingshan thought about it and nodded, I understand. It is not just a tutoring platform, but also an online question bank. Some questions with clear answers do not require academic masters to come to the door. We just need to make a good question bank so that users can search for the original questions and get detailed answers, so that the coverage will be wider. Pei Qian. He seemed to understand why he succeeded in one project. Today, Qingshan performed a close-up performance in front of him on how normal people are deified. Is it okay to misinterpret Mr. Pei's words in front of him? Pei Qian's face was dark, and he almost wanted to fire this dangerous guy on the spot. But after thinking about it, he was calmer. After all, he had experienced too many such things. It is better to be disillusioned beforehand than afterward. Pei Qian thought about it carefully and decided to change his way of expression. To be fair, Pei Qian did not think that shared phone booths and shared top students had any chance of success. Especially shared top students, if this project could succeed, someone should have done it long ago. In Pei Qian's memory, during the period when the sharing economy was the hottest, he had never heard of similar apps being made, which was enough to show that this model had inherent flaws. The biggest problem was that the market was not that big, and the top students were not that idle. The top students were so busy studying every day, and it was already very good to be able to take time out to be a tutor. How could they go all the way to explain questions to strangers, just to make that little money? You know, the asking price for tutors is very high, and only a few wealthy families are willing to hire them. Even if ordinary families want to tutor their children, most of them will enroll in tutoring classes. In short, in Pei Qian's opinion, this project has too many flaws that cannot be solved. Thinking of this, Pei Qian lowered his voice and said to Qingshan, to be honest, the probability of failure of this project is very high. So, even if it fails, you should not have any psychological burden. Just treat it as a charity, understand? Qingshan was stunned. What does Mr. Pei mean by this? In Qingshan's impression, Mr. Pei's investment can be summarized in 4 words: stable, accurate, ruthless, and evil. Mr. Pei can often see investment opportunities in some projects that seem very unreliable, and once he sees a good one, he will not hesitate to follow up with a large sum of money. Facts have also proved that all the projects that Mr. Pei likes have made money. But now, this project has not even started. Why did Mr. Pei hint in advance that the probability of failure of this project is very high? Does Mr. Pei not even think highly of this project? But if Mr. Pei does not think highly of this project, why does he still invest? Does it really treat it as a charity? No, if Mr. Pei wants to do charity, can't he just do charity directly? Why go through this circle? Qingshan fell into confusion. He felt that there must be a deep meaning behind Mr. Pei's abnormal behavior. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his mind. Boss Pei seems to be hinting. It implies that this project has flaws and will eventually fail. Boss Pei is far-sighted, and this judgment is probably correct. In that case, what should I do as an investor? Find a way to cash out at a high point. Qingshan understood instantly, nodded and said, I understand, Mr. Pei. He didn't say it clearly, because this kind of thing can't be said clearly. Just like Mr. Pei was just hinting at this time, it's impossible to really say it so bluntly. Pei Qian tried to ask with some doubt, do you really understand? Qingshan laughed, Mr. Pei, don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old child. What kind of understanding ability do I need for such a simple sentence? Pei Qian deeply resonated with this sentence. Yes, what I said can be understood by a 3-year-old child. What kind of understanding ability do I need? Then why do other people always misunderstand it? Really? Seeing that Qingshan was so sensible, Pei Qian felt a little relieved. In that case, you should stop following Zhang Wang to mess around with the shared phone booths and focus on the shared Shuaba project. By the way, the name of the shared Shuaba is a bit inappropriate. I think it's more appropriate to call it Shuaba Come App. Pei Qian was very worried that the concept of sharing would be targeted by some investment institutions with ulterior motives and hyped up as a hot topic, which would be troublesome. Changing the name to Shuaba Come has a bit of a frivolous tone, so there shouldn't be other investment institutions that will come and meddle in it, right? And Chinese website. After 2 days of arrangement, the list of the first batch of students in the training class has been finalized, and the preliminary preparations have been arranged almost. Ma Yichun asked the current editor-in-chief Xu Xingyan to contact the middle and upper-level authors of the website and let them sign up on their own. After the website screened, the list was finally released. From the list, the authors of the first training class are generally young, all under 25 years old. On the one hand, this is because older authors often have families and careers, and there are many things at home, so it is unlikely that they will come to Jingzhou alone. On the other hand, it is also because the website can select more younger authors when selecting. There is a basic salary, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, and the ability to meet other authors is still worth looking forward to for these authors. January 13th, Thursday. Huanyu Tianjia Shopping Mall. Zhang Wang stuffed all the things he brought into the shared telephone booth and installed them one by one. During the time when Ruan Guangjian was painting the skin for the telephone booth, other work was not delayed at all. This is thanks to the help of Qingshan and others. Although Qingshan and his team soon had a new task, fortunately, the phone booth was almost done. Now, most of the things in the phone booth were already complete, including coffee and beverage machines, jukeboxes, capsule machines, scales, AEDs, etc. All these things are fixed in the phone booth and cannot be moved. This is a large shopping mall. Whether it is the staff of the cinema or the staff of the beverage store, they can see the situation of the phone booth at any time. Zhang Wang has greeted the staff of the mall, and these people can help take care of it. Moreover, there are surveillance videos at the entrance of the phone booth and the cinema. If someone deliberately damages it, they will be caught in minutes. These equipment have basically undergone simple modifications. Take the beverage machine as an example. Zhang Wang purchased a commercial multifunctional beverage machine that supports scanning codes and coins. The machine also has an automatic cup drop function and can be automatically cleaned. If there are no paper cups and water, the machine will prompt. Zhang Wang greeted the staff of the mall, regularly replaced paper cups, pure water buckets, cleaned machines, etc. This whole process does not take long. After the customer scans the code to enter, the jukebox can be used at will, but the beverage machine can only receive 2 times, and then you have to scan the code or insert coins. The same is true for the capsule machine. If you want to spin, you have to pay extra money. In addition, there is a signature of Modest, the guardian of justice, on the right side, just below the retro phone. After everything was packed up, Zhang Wang nodded with satisfaction. Humph, this is the complete form of a shared telephone booth. The entire phone booth is packed with everything. From top to bottom, there are phones, small scrolling displays, beverage machines, jukeboxes, capsule machines, 3-port chargers, wireless Wi-Fi, jukeboxes, folding seats, AEDs, scales, blood pressure monitors. In short, the layout is very reasonable, with basically no extra space wasted, and it won't make customers feel crowded. Zhang Wan checked that all the equipment inside was properly arranged and functioning properly, and then closed the door. On the mural on the front, Modest, the guardian of justice, looks confident, as if suggesting, this shared phone booth will definitely succeed. Zhang Wang is very satisfied. The shared phone booth can finally be officially put into use for users to experience. Chapter 389, The First Student, Additional Update for the Alliance Leader Yinchuan Butterfly Pig. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. After the arrangements were completed, Zhang Wang came to the milk tea shop next door and ordered a drink while observing the shared telephone booth. When Wang Guangjian was painting before, the telephone booth had already attracted a lot of popularity. Now that the telephone booth is officially completed, some people can't wait to take pictures. Not to mention, everyone is quite well-mannered. Everyone lined up very consciously and took pictures with the Modest painted outside the telephone booth one by one. During this process, some people originally planned to join in the fun, but when they saw the various new accessories in the telephone booth through the glass, their curiosity suddenly ignited. There seemed to be a lot more things in there. That looks like a beverage machine, is it free? You can drink as much as you want for 10 yuan. What do you think? It must cost extra. There's also a capsule machine, and there are 2 microphones. What does that mean? Can you sing in here? What's that thing under the folding seat? I've never seen it before. It feels much richer than before. Please make way. I want to go in and take a look. Hey, there's a queue. Divide into 2 lines, you are queuing for different things. You take pictures, and we go in to experience it, so we don't delay each other. Then what should I do if I want to take pictures and experience it at the same time? The crowd was noisy for a while, and soon they were divided into 2 lines. One line was preparing to take pictures with Modest's paintings outside, and the other line was waiting in line to enter the phone booth to experience it. No one entered the phone booth before because there were too few things in the phone booth and there was nothing to experience. But now there are more things, and there are more original paintings outside. After the level has been improved, more people are willing to go in. People look at faces, and the phone booth is no exception. The first to enter is still a couple. After all, it would be quite strange to go into such a place alone. Not only would you be lonely, but you would also be watched by people outside. After the 2 entered, they happily closed the door and drew the curtains. At the same time, people outside also saw the remaining time on the small display screen, 15 minutes. In this way, people in line can roughly know how long it will take for their turn. Of course, this function still has some flaws. For example, it can only tell you how long it will take for the person currently in the phone booth to come out, but it cannot accurately know the estimated time of the entire queue. Zhang Wang silently noted this and planned to launch a function such as queuing or estimating the queue time. In the phone booth, the couple began to explore this small world curiously. Hey, 2 drinks are given, and you can choose cold or hot drinks. Can you sing for free? Wow, with this calculation, 15 minutes is only 10 yuan, super value. There are also capsule toys. It's a pity that the capsule toys are not free. What are you thinking? Even if the capsule toys are free, the merchants will lose money. Sing a song? Can it work? It's a bit embarrassing. It's okay. The sound from the mall outside can't be transmitted at all, which means the sound insulation is pretty good. The price of 10 yuan for 15 minutes seems high at first, but after adding so many new functions, it is not high at once, and it is even very cost-effective. And for Zhang Wang, there is still money to be made. Drinks are only given once. Customers can get 2 cups if they sing for 15 minutes, and 2 cups if they sing for an hour. If they are thirsty, they will buy more drinks. Moreover, the cost of beverages in beverage machines is not high. Take hot drinks for example. 1,000 grams of instant coffee or milk tea ingredients can make 50 cups of 250 milliliters hot drinks. The cost of each cup is only 50 cents. The more ingredients you buy, the cheaper it is. Even if you take into account water and electricity costs, you can still make a profit if you sell a cup of beverage for 2 yuan. Of course, don't force the taste. What's more, you can make some extra money by playing gashapon. The two picked up the microphone on the table and found a small box with free microphone covers next to them. After entering, they were given 2 for free, and they would be charged for using them again. The accompaniment melody sounded, and the two began to sing. Outside the phone booth, the people who were still queuing up vaguely heard the faint sound of music coming from inside. Ah? They really started singing? How long will it take? Fuck, they renewed again, and the remaining time has become half an hour. Let's go, how long will we have to wait? Seeing that the couple who entered was about to start a protracted war, the remaining time on the display screen started directly from half an hour. Many people who originally wanted to queue up to experience it gave up and dispersed. However, Zhang Wang, who was sitting in the beverage shop next to him, saw this scene and felt at ease instantly. If the people who entered came out quickly, it would be bad, which means that the phone booth is not attractive enough to them. But now, the first couple will sing directly for half an hour inside, which shows that the model of sharing phone booths itself is not a problem. The remaining telephone booths will be produced soon and will be put into major shopping malls in Jingzhou. This is a long-term cash cow. When all 20 shared telephone booths are set up and the money earned recovers the cost, I will report this good news to President Pei as soon as possible. In the afternoon, a taxi from Jingzhou Airport to Shunhua Housing Office Building. A young man opened the writer's background app on his mobile phone, created a new chapter, and then very skillfully typed the 3 words, "Leave note," in the title position. I am going to Jingzhou to participate in the first online author training class hosted by the End. I will take a day off. Please let me know. Also, please give me a ticket. After typing it out in one go, the young man put away his mobile phone and casually looked through the taxi window to enjoy the scenery of Jingzhou. A few minutes later, he took out his mobile phone again, opened the End app, and checked the reader's message under this chapter. Damn, I thought it was updated. You pigeon spirit took leave again? Count how many times you took leave this month. It's not even 3 p.m. yet, can't you write at night? Not bad, I've made progress. The previous few times were all for classmates' weddings. I don't know why your classmates all got married at the same time. This time you found a good excuse, keep it up. Frequent leave is a sign of a bad ending. Tell me, is this book going to be badly finished again? Fuck, please don't do that. I've just caught up with the progress. You've only written 600,000 words for this book. You're just a kid. Asking for leave to ask for votes, how shameless. Have you seen this ticket? I'll tear it up and not give it to you. Looking at the reader's indignant comments, the young man smiled slightly. He was used to it. Chui Geng, one of the members of the author study class at the End, uses the pen name The Tentacle Monster, who writes desperately, but this pen name is a perfect irony. He usually updates once a week. He takes leave, depending on his mood. Every time he takes leave, he will shamelessly ask for votes. He has written 2 or 3 books with bad endings, which can be said to be well known. But every time he starts a book, his ideas are particularly good, and the rhythm in the early stage is perfectly grasped, which is fascinating. Although readers scold him every time, they can only read on helplessly. Cui Gong sighed silently. Hey, I'm telling the truth this time. I really came to attend the study class. Why don't you believe me? There are diligent online writers and lazy ones, and Cui Gong is one of them, especially lazy ones. Because he has no motivation. The year he graduated from college, he felt the material pressure of the real world for the first time, so he decided to write online articles to make a living. As a result, he had only been writing for half a year when his family was demolished. After a period of wandering, Cui Gong felt empty again, so he decided to turn over a new leaf and write a book to become a god. As a result, several other houses in his family were demolished again. Cui Gong often sighed that life is so unpredictable. Tell me, who has the mood to write a book? So, Cui Gong's current state is to let everything go. This time he came to Jingzhou for the purpose of traveling. He didn't know what the class was about, but when he heard that there was a basic salary and food and accommodation, he signed up immediately. Unexpectedly, he was really selected. It is probably because there are not many authors with good results at the end. Cui Gong actually wrote it in Wuxian at first, but the reputation of bad endings was known not only to readers but also to editors. Every time he opened a book, many old readers came to spit. In desperation, Cui Gong, who was not short of money, decided to change a platform and start to let himself go again. So, by chance, he came to the end point, which is relatively friendly to middle-level authors. I heard there are a lot of fun places in Jingzhou. It's just right. This time I can use the excuse of attending a class to have a good time in Jingzhou for a few days. I have a legitimate reason for asking for leave. Readers can't say anything, right? I'm collecting materials. Besides, writing a book is a mental work. Having more fun keeps your mind clear and your mood happy, which helps you write better content. Everyone will definitely understand. While thinking about it, Shenhua Haojing arrived. Cui Gong got off the car and took the elevator directly to the editorial department at the end. Someone warmly received him and led him to the reception room. Not long after, Ma Yichun came to the reception room and the two began to chat. During the chat, Cui Gong learned that he was the first author in the study class to come to Jingzhou, which surprised him a little. On second thought, it was indeed true. He just received the invitation yesterday and arrived today. It was really fast. The main reason was that he wanted to use this reason for leave as soon as possible, so he was so active. After chatting for a while, Ma Yichun brought an agreement. This is the agreement for this online literature study class. Everyone has to sign it. Some details in it, you can take a closer look and sign it if you are sure there are no problems. There will be some requirements for you here, but don't worry, they are all very basic requirements and will not be too much. Cui Gong was stunned. Huh? There is also an agreement? It was quite formal. Chapter 390, The Pigeon Spirit Falls into the Trap. Cui Gong took a quick look. This agreement mainly stipulates some rights and obligations of this study class. For the website, it is necessary to provide the author with basic salary, 5 insurances and 1 fund, working environment, accommodation, meals and other convenient conditions. Not only are there clear regulations on the amount of basic salary and 5 insurances and 1 fund, but also clear instructions on the standards of accommodation and meals. In addition, there will be about 10 hours per week, that is, 2 afternoons, to organize some group activities. For the author, the only clause that needs to be followed is to fully obey the daily process arrangement of the website, otherwise the website can unconditionally terminate the contract and take back all the benefits promised before. There is also a detailed process arrangement of the study class below. What Cui Gong cares about is that the process stipulates that all authors have clear working hours. They must work at their workstations from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, with an hour of lunch and rest time in between. Chui Geng is very satisfied with other aspects, but he is a little hesitant about this working time. As a pigeon spirit with only 2 or 3 hours of effective working time per day, I actually need to work 8 hours a day at my workstation? This may be a bit difficult, he was very worried. What if he failed to achieve his work goals and the website directly cancelled all the benefits? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Chui Geng raised his own question. Mr. Ma, this clause means that you have to work 8 hours a day, right? Are there any other requirements, such as having to write 4,000 words? Ma Yichun shook his head. There is no word count requirement. Writing is a creative activity. Every author may have a writer's block or can't write, so we don't have a hard and fast rule for the word count. Chui Geng breathed a sigh of relief. It's easy to say if there is no word count requirement. Anyway, when the time comes, surf the internet, fish, and do anything, 8 hours a day will pass quickly. Here, food and accommodation are provided, and everyone will be allowed to travel and relax in Jingzhou on a regular basis. You can also spend a lot of money and brag with other authors, and the price is just to change the place to surf the internet. Maybe the computer provided here is better than your own computer. In short, it's very cost-effective. Chui Geng flipped through it and didn't find any tricks in this agreement, so he signed his name with confidence. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to take you to your accommodation later. In order to provide everyone with a leisurely and quiet environment, we will arrange for everyone to stay in a hotel on the outskirts of the city. The work location is within a 5-minute walk from the hotel. Don't worry, although it's in the suburbs, the living conditions and other aspects will definitely not be bad. Ma Yichun put away the agreement. Chui Geng nodded. No problem. Anyway, everyone is a rough man, and they don't have such high requirements for living conditions. It doesn't matter if the place is a little off. Anyway, most authors are very homely and don't want to go out, so it's not a big deal. January 14th, Friday. At 8:30 in the morning, the alarm on the mobile phone rang, waking Chui Geng up. He instinctively turned off the alarm and continued to sleep. Brother Chui, it's almost time to get up. You asked me to call you in the morning last night. A voice next to him said. Chui Geng suddenly realized something, opened his eyes and turned over to sit up. Now he is not at home, but in a hotel. Yesterday, he and some other authors checked into the hotel arranged by the website. The environment of the hotel is good. Although it is in the suburbs, it should be considered a relatively good 3-star hotel. The room is spacious, clean and tidy, and has all the necessities. They lived in a double room, and the person living with Chui Geng was a new author who was a year younger than him. Chui Geng called him Brother Chui and showed great respect to him. I'll be right there. Chui Geng got up, brushed his teeth and washed his face at lightning speed, and was dressed and done in 5 minutes. The two of them had breakfast at the hotel and went to their workplace nearby. Yesterday afternoon and evening, all the authors of the study class arrived one after another, without missing a single one. Everyone is an author of the Chinese website, and basically they have heard of it before, and exchanged pleasantries with each other. Zhu Xing'an has also arrived, and took everyone to the workplace where they usually write. The workplace prepared by the website is in a nearby office building. They rented a relatively spacious room with neat rows of workstations. Mechanical keyboard, large screen display, and pens and notebooks on the spacious desk, probably for some authors to organize their ideas. In addition, there is a long conference table in the room, and there is a snack area next to it. In addition to various snacks, there is also a capsule coffee machine. In short, compared with ordinary companies, this condition is already quite generous. Zhu Xing'an watched everyone find a seat to sit down. Okay, time is almost up. You can take a break at your workstation, have a cup of coffee, and start thinking. My workstation is right here near the door. If you have any questions while writing the book, you can ask me directly. In addition, there will be a 10-minute break every hour. When the time comes, the bell will ring. Everyone should stand up and move around, look out the window, and relieve fatigue. Cui Geng deliberately found a workstation in the corner, farthest from Zhu Xing'an, and sat down. This can form a perfect blind spot, so that Zhu Xing'an can't observe what he is doing. In short, as long as you slack off for 8 hours, you can take out 2 or 3 hours to write something in the middle, and you can get by. Cui Geng pressed the power button of the computer and tapped the keyboard lightly, making a crisp click sound, which was very pleasant. The quality of the monitor is also good, with a high resolution, and it seems to be adjusted to the anti-blue light mode, which looks very soft. Compared with ordinary monitors, it will be less harmful to the eyes. The height of the desktop is standard, and the height of the chair and the monitor can be adjusted at will. The ergonomic chair is very comfortable to sit on. The backrest fits the back curve perfectly, and the armrest is just about level with the desktop. The elbow is bent at 90 degrees, so the forearm can be placed on the armrest, and the palm is placed on the palm rest of the keyboard. Typing is quite comfortable and effortless. As for the mouse, headphones, etc., although they have little to do with typing, they are also great accessories, better than the accessories Cui Geng uses at home. The configuration of the computer is unclear, but there is a very cool logo on it, which seems to be the letters ROF. Since it's a desktop, it must have a decent independent graphics card, right? It should be no problem to play large games. Even if you can't play games, wouldn't it be great to watch TV series on this big screen? Crackle. The crisp sound of typing has already sounded in the room. Soon, the typing sound spread rapidly and turned into a sea of mechanical keyboard carnival. If there is only one person in a quiet room typing with a mechanical keyboard, especially a blue-axis mechanical keyboard, it is like smoking indoors, and no one else can concentrate on work. However, if everyone in the room is typing with a mechanical keyboard at high intensity, it is equivalent to a group of smokers gathering together to smoke. There is no problem of disturbing each other at all. Instead, a unique atmosphere will be formed, allowing everyone to enjoy it. However, for Cui Geng, who just wants to slack off, this sound is a bit disturbing. Damn, I just sat down for less than a minute and inspiration came? Is this still a human being? Forget it, think about it on the bright side. With so many keyboard typing sounds covering me, I won't be discovered when I slack off. This is a headset, and the sound insulation effect should be good. Anyway, let's take a look at the computer configuration first. Fuck? The computer configuration is obviously good, and it starts up very quickly. Cui Geng sat in the innermost seat and went to get snacks and coffee before starting up, so he started up a little slower than others. After turning on the computer, Cui Geng originally planned to take a look at the computer configuration and network speed before deciding which game to download, or just watch a TV series. As a result, just after turning on the computer, before I had time to move the mouse, I saw the coding software on the computer automatically opened and displayed in full screen, entering a locked state. Cui Geng? He felt a little dizzy and subconsciously pressed Alt plus F4, but there was no response. He pressed Ctrl plus Alt plus Delete again, but there was still no response. This kind of coding software has a similar small blackroom function. After opening it, before a certain number of words are completed or the countdown ends, this computer can't do anything but code. And the settings of this computer are even more extreme. After turning on the computer, the coding software will automatically open, and it will continue to open automatically after shutting down and restarting. There is no target number of words and no time limit. In other words, unless the technicians come, there is no way to cancel the small black room state. Of course, this kind of website generally leaves a 1000-degree interface to facilitate authors to check information, but it is limited to checking information, and it can't even play videos. Chui Geng seems to understand why some authors can enter the state so quickly. If you don't code, you can't do anything else. Chui Geng almost wanted to vomit blood. With such a large screen and such a high configuration computer, he could only use it for typing. What a waste. He gave up after trying a few times because he knew that the programmers of the typing software must have thought of all the ways he could think of, and they would definitely block all the ways. Once the small black room is open, don't think about those crooked ways. The sound of mechanical keyboards typing is everywhere, but Chui Geng feels like a prisoner who has just been sentenced to life imprisonment, and his heart is cold. Chui Geng's mind is turning quickly, thinking about the current situation. Suddenly, he thought of a good idea. Editor-in-Chief. I have a plot, and I need to watch a clip of a certain movie. What should I do? Chui Geng couldn't help but feel complacent in his heart. What a serious reason. As an online writer, you need to frequently draw materials from movies and games. Isn't this reasonable? For many contents, you need to watch the pictures of the movie while writing. For some contents, you need to play a certain game in person to write the effect. But this computer can only search for the most basic information and cannot meet this demand at all. So, it is reasonable to make such a request at this time, right? It can also be regarded as considering other authors, right? Chui Geng didn't have any more excessive requirements. As long as my computer can play videos normally, I will be satisfied as long as I can watch a drama and watch a movie. Zhu Xing'an pushed his glasses, as if he had been prepared for this. He pointed to an empty computer next to him and said, if you need to collect materials, you can use this computer. Chui Geng, please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 391, Who Else? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. That computer is right next to Zhu Xing'an's computer. Everyone can see the computer screen when they look up. It can be said that it is under the eyes of everyone. Chui Geng noticed before that there is indeed an empty computer in this room, but at that time he thought it was an extra computer and didn't think much about it. Now I understand that it is used for this. You can indeed watch movies and play games on that computer, but this also means that you have to operate it under the eyes of the editor-in-chief and all other authors. Chasing dramas? Thinking too much? Being watched by so many people, you are embarrassed to monopolize this computer to watch dramas and movies? This is shared by all authors, and others also use it to collect materials. Chui Geng originally wanted to say that this computer was not enough, and hoped that Zhu Xing'an would prepare 2 more. But on second thought, he didn't believe it himself. Because 80% to 90% of the information can be checked on his own computer. The black room status of the coding software also comes with a Baidu search engine and a web browser, but it cannot play videos or download software. Some websites and forums are also blocked, such as Infinity, Endpoint, Tieba, Weibo, etc. Therefore, it is impossible to watch or browse forums in the small dark room for a whole day. This search function alone can solve 80% to 90% of the material needs. In some cases, if you want to get material for the movie, you only need to download the movie on the computer next to Zhu Xing'an and drag the progress bar to see the part you need to watch, which does not take much time. Moreover, as a shared resource, most people are embarrassed to occupy this computer for a long time, and everyone's efficiency will be very high. Therefore, it is no problem to share this computer, and it will not delay things. But for Chui Geng, who essentially wants to fish, this matter is very painful. He sat down silently and recalled the agreement he signed before. No wonder the agreement only stipulates the working hours, and there is no stipulation on the number of words produced. Ma Yiqin's meaning is very clear. It doesn't matter if you are stuck in writing for a day and don't write a single word. As long as you can face the wall in the small dark room for a whole day without breaking down, it's fine. Chui Geng was speechless. I was fooled. I was tricked. Chui Gong instinctively wanted to leave. If he tore up the contract, at most he would no longer enjoy those benefits, and there was no penalty. Being locked up like this for a month would be too hard to bear. But on second thought, he felt it was not right. He came all the way to Jingzhou, and just ran back in disgrace for this reason. What will everyone think when the news spreads among my friends, other authors, and my readers? Other authors in the class are writing seriously, but I am the only one who deserted on the first day. It's not nice to say that. After weighing the pros and cons, Chui Gong calmed down a little and decided to stay calm for a while. Even if he had to leave, he would symbolically stick to it for 2 days. Besides, I took a leave yesterday and haven't updated today. I should really update 1 or 2 chapters to perfunctorily satisfy my readers. After thinking it over again and again, Chui Gong sighed softly and prepared to start writing helplessly. In the office, Pei Qian flipped through his notes while thinking about his recent work. As for the shared phone booths, the phone booths commissioned for production should be delivered in the next 2 days and will be erected in major shopping malls in Jingzhou. After the weekend, Pei Qian plans to visit major shopping malls to see the situation of these phone booths. Although from the last situation, this thing is completely in a state of no one's interest, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Who knows if it will suddenly turn around? We still can't let our guard down. As for the shared learning app, Dishing has already been assigned to do it. There are many companies that specialize in making educational software now. It shouldn't be too much trouble to contact any of them and ask them to help make a simple app first, but it doesn't cost much to make a simple app. Pei Qian plans to spend more money on publicity, advertising, flyers, and red envelopes to subsidize, and he can easily burn a lot of money. And I don't know how the Mingfu family banquet organized by Mr. Li is going. Pei Qian now particularly hopes that this high-end restaurant can quickly become famous and effectively divert some customers from Mingyun Private Kitchen, so that Mingyun Private Kitchen will no longer make so much money. Pei Qian and Mr. Li have each other's contact information, but Pei Qian has been too lazy to contact each other before, so the limited number of times the two met were all accidental encounters in the Moyu Internet Cafe. But this time, Pei Qian couldn't help but want to call Li Shi. Soon, the call was connected. Hello? Mr. Li, oh, nothing, just a phone call to chat casually. Oh, by the way, I want to ask, how is the situation at Mingfu Family Banquet? Is it too popular, so you are very busy recently? Pei Qian's attitude is sincere and full of expectations. Li Shi's helpless and tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, Pei, please stop making fun of me. You are so well informed, how could you not know about this? Things happened frequently on the second day of opening, and many of the first batch of customers were dissatisfied. Although there were discounts and free meals, it still had some impact after all. In the past few days, we can only try to eliminate this influence as much as possible. Pei Qian was stunned. Frequent problems? That's impossible. Mr. Li and his team should have invited experienced chefs. Even if they can't cook like Mingyun's private chef, there shouldn't be frequent problems? Suddenly, Pei Qian thought of something. Last time, Xiao Tang was also brought to the dinner. At that time, everyone was eating happily and didn't notice any strange influence, so Pei Qian instinctively ignored this matter. Now it seems that the influence has occurred in the kitchen. This incident. Pei Qian suddenly felt very sorry for Mr. Li. He said he was going to support him, but he accidentally hurt him. Pei Qian hurriedly asked, "Is the impact not serious?" On the other end of the phone, Mr. Li smiled politely, "Not serious, just some minor problems. The quality of the restaurant is here, it won't lose money, but it won't be popular in the short term. By the way, if I didn't open a restaurant, I really didn't know there were so many tricks in it. I originally thought that opening a high-end restaurant only required enough money, but now I know that I thought too simply. Mr. Pei, you have always acted calmly before, as if opening a high-end restaurant is a very easy thing. It seems that this is all smoke and mirrors. Pei Qian. What did I do to deserve this blame? I really didn't care much when I opened Mingyun Private Kitchen. Anyway, it became popular for no reason, and I am innocent. Why do you make it seem like I misled you? Pei Qian thought about it and said, Bossly, please be patient. I think opening a high-end restaurant is a technical job that requires a certain amount of experience. Mingfu Family Banquet is relatively lacking in experience, but this is temporary and will definitely get better. So, I will book another place next week to take care of your business. Pei Qian thought about it and didn't have a good way to compensate. He couldn't tell Li Zong that Mingfu Family Banquet's bad start was all because of one of my employees, right? How can metaphysics be discussed on the table? He can only take his employees to eat a few more times to make up for it a little. Of course, he definitely can't bring Xiao Tang this time. If Mingfu Family Banquet fails, it will not be of any benefit to Boss Pei. He can't bring those people who had dinner this week. The system can't justify frequent dinners in the same department. This time I will change to another department, such as Fei Huang Studio or Nifeng Logistics. This is the advantage of having many people in the company, and I can rotate between different departments. Pei Qian couldn't help but think divergently. If we can develop more than 30 departments in the future, based on the principle of a company having a meal once a month, wouldn't we be able to have a big meal every day? Well, it sounds pretty good. Mr. Li on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then he said with some emotion, Thank you, Mr. Pei. Before you didn't cooperate with us to open a restaurant, I had a little misunderstanding about you. Now I understand that business is business, and personal friendship is personal friendship. Mr. Pei is very clear about the distinction. In short, I will definitely remember this friendship. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay it well. Pei Qian, ? Don't think too much, I just went to eat a meal and spend some money. Even if I don't go to your restaurant, I will go to Swan Lake Restaurant. It's not because of our friendship, but just because your place happens to be more expensive. And we don't have any friendship, don't get me wrong. Pei Qian's heart was filled with 1,000 alpacas, but he couldn't express his inner thoughts and could only hold them in his chest, almost making him want to burp. Mr. Li, it's just a meal, you really don't have to take it too seriously. If you really want to thank me, you can run the Ming Mansion Family Banquet well and make it more prosperous, and soon surpass Mingyun Private Kitchen. Pei Qian said sincerely. Li sure, haha. Mr. Pei, I'm busy now, you're always welcome to visit. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian felt very melancholy unexpectedly. With good intentions, I took everyone to dinner to show my support, but I accidentally injured friendly forces, which led to the situation at the Ming Mansion Family Banquet. Everything is really going wrong. It's very uncomfortable, but I saw that it's already Friday afternoon and there's nothing I can do. I must do something next week to turn the tide. Also, next Monday, I must remember to check the situation of the shared telephone booth. Pei Qian repeated it several times to deepen his memory, and then continued to read and review. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a melodious ringtone sounded. However, the dense sound of mechanical keyboards still showed no signs of stopping. Many authors were still staring at the screen intently, typing frantically with both hands. Zhu Xing'an stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, it's time to get off work. Everyone hurry up and finish. The power will be automatically shut down in 10 minutes. Please arrange your time tomorrow. It's best to stop at 6 o'clock. Chui Geng, who was sitting in the innermost, let out a long breath, leaned back on the ergonomic chair, and stretched. He glanced at the number of words displayed on the screen. 8,177 words. Chui Geng sighed silently. I didn't expect that as a pigeon, I could achieve the achievement of 8,000 words a day in my lifetime. Although he could check the number of words he had written in real time, Qingshan had already expected this number of words, but it still felt a little incredible at this time, because he felt that his efficiency today was quite low. He couldn't open web pages, watch videos, or play games, which made him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, although the desk and chair were comfortable, the display screen was large, and the keyboard was easy to use. It was not an environment he was familiar with after all, so his state would naturally be affected to a certain extent. He was stuck for a while in the middle. If he was in this state at home, Qingshan felt that he could only write 4,000 words at most, which would be very good. As a result, he actually typed 8,000 words here. Qingshan felt very proud and wanted to shout, "Who else?" At this moment, the two authors sitting opposite him stood up. I feel that typing together in this place has indeed significantly improved efficiency. How much did you type? Just reached 10,000, how about you? 13,000. Awesome. No, I think it can be improved. Qingshan. He could only silently bury the words he wanted to show off in his heart. Chapter 392 No one is allowed to leave, I'll treat you. Additional chapter for the leader who turned into a love fish. After accepting the fact that he had written 8,000 words, which was not too much, Qingshan neatly divided the revised 8,439 words into 4 chapters, opened the author backend and uploaded them. Don't ask why there are more than 200 words, just add a few sentences to increase the fluency of the article. When he uploaded the last chapter, Qingshan felt a little emotional. In the past, he would post as he wrote, and there would be at least 2 hours between 2 chapters. But now, 4 chapters are posted in a row, 4 times the joy, and there is a kind of happiness like a dam releasing floodwaters. Qingshan felt that his excitement was hard to suppress, but it was difficult to express, so he thought for a while and just added an interjection at the end of the chapter. Oh my God! After seeing the 4 words published, Qingshan felt relieved. Comfortable. Satisfied. Relaxed. Although he always postponed with confidence and at will, he would still feel a little disappointed at this time in the evening. It's that feeling of, oh, I didn't have time to do anything and all this time was gone, and there's a bit of emptiness and melancholy, but Jean didn't feel that way. He no longer felt that nothing was done in time because he had typed 8,000 words. It's time for dinner. Everyone is free to do whatever they want in the evening. If you want to go back to the hotel, go back to the hotel. If you want to go out, go out. Qingshan also finished his work for the day and asked everyone to put the food from Moyu takeaway on the conference table. White porcelain bowls were opened one by one, and the steaming food wafted out fragrance. The authors sat down at the conference table and started to eat and chat. They had Moyu takeaway for lunch, so Qingshan had already expressed his feelings about these exquisite and healthy takeaways at noon. On the long conference table, Qingshan delivered the food ordered by everyone to each of them. For some reason, this scene made Qingshan involuntarily think of the oil painting of the Last Supper. The authors began to eat and chat, nothing more than how much did I type today. It seems that the efficiency of typing here is very high, the chair is good and my cervical spine doesn't hurt today, and other topics. Qingshan didn't have much in common. He wanted to brag the most that he had written 8,000 words today, but in this situation, it didn't seem to be something worth showing off, but rather a bit embarrassing. Bored, Qingshan took out his phone to check the comments on the new chapter. The phone signal is not blocked here, but there is no Wi-Fi, so authors can still use data to surf the internet. Of course, even so, no one would play with their phones here. Everyone is typing, and if you are always playing with your phone, it will be a blessing in disguise. Moreover, this study class is not mandatory. If you really have no interest in typing, it is meaningless to stay here. It is better to leave early and go home to play whatever you want. It is like a person who doesn't like to study, goes to the study room. Even if he doesn't want to study, he can read a little in this atmosphere, which is easier to immerse in study than in the dormitory. I have to say that although Chui Geng is very lazy, his book is still very well written, and many people are following it. The new chapter was just released a few minutes ago, and there are already comments from readers. What did I see, 4 consecutive chapters? Ah, Jean must have eaten too much and had hallucinations. Did the pigeon spirit Jean take the wrong medicine? Not only did he update 4 chapters, but he didn't ask for votes. He must have found a ghostwriter. Seeing this, Chui Geng's heart clicked. It's broken. I was too anxious when uploading and forgot to ask for votes. I forgot to ask for votes after updating so much. It feels like I lost 100 million. Keep reading. What is, oh my god? I don't think I've seen this kind of interjection at the end of a chapter before. I guess this pigeon spirit must have been kidnapped. The kidnapper pointed a gun at him and made him type out 8,000 words, and then left a code at the end of the chapter. Brother kidnapper, these 2 tickets are for you. If you see them, please buy more. Thank you. I'll add 1 more and buy 2 more. Tentacle girl, if you encounter any difficulties in life, just let us know so that we can find a solution in advance. Otherwise, what should we do when your problem is solved? Really? Pigeon spirit, if you are kidnapped, please blink your eyes quickly. I am so grateful to the kidnapper. Chui Geng was speechless. What do you mean by thanking the kidnapper? Is this the image of me in your mind? Only when you are kidnapped can you work hard to update? Am I that kind of person? I seem to be. That's fine. Chui Geng thought about it carefully. If it weren't for this study class that locked him in a dark room to concentrate on typing, he really couldn't have typed out 8,000 words. Forget it, don't worry about it. Anyway, I typed 8,000 words today, awesome. I have to have a good time tonight. Chui Geng swallowed a piece of braised pork viciously and whispered to his roommate next to him, brother, shall we go out to play together tonight? I heard that there is a chain of internet cafes in Jingzhou called Moyu Internet Cafe, which has high configuration and good environment, and it is quite exciting to play. The roommate shook his head. No, brother Chui, I'm going to go back to the hotel tonight and code another chapter with my own laptop, and then sort out the outline to prepare for tomorrow. Chui Geng inexplicably recalled the feeling of living in a dormitory with good students in college. January 17, Monday. Pei Qian, who woke up naturally, turned over in bed and sat up, rubbing his eyes. I'm so annoyed, it's Monday again. I have to go to work again. Well, I always feel like something happened on Monday, but I can't remember it. Forget it, order takeout first, and think while eating. Pei Qian took out his mobile phone, ordered a takeout, and then looked at the unread messages. Ma Yang, brother Qian, IOI has officially started testing in Europe and the United States. According to the data, it is very good, you should take a look. Oh? Pei Qian immediately became alert. He quickly opened the browser and searched for relevant information about Finger Company and IOI testing. The official website of Zhito Company introduced the advantages of the IOI game in detail, such as the professional battle network with automatic matching, confirming the player's level based on the player's hidden strength value ELO points, and starting a quick battle, automatic matching of players, and the opening of a ladder system in the future. On the forum, Pei Qian also searched for some feedback from players. Although some people complained about some bugs in the game, overall, it was still mostly praise. Pei Qian didn't read too much. With his CET4 English level, he couldn't understand it completely, but it was quite difficult to read. He was more concerned about the relevant discussions on domestic forums. After IOI was tested abroad, the news quickly spread to China. Many domestic players also attached great importance to the game IOI, hoping that the national server test could be launched as soon as possible and the Chinese client could be released. Some players even couldn't wait to experience it on the US server. After reading these news, Pei Qian's mood was a little complicated. He was not sure whether he should hope that IOI would become popular or fail. But no matter what, the script finally developed as he expected. Before, Pei Qian found that IOI had not been tested in the United States and the response was mediocre, and he was a little worried that the game would fail. Although the failure of IOI would cause the 20 million investment to go down the drain, looking at his own GOG, he was not optimistic immediately. Now the script is still consistent with the development of imagination. IOI is a big hit in the United States. If it continues to develop according to this script, it will definitely be a matter of time before it becomes popular all over the world. That is, for the time being, we can rest assured about GOG. Pei Qian does not have much system funds now, otherwise, he would definitely invest more money in GOG immediately. Pei Qian finished his takeaway and prepared to go to the company to take a look at GOG's research and development. At this moment, he received another message from Huang Sibo. Boss Pei, our movie has finished shooting. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. So fast? Oh, not so fast. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is a little slower than expected. If you calculate the time, it is almost done. Finishing means that the filming task of the movie has been completed. Although there is still work to be done in editing and post-production, generally speaking, the crew will disband after finishing shooting. So most movies celebrate after finishing shooting, because at this time the crew is complete. Hearing this, Pei Qian was no longer sleepy. To celebrate after finishing shooting, do you have to eat? Do you have to have a good time in Qingshan? They have worked hard and come all the way here to make a movie with all their heart and soul. As a host, don't you have to treat them well? Pei Qian immediately typed a reply, no one in the crew is allowed to leave. I'll treat you. Chapter 393 Movie Schedule. In the afternoon, Pei Qian went to the company first to check out GOG's R&D situation. Myriad had already sent the beta client of IOI. After all, Yuan Venture Capital has shares in Jito Company and is a domestic game agent, so it is natural to ask for a client. Although it is an English version, Pei Qian can still understand it roughly with his level 4 English and the help of Qiandu translation. Comparing the IOI version with the current version of GOG, President Pei felt more at ease. The gap is still obvious. IOI had not been publicly tested before, but only occasionally sent a few versions that were being improved. Although Pei Qian had seen it, he did not have a clear concept of what stage this game was in. Because the LOL in Pei Qian's memory was already a very mature and perfect form, looking at the prototype of IOI, it was naturally awkward no matter how he looked at it, and it was impossible to evaluate it objectively. However, after knowing the reactions of the players during the test, Pei Qian was able to determine it roughly. There is no doubt about the quality of the game itself. At least for now, its competitiveness in the current field is self-evident. On the other hand, GOG is far behind in terms of completion. Pei Qian didn't know whether it was because IOI was established earlier and the development progress was faster, or because the entire project team of Liyada was lazy. Pei Qian hoped it was the latter. It had to be said that after the test of the spiritual compatibility of Tenda was released, not only the mentality of new employees changed a lot, but even the working attitude of old employees also improved greatly. For example, the design team of Tenda's game department, as a diehard who often worked overtime, has also significantly reduced the frequency of overtime recently. It seems that Liyada and his team are ready to strategically give up the first zero overtime competition selection. Between completing the work task and getting the bonus, they chose the former, which made Pei Qian feel a little regretful. However, Liyada and his team did not seem to break the jar and think that since there was no chance of the zero overtime competition, they would work overtime more and more. Instead, they are working hard to reduce the overtime hours and overtime share every week. This made President Pei very satisfied, with a kind of joy that the diehards finally got it. In short, GOG is in good shape at the moment. If you have extra money and don't know where to spend it, it shouldn't be a big problem to spend a few million on GOG. After all, the gap between IOI and GOG doesn't seem to be made up by a few million. Thinking of this, Pei Qian felt a little relieved. While reviewing, he looked forward to the dinner party in the evening. In the evening, a family dinner at the Ming mansion. Boss, Pei. How are you? Zhang Zuding, Lu Zhiyao, and other important members of the crew met Pei Qian at the entrance of the hotel. What are you doing? It's so cold. Come in. Pei Qian hurriedly led everyone inside. Before entering the restaurant, Pei Qian said to everyone, I've told you all before that you've come all the way to help me make a movie, so I have to do my best to be a good host. The reservation at the Wuming restaurant is for the 20th, which is 3 days later. So let's go there to have a big meal the night after 3 days. During these 3 days, everyone can have some fun in Jingzhou and have a good rest. Today's meal is a celebration of the completion of the filming. The meal after 3 days is a practice for everyone, and by the way, I wish the movie a big box office success. So today's meal may be a little bit lower in quality, don't mind, just eat it for now. Pei Qian's words, on the one hand, are to give everyone a shot in advance, so that they can be mentally prepared for today's meal, and on the other hand, they are also to find a legitimate reason for eating 2 meals in a row. Both reasons are very legitimate and impeccable, and I think the system has no reason to disagree. Zhang Zuding smiled, Mr. Pei, you are too polite. We came to support you, in part, because of you, Mr. Pei, but the good script and good team of this movie are also very important factors. Mr. Pei's script is good. If the movie can be a big hit at the box office, then we can all benefit from it. I can't thank Mr. Pei enough. Everyone exchanged greetings and sat down in the Ming Mansion family banquet. Li Shijin was not there. It seemed that there was something to deal with at the company. However, he had already greeted him in advance, and the store manager here knew Pei Qian. This time it was a private room, so naturally he had to entertain him warmly. Soon, delicious dishes were served one after another. Probably because Jean did not bring tang, the dishes were served quickly, and there were no problems in the middle. Everything was normal. The crew tasted the exquisite dishes one by one and ate them with satisfaction. It was just a little confused. Mr. Pei's previous everyone can make do with it, was he modest, or did he really think so? If the level of this place is still low, then what level is the nameless restaurant? The heroine Lin Rui couldn't help but ask this question to Lu Zhiyao next to her, because Lu Zhiyao had eaten at the Wuming restaurant. Lu Zhiyao thought for a moment and said, it's hard to describe, but Wuming restaurant is indeed better than here, and much better. At another table, Pei Qian was discussing the arrangements after the filming was completed with Zhu Su and Huang Sibo. The film has already started editing. A rough cut can be released in a few days. Let's take a look. After that, in addition to editing, there are also a series of miscellaneous things such as post-production special effects. In short, let's try to finish it in a month. But Mr. Pei, I can't guarantee this time. I can only do it as soon as possible. Pei Qian was a little disappointed. 1 month. Then it will definitely not be released in time for the Spring Festival. Valentine's Day. It's not going to be released in time. It's a pity. The Spring Festival in 2011 is February 3rd, and there is less than half a month left. Even if the post-production is exhausted, it is impossible to be released during the Spring Festival. Of course, Pei Qian didn't plan to rush the progress, let alone let everyone work overtime. The reason why it's a bit of a pity is mainly because Pei Qian thinks these two periods are very suitable for the release of Beautiful Ming. The Spring Festival period, family reunion, is the best time for comedy movies. Valentine's Day is the best time for love movies. A film like The Beautiful Ming that is both toxic and sadistic, with the skin of science fiction romance and this confusing name, will definitely be criticized and squeezed out by those comedies and romance films if it is released during these two periods. The release period of a movie is still very important because the movies released at the same time are in fierce competition with each other, the attendance rate of good movies is high, and the screening rate increases, which will naturally squeeze the living space of other movies. Pei Qian is looking forward to a big hit that will squeeze out the screening of his own movie. Chuzui said, "The traffic is relatively large during the Spring Festival and Valentine's Day, which is indeed a good schedule. But our film has a profound connotation and may not be suitable for these two schedules. In my opinion, this movie might as well be scheduled for May Day. Good food is not afraid of being late. May Day? Don't make a fuss." The settlement was settled on March 31st. If you schedule it for May Day, won't it be too late? Although there is a project in this cycle that can delay settlement, Pei Qian still wants to leave such a critical mechanism of delayed settlement to Jingji Hotel. How can he leave it to a broken movie that is destined to lose money? In Pei Qian's view, the sooner this movie is released, the better. Anyway, it is destined to lose all the money. The longer it is delayed, the more risks there are. Pei Qian said, "May Day is too late, there is no need at all. In my opinion, let's do it a month later, February 22nd is a good day." Chuzui? He took out his phone and looked at the calendar, and found that February 22nd was a Tuesday, not a holiday, not even a weekend. Chuzui's confused expression lasted for 2 seconds, and then his brows relaxed. Does President Pei have other plans? Or is this an auspicious day? Looking at President Pei's serious look, it doesn't seem like he is joking. Chuzui nodded. "Okay, Mr. Pei, then let's set it for February 22nd. But, if we set it on this date, the publicity pressure for our movie will be very high." Whatever. Pei Qian didn't care at all. What good was there to promote a flop movie? It would be best if there was no screening after the release, and no one knew about the movie. Anyway, let's do it this way. Let's eat. After eating and drinking, Pei Qian sent everyone in the crew away one by one. For the next 3 days, the crew's schedule had been arranged, and there were people to take them to play in Jingzhou, so Pei Qian didn't have to worry about it. This tour was of course not a roller coaster, bungee jumping, or haunted house tour, but just a normal tour. After all, Pei Qian knew very well that he had to treat friends and enemies differently. People worked hard to help him make a flop movie and spend money, and they might have to bear some infamy because the movie was too bad. If Pei Qian gave them a life-threatening tour, would they still be human? "Mr. Pei, can you sit for a while?" Leisure came to the door and said. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, Pei Qian nodded, "Okay." The two returned to the restaurant and sat down in an empty seat. The waiter brought a pot of tea. "Mr. Li, just be frank." Pei Qian wanted to avoid those polite words. He also wanted to go back to bed early and review in the morning. Leisure was a little emotional. President Pei said he would take care of the business here before. I thought it was just a polite remark, but I didn't expect that President Pei was really very considerate. It's only been more than a week since I opened this place, and President Pei has booked the place twice. Pei Qian took a sip of tea and found that the tea was really good. "President Li, I told you not to think too much. This is just a normal dinner." "President Li, you are not just thinking about this, right?" Leisure smiled and seemed to have made up his mind. "President Pei, I have made up my mind. I am going to invest some money in your haunted house project. It doesn't matter even if the money goes down the drain. Just consider it as a thank you to you, President Pei." Pei Qian drank tea, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. Chapter 394. Is President Pei threatened? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian didn't believe a single punctuation mark in what Li Shi said. In business, President Li is a senior investor. How could he really invest in projects that can't recover the cost at first glance? A long time ago, Pei Qian had revealed the matter of the haunted house to President Li and even invited him to join in hypocritically. At that time, President Li just laughed and didn't respond at all. Obviously, Li Shi felt that this haunted house couldn't be done at all, so he didn't want to get involved. So why did he change his mind now? Obviously, thank you for your support, President Pei is just an excuse, a polite remark. Could it be that after thinking and investigating for this period of time, Li Shi saw the possibility of profitability of some haunted houses? Pei Qian thought about it carefully. Recently, the construction of the Jingji Hotel has been underway for nearly a month. Because it is only those small projects at present, the progress is very fast. Maybe in a few days, one or two of the small projects can be experienced a little bit. Then, if Mr. Li sends someone to investigate, he will naturally find that Mr. Pei is very serious about building this haunted house, and the progress is very fast. In short, there must be some misunderstanding here. Pei Qian sighed softly. Mr. Li, I remember that you were not optimistic about the haunted house project before. Can you tell me why you changed your mind? The implication is, Mr. Li, what do you think about the haunted house project? Can't I change it? Li Shi smiled. Well, it may be a little absurd. Pei Qian smiled and thought to himself, it doesn't matter, no matter how absurd the reason is, I will definitely let Chen Kongtua and others change it. Li Shi continued, in fact, I am optimistic about the haunted house project again, not because of the haunted house project itself, but because of some feelings I have recently when opening this restaurant. Pei Qian, ? What does the feeling of opening a restaurant have to do with the haunted house? Li Shi said, Mingfu family banquet had a bad start. I have been reflecting on it these days. Why? Think about it carefully. The key lies in some details. These details directly affect the customer's consumption experience and determine the reputation of high-end restaurants. Li Shi analyzed it seriously. Pei Qian drank tea and tried to maintain his expression. Mr. Li, you really think too much. The Ming Mansion family banquet had a bad start, all because I accidentally brought Xiao Tang that day and accidentally injured a friendly force. But this kind of thing can't be said openly, so I had to drink tea silently and keep it in my heart. Li Shi analyzed it frantically, and then he sighed, so, I feel more and more that it was difficult for you, Mr. Pei, to run the nameless restaurant. The situation of the nameless restaurant in the early days is so similar to the situation of this haunted house. But even so, the nameless restaurant is still a big hit. I found that no matter how outrageous the project is, as long as it is handled by President Pei, it seems to be injected with soul. President Pei, since you have decided to build a haunted house, you must have complete confidence. So, although I still don't know how you plan to promote this haunted house, I believe you. President Li's attitude is very sincere. Pei Qian was speechless for a while. Just because of this? Pei Qian was still thinking that I would change whatever President Li liked about the haunted house. As a result, it turned out to be because of such an outrageous reason. Pei Qian was speechless. President Li, I appreciate your kindness, but the risk of the haunted house project is really high. I am doing this for your own good. Pei Qian said very sincerely, and he did not intend to let President Li interfere at all. Although the success rate of the Jingji hostel was extremely low, we should not forget the previous experience of Mingyun Private Kitchen. What if Mr. Li built some supporting facilities next to the Jingji Hotel to attract other investors to follow suit and turn this area into a hot new business district? Wouldn't that be the end of it? However, Leisure smiled, obviously not believing it at all. Boss Pei, since you also think this is a good intention, then don't take it personally. There's no need for so many polite words between us. Just accept it. Don't worry, I will never interfere in business affairs. I just want to earn a little dividend. Isn't it good to make money together? Or, if Boss Pei thinks that investing in a haunted house is not appropriate, can you recommend me some other investment projects? Let me invest in Moyu Internet Cafe, and then we can open a few more branches? Or, I will go to lynching and invest some money casually? Boss Li's expression was very sincere. Pei Qian. Threat, this is a very obvious threat. Pei Qian understood as soon as he heard the word lynching. Although he had told Zhang Yuan to keep a low profile, the movements in lynching obviously could not be hidden from Boss Li's eyes. ROF made a lot of money because of the price increase of memory before. Pei Qian had no choice but to let Zhang Yuan enter lynching, hoping to open the Moyu commercial complex in the remote area of lynching to consume the extra funds. However, Leisure had been staring at Pei Qian, and he was so well informed, how could he not know? Pei Qian was in a dilemma. He could have ignored Leisure, but Leisure could have invested the money in lynching and then invested in a few bars, cafes, stores, etc. in the Moyu complex business district. With the brand effect of Moyu Internet Cafe and the hot investment from CEO Li and various investment institutions in Handong province, the future of Moyu commercial complex in lynching is probably uncertain. Pei Qian felt that his current situation was very difficult. To him, what Leisure said was basically, do you want to be decent yourself or do you want me to help you be decent? If he disagreed with CEO Li's investment in the haunted house, most of the money CEO Li would have to invest in lynching, and there was no way to stop it. Choose one of the two. Pei Qian felt very melancholy. After weighing the pros and cons, Pei Qian felt that lynching was more dangerous. After all, Moyu Internet Cafe was a successful project. Even if lynching was a brand new market, CEO Li's intervention was probably more dangerous than good. Pei Qian never expected that he would be threatened by such a thing. And Leisure was also wondering secretly when he saw CEO Pei's reaction. What's going on? I gave CEO Pei money, and CEO Pei was still so reluctant? Looking at this expression, why does it seem like he was going to make him cut his flesh? The two fell into silence for a while, looking at each other without saying a word. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Li, are you really not afraid of losing money? Leisure nodded, no. Pei Qian sighed softly, okay, I have 2 projects on hand. If you really want to thank me, Mr. Li, just pick one and invest in it. The first one is the Haunted House Project, which is the terror hostel. The second one is Student Master Come Here, which is an educational app one am preparing recently. Pei Qian observed Mr. Li's expression while speaking. Mr. Li obviously did not have any information about the Student Come Quickly project and listened very carefully. Pei Qian did not know some specific details of the project. The plan was made by He Dishing, and Pei Qian did not ask about it, so he just briefly talked about the general direction. In Pei Qian's opinion, both projects will inevitably lose money. Since Mr. Li is not afraid of losing money, he can invest in whichever one he wants. Leisure thought for a while, okay, then I will invest in Student Come Quickly. Obviously, for Leisure, compared with the 2 projects, Student Come Quickly is more reliable. Pei Qian nodded. In any case, as long as Mr. Li does not invest in lynching, everything will be fine. January 18, Tuesday. Dream Venture Capital. Mr. Pei, the app is ready, please take a look. This is the early promotional material of the Student Come Quickly project. Also, about the investment of Fuhui Capital. Looking at the pile of information handed over by He Dishing, Pei Qian felt a headache. He just glanced at it, threw the information aside, and took the phone to check the Shuaba Kuailai app. It was done much faster than Pei Qian expected, and it took about a week to finish it according to Xing. This company had done similar projects before, so they just worked overtime to modify the code of the previous failed project, changed a set of UI, added 2 new functions, and came up with the first version of Student Master Come. As if he was afraid that Mr. Pei would be unhappy, Xing added, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, there will be no problem with the quality. Although it is outsourced, this company is very conscientious." Pei Qian didn't care about these. It would be better if the quality of the app was problematic, otherwise it would be a failure faster. Originally, he just wanted to do it casually and spend some money. Pei Qian played with this app for a while and found that it only has the most basic functions at present. The app has 2 entrances, namely Student Master Entrance and Student Scum Entrance. Entering from the Student Master Entrance, you can fill in your own information, including academic school, subjects you are good at, knowledge level, etc., and you also need to submit some necessary information for real name authentication. Entering from the Student Scum Entrance is much simpler. You post the demand, the student master takes the order, and then the two reach a consensus, meet for tutoring, and pay the balance. To Pei Qian, this software is very similar to a taxi-hailing software. In fact, Xing has planned more functions for this app, such as online video answers, question search, etc., but there is not enough time to do it. Moreover, the current basic functions are essentially just matchmaking, but they are far from complete. At the beginning, there were few users, and this app was fine. As the number of users increases, not only the bandwidth of the server needs to be expanded, but also the architecture and stability of the software itself need to be continuously improved. Of course, there is no need to worry about these for the time being, because this app has no users yet. In order to attract the top students to this project, Xing established a company and distributed equity according to the ratio of 60% for the entrepreneurial team, 30% for Yuanming Venture Capital, and 10% for Fuhui Capital. Yuanming Venture Capital invested 3 million and Fuhui Capital invested 1 million. Mr. Li wanted to invest more, but was rejected by Pei Qian. Mr. Li has made a lot of money by following the investment without thinking. Mr. Pei now accepts Mr. Li's investment and lets Mr. Li lose a small amount of 1 million. On the one hand, it can pour a basin of cold water on Mr. Li, so that Mr. Li will no longer stick to himself like a dog skin plaster in the future, and he will be much more peaceful in the future. On the other hand, Pei Qian is still compassionate and does not intend to let Mr. Li bleed a lot and lose too much. Of course, part of the reason is to control risks. This project has too much money and is prone to accidents. So I told Mr. Li that I would invest 1 million first as a token of appreciation. I didn't need that much money in the early stage. If the situation was good later, it would not be too late to invest more. Of course, the entrepreneurial team was all our own, so in fact Pei Qian and Yuanming Venture Capital controlled 90% of the shares, and Mr. Li had no interest in the operation of this project. On the surface, it was to repay Mr. Pei's personal favor, but in fact it was just to make a living. Therefore, the specific development of this project still depends entirely on Pei Qian's own decision. Pei Qian did not look at it carefully, and handed the phone back to Xing. "Okay, start advertising." Xing was stunned. President Pei, are you a little anxious?" He wanted to say, even if it is to fool people, you must be prepared, right? This app is launched with such a low completion rate. Even if it is to fool people, isn't it a bit improper? Pei Qian waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, let's advertise first." App completion rate is low? That's good. Pei Qian is afraid that if the app is highly completed and promoted, President Li will bring a group of people to follow up and invest, and really hype up the popularity of this project, which will be a big trouble. Take advantage of the low completion rate of the app now, so as to promote it vigorously. Spend money and get scolded. By then, everyone will not be optimistic about this project, and GG on the spot, and President Pei's goal will be achieved. Chapter 395 Danger. January 20th, Thursday. Chui Geng ate his takeaway food while listening to the chatter of the crowd. Hey, I was scolded by readers for breaking chapters again yesterday. What's the big deal? Isn't it normal to be scolded for breaking chapters? Yes, it's just a small matter like breaking chapters. Ah? Are you also used to it? Nonsense, don't you have to leave suspense in the last few minutes when you watch TV series and animations? Readers scold you for breaking chapters, but they are actually very honest. They will come to read the next chapter as soon as it is updated, which can increase reader stickiness. If you don't break chapters, readers will put it down after reading this chapter, and the subscription for the next chapter will definitely drop. So, authors who don't break chapters are not good authors. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, many people nodded frequently, and some authors smiled slightly, without commenting. Chui Geng looked at the calendar. He came to Jingzhou last Thursday, and it has been exactly a week since then. At the beginning, everyone was not familiar with each other, so the communication problems were relatively superficial. Now, most people know each other, and some authors who are close to each other can chat freely. Of course, some exchanges about writing skills are inevitable. Chui Geng took out his phone and looked at his comment area. It's terrible. Pigeon Spirit has updated 5 times a day this week. At first, I wondered if he was kidnapped. Now there's no doubt. He's definitely been kidnapped. It feels like it's become a little watery, but it's still very cool. Pigeon Spirit, hold on. Another week and this recommendation ticket in my hand will be yours. Chui Geng looked at these comments with mixed feelings. I have to say that bursting updates is indeed useful. Once the update volume increases, the subscription, average subscription, and various tickets have all increased a lot compared to before. From last week to now, Chui Geng can update 8,000 to 10,000 words every day on average, which is simply unimaginable for him before. Moreover, the increase in the number of words is mainly due to the increase in working hours, rather than deliberate flooding, so the quality of the update is still guaranteed. Of course, some perverts not only write during the daytime working hours, but also use laptops to write another chapter and organize the outline at night. They are simply beasts. Chui Geng certainly wouldn't do that. He would just write for 8 hours every day, averaging more than 1,000 words per hour. This speed wasn't fast, but it was quite impressive for him. Once he developed the habit, Chui Geng actually enjoyed this state. It has to be said that under certain conditions, writing can also be addictive. It's just that Chui Geng is facing a little problem now. While eating the takeaway food he got from MOU, he raised his worries at the table. Everyone, I feel that the progress has been a bit too fast recently. I can't write anymore. What should I do? Everyone looked at him in unison, and then said in unison, cut it off. Chui Geng. When it comes to this kind of thing, this group of unscrupulous authors instantly become unserious. It is common for authors to persuade people who have better grades than themselves to cut books. Of course, this can't be blamed on everyone, mainly because there are too many authors who pretend to be cool because of writing problems. So when encountering this kind of suspected pretending to be cool, most people will choose to take the initiative and end the topic with the 3 words, cut it off. Chui Geng was speechless. He did have this problem, mainly because the outline of the book he was currently writing was not done well from the beginning. The grades were okay, and the plot was not a collapse, but the framework was set low at the beginning. Originally, Chui Geng only planned to write 2,000 to 3,000 words a day, which should last for quite a long time, but recently, he suddenly updated 8,000 to 10,000 words, and suddenly found that the main plot of the story could not sustain it. I estimate that the book will be finished after writing about 1 million words. What should I do? of course, for an author who is used to writing bad endings are not terrible. After cutting many times, he has already become familiar with it. He doesn't need to look down when swinging the knife. But, what should he write after cutting? Cui Geng simply has no idea. After lunch, Zhu Xing'an said, "I will give you an hour to upload what you wrote in the morning and take a break. According to the schedule this afternoon, we will visit Jingzhou, exercise, change our thinking, and accumulate materials by the way. Everyone, hurry up and meet downstairs in the hotel in an hour." In the car, Pei Qian was very sleepy and fell asleep. The course with closed book exams was finally finished. He has been studying hard these days and has not paid much attention to the company's affairs. Fortunately, the intensive recitation did have some effect. Pei Qian estimated that he should get more than 70 points in the exam, right? If he passed the exam by paying for it, he would probably pass with 60 points, but if he got 70 points by his own strength, it would be quite proud. Pei Qian felt that his review during this period was not in vain. He could try to get a little higher than Lao Ma. There are 3 more open book exams next, so I shouldn't have to work so hard anymore. I can focus on the company's affairs now. Strange, I always feel like I forgot something. Pei Qian tried for 2 seconds to recall, but soon gave up. I just finished the exam, and my mind is in a relaxed state, which is not suitable for recollection. Moreover, there are too many industries now, and Pei Qian is a little overwhelmed and can't remember them all. He yawned and decided to go back to his residence to sleep first. Xiao Sun drove very steadily, but Pei Qian was not convenient to sleep with his seatbelt on, so he had to take out his mobile phone, open the end, and start chasing. Pei Qian's hobbies are very wide: animation, drama, games, movies, etc. He likes them all, but he doesn't study them deeply. After all, it's a pure entertainment mentality. There is no point in studying so professionally, just for fun. Pei Qian used to watch it on Wuxian, because Wuxian has a complete range of categories and novel themes. As for the end, on the one hand, it's because the previous end is too rubbish, Pei Qian can't watch it at all, and on the other hand, it's because he instinctively doesn't want to support his own industry. However, recently, he has gradually started to watch the end. In the final analysis, it's for work. Pei Qian feels that he has to pay more or less attention to the status of the end, because the end is already profitable. Previously, Ma Yichun wanted to hand over a profit, but Pei Qian decisively refused. But until now, Pei Qian has not asked Ma Yichun where he spent the money. On the one hand, he was too busy so he forgot, and on the other hand, it was because asking too frequently would not be in line with Mr. Pei's personality. Pei Qian felt that as long as he kept a close eye on the end, he would be able to grasp the trends of this website. It must be said that there have been a lot of high-quality content on the end recently, and there are a few books that Pei Qian can finally read. It is 2011 now, and the overall popularity is still the blood fantasy road of "Don't bully the poor young people." Most of the top books are fantasy and fairy tale themes, and many great gods will forge godhood in the past 2 years. Of course, the name of the website has changed, and the specific books are different from what Pei Qian remembered. But regardless of whether they are the same or not, Pei Qian reads them all the same, because even the books he has read, he has long forgotten them completely. The library of the end is basically following the pace of Wuxian, and these fantasy books can basically be regarded as copycat versions of Wuxian's popular books. Pei Qian reads, quite casually. If he sees a topic of interest on the homepage, he will follow it for a while, and if he gets tired of it, he will quietly delete the book. Most of the books cannot catch up with the latest chapters. But today, when he refreshed the bookshelf, Pei Qian was suddenly stunned. Several books in his collection had updated a single chapter neatly, just 2 hours ago, around 12:30. Pei Qian frowned, vaguely feeling that this was a bit strange. What could make so many authors update a single chapter at the same time? A large-scale PY activity? He quickly clicked on a book at random to check the updated chapter of this book. Dear readers, there are only 2 chapters today. Because the website organized a group activity in the afternoon, I was released from prison for a short time to visit Qingshan and collect materials. I will continue to add more chapters tomorrow. There are already many messages from readers below the chapter. Okay. I've seen that you've been updating a lot recently. Don't get tired. Take a good rest. Just give me 70 or 80 chapters tomorrow. Sure enough, they've been kidnapped by robbers. And they've kidnapped so many authors at once. Ha 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 ha, is it okay to be released from prison for the time being? Before, an author said he was attending a study class. I thought it was just an ordinary lecture. At that time, I said that the study class was useful and I should hurry up to update. But now I see that this is not a study class at all, it's the official black room. Well done. These days, even some pigeon spirits can update 4 chapters stably. I strongly request that this study class continue. Can we add more people to the study class? I have a beast who updates once a year. I really need to go to the study class for re-education. To be honest, I think this study class is good in every way, but I don't know why it seems that authors like to break chapters recently. Do you have professional training in breaking chapters and the training you receive in the study class? Looking at the comments of readers, Pei Qian was confused. At the same time, there was a vague feeling that it was not good. Through these readers' comments, Pei Qian quickly confirmed one thing. Ma Yichun did spend the money on mid-level authors. He arranged these authors to Jingzhou and organized a study class, which significantly improved their creative efficiency. As for how the efficiency was improved, I'm afraid it would not be in line with the Tenda spirit. Pei Qian was a little speechless. This Ma Yichun actually made such a fuss under my nose. At present, it seems that the status of this group of mid-level authors is getting better and better. Not only has the update volume increased, but many ideas have emerged in the process of continuous communication, and the drama and writing skills have also improved to a certain extent. If these people really create a great author who becomes famous overnight, how much traffic will it bring to the end? You know, the most important thing in the cultural industry is content. Without content, everything is nonsense. For many consumers, the reason for downloading a live broadcast platform client is often just because of a favorite anchor. The reason for becoming a loyal user of a website is often just because of a book they like to read. Piracy is almost extinct in this world. If you really want to read a good book, you can only go to this designated website to read it. There will be no situation where the author works hard and the pirated website makes all the money. Therefore, Pei Qian felt the danger behind this. He called Ma Yichun and asked for the specific address of the Terminal Network author training class, and then said to Xiao Sun, turn around and go to the outskirts of the city first. See a lot of finished masterpieces ranking search. Complete. Book. God. Station. Our website, so that you can find it when you want to read it in the future. Chapter 396 A Bunch of Struggling People. Half an hour later, the office building where the online author study class is located. Ma Yichun led Pei Qian to the small black room rented by the Chinese website. Although Ma Yichun had handed over all the things here to Zhu Xing'an, since President Pei was here, Ma Yichun must still receive him and report his work in person. President Pei, this is our plan for this study class. This is the template of the agreement signed with the authors. And the daily life arrangements. Ma Yichun introduced them to Pei Qian one by one, with a sense of pride in his words. He was indeed very proud, because the website's traffic data had increased significantly during this period. If an author updates his work, the effect will mostly only affect his own book, and the effect on the website's data is minimal. But what if many authors update their work together? The website always regularly organizes some activities such as double monthly tickets, which is also to stimulate authors to update their work, thereby increasing the website's data as a whole. Now, when these middle-level authors in the study class update their work, the reader stickiness of each book is increasing, and the website's data is naturally much better. Mr. Pei, this is the website's recent data growth. This is reader feedback. In short, this class was very successful. It can be said to be a win-win for readers, authors, and the website. So, I plan to hold the next class immediately after this class ends, and continue to include some new authors, so that the class activities become a normal practice. Of course, in the final analysis, it is because President Pei's policy is correct. President Pei, you are right. Great writers are not dug out, but cultivated by ourselves. I have thought about it. Even if we dig up great writers from other sites and give them a generous buyout price, the website will not be able to retain this popularity for a long time due to the lack of soil and backbone. Now that this class is open, even if we can't cultivate great writers, as long as we can cultivate these middle-level authors well, our website will definitely flourish. It is only a matter of time before a great writer emerges from these middle-level authors. Pei Qian. If Ma Yichun hadn't said it, Pei Qian would not have known that the problem had become so serious. At this time, the authors and Zhu Xing'an were still wandering around Jingzhou and had not returned. Therefore, Pei Qian and Ma Yichun can talk here without being disturbed. Pei Qian casually turned on a computer and found that it automatically entered a small dark room as soon as it was turned on, and basically there was no way to do too much entertainment. Let's take a look at the content of this agreement. As a salted fish, Pei Qian instinctively felt a chill in his heart. The routine is deep. Isn't this a sweatshop that turns salted fish into hardworking people in batches? Pei Qian wanted to destroy the sweatshop and rescue the exploited authors in the name of Tenda spirit. But on second thought, this matter is not easy to force. Because Ma Yichun stipulated an 8-hour work system for these authors, and did not let them work overtime for a minute. In name, it did not violate Tenda's regulations, and they also provided food and accommodation, basic salary, and 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund. This treatment is good enough. The only problem may be that the computer is forced to enter the small black room state as soon as it is turned on. Pei Qian felt that he could start from this point. But there must be a reason for this, and the cooperation of the authors is needed. Pei Qian did not express his thoughts, but continued to chat with Ma Yichun about some details of the study class, while waiting for the return of the authors. I went out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is almost time to come back now. Not long after, there was a sound of footsteps outside. This scenic spot in Jingzhou is quite ordinary, nothing to see, but I took a few photos, so it's not a wasted trip. The Moyu Internet Cafe is really good. Why don't I see it in other cities? I feel that Jingzhou is a really livable place. The schedule for this afternoon was very simple. The authors first visited several unknown historical sites in Jingzhou to experience the historical features of Jingzhou, and then went to the nearest Moyu Internet Cafe to sit down. The schedule was relatively relaxed, and everyone was not tired. At this time, the authors returned to the small black room where they worked daily, and found that the door was open. Ma Yichun was here, and a young man was sitting next to him. Everyone was stunned, and then they greeted, Mr. Ma. Ma Yichun stood up with a smile. Are you all having fun? Let me introduce you. This is our President of Tenda Group, Mr. Pei Qian, who came here to take care of you today. Ma Yichun briefly introduced, and the authors greeted him. This is the boss of the boss, and he must not be neglected. Although most authors do not like or are not good at these social practices, they still have the necessary courtesy. Pei Qian did not care about these things. He had other intentions when he waited until now, so he got straight to the point. Everyone has worked hard during this period. If there is anything that is not well received, please feel free to point it out and we will correct it immediately. What do you think of the effect of this online author training class? The author saw that Mr. Pei was so polite and quickly replied, "Mr. Pei, you are too polite. Mr. Ma took great care of us. We are only grateful, no complaints. The effect of this class is great. We can create faster, live more regularly, and are healthier." In short, thank you very much to Mr. Pei and the website for giving us this opportunity. Other authors also echoed. Pei Qian. So disappointing. He originally hoped that these authors would find faults. As long as any author found faults, Pei Qian could let myriad make changes. For example, if an author said it's too inconvenient to not be able to play games or watch videos on the computer, Pei Qian could naturally let myriad remove the small black room status of all computers. As a result, it was all flattery. Pei Qian was speechless, but the more these authors said so, the more determined he was. Since the effect is so good, it must be changed. Pei Qian coughed twice and decided to give them some tips. Are you used to the computer's darkroom status? I think writing novels is a creative activity, and being in a dark room may stifle everyone's imagination and creativity. How about canceling the dark room? Pei Qian originally thought that these authors would be jubilant and applaud, and then he could follow public opinion and let myriad remove the darkroom status of all computers. As a result, the authors in front were shocked and shook their heads vigorously. Boss Pei, absolutely not. The darkroom can help us avoid external interference and improve work efficiency. It must not be cancelled. If it's cancelled, it will definitely be impossible to update 8,000 or 10,000 a day. Others also echoed, yes, it can't be cancelled. Pei Qian? Oh no, I met a group of stubborn authors. I've removed you from the black room, and you're not happy? Chui Geng, who was in the last row, wanted to agree with President Pei, but after thinking about it, he shut up. It's not because he was embarrassed, he was very thick-skinned. If it was a week ago, Chui Geng would definitely be the first to stand up and ask President Pei to remove him from the black room. But now, he is hesitant. Because after adapting in these few days, Chui Geng found that in this special environment, with the help of the black room, he can indeed achieve the goal of updating 8,000 or 10,000 a day. Without the black room, he will definitely return to the state of a beast who only updates once. That means that grades, income, reader reputation, etc. will quickly decline to their original state. By then, the grades of all the authors in the study class will be thriving and getting better and better, but he will be the only one who is half dead. By then, it will be a big embarrassment. What's more, although Mr. Pei was smiling, who knew if he was fishing? If I raised my hand, what if I was arrested as a negative example? So, Chui Geng kept silent. Pei Qian looked around and found that none of these authors supported the abolition of the small black room. Pei Qian felt tired. Damn, he actually met a room full of strugglers. What should I do? He looked at myriad, who smiled and showed him an approving look. It seemed as if he was saying, Boss Pei, your trick of playing hard to get is really good. It's a pity that no one was fooled. Pei Qian was speechless, and felt that his kindness was taken for granted. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only settle for the next best thing. These authors formed a whole, and the strugglers' thoughts occupied the upper hand. At this time, we should use certain methods to divide and disintegrate these people. Pei Qian looked around and said, okay, since everyone likes the small black room, let's keep it. But I think the current mechanism is just a big pot meal, without rewards and punishments, which is definitely not okay. So, we need to establish a reward and punishment system. The authors looked serious, thinking that these leaders are really not good people. This boss, Pei, is he here to establish his authority? But no one dared to ask more questions and could only listen obediently. Pei Qian coughed twice. The author who updates the most on that day can skip work the next day and have a day of free time as a reward. Of course, he is strictly prohibited from typing any more words. The author who updates the least on that day must go to Tenda headquarters the next day to receive Tenda spiritual re-education as a punishment. Neither of them is bound by the original agreement. Let me see how much everyone updated today. Pei Qian looked at Ma Yichun. Ma Yichun silently called up the background data on the computer. The one who updated the most today is Mingyu, 8,712 words, and the one who updated the least is Chui Geng, 3,287 words. Because there is a group activity this afternoon, this is the result of 3 hours in the morning. He typed nearly 9,000 words in 3 hours, which is simply the ultimate tentacle monster. Chui Geng's face turned pale. Mr. Pei, listen to my explanation. I was mainly sorting out the outline this morning, I was not being lazy. Before he finished speaking, Pei Qian smiled at him. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow. After that, Pei Qian turned and left. Chui Geng felt a little dizzy and almost couldn't stand steadily. It's over. Go to Tenda headquarters to receive Tenda spiritual re-education? In his mind, there appeared knife mountains, oil pots, and Jinhui prison. And Mingyu, who typed the most, scratched his head. Free activities? What about my updates? Forget it, I'll continue typing in the hotel. Just as he finished mumbling, Ma Yichun came over and patted his shoulder and sighed softly. Don't think about those things. What President Pei said about free activities is that you can do anything except work. Hurry up and write a leave application. Chapter 397, Same People, Different Fates, for the leader Tian Great Demon King, extra chapter. The patch Pei Qian made naturally has a deep meaning. The study class lasted for a week. During this time, the authors ate and lived together. They all had a tendency to strive for success, and now their thoughts were highly unified. Pei Qian wanted to reduce their burden, but was rejected by these people. It can be seen that this problem cannot be solved overnight. So, Pei Qian thought of a way to dig a hole first. Give the person who types the most and is the most diligent a day off, let him play without pressure for a day, interrupt his state of writing, and let him experience how happy it is to be a salted fish. And let the person who types the least to experience the Tenda spirit, in fact, use Tenda's entertainment atmosphere to continue to wear down his enthusiasm for writing, making him even more salted. The person who types the least is undoubtedly the saltedest person among this group of authors, and is also a breakthrough. Take him to Tenda, eat and drink well, and treat him well. When he returns, he will definitely tell the news to other authors. After other authors know that if they write at least one word, they will go to Tenda headquarters to eat, drink and have fun, they will definitely rush to slack off and write less, creating a vicious competition. Over time, a large number of authors wrote less and less, and this solid struggle alliance naturally collapsed. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the better he felt that this plan was, and it was simply perfect. In the evening, the crew of A Beautiful Tomorrow had a farewell dinner at Mingyun Private Kitchen, and the crew officially disbanded. Outside the villa, everyone said goodbye reluctantly. Boss Pei, I am really grateful for your care during this period. If you have anything in the future, please contact me at any time, and I will definitely go through fire and water. Thank you for the hospitality. This is the most delicious meal I have ever eaten. Come to Jingzhou as a guest again in the future, Boss Pei, are you welcome? I wish the movie a big hit. Boss Pei, I know a few good distributors and people in the theater. If you need it, I can help to connect. Pei Qian said goodbye to everyone one by one, and sincerely invited everyone to come and play at any time, and he would definitely treat them well. After all, every time he treated people, he could spend more money. Only the last suggestion was flatly rejected by Pei Qian. Don't worry about the movie promotion, I will arrange it. Finally, everyone was sent away. Pei Qian let out a sigh of relief. There were indeed a lot of things to do recently. After finishing one thing, another one came. Of course, the filming of the movie has just been completed. We can't be sure until it is released. But that will be at least a month later, which is still a long way off. We still have to take care of the present first, Pei Qian thought with some melancholy. Let's do it one by one. Let's arrange the end point first, and then go and see the shared school tyrant. Hey, there seems to be something I have been forgetting. Oh, yes, the shared phone booth. Pei Qian thought of the shared school tyrant, and suddenly remembered the thing he had always wanted to see before, but was always busy and forgot. Shared phone booth. Originally, I should have gone to see it on Monday, but there were too many things this week, exams, dinner, Mr. Li also came to interfere, plus the complications on Pei Qian's website, so I forgot. 5 days, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? Pei Qian thought about it. 5 days would at most be enough for Yuan Guangjin to draw 2 phone booths, plus the first one, at most 3 phone booths. What kind of trouble can 3 phone booths cause? There shouldn't be any big problems. Of course, to be on the safe side, I must go and see it this week. Pei Qian was afraid that he would forget it again this time, so he hurriedly wrote it down in his little notebook. January 21st, Friday. Chui Geng got off the car in the underground garage with some trepidation, and took the elevator to the 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing with the driver. Last night, he and Mingyu had already sent a leave application. However, the reader's comments under the 2 leave applications were completely different. Mingyu's leave note said that he had written the most words in the class, so he was allowed to have a day of free time and could not update. He would update 15,000 words tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow to compensate. The comments below were basically all shouting 666. Big Brother is awesome. Relax and wait for your explosive update. Hurry up and let those one-update beasts come in to study hard. Chui Geng's leave note did not mention the specific reason, but just said that he had an important matter and asked for a day off. He originally wanted to get away with it, but the reader's comments were instantly heartbreaking. It's over. You're going to give up after working hard for a week? You're too impatient. You didn't even mention updating. You're worthy of being like that. Has the kidnapper received the ransom and released the person? Don't do that. Keep him kidnapped. We'll crowdfund it. It's a rumor from other authors. It said that the pigeon was arrested for ideological education because he wrote the least words, ha ha ha. The person who wrote the least words in the entire class? That sounds like he deserves it. Feeling the different treatments, Chui Geng sighed. Alas, the same people have different fates. Different treatments. Others have a day off, they are free and happy, and readers cheer for them. What about me? I went to the headquarters to receive ideological education, and was laughed at by readers. It's too hard. Just as Chui Geng was thinking, he heard a ding sound, and the 17th floor was reached. Chui Geng walked out of the elevator and came to the front desk. He explained his purpose to a pair of beautiful twin girls at the front desk. Soon someone came out to greet him and let him in. Hello, my name is Wu Bin, from the Human Resources Department. Wu Bin had a smile on his face, but Chui Geng still felt a chill in his heart. Human Resources Department. As far as Chui Geng knew, many large companies now use the Human Resources Department as a factory or a royal guard. I'm afraid today's learning task will not be easy. As a pigeon spirit, Chui Geng felt a lot of pressure. However, Wu Bin just opened the door of the entertainment room. Please. Chui Geng, ? He looked inside and found that there were big TVs, game consoles, piles of game discs, high-end computers, and even several large game consoles. comics, magazines, even filled a wall. It's hard to describe my first feeling, but if I use one word to summarize it, it's probably heaven. Chui Geng looked at Wu Bin, a little confused, and a question mark appeared on his head. What does this mean? Have a good meal before going on the road? Just as he was about to ask, Wu Bin smiled and said, Please come in. This is Mr. Pei's arrangement. When he heard that it was Mr. Pei's arrangement, Wu Bin was slightly relieved. As a famous online author, Wu Bin's imagination is very strong. At that moment, the plot of Leopard Head mistakenly entered the White Tiger Hall appeared in his mind, but on second thought, I felt that this idea was quite absurd. The probability that President Pei would use this method to cheat me was about the same as the probability that this guy in front of me would fake the imperial edict, both of which were infinitely close to zero. Although he was doubtful, no salted fish could resist the temptation of this entertainment room. So, Chui Geng walked in without hesitation, sat on the sofa, and picked up the handle. Wu Bin very considerately helped to close the door of the room. Chui Geng. Although I don't know what the medicine is sold in the gourd, I'll make the best of it. Chui Geng was too lazy to think about it, so he picked a game he liked and started playing. After closing the door, Wu Bin returned to his workstation. Today's task was specially assigned by President Pei. As for the intention, Wu Bin was also a little puzzled. President Pei just asked him to take Chui Geng to the entertainment room, provide lunch at noon, and then everything else was up to him, even whether Chui Geng wanted to leave or stay, he didn't care at all. He just said, if Chui Geng asks about the Tenda spirit, give him a little hint. At 10 a.m., Pei Qian woke up naturally, turned over and sat up, and yawned. Looking at the watch, Chui Geng should have arrived at the company and was being influenced by the Tenda spirit, right? Pei Qian had already made arrangements yesterday and asked Wu Bin to be responsible for the reception. In Pei Qian's opinion, Wu Bin passed the Tenda spirit compatibility test the second time, and he must have a lot of experience in how to slack off. Let Wu Bin take Chui Geng to the game room to play games for a day. Isn't this a clear enough hint? If Chui Geng still doesn't understand, then let Wu Bin give him a little hint and teach him the secret of slacking off in a more obscure way. Double guarantee to ensure that nothing goes wrong. In short, when Chui Geng returns to the study class, he will bring a seed called slacking off with him, which will take root and sprout in all the authors. This seed will make them compete with each other, set new lows, and disintegrate the entire study class from within. Thinking of this, Pei Qian got up and brushed his teeth, feeling very happy. Chapter 398, Ingenious Learning of Tenda Spirit. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chui Geng in the game room put down the handle of the game console and looked at the time on his mobile phone. No one really cares? If no one comes, I will have to leave? Chui Geng felt confused and incredible. When he was first led into the game room in the morning, although he was playing games with the attitude of making the best of it, he also felt that someone would push the door at any time and tell him to start learning Tenda spirit. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Wu Bin did push the door, but he just asked him to order a takeaway. After lunch, Chui Geng lay on the sofa in the entertainment room for a while, and no one came to care about him in the afternoon. So he continued to play games until almost 3 o'clock. It seemed that the sun would set after playing for another 2 or 3 hours. Chui Geng wondered, what about the Tenda spirit training? No one trained me? Could it be that the HR department has more important work, so my training has been put on hold? No way, Wu Bin doesn't seem to have any particularly important work, right? Moreover, since it is the work assigned by President Pei, it should have a high priority, right? Shouldn't he take care of my work first? Chui Geng fell into deep confusion. After playing games all day, even those who love playing games will be more or less tired and annoyed. Chui Geng felt a little dizzy and flipped through his phone. He habitually looked at his own book reviews first. No update today? cut it off? Hey, the pigeon spirit was taken away for education today. It's a tough day. On the bookshelf, the books of other study class authors have not been updated because it is not yet 6 o'clock in the evening. Once 6 o'clock is over, these books will be updated with several chapters like a flood. The least will have 7,000 to 8,000 words, and the most may be more than 10,000. On the other hand, I haven't written a single word. Hey, this can't be blamed on me. It was all delayed by the Tenda spirit study arranged by President Pei. Chui Gong felt at ease to blame President Pei. If Chui Gong had known that he would play in the game room all day today, he would have been very happy. However, he came with the mentality of participating in Tenda spirit training, but inexplicably played games all day. This strange sense of dislocation greatly reduced the fun Chui Gong got from the game. Wait, this training, can it be that no one will take care of it if I don't urge it? Don't put it off until tomorrow. Chui Gong was suddenly shocked when he thought of this, and felt that there was a big problem. Of course, he was not opposed to playing games in the game room for a whole day, but the feeling of the schedule was completely arranged by others was not good. Thinking of this, Chui Gong stood up and planned to ask Wu Bin to see what exactly Pei was up to. Whether it was playing or training, it had to be figured out. With this hanging in the air, nothing could be done with ease. Chui Gong left the game room and subconsciously glanced at the workstation next to him. He was surprised to find that some people put their ergonomic chairs flat and slept, some people were eating potato chips while watching TV series, and some people were typing quickly on the keyboard to write documents. This floor is basically the administrative, human resources, financial and other departments, and the game department is upstairs, on the 17th floor. Since Tenda's recruitment, the work of the human resources department has not been so busy, so some people who have no work to do can naturally slack off a little. But this scene was a little surprising to Chui Gong, who originally thought that this should be a scene of bustling work. Chui Gong found Wu Bin and hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start the conversation. However, Wu Bin seemed to be well prepared for this and stood up directly. Come on, let's go to the reception room and talk. The two entered the reception room one after the other and sat down. Wu Bin poured the tea, feeling confident. Boss Pei had specifically told Chui Gong that if he didn't understand, Wu Bin would give him some hints. So Wu Bin was well prepared and knew that it was time to give hints. If you have any questions, just ask. Wu Bin smiled. Chui Gong hesitated for a moment and asked, I want to know when the training of Tenda spirit will start. It won't be delayed until tomorrow, right? Wu Bin's smile became even stronger. Tenda spirit training? It has already started. Looking at Chui Gong's confused expression, Wu Bin added, from the time you just arrived in the morning to now, it has been the process of Tenda spirit training. As for what Tenda spirit is, Boss Pei said, I believe you can find the answer yourself. Chui Gong was confused. The training has already started? I played games all day? Chui Gong scratched his head and asked, is the process the same for every Tenda spirit training? Do you go into the game room and play games all day? Wu Bin thought for a moment and said, the process is the same. You are brought to the company, but you don't have to go to the game room to play games all day. In fact, you don't have to play games. You can go anywhere you want. No one restricts your freedom. Chui Gong, you can go anywhere you want? Then why should I stay in the game room for a day? However, he remembered that when he entered the game room, Wu Bin did not tell him that he could not leave. In other words, this so-called training is a ticket to move freely within Tenda? In this more indirect way, show the Tenda spirit? Wu Bin asked in confusion, but I still don't feel that I have felt any Tenda spirit. Seeing Wu Bin's confused eyes, Chui Gong knew that it was time to give him a little hint as President Pei said. What did you see in the company? Wu Bin asked. Chui Gong thought about it and was a little embarrassed to speak. Wu Bin smiled and said, "You can tell me what you want to say." Cui Gong hesitated and said, "I saw some people working hard, some sleeping, some watching TV series, and some reading books at their workstations." Wu Bin nodded and said, "What kind of Tenda spirit do you think this represents?" Cui Gong thought for a moment and said uncertainly, The company doesn't care what employees do during working hours. They can play and slack off as they please? Does President Pei encourage everyone to be lazy?" Wu Bin was speechless for a moment, and said with a smile, "Think about it yourself, is this an inference that a normal person can make?" Cui Gong, no. He reacted completely subconsciously. When Wu Bin asked him back, he immediately felt that this idea was outrageous. Wu Bin expressed his understanding of the Tenda spirit. The people you see resting and chasing dramas have either completed their current work or need to adjust their status to achieve higher work efficiency. Their rest and entertainment are not just for rest and entertainment themselves, but to better complete their work. The Tenda spirit, if summarized in one point, is how to make better use of entertainment and rest, and use both as means to obtain more efficient and longer-term output. The Tenda spirit encourages rest and entertainment, but does not encourage aimless and simple rest and entertainment, because this will only destroy people. Using rest and entertainment to ensure physical and mental health, so as to better realize your own value, this is what the Tenda spirit really advocates. After listening to Wu Bin's words, Cui Gong fell into deep thought. So this is what Mr. Pei meant by his behavior? What Mr. Pei did today was very simple. He just threw him into the game room and let him relax. But now, Cui Gong felt an indescribable sense of emptiness in his heart. Why is this so? Is it just because I am playing while other authors are typing? There are some factors in this regard, but not all. Combined with Wu Bin's words, Cui Gong suddenly realized a problem: his entertainment and rest are purposeless. That's why he often feels empty. Take the 1-hour nap at noon as an example. Some people take an hour nap at noon out of procrastination and to avoid work, but after he wakes up, he still has to complete those tasks. He will think, if I didn't sleep for an hour at noon, my current work might have been half completed. At this time, he will feel empty and feel that time is wasted. But some people take an hour nap at noon to maintain a better mental state to complete the afternoon work, and when he wakes up, he will immediately devote himself to work with full energy. At this time, the 1-hour nap at noon is very meaningful, and he will not feel empty because of it. The same is true for entertainment. Rest and entertainment are part of life and are indispensable, but they cannot be the whole of life. The ultimate value of a person still depends on how much he produces. This is a very simple truth, but Cui Gong found that he had never understood it before. He had no worries in life because of the demolition, and could not concentrate on his creation. However, playing games and entertainment every day could not bring him any happiness, but only endless emptiness. He never understood where his emptiness came from. Today, President Pei threw him into the entertainment room to play games for a day, and then let Wu Bin give him a little guidance, which immediately made him suddenly enlightened. Thinking of this, Cui Gong's brows relaxed and he expressed his understanding. So, the Tenda spirit should be: encourage rest and entertainment. But rest and entertainment are both for adjusting one's own state and realizing one's own value better. Wu Bin did not comment. What else? Cui Gong frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, if the Tenda spirit is applied to myself. The reason why I am the slowest typer in the entire study class is precisely because I do not have this spirit. My rest and entertainment are just slacking off and being lazy, which is a resistance to work, so my time is wasted. In fact, if I can combine rest and entertainment with work, I can fully guarantee the existing rest and entertainment time while increasing my output. I have updated too much recently, and many plots and content have not been considered well. This is also the result of my opposition between work and entertainment. It is my mentality that I urgently need to adjust. In short, I don't need to resist or reject rest and entertainment, nor do I need to feel guilty about it. Instead, I should use them to maintain a better working state. At the same time, there is no need to worry about the number of words. What is more important is the quality of the content. Am I right? Cui Geng looked at Wu Bin. Wu Bin smiled slightly. Everyone can have a different interpretation of the Tenda spirit. I can't judge your understanding. As long as you think it is right, it is right. Chapter 399. A young man can be taught. Cui Geng remained silent, and after a moment he said with emotion, Tenda is really a very special company. Other companies are eager to post slogans on the wall, write them in the employee handbook, and even let all employees recite them. But Tenda hides the company spirit and lets employees understand it themselves, just like enlightenment. I suddenly have a strong interest. Can you tell me about the company? In the afternoon, Pei Qian did not go to Tenda, but came to Yuan Main Venture Capital to listen to He Dishing's report on the situation of Student Hero Comes. Because in recent days, the publicity offensive of the project Student Hero Comes has been launched, and it looks quite bluffing. During the days when Pei Qian was preparing for the exam, he often saw posters of Student Hero Comes and various flyers distributed by students in the school, and even some classmates around him were discussing it. I don't know the exact data, but the first impression is that it's very popular. So after weighing the pros and cons, Pei Qian decided to come here first, to ask about the situation of Xiuaba Kuicha. He Dishing began to introduce the project to Pei Qian. Although he was very excited, it was still possible to see that he was not very confident. Mr. Pei, the publicity campaign for our project has already started. Of course, it is mainly concentrated in Jingzhou at present. The initial publicity methods of Xiuaba Kuilai were relatively simple and crude. In the past 2 days, many bus stops in Jingzhou have posted posters of Xiuaba Kuilai, and a group of people have distributed flyers near universities and high schools at noon and in the evening. He also bought some advertisements on the local TV station in Jingzhou with restraint. Of course, they were all some relatively rubbish time slots. He signed contracts with some outstanding students from Handong University and other universities, inviting them to be the first batch of contracted Xiuaba of A. He Dishing paid them wages, and these people must ensure that they complete a certain number of orders and time every week, and strictly investigate fraud. In addition, there is a reserved fund to subsidize users in the early stage of A's operation, which is commonly known as burning money. The money was spent quickly. However, the money thrown into the water is not a waste, and it still makes a little splash and is converted into data. But He Dishing was too embarrassed to mention these specific data, because it was a bit embarrassing. At present, it is only a test in Jingzhou, and it has not been promoted nationwide. How many active users can there be? The revenue data is also very bleak. Now they are burning money, and they will definitely continue to burn money in the future, and they will only burn more and more. As for the evaluation, the majority of people are not optimistic, because the current functions of A are relatively simple. In short, He Dishing introduced it, but apart from some empty words about good prospects, he didn't say anything. But for Pei Qian, this is undoubtedly good news. No good news is the best good news. If even He Dishing can't find something to brag about, it means that the start of this project is really a mess. However, Pei Qian has a mind and feels that he can't take it lightly. These people under him always like to conceal some good news that has just begun to emerge, and want to wait until this good thing is almost certain before reporting to President Pei. This situation must be prevented. Pei Qian looked at He Dishing and said, "It's a good start, but I want to ask you a question. Where do you think the next breakthrough of this will be?" He Dishing thought about it and said, "If it's a breakthrough, I think it's its social attributes." Well, Pei Qian frowned and became alert instantly. He Dishing didn't realize the change in Mr. Pei's expression, and said, social attributes are undoubtedly the fundamental guarantee for us to quickly expand and strengthen A. Although our A's current data is average, and the response among high school students and parents is mediocre, the response among college students is quite strong. Whether they are poor students or top students, they all fill in their information and photos carefully, and the probability of meeting with different people is much higher than meeting with the same people. This shows that our A has certain social attributes. If we can make good use of this. Pei Qian frowned, feeling something was wrong. This is a big hidden danger. Pei Qian has no doubt that many people have a strong interest in top student male gods and top student goddesses, and some male and female top students who are dedicated to learning and destined to be alone have no resistance to handsome or beautiful juniors and sisters. If this situation continues, this software may become the yuan of the education circle. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately stopped. Dishing, you are right. Dishing's eyes lit up, thinking that his point of view was recognized by President Pei. Pei Qian, this is indeed a big hidden danger. Dishing's eyes widened slightly. Pei Qian ignored his surprise and said, this kind of evil trend must not be encouraged. Dishing was a little dizzy. Why? Pei Qian said earnestly, the hidden danger is too big. In the short term, it is indeed possible to gain a good degree with this gimmick. But in the long run, this will cause security risks to our platform, and will also make many users of the platform have impure motives, affecting the atmosphere of the entire platform, causing damage to reputation and loss of core users. So, we must avoid this situation. Immediately arrange for the software to be revised. In the next version, add a few new features to modify the design of the personal profile page. You cannot upload personal photos, you cannot display the user's gender, and when evaluating, you cannot freely write comments. You can only choose the descriptive words we prepared for them. It is equivalent to being able to label, not being able to leave messages freely, and naturally you cannot hint at the other person's gender and appearance. Add a one-click alarm button, and display location tracking at the same time, so that you can share your location with friends in real time. In a prominent position on the page, remind that appointments must be made in places with large traffic, such as school study rooms and cafes. At the same time, increase the intensity of review. Whether it is a poor student or a top student, not only must they go through real name authentication, but they must also be connected to the internet to check whether they have a criminal record, school disciplinary records, etc., and those who are suspected of having problems will not be allowed to pass. Dishing felt a little dizzy. If the original top student, come quickly, contained a little bit of sparks that might spark a spark, then President Pei's combination of punches not only extinguished the sparks, but also completely eliminated the combustibles under the sparks. Dishing originally thought that he could use this as a gimmick to quickly hype up the popularity, and naturally there would be no worries about people taking over. Now, this road was completely blocked by President Pei. But Dishing didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and said, okay, President Pei, I'll arrange it immediately. Seeing President Pei's serious expression, Dishing knew that this was definitely not a joke. Pei Qian was very happy to eliminate another hidden danger. This place can be stable for the time being. At this time, he received a message on his mobile phone, which was sent by Wu Ben from the Human Resources Department. Boss, Pei, the things you arranged for me have been done. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, good things come in pairs. As for how far Chui Geng can spread the Tenda spirit after he comprehends the Tenda spirit and returns to the online author study class, that is a matter for the future. Just observe it after a while. By the way, do you know the situation over there at the shared telephone booth? Pei Qian asked, casually. Dishing was still thinking about the previous changes to Student Come Quickly, and after 2 seconds he said, I'm not sure. I didn't ask about it after you asked me to be in charge of the Student Come Quickly project. I think everything should be going well there too. Pei Qian nodded. Although he didn't ask for any useful information, it at least proved that he Dishing was obedient. It seems that he still has to go and take a look at this matter in person. Today is Friday, and the flow of people in the mall may not be as much as on Saturdays and weeks, but it should not be very small. Pei Qian went out and got in the car, saying to Xiao Sun, "Let's go to Huanyu Tianjia. There are many stories about President Pei, and what I just told you is only a part of it. If you are interested, you can ask Mr. Ma from the website to help you collect them. He is very familiar with many of the parties involved." Wu Bin said with a smile. Cui Geng still felt a little unsatisfied. "I didn't expect that Mr. Pei and Tingda's experience was so legendary. A maverick boss created a maverick company. If this story is written into a book, it will definitely be very exciting." But Cui Geng frowned slightly, as if he had encountered some difficult problems. "I'm afraid Mr. Pei's image is not suitable for being the protagonist." Wu Bin was stunned. "Why?" Cui Geng explained, "Too perfect. There are indeed some such people in reality, such as the great men, saints, and reformers throughout the ages. Successful people must have some very outstanding, but if the protagonist of the book is such a person, it will seem out of touch with reality, a bit fake and empty, and it will be difficult for readers to believe it. After all, reality does not need logic, but novels do. If a leader like Mr. Pei exists in reality, everyone will only think that he is rare, precious, and lucky. But if he exists in a book, readers will only think that he is fake, hypocritical, and cannot empathize with him. So this story must be changed to better suit the reader's tastes. Anyway, thank you for today's study of Tingda spirit, which is very meaningful to me." Cui Geng shook hands with Wu Bin. Wu Bin smiled and said, "This is all arranged by President Pei. It's just a piece of cake for me." Cui Geng looked at the time. It was past 4 p.m. and it was not time to get off work yet. Wu Bin reminded him, "You can come and go freely here." Cui Geng thought for a while and said, "Can I borrow the computer in the entertainment room again?" Wu Bin nodded and said, "Of course." Cui Geng returned to the game room again. This time he did not play games again. Instead, he sat in front of the computer that could easily run almost all large-scale games on the market, trying to sort out his new ideas. Inspiration is fleeting, so you must seize it immediately. However, before that, Cui Geng logged into the writer's backend and entered the new chapter title and ending notice. After writing the content, Cui Geng was a little entangled. He knew very well that if this chapter was sent out, he would probably be criticized like a dog. But after hesitating for 5 minutes, he still pressed the publish button. In the car, Pei Qian took out his mobile phone with some boredom, opened the endpoint, and refreshed it casually. It was not yet 6 o'clock, and it was not the update time for the authors of the study class. That's why the end notice of one of the books is so conspicuous. Pei Qian, he quickly clicked in and quickly scanned the contents. After a moment, the doubt on Pei Qian's face disappeared, replaced by a gratified smile. "Ruzi is teachable, Ruzi is teachable," he immediately said to Xiao Sun, who was driving. "Let's go to Huanyu Tianjia tomorrow morning, and go back to the company first. I want to meet this Cui Geng." Chapter 400 Butterfly Game, additional chapter for the helpless instant noodles of the leader. Cui Geng's ending preview is written very simply. "I am a tentacle monster who writes desperately, and I have some things in my heart that I want to tell you. I know that many friends hope that this book can be written to 2 million, 3 million, or even 5 million words, or even never finished. However, I don't have much experience in writing fantasy. The structure of this book is so large at the beginning. The most exciting content is almost completed with 700,000 or 800,000 words. Counting the water filling, it is only 1 million. Everyone can find that the recent plot has obviously accelerated. This is because I have written nearly 700,000 words, but in fact it is almost coming to the end. I am afraid that the end of the book will be too sudden and everyone will not be able to accept it, so now I will give a preview that this book may be completed within a week or two. Everyone should be mentally prepared first. The new book is still in preparation. I will report to you as soon as it is ready. As expected, the book review area is already full of grief. Chui Geng decisively turned off the progress of the Chinese network app and did not read the readers' comments. Anyway, if you just use your imagination, you can probably guess what the comments will be like. I'll be scolded if I get scolded. As long as I don't read the comments, these scoldings won't exist. Even if I get scolded, I have to write this idea. I can vaguely feel that this idea will be the brightest highlight of my book writing. Chui Geng turned on the computer, created a new document on it, and quickly wrote down his ideas. Although the upper limit of urban themes is not as high as traditional fantasy and fairy themes, there are definitely many readers, and it is a popular theme. It's just that, most of the current urban themes are still brainless, pretentious and ambiguous, mainly based on themes such as soldier kings and school beauties. This obviously doesn't fit the story I want to write. It can't be brainless pretentious, nor can it have too much teaching meaning, because it doesn't fit the characteristics of this idea. So, the tone of the story I want to write should be humorous. It doesn't give readers the traditional sense of pleasure, but a feeling of controlling everything like God. As Chui Geng was thinking, he quickly thought of a good story outline. The title of the book is called Butterfly Game. The protagonist doesn't have a name for the time being, anyway, he is a tool man. One day, the protagonist was playing slacking fish at home when suddenly the system crashed. A blue ball of light hit his head and merged with him. He found that he could summon this light ball at will, and through this light ball, he could observe what happened in a parallel world at will. This light ball comes with a game called Butterfly Game, which is named after the butterfly effect. The protagonist is not the creator of this parallel world. He has certain authority in the game, but can only make some very shallow changes to this parallel world, just like a butterfly gently flapping its wings in the Amazon jungle. The goal of the game is to produce a series of chain reactions through these shallow changes, which will have a huge impact on people or things in the parallel world. Finally, the game will score the protagonist's skills according to the size of the impact, and issue rewards based on the score. In this way, the protagonist's authority becomes higher and higher, and the scope of influence becomes wider and wider. So, under the butterfly effect constantly created by the protagonist, many dreams of Rao were realized by accident. Chui Geng even quickly thought of how to write the first plot at the beginning. He wanted to write about an independent game producer who was poor but never gave up his dream. This game producer was poor, and the game he made was simple in material, but full of sincerity. However, he had no money for publicity, so no one was interested. In desperation, the game producer has decided to give up his dream and go back home to find a good factory to work. The protagonist discovered him while observing the parallel world, so he used his authority to find a up-host in the game area, and used his own golden finger to let the up-host happen to download the game and play it. Under the spontaneous promotion of the up-host, the game suddenly became popular, and it has been out of control since then, and the independent game producer can continue his dream. Of course, this is just the beginning of the story, which is relatively simple. As the plot continues to develop, there will be more complicated stories. For example, there is a very rich villain in the book. He is the boss of a super-large multinational company. He always likes to acquire various game companies with good reputations all over the world and squeeze out the last bit of value of these companies. In order to make these game companies have a debt crisis and have to sell themselves to him, this villain often makes some moves, or inserts ghosts into the company, or smears on the internet. In short, in order to suppress the company he likes, he does everything he can. The protagonist's task is to use the butterfly effect he has mastered to change some details so that the villain's goal will ultimately fail, and these conscientious game companies can avoid the fate of being maliciously acquired. In short, the protagonist will use his golden finger to influence some people in this parallel world in this butterfly effect way, so that they can fulfill their dreams. These people can be in any industry. They can be game producers, entrepreneurs, internet cafe owners, singers, actors, directors, authors. Various identities like this. Over time, these people helped by the protagonist will help and influence each other, making the development of events more unpredictable. When many supporting characters gradually grow up and their life trajectories gradually overlap, the butterfly effect mastered by the protagonist can play a greater role. For example, a child who might have dropped out of school was sponsored by a kind-hearted person because of the butterfly effect of the protagonist, successfully completed high school, completed college, doctoral, and postdoctoral studies with excellent grades, and participated in the development of an important project. After the successful development of this project, a new outlet was created. And the company of another supporting character was on the verge of bankruptcy. But because of this outlet, it came back to life and soared to become an industry giant, profoundly changing the way of life in this world. In short, the parallel world was changed into a better world by the protagonist, using the butterfly effect again and again. After writing down all these ideas, Chui Geng carefully read them several times and evaluated them carefully. It's not a traditional exciting point, so there must be great risks. But this also means opportunities, because it seems that no one has written this kind of content in urban themes. Readers are not the protagonists, but the god's perspective. Watching the entire parallel world change by accident due to the effects of the butterfly effect, this kind of plot should make readers unpredictable and full of expectations for the subsequent reversal. There are no blunt pretense and slap in the face in the book, only supporting characters who have achieved their dreams, and a world that is getting better and better. The overall style of this book will be humorous, relaxed, and casual, and it should be more in line with the tastes of some readers who are tired of the routine of "don't bully the poor young people." Many business stories can be used as materials. There are many similar stories at home and abroad that have built business empires because of coincidences. Even many contents of Tenda Group can be used as prototypes. The reality is more exciting than. The more Chui Geng thought about it, the more he felt that there was a play. This idea has flaws and cannot be perfect. But which idea is perfect? As long as there is innovation, there will definitely be risks. Thinking of this, Chui Geng sent the document to his email and deleted the document saved on his computer. Ideas are extremely important to authors. Once they are seen by others and spread out, and someone else writes them first, it will be a big trouble. After everything was done, Chui Geng looked at his phone and it was time to get off work. He stood up and walked out. After returning, he would first concentrate on finishing the current book. The framework was not big to begin with. If he wrote 8,000 words, he might be able to finish the original content in more than a week. When the time comes, he will decisively finish the book, and even if he is scolded, he will start a new book at the speed of light, just as if nothing happened. For this new idea, he will accept being scolded. When Chui Geng left the game room, he happened to meet Mr. Pei, who had just rushed back to the company. Pei Qian saw Chui Geng just coming out of the game room, and his smile became even brighter. "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner." Chui Geng was stunned. "Ah? But Mr. Pei." "No buts, just follow me." Mr. Pei took Chui Geng into the car without hesitation, and prepared to have a big meal at the Ming Mansion family banquet. Chui Geng sat in the car, wondering, Boss Pei looks very happy. Could it be that he already knows about the success of Tenda spiritual training, and you? Does he want to treat me to a meal and give me some encouragement? Chapter 401 Tailor-made Position. At the family dinner at the Ming Mansion, Pei Qian looked at Chui Geng with a smile, which made Chui Geng a little nervous. "Boss, Pei, you eat too." The dishes on the table looked delicious and tasty to Chui Geng. Although the portions were not large, he could not finish all the dishes by himself. Boss Pei did not seem to be very interested in the dishes. He just picked up a few chopsticks perfunctorily, just like eating at home. Seeing that Boss Pei was staring at him, with a look of appreciation in his eyes, Chui Geng felt flustered for no reason, and subconsciously began to make up some outrageous plots. After all, the imagination of online authors is not ordinary. Of course, Pei Qian did not know what Chui Geng was thinking at this time. The reason why he stared at Chui Geng was mainly because he felt that he had discovered an amazing talent. Originally, Pei Qian did not think too much. The main purpose of letting the author who has written the least words in the study class to come to the company to learn the Tenda spirit is to let him feel the slacking atmosphere of the Tenda Group. After returning, he will carry forward this spirit and thereby disintegrate the study class composed of hardworking people from within. Pei Qian never expected that Chui Geng would perform beyond his level, not only fulfilling his expectations, but also giving him surprises. I just went to the game room at Tenda headquarters to play games this morning. In the afternoon, he directly released a preview of the book's completion, saying that I will just write casually in the future and it will be completed soon. You can read it or not. How free and easy. How casual. Pei Qian couldn't help but think, if all the authors of the Yan Chinese website are like Chui Geng, then there is no need to worry about big things not being accomplished. Therefore, the more Pei Qian thought about it, the more satisfied he was, and he even wanted to entrust Chui Geng with an important task. However, Pei Qian did not show it immediately, but thought that he should be a little more cautious. At least he should test it to see if Chui Geng is really the talent he needs. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, I have a few questions, let's chat casually. Chui Geng nodded quickly, okay, Mr. Pei, you. He was also a little confused in his heart, not knowing what Mr. Pei was up to. But one thing is certain, this is definitely not a simple meal. Judging from the size of the company, Mr. Pei is also a big boss, with a net worth of over 100 million. How busy is the schedule of such a big boss? How can he have time to have dinner with a person like me? Although Chui Geng always feels good about himself, he is also very clear that he is just an ordinary author and is not even the best on the website Endpoint Chinese network. Although Chui Geng was a slacker, he was neither stupid nor dull. Even if he hated the ways of the world, he was not completely ignorant of them. So, he instantly became alert, thinking quickly, waiting to answer Mr. Pei's question. While eating, Pei Qian asked casually, this book is well written, why did you suddenly release a preview of the end? He deliberately made his tone seem very casual, and smiled, for fear of putting pressure on Chui Geng. However, Chui Geng's heart still stomped. What's going on? I just released the preview of the end of this chapter, for less than 2 hours, and Mr. Pei already knew about it. The question is, how did Mr. Pei know about it? Mr. Ma told him? Impossible, how could Mr. Ma bother Mr. Pei for such a trivial matter? So, there is only one possibility left. Could it be that Mr. Pei is reading my book? Chui Geng suddenly panicked, because after a little thought, he immediately thought that this was the only possibility. Then, Mr. Pei's attitude is worth pondering. Chui Geng looked at Mr. Pei opposite him. Under the soft light, he had a warm smile on his face, but behind this smile, there was an indescribable mystery. Chui Geng understood instantly. Oh no, Mr. Pei is asking me to update in person. Inviting me to dinner, this is courtesy before force. Chui Geng was not an ungrateful person. He hurriedly said, if President Pei likes to read it, I will delete this chapter immediately. I will not finish this book unless President Pei agrees. Write 5 million, no, 10 million words. Pei Qian, ? Damn, Chui Geng misunderstood. Pei Qian hurriedly explained, no, I think it's good to finish it now, and the sooner the better. I'm serious. A real man should make a decision when necessary and act more decisively. I admire you for this. Chui Gong blinked, a little confused. What kind of a godlike reader is this? If every reader is as considerate of others as President Pei, how happy I, the author, would be. Chui Gong immediately picked up a glass of wine excitedly. President Pei, there's nothing else to say, it's all in the wine. Seeing Chui Gong so excited, Pei Qian confirmed that this book cutter was indeed sincere. Pei Qian asked again, why is the ending preview released today? Chui Gong breathed a sigh of relief. Since President Pei was not here to urge him to update, it was good. Boss Pei, because I am deeply inspired by the spirit of Tenda today, this chapter is inspired by it. Pei Qian's eyes brightened instantly. Okay, this guy is very sensible. But one question is not safe, I have to ask more. The old book is finished, what are your plans next? Collect materials for a while, and then start a new book, what else can I do? What if the readers scold you? Just don't read the comments. Pei Qian, then, I will go with Ma Yichun and ask you to leave the class and find another job. What do you think? Chui Gong was a little confused. President Pei asked me to leave the class and find another job? Why? President Pei was impressed by my work ability and asked me to be in charge of a department under him? It's impossible. I'm just a writer. What work ability do I have? Could it be that President Pei wants to assign me a position so that I can get better materials? Thinking of this, Chui Gong nodded, of course. Pei Qian looked carefully and found that except for the last question, Chui Gong answered his questions almost without thinking, and there was a very firm light in his eyes. Pei Qian was very happy. This is definitely a promising talent. He took a sip of the wine glass and was already thinking about how to use this promising talent. There are many problematic departments in Tenda Group now. Although the bad atmosphere of struggling has been reversed to a certain extent after the recent Tenda spirit test, the speed is too slow. Pei Qian thought, since Chui Gong is so talented, it would be a waste of talent to just put him in a study class. He should be assigned to some of Tenda's hardcore departments. For example, the game department, Fei Huang Studio, ROF installation, etc. These departments have been backstabbing each other since their inception, and now it is becoming more and more frequent, and it is difficult to reverse the situation. For President Pei, this is a heavy burden. Maybe arranging Chui Gong there can change this trend. But which department should he go to? Pei Qian was a little worried. Or, let him decide for himself. Pei Qian asked casually, which department of Tenda do you like the most? Chui Gong was stunned for a moment. President Pei, I don't know which departments Tenda has. Pei Qian thought about it, took out his mobile phone, logged into the TPDB website, and turned out all the current industries of Tenda. Chui Gong took the phone and looked at it, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This Tenda Group can be called a behemoth. He was a little dazzled by it. He was interested in many departments, but he couldn't pick the one he was most interested in. If it is for collecting materials, these departments should all be useful. Thinking of this, Chui Gong said, Boss Pei, I want to go, okay? Of course, if it's not convenient for you, forget it. Pei Qian was overjoyed. Convenient? How can it be inconvenient? Things are dead, people are alive, since you have this need, I will definitely satisfy you. So, I'll give you a special position. You can go to any department of Tenda at will. The department head will prepare a workstation for you and pay you wages. Everything will be in accordance with the standard for formal employees. If you have any needs, everyone in the department must cooperate with you unconditionally. You set your own work content, and no one else has the right to ask. If you want to change departments, just change directly. If you want to return to your original department, just go back directly. No department head can stop you for any reason. Pei Qian was not angry when he heard Chui Geng want to go, but was very happy. Since it is a pure gold shit-stirring stick, it is a bit of a waste to only use it to stir up the study class. It should stir up the entire Tenda Group. The script that Pei Qian expected was perfect. Chui Geng is a genius who has a thorough understanding of the Tenda spirit. Let him visit various departments at will. First, he can spread the Tenda spirit and change the atmosphere of struggle in these places. Secondly, each department should prepare a workstation for him, and all benefits such as salary and bonuses should be treated as formal employees. He sets his own work content, slacks off, and makes other employees in the department jealous. Finally, all departments must cooperate with him unconditionally and come and go freely. Other department heads cannot obstruct him, which will definitely disrupt the work of these departments. It is conceivable that Chui Geng will sooner or later stir up a bloody storm within the Tenda Group. Chui Geng's eyes widened slightly. The one who knows me is President Pei. Isn't this position tailor-made for me to collect materials? Paying a salary eliminates worries. Departments cooperate unconditionally, and the efficiency of collecting materials is greatly improved. Free to come and go, you can periodically go to different departments to collect materials, which is conducive to the expansion of the subject matter and the linkage of different fields in the book. Chui Geng excitedly picked up the wine glass and clinked it with the wine glass in Mr. Pei's hand. Mr. Pei, I will definitely live up to my mission. Very good, I wish you can show your skills. Both Rao's faces were filled with smiles and infinite expectations for the future. Chapter 402 How to Thank Mr. Pei. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. January 22nd, Saturday. Pei Qian was in a good mood last night, and he and Chui Geng drank a little wine at the Ming Mansion family banquet, so he slept well. I woke up naturally at 9:30 this morning. After waking up, I looked at my phone and saw a memo on it, go to Huanyu Tianjie to take a look at the shared telephone booths. Pei Qian strolled and prepared to go to the bun shop downstairs for breakfast. As soon as the buns were served, Pei Qian received another new message. Huang Sibo, Mr. Pei, the rough cut of the film is out, do you want to take a look? Rough cut? When the crew had a farewell dinner at Mingyun Private Kitchen before, director Zhu Xiaozi seemed to have mentioned this. The so-called rough cut is just a product of simple editing of the footage shot. The editing is not so sophisticated, and there are no special effects. Many contents have to be supplemented by imagination. However, it is at least a finished film, and you can still see something roughly. Pei Qian thought about it and thought this was more important. He could go to the phone booth in the afternoon, so he replied, "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." He was about to put away his phone when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Today is Saturday. Are you working overtime? Huang Sibo quickly replied, Mr. Pei, I have paid overtime. Pei Qian said firmly, even if I have paid overtime, I cannot work overtime so confidently. This will not happen again, and I will try to avoid it in the future. Huang Sibo, okay, Mr. Pei. Fei Huang Studio is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tenda, not a department of Tenda, so Pei Qian cannot be too strict about overtime. He can only scold Huang Sibo and let him take care of himself. Although Pei Qian has never asked too much about Fei Huang Studio, since the rough cut of the film has been released, he must go there to give himself a reassurance. At the same time, Mayu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Lin Cheng ordered a cup of hot coffee and drank it while warming his hands, still feeling a little dusty. He rushed here from the airport and his butt was not even warm yet. After arriving in Jingzhou, he immediately went to Mayu Internet Cafe near Handong University to meet with Mr. Pei to discuss the progress of the previous plan. Unfortunately, after I sent the message, I found out that Mr. Pei had already arrived at Fei Huang Studio and was watching the rough cut. Watching the film plus the time on the road would take at least 3 hours. Moreover, Mr. Pei said that he had something to deal with in the afternoon that had been delayed for a long time, which might delay him for another hour. Lin Chang calculated that he might have to wait until 3 or 4 in the afternoon to see President Pei. This was a bit embarrassing. Lin Chang knew that President Pei was busy with work and fully understood this, but he didn't plan to just wait like that. He decided to ask Lin Wan out first to observe the progress. Before, Lin Chang and President Pei had conspired well to let Lin Wan be responsible for the horror game project of Shangyang Games, while being responsible for the mobile phone business. There were many and complicated things on both sides, and the probability of Lin Wan's project failing would be greatly increased. Originally, the two people considered keeping a backhand. In order to better attack the mobile phone business, they considered waiting for a mobile phone to be released here, and the Shenhua mobile phone department in charge of Lin Yu would release a benchmark mobile phone with a slightly better quality, a slightly lower price, and a slightly better publicity than this. In this way, direct close combat can eliminate hidden dangers in the bud, which is enough to be invincible. As a result, when the mobile phone was halfway through development, President Pei sent Lin Chang a message: "This backhand is no longer useful." This phone was sold directly for 8,000 yuan. Shenhua's flagship phone can already meet the requirements of a little bit better quality, a little bit lower price, a little bit better publicity, so there is no need to make another targeted phone. So, this backup plan was naturally abandoned. Just as I was thinking about it, Lin Wan arrived. She sat down opposite Lin Chang, ordered a cup of coffee as well, and then frowned and asked, "Brother, why are you here again?" Lin Chang's mouth twitched. "Why do you say again? Can't I come to see my own sister?" Lin Wan looked unconvinced. "I always feel that you have been running around very frequently recently. Do you have any ulterior motives? How is it possible? I simply like the livable environment of Jingzhou." Lin Chang smiled rather unconfidently. "Besides, I have to come to see you often. How is it? Is your work going well recently?" Lin Wan shook the coffee cup. "It's okay, so. Seeing Lin Wan's low spirits, Lin Chang couldn't help but feel secretly happy. It looks promising. If the progress of these two projects is optimistic, with Lin Wan's personality, he must have been showing off to himself by now. Since Lin Wan didn't show off, it means that there is no good progress in the current two projects. Although happy in my heart, I can't show it on my face." Lin Chang looked concerned. "What's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties? Is there anything I can help you with? Just ask." Lin Wan glanced at him. "Come on, my current projects are a horror game and a mobile phone. Which one can you help with?" The current status of these two projects can only be described as so. Although there has been some progress, I am still unsure. For the horror game project, the overall framework is fine, but there are still many small details that need to be modified. Moreover, even if these small details are modified, it is difficult to determine whether players will accept this new type of horror game. So, I am a little worried. Fortunately, there is a very powerful art master who has been helping us adjust the game style and enrich the game details. Recently, it finally looks like that. As for the mobile phone, well, to be honest, I really can't take care of it. I am already busy with a horror game alone, and I basically don't care about the mobile phone. Last time, the people there gave me a prototype that was as heavy as a brick. I felt that there was a big problem at the time, but the prototype has been made. I have not participated in the development of the mobile phone, and it is impossible for them to start over. I can only wait until the mobile phone is made, and then go to other departments of Tenda to ask for some benefits, which can be regarded as making some contributions. But even so, I think this mobile phone is probably going to fail. Lin Wan has always had a good relationship with Lin Chang. He didn't think much about it when they met this time, and he told all his recent confusion and distress. Lin Chang looked worried and frowned, as if he was very concerned about Lin Wan, but he was actually very happy. Okay, Mr. Pei, this plan is really perfect. Yuan hasn't noticed anything yet. If we continue with the current situation, when the horror game and the mobile phone both fail, it will definitely be a big blow to Yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Chang couldn't help but get a little carried away and whispered, "It seems that I really need to find a way to thank President Pei." Lin Yuan frowned, "Huh? What did you say? Why should I thank President Pei?" Lin Chang was shocked. "Did you hear me mumbling so quietly?" Seeing that Lin Yuan's eyes were wary, Lin Chang hurriedly said, "I mean, President Pei trusts you so much and has entrusted you with important tasks. As a brother, I must find an opportunity to thank President Pei." Lin Yuan's face was slightly relieved, "That's right." Lin Chang thought for a while, "But, President Pei seems to have everything. However, let my second brother waive his rent again? Or, I will take care of the business of Moyu Internet Cafe?" Lin Yuan shook his head, "It seems that there is no sincerity. President Pei doesn't care about this little money." Lin Chang agreed deeply, "Yeah, that's right. These small favors are not enough to repay President Pei's sincerity." "Then, is there anything that President Pei needs urgently? It would be best if I can help." Lin Yuan frowned and thought for 2 minutes. "Got it. You know that Fei Huang's studio is preparing to shoot a movie recently, and it has been completed, right?" Lin Chang thought about it. President Pei did say before that he wanted to see the rough cut of the movie, so he nodded. Lin Yuan continued, "This movie is the brainchild of Mr. Pei, including the entire story outline, which is obvious that he must attach great importance to this movie, because it is the result of his hard work." Lin Chang was a little confused, "So? If you had told me earlier, I could have helped find a good director and a few actors of the movie emperor level, but now the film has been completed, right?" He paused, then realized, "Oh, I see. You want me to help contact the distributor and theaters?" Lin Yuan nodded, "Yes, this is very simple for you, but for Mr. Pei, it is something that is urgently needed. Good wine is afraid of being hidden in a deep alley." Lin Chang thought about it, and it was really the case. Although Mr. Pei's Tenda Group is a big family, it is the first time that Fei Huang's studio under his command has seriously entered the film industry, and it should not have similar resources and connections. But Lin Chang is different. He is responsible for the entertainment and film and television media business of Xinhua Group, and has a lot of resources in his hands. "Okay, it's a small matter. I'll tell Mr. Pei right away." Lin Chang was very happy, and felt that this thank you gift should be considered quite sincere. Lin Yuan waved his hand, I don't think it's necessary to tell Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei has been busy with official duties recently, and it seems a bit inappropriate to bother him with such a small matter. I'll give you the phone number of the person in charge of Fei Huang's studio directly, and you can contact him. Wouldn't it be better to give President Pei a surprise when the movie is released?" Lin Chang thought about it, and it seemed right. President Pei had to go to at least 3 places today, and he also had to deal with a work that had been delayed for a long time. It can be seen that his schedule was very full. Thinking about it, the people from Fei Huang's studio must be responsible for finding a distributor for the movie and negotiating with the theaters about the film schedule. It's impossible for President Pei to do such a small thing himself, right? In this case, go directly to the people from Fei Huang's studio to talk to them and get this done properly, so that President Pei can get a surprise when he goes to the premiere. Wouldn't this be a better deal? Thinking of this, Lin Chang nodded, "Okay, then give me the contact information of the person in charge of Fei Huang's studio, and I'll talk to him." Chapter 403, What Happened in This Week. In the afternoon, Pei Qian left Fei Huang's studio by car and headed to Huanyu Tianjia. The rough cut of the film A Beautiful Tomorrow has been watched. Overall, it is a mixed bag. The good news is that the film is not edited very well, there are no special effects at all, and the plot is really poisonous, and it looks like it will definitely flop. The bad news is that the acting of several actors in it is online, especially the three main actors, Zhang Zuding, Lu Zhiyao and Lin Rui, who are simply crazy about acting, which makes Pei Qian feel uneasy. Lu Zhiyao's usual problem of overacting has been completely corrected, and Lin Rui can't be seen as a new actor at all, not to mention Zhang Zuding, whose acting skills are impeccable. It is really difficult for Pei Qian to predict what the effect of such a film will be after it is released. While Pei Qian was struggling, Huan Tianjia arrived. "Boss Pei, should I go up with you?" Xiao San asked. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "No, you can wait for me in the car. I'll come down after taking a look." Pei Qian didn't think too much. He just wanted to confirm the safety of the shared phone booth, and then he would rush back to Handong University to meet Lin Chang. Take the elevator directly to the top floor. It was Saturday afternoon, and Pei Qian was ready for the crowds in Huanyu Tianjia. However, he was still stunned when he came out of the elevator. He glanced at the entrance of the cinema and wondered, "Hey, so many people? Are there any good movies showing today?" However, after a closer look, Pei Qian was stunned. There were indeed a lot of people at the entrance of the cinema, but these people didn't seem to be watching movies. No one maintained order, but everyone was divided into two teams in an orderly manner. Both teams walked very fast. One team just took a photo in front of the phone booth and finished, while the other team took a number from a number machine in front of the phone booth and left. Take a closer look at the appearance of this phone booth. A huge original painting on it, Modest, the guardian of justice. This huge original painting directly occupies the main part of the front of the shared telephone booth. In the picture, Modes is tall and strong, with a firm gaze, looking proudly forward, and various weapons stabbed on his back, showing his heroic spirit. Many people lined up just to take a photo with this huge original painting. Moreover, unlike ordinary posters and the original paintings of the game, this painting was hand-painted by Ruan Guangjian, adding many unique techniques. The thick painting technique looks quite freehand, which makes people feel very artistic at first sight. It is so colorful, no wonder people who come to the mall come here to take pictures with it. Pei Qian stood in front of the telephone booth, looking at this huge original painting, speechless for a moment. Fuck. He did ask Ruan Guangjian to come and draw something to decorate this shared telephone booth, but he didn't ask him to draw a hedgehog throwing coins. For some reason, Pei Qian always had a feeling that this hedgehog throwing coins was staring at him, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking. Look at the telephone booth again. The side facing the escalator clearly shows the current queue number 14, 7 minutes remaining. Pei Qian felt a chill in his heart, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. He looked through the crowd and found that the number on the number machine had reached number 29. That is to say, since this morning, 14 people have taken numbers to experience the shared phone booth, and there are 15 people in the queue now. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people have taken numbers but have not come to experience it, but there should not be many such people. Pei Qian was slightly relieved when he saw that the queue was moving very fast at first, but no one went into the phone booth, thinking that everyone just liked to look at the phone booth from the outside and did not really want to go in and consume. But now I understand, it's not that there is no one queuing, this is changed to queuing by taking numbers, which is more advanced. Pei Qian hurriedly took out his mobile phone and scanned a code to download the shared phone booth app. The previous app was very simple, with only a code scanning function, but now it has many more functions. The most obvious change is the addition of a queuing function. As long as you take a number at the door of the phone booth, you can enter the queue and fill in your estimated playing time in the phone booth. The system will add up the playing time of everyone in the queue, and users will know how long they have to wait. When it is almost time to queue, users can rush to the phone booth in advance to wait. This page can also perform some other operations, such as giving up queuing. In this way, everyone does not have to wait at the door of the phone booth, and can arrange other activities according to the estimated time, such as shopping, buying drinks and desserts, etc. Pei Qian looked at the estimated time on the app, and it has reached 3 hours. Moreover, people are still taking numbers. Pei Qian calculated the price a little bit, and his face turned pale instantly. 10 yuan for 15 minutes, 40 yuan for an hour. It seems that this telephone booth has never been idle since the mall opened. It must be open for at least 11 or 12 hours a day, in this way, you can earn 400 or 500 yuan a day. Of course, this is because today is Saturday, and there is a large flow of people, so that the phone booth can always be used. If it is a job, the money earned will definitely be less. But no matter how you calculate it, this income is also very considerable. Pei Qian was very puzzled. It was strange. Isn't this just a phone booth? What can you do in it for an hour? He wanted to look inside, but the curtains were drawn inside the phone booth, so he couldn't see clearly at all. He could only vaguely hear the sound of music coming from inside. There were many people and it was very noisy on this floor, so the music was also vague. Pei Qian didn't give up and walked around the phone booth, but the curtains were still tightly covered. Although there were gaps, it was impossible for President Pei to peek in front of it. He vaguely saw 2 people inside, but he couldn't see clearly what they were doing. Pei Qian walked around and found a stack of flyers on the other side of the electronic display screen of the phone booth. These flyers are here, and those who are interested can take them. Pei Qian took one and found that it was not an ordinary advertising flyer. There were both text and pictures on it, and the pictures seemed to be screenshots from a TV show. A customer suffered cardiac arrest in a shopping mall and was successfully rescued by AED. Shared telephone booths hide life-saving artifacts. Recently, in a shopping mall in Qingshan City, a mall staff saved the life of a young man with an AED. The scene in the picture took place on the top floor of Qingshan City Huanyu Tianjia shopping mall. A man suddenly fell to the ground after walking out of the cinema. The mall staff who rushed to the scene immediately divided the work and cooperated. While calling 120, they evacuated the onlookers and immediately rescued the man. At the critical moment, the staff immediately went to the shared telephone booth next to them and took out the AED automatic external defibrillator to perform emergency rescue on the man. After 4 AED defibrillations, when the 120 personnel arrived at the scene, the man had basically recovered his heartbeat and breathing. Then, the man was sent to the hospital for treatment. The medical staff said that fortunately the man was rescued by the AED. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Experts say that among patients with cardiac arrest, more than 85% are caused by ventricular fibrillation, which can only be eliminated by electric defibrillation. If AED defibrillation can be used within a short period of cardiac arrest, the success rate of rescue will be greatly improved, so there is also the saying of golden 4 minutes. According to statistics, more than 90% of sudden deaths occur outside hospitals, so how to quickly obtain AED to defibrillate patients has become the key to saving the lives of patients with cardiac arrest. However, at present, the penetration rate of AED equipment in our country is not high. The reporter visited many subway stations in the imperial capital and received the answer that there are no AED equipment at present. In Qingshan, a small shared telephone booth actually hides such life-saving equipment and plays a miraculous role. This is by no means a fluke, but the inevitable result of the founder of the shared telephone booth having public safety awareness and social responsibility. Zhang Wang, the founder of the shared telephone booth project, said that in his vision, the shared telephone booth is not only a cultural landmark of the city, a piece of pure land in the hustle and bustle of the city, but also a beacon of social responsibility. Pei Qian widened his eyes and took a closer look. He found that this was not a report from the paper media. The logo in the upper left corner of the picture was actually CCTV too. I haven't been here for more than a week. Why did I cause such a big commotion? Pei Qian was stunned. He remembered that the last time he saw a shared phone booth, it was just a bare, empty booth. It was so deserted outside that there was no one. But now, not only are people lining up to go in, but it's also reported on TV. Pei Qian suddenly felt that he didn't recognize this world anymore. At this moment, the door of the shared phone booth opened, and the couple inside left, consciously taking away the used paper cups and microphones, while the couple behind them were already waiting outside the door, seamlessly connected. Pei Qian quickly tiptoed and glanced at the things in the shared phone booth. Drink machine, jukebox, gas-upon machine. The shared phone booth was simply full of things. Pei Qian clearly remembered that when he came to see it last time, there was only a lonely phone and water dispenser inside. You can drink drinks, play gas-upon, sing, and stamp and punch in. No wonder these people don't want to come out after entering. Obviously, there must be an extra charge for the drink machine and gas-upon machine. If you add this income. And this is just one of the shared phone booths. Pei Qian suddenly realized something and hurried to the elevator to leave. This phone booth in Huanyu Tianjia is no longer savable. It is not only warmly welcomed by consumers, but also has saved people and has been reported on TV. Now even if Pei Qian wants to remove it, it is impossible. But there are other things to do now, such as immediately stopping Ruan Guangjian from beautifying the other 20 phone booths. At first, Pei Qian thought that there was only a phone and a water dispenser in this phone booth, and no one would consume it, so he asked Ruan Guangjian to draw an original painting and spend more money. But now, this original painting has undoubtedly become a cultural landmark, attracting many people from far away to take photos, and these people naturally want to enter the phone booth to consume. So, quickly stop Ruan Guangjian and tell him not to paint other phone booths. Pei Qian calculated that Ruan Guangjian could only paint one phone booth in 3 days, and these 20 phone booths would take 2 months to paint. Now only 10 days have passed, and at most he has painted 4 phone booths. There is still time. Pei Qian dialed Ruan Guangjian's phone while waiting for the elevator. Hello, Mr. Pei, what's wrong? Ruan Guangjian was very quiet over there, not like he was in a shopping mall. Pei Qian didn't think much about it and asked directly, which of the telephone booths we mentioned earlier have you finished drawing? Ruan Guangjian's voice was a little confused. Phone booth? Didn't you finish it a long time ago? Pei Qian? He felt a little dizzy. Shouldn't it take 3 days to draw one? How could it be finished? Ruan Guangjian smiled. Oh, yes, it takes 3 days to draw a telephone booth, which is too slow. I thought that if I finish drawing these 20 telephone booths, it will take until the new year, and I have other work on hand. It's too time-consuming. Then I found a dozen friends from the group and subcontracted these jobs. Each person was responsible for a telephone booth and just drew it according to the original drawing I gave. Don't worry, Mr. Pei. They are all my friends, and their skills are guaranteed. I have checked these phone booths. There are no problems with the drawings. I have also modified the occasional small flaws. Mr. Pei? Hearing that no one spoke for a long time, Ruan Guangjian thought the phone was disconnected. After a long time, Pei Qian said, "That's fine." After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian walked into the elevator silently and came to the underground parking lot. Mr. Pei, where are we going? Although Pei Qian obviously stayed up there for a little too long, Xiao Sun didn't ask much. Pei Qian thought about it and said with a dark face, "Go to Times Mall." He was a little unwilling to give up, and he must see the situation of all the phone booths with his own eyes. Okay. Xiao Sun didn't ask much, and drove off directly. Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Chong first. This afternoon, he had to check all the shared phone booths before he could meet Lin Chong. Lin Chong quickly replied, "Boss Pei, please focus on your work. I'm busy too." You're welcome. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Boss Lin was reasonable. After comforting Lin Chang, Pei Qian immediately called Chen Kongtua. How is the haunted house project going? Speed up the progress. Chapter 405 A Little Thing, Already Done. Monday, January 24th. Pei Qian came to the company with a dark face and entered the office. Over the weekend, he went through all the shopping malls where the 21 telephone booths were located, and his heart was broken. Among the 21 telephone booths, the one in Huanyu Street was made by Zhang Wang himself, and the other 20 were outsourced to manufacturers. Now, all the telephone booths are painted with GOG hero paintings, and are filled with various things that Pei Qian thinks have nothing to do with telephone booths, such as beverage machines, jukeboxes, and capsule machines. A good telephone booth was transformed into a multifunctional entertainment room. Moreover, there were long queues at the doors of all the telephone booths, and many people even ran all the way here just to take a photo and get a stamp inside. Pei Qian found Zhang Wang speechlessly, and before he had time to question him, Zhang Wang had already proudly started to report the results of the shared telephone booths. Each phone booth costs about 10,000 yuan, plus the various equipment and AED inside, plus the rent ranging from 500 to 1,000 yuan. The initial investment is probably less than 40,000 yuan. If the original painting above is included, it is 70,000 yuan. Now the average usage time of the phone booth is about 7 or 8 hours. At 40 yuan per hour, plus the additional income from beverage machines, gas upon machines, and other equipment, it can earn more than 300 yuan per hour, which is about 10,000 yuan a month. Even if maintenance costs and other expenses are deducted, it is no problem to earn 7,000 or 8,000 yuan a month. In this way, this phone booth can recover its cost in 1 year, and it will be pure profit after 1 year. At that stage, only the current 20 phone booths can earn Pei Qian more than 100,000 yuan per month. Of course, for the battle-hardened President Pei, this mere 100,000 yuan is just a trivial burden. The reason why Pei Qian felt very depressed was mainly because of the serious frustration brought to him by this project itself. Can such an unreliable project make money after investing? On the spiritual level, Pei Qian suffered a much greater blow than those previous profitable projects. Therefore, until he came to the company this morning, Pei Qian still felt a little dazed. President Pei, GOG, is about to officially start testing. Pei Qian looked at the message on his phone and simply replied, I know. After some consideration, Pei Qian sent a message to Lin Chang and arranged to meet at the Moyu Internet Cafe near Handong University. Pei Qian had been busy with the shared phone booth this weekend, and the time to meet Lin Chang was delayed again and again, and it was helplessly delayed until this morning. Coincidentally, while meeting Lin Chang, he also went to Moyu Internet Cafe to see the real situation of GOG. The so-called official start of testing means that the test version of the game is officially released to the official game platform, allowing players to download and experience it freely. Of course, considering the pressure on the server, not so many test account qualifications will be issued in the early stage, and it must be easier for the core players of Tenda Games to get the qualifications. Through this batch of trial play and feedback, it is better to find bugs and problems in the game and fix them. The version during the test period is definitely full of bugs, but players who like to play the test version are generally more tolerant. They have a mentality of trying new things, and will not care so much about these bugs. And Pei Qian felt that it might not be possible to see the real situation of GOG based on online comments alone, so it would be more reliable to go to Moyu Internet Cafe to take a look and visit it in person. The author study class of the N Chinese network is commonly known as the Black Room by readers. At noon, everyone sat down at the long conference table and chatted while eating. There is no work on Saturdays and Sundays. Some of these authors rely on their previous saved manuscripts to make up for the updates of these 2 days, while others continue to write on their notebooks in the hotel. Therefore, Mingyu and Chui Geng, who were named by President Pei, have not seen each other for 3 days. Hey, Mingyu, Chui Geng, what did you two do on Friday? Tell me quickly. Someone was very interested in their whereabouts. Mingyu coughed twice and whispered, I went to a high-configuration internet cafe nearby, secretly wrote 3 chapters in the morning, and saved them. I played games in the afternoon. Someone was stunned for a moment. Aren't you not allowed to write? Mingyu smiled, yes, but no one cares. I just need to spread these 3 chapters to the updates on Saturday and Sunday. Who knows? Everyone couldn't help but sigh, he is really a model worker. He was forced to take a holiday, but he didn't forget to secretly save manuscripts. Without Zhu Xingyan, these authors can speak freely. Before, Zhu Xingyan was sent by Ma Yichun to supervise these authors, but after President Pei came to inspect once last time, he sent Zhu Xingyan away and let these authors manage themselves. Mingyu looked at Chui Geng again. Brother Chui, what about you? Did you really accept the Tenda spiritual education? Another author said, yes, Brother Chui, was that ending preview posted out of anger? In the eyes of these authors who don't know the truth, Chui Geng's behavior can be very confusing. I went to Tenda headquarters on Friday, and in the evening, a notice of the end was released, which scared the readers. I thought the book was cut off, but on Saturday, Chui Geng updated it again, and updated 4 chapters. On Saturday, Sunday, and Monday morning, Chui Geng was still writing the book seriously, and the number of words updated was not less at all, and there was no sign of cutting it off. This is very confusing. What happened on Friday? Will Chui Geng continue to write this book? You know, among all the authors who participated in the study class, Chui Geng's performance is also very high. For many new authors, a work with 5,000 or 6,000 subscriptions can be written until the end of time. Facing the questions from everyone, Chui Geng smiled slightly. Friday, I have indeed been educated by the spirit of Tenda. It's just that it is not a boring study as you think, but a unique form. You will know when you go there, this method is really interesting. As for this book, I do plan to finish it quickly, but that's because I suddenly realized that I should finish this book quickly and write a better one. Chui Geng's eyes lit up. During this period, he has been constantly thinking about the general framework of butterfly game, waiting to collect enough materials from various departments of Tenda, and he can almost start writing. Mingyu was a little curious. He felt that Chui Geng's mental state was different. Chui Geng used to have a serious procrastination problem, was a bit lazy, and was more or less hypocritical. To be honest, Mingyu always felt that Chui Geng was a bit of a waste of his talent. He only had 5,000 or 6,000 subscriptions after writing casually. He didn't update well and always cut randomly. If he wrote seriously and updated 6,000 or 8,000 words, wouldn't the subscriptions exceed 10,000? But looking at his expression this time, why did he seem to want to change his mind? Could it be that the Tenda spiritual education was really so successful? Chui Geng continued, moreover, this time participating in the Tenda spiritual study made me understand a truth, that is, don't resist or exclude rest and entertainment, you should use them to better maintain your working state. The number of updated words should not be the only indicator, but the quality of the book should be guaranteed. Mingyu, you have been asking me how to write 5,000 average subscriptions? I think for you, it is the most urgent thing to shorten the number of updated words and further improve the quality. Mingyu was thoughtful when he heard this. That sounds reasonable. How about I update less today and learn the Tenda spirit? Although he got a day off, Mingyu was not interested in it.as the most motivated author in the class. He cares more about how to write more and better content. Seeing Chui Geng's new look after the Tenda spirit learning, Mingyu also wanted to learn. Another author said, I want to go too. I want to too. More than half of the people at the table wanted to see how the Tenda spirit training that can make the legendary pigeon spirit break the inner demon is trained. but how to arrange so many people want to go? Mingyu thought about it. In this way, everyone depends on their ability, and the one who updates the least will go. Those who have been there once will consciously write more and no longer participate. If there are many people who stop updating, the one with the lowest average subscription will go. Everyone thought about it and felt that this was a good method, and nodded. Chui Geng didn't need to participate anymore, because he would have to reorganize a little in the next 2 days, leave the class, and start a new job in various departments of Tenda Group. MOU Internet Cafe. Pei Qian arrived earlier than Lin Chong. He did not sit down to drink coffee, but walked around the internet area of the internet cafe. The situation was not as optimistic as he had imagined, but it was still within an acceptable range and not too bad. In his original imagination, GOG should have been a complete failure. In the internet cafe, GOG not only has to face the impact of traditional online games such as Sea Fortress, but also directly competes with similar games such as IOI and Xinqi. Xinqi has a large and loyal player group, while IOI is rapidly popular abroad and its popularity has also spread to China. Like other internet cafes, MOU Internet Cafe has installed IOI's international service and Chinese version for customers. Although the delay is slightly higher, customers of the internet cafe can now play IOI. Therefore, Pei Qian originally thought that not many people would play GOG. But when he arrived at MOU Internet Cafe, he found that there were many people playing GOG, which completely formed a three-legged trend with Xinqi and IOI. Of course, judging from the graphics and game completion alone, IOI is still better. After walking around, Pei Qian fell into deep thought. Well, it seems that IOI should still be stable. Because the IOI in the internet cafe is still a foreign version, the delay is very high, and it is difficult to communicate with teammates because of language barriers, so there is a disadvantage. Even so, IOI is more popular than GOG in internet cafes, and more people play it. If IOI is officially released in China, and the problems of delay and communication with teammates are solved, it will definitely be more popular than GOG, right? So, GOG should still be out of business, and my judgment should be correct. Pei Qian thought about it carefully and felt that the current situation was not bad, so he should be cautiously optimistic. Just as he was thinking, Lin Chong arrived. Boss Pei, long time no see. Lin Chong smiled. Pei Qian felt that there seemed to be something else in Lin Chang's smile, as if there was some hidden information. Boss Lin, are you busy with work recently? Lin Chong laughed, a little bit, mainly matchmaking, I'm done with it. Chapter 406 A Parting Surprise for Wang Guangjian. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. January 25, Tuesday. Shangyang Game. Wang Guangjian entered the game again and had a good experience of the quiet. As usual, there were constant shouting and screaming, but everyone in Shangyang Game was used to it. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin whispered. The decibel number of Mr. Wan today is obviously higher than before. Well, this shows that the improvements during this period have been effective. The two stared at the decibel meter in front of them. The values on it were constantly fluctuating, and the peak values were recorded. Compared with the previous test results, it was immediately found that there was a significant improvement. After a long time, the sound subsided again. Wang Guangjian's face was flushed and he was full of energy. He praised, good. Now this game finally has the flavor of a horror game. I don't think there is anything to change about the game graphics. The next step is to modify the details. Everyone stood up and applauded, thanking them sincerely. During this period, Wang Guangjian helped wholeheartedly. Not only did he completely transform the game style, he also proposed many changes to the game's gameplay. The original horror level of this game was just passing, but with the help of Wang Guangjian, it was changed to excellent. Moreover, Wang Guangjian also took time to draw pictures for the shared phone booth and contacted other friends in the group to help. Wang Guangjian contributed a lot, and everyone in Shangyang Games saw it. Although Lin Wan had already paid enough salary, Shangyang Games obviously still owed him a big favor. Okay, things here have been settled, and it's almost time for me to go back to Shanghai. Go back and arrange the relocation of the studio, and then prepare for the new year. Maybe after the new year, our studio will move to Jingzhou, and everyone can be neighbors. Wang Guangjian said with a smile. Everyone thanked him one after another. Although they didn't work together for a long time, they were still reluctant to leave. After leaving Shangyang Games, Wang Guangjian took out his mobile phone and called President Pei. When leaving Jingzhou, you have to say goodbye simply. At this time, Pei Qian had just sent Lin Chang away. The two agreed that after the horror game and the phone were released, they would have a big meal together to celebrate after they had dealt with Lin Wan. Pei Qian's phone vibrated. Huh? Seeing that it was Wang Guangjian's number, Pei Qian frowned instinctively. He got angry when he thought about the phone booth incident, but no matter how angry you are, you still have to answer the phone. Otherwise, if you miss some fatal backstabbing news, wouldn't it be a big problem? Boss Pei, I plan to play in Jingzhou for 2 more days these 2 days, and then I will return to Shanghai. Thank you for your warm hospitality during this period. I know you are busy with work, so I won't say goodbye in person. I will move the studio here after the Spring Festival, and we brothers will have a drink and chat again. Pei Qian? What do you mean by move the studio here after the Spring Festival? What do you mean by we brothers will have a drink and chat again? Who allowed you to move the studio, and who is your brother? Pei Qian was speechless. Wang Guangjian and Xiao Laosher, how could the enemies in the little notebook be so familiar with each other? Hearing that Wang Guangjian was leaving, Pei Qian subconsciously felt a little happy. After all, the disaster star who caused trouble was gone, and the next days could be a little quieter, and he didn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back by a paintbrush one day. But he thought again, it's not right. Pei Qian hurriedly said, don't worry. I have something else to do. Well, I'll pick you up at the hotel this afternoon. I'm going to give you a big surprise. On the other end of the phone, Wang Guangjian was obviously a little surprised. Oh? Surprise? What surprise? Pei Qian laughed. Surprise, it's boring to say it out loud. Anyway, just wait for me at the hotel this afternoon, I'll pick you up. Wang Guangjian didn't ask any more questions, but just agreed, okay. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian couldn't help but raise his lips slightly. You almost ran away. Pei Qian had called to confirm before. After a month of intensive work, 3 small projects of the second big project of the haunted house have been completed. These small projects do not occupy a large area. For example, the bathroom is just a bathroom of about 10 square meters. All the game content is carried out in this cramped environment. Moreover, these small projects can be started at the same time and completed relatively quickly. Although the most terrifying thing about the Jingji Hotel is the third big project, Pei Qian can't wait any longer. Seeing that Wang Guangjian is about to run away, he must be arranged for him, and he can't leave so casually. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Chen Kongtua again. Prepare all the 3 small projects for me. I will take a friend to experience it this afternoon. He must be scared to death. Afternoon, the old industrial area. The construction of the Jingji hostel does not seem to have made much progress at present. It has only enclosed 3 large factories for preliminary preparations. One of the large factories has several containers installed, which is the location of the second large project. The entire old industrial zone is very large. There will definitely be ticket offices, surrounding stores, etc. in the future, but there is no sign of these yet. After all, it has only been more than a month since the plan was put forward. It is not easy to rush out 3 small projects. Wang Guangjian and Pei Qian got out of the car and walked towards the factory. Boss Pei, if there were no people working here, I almost thought you were going to kill someone and dump the body. Wang Guangjian said jokingly. Pei Qian said in his heart, haha, do you think I don't want to? Wang Guangjian looked around and was completely confused. So, what exactly is the surprise you were talking about, Boss Pei? Pei Qian kept it a secret. You will know if you follow me. The two entered the large factory, and Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong just came out to greet them. After seeing the project name of Jingji Hostel, Wang Guangjian suddenly realized, oh, Mr. Pei, is this a new haunted house? Pei Qian smiled slightly, yes. When you came to Jingzhou, you didn't have enough fun in the haunted house, so this is specially arranged for you. There was no falsehood in these words. Pei Qian decided to build a haunted house. In addition to losing money, his second biggest motivation was to get back at Wang Guangjian. Even Qiao Laosher had to suffer when he came, so why can you, Wang Guangjian, go back and skate? Absolutely unacceptable. Wang Guangjian's face turned pale instantly. No, 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 no. Mr. Pei, goodbye. He bowed and was about to turn around and run away. Pei Qian hurriedly grabbed him. Don't, since you are here, you have to experience it, right? Besides, this haunted house is specially built for you. If you don't go in and play, won't all my intentions be in vain? Pei Qian tried to persuade him, but Wang Guangjian still shook his head. Mr. Pei, to be honest, I am not a problem with activities such as roller coasters, pendulums, and bungee jumping, but I am most afraid of haunted houses. How about this, Mr. Pei, I will invite you to bungee jumping, let's jump together. Wang Guangjian just wanted to change the battlefield and play to his own advantages, but was decisively rejected by Pei Qian. No. Bungee jumping is boring. Pei Qian shook his head fiercely. Trust me, haunted houses are more interesting. After much persuasion, Wang Guangjian finally reluctantly agreed to experience the haunted house. Before entering the haunted house, Wang Guangjian even went to the toilet on purpose. After all, I didn't bring any spare clothes, and it would be difficult to deal with them if they got wet. Chen Kongtua handed the description of the project to Wang Guangjian. Boss, look carefully, you have to fully meet the requirements of this description after entering to pass. Wang Guangjian was as if he was facing a great enemy, staring at the description and reciting it in a low voice. With beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, Pei Qian stood aside, cheering Wang Guangjian on the surface, but in fact he was secretly happy. Wang Guangjian, you have come to this day. Aren't you immune to the big pendulum and bungee jumping? Aren't you happy with my roller coaster? I will teach you a lesson today. Pei Qian knew very well that the most terrifying thing in the haunted house of the terror hostel was the third major project, but the second major project was also very scary. If the third major project used traditional methods such as scenery, props, and actors to scare people, then the second major project was more inclined to scare people with psychological hints. Scaring yourself, the psychological pressure gradually increased, and the spirit always fluctuated in a highly tense range. This kind of fear was also terrible. Pei Qian even couldn't wait to see Wang Guangjian run out of it with tears streaming down his face. Soon, Wang Guangjian finished memorizing the requirements of the first small project and walked into the corresponding container. Originally, this big project should be a random encounter with many small projects. Players need to memorize the requirements of all small projects in one breath, and pass 3 consecutive projects at a time to be qualified. But the current construction has not been completed, so it can only be experienced alone. After Wang Guangjian entered, everyone immediately went to a laptop computer next to them to check the surveillance inside. Chen Kongtua hesitated for a moment, but still reminded, Boss Pei, aren't we going to do a simple physical examination? This scene is really scary. I experienced it myself and was scared enough. Pei Qian shook his head. It shouldn't be necessary. Wang Guangjian is in good health. He is fine even when playing on the roller coaster and the pendulum. There is definitely no problem with his health. After entering the haunted house, at most, he will be scared and scream. Once he has an overreaction, the staff will immediately rescue him, and there will be no problem. Boss Pei, he is shaking. Hao Qiong said. It can be clearly seen from the monitor that after Wang Guangjian entered, it took nearly 10 seconds just to pull the door latch and lock the door. It took another 10 seconds to pick up the red candle on the ground and turn off the light. It is estimated that he is constantly building up his mentality. Pei Qian laughed. Delay time? The more you delay, the more scared you are. The entire project does not limit the completion time, nor does it need to limit the completion time. The longer you stay in such a scary environment, the more terrifying it is. The best solution is to fight quickly and complete the task quickly. Someone like Wang Guangjian would probably be scared off before completing all the requirements. Ah! A scream was heard. There is a high-definition infrared camera, a speaker, and a microphone inside to pick up sound. This scream startled everyone present. Pei Qian was startled and asked after 2 seconds, "What did he see?" Chen Kongtua scratched his head in confusion. "I didn't see anything. He just put the candle in front of the mirror and didn't even cover his eyes with his hands. He was so scared that he screamed just by seeing himself in the mirror." Hao Qiong looked at Pei Qian, who was looking at the monitor expectantly. "Boss Pei, it seems that Mr. Yuan is indeed timid. How about forgetting it?" Pei Qian shook his head. "How can I forget it? I believe he can definitely overcome his fear." Chapter 407 Another reason to move to Jingzhou. Update. In the narrow bathroom, Wang Guangjian felt his whole body trembling, his legs weak, his heartbeat accelerated, and he couldn't help but scream just now. It must be said that this kind of immersion is incomparable to horror games. Wang Guangjian used to scream and shout throughout the whole process of playing Be Quiet, but here he screamed less, not because it was not scary here, but because the screams were suppressed. So far, there have been no scary ghosts in this bathroom. Wang Guangjian wanted to shout, but he couldn't find a chance. However, since he just entered the door, this terrifying atmosphere has been increasing his psychological pressure. When he first entered, Wang Guangjian saw a dirty bathroom under the dim light. In the shadows where the light could not reach, there seemed to be dark red bloodstains, but they were not clear. The floor, toilet, and sink all had a layer of greasy dirt, making the whole scene look more shabby, dirty, and scary. Close the door. Lock it. Turn off the lights. Light a candle and place it in front of the mirror. Each step requires great courage, and each step challenges the bottom line of endurance. Closing the door and locking it will suggest that tourists are locked up with ghosts, reinforcing the feeling that there is nowhere to escape, while turning off the lights will further limit tourists' vision. In the darkness, they can only rely on the weak light of candles for illumination. When seeing himself in the mirror, Wang Guangjian screamed involuntarily, because under the light of the candle, half of his face was hidden in the shadow, which was unspeakably scary. After screaming, Wang Guangjian gradually calmed down. What should I do next? By the way, cover your eyes for more than 3 seconds, and then look in the mirror. Wang Guangjian took a deep breath, covered his eyes and counted to 3 seconds, then opened his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. There was nothing in the mirror, including himself. Only the candle was still burning silently, and Wang Guangjian in the mirror seemed to have disappeared. Before Wang Guangjian could react to what happened, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the mirror, and the eyes suddenly opened, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed. The 2 lines of blood and tears flowed very quickly. They were not only the reflection in the mirror, but also seeped out from the bottom edge of the mirror and dripped onto the sink. Ah! Outside, everyone heard another horrible scream. Pei Qian couldn't help but cover his chest. As an outsider, he didn't feel how scary this haunted house was. Now he felt that Wang Guangjin's scream was more frightening. Pei Qian couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he said, "If you see that he is dying, go in and take him out immediately." Everyone nodded, waiting to rescue Wang Guangjin as if they were facing a great enemy. After screaming, Wang Guangjin's mood quickly calmed down. He turned on the faucet and began to wash his hands. However, what came out of the faucet was not clear water, but a slightly viscous red liquid. Wang Guangjin screamed again and quickly pulled his hands back. Strangely, when he looked at his hands under the candlelight, they were not stained with red blood. He quickly turned off the faucet, and after some psychological preparation, he lay down in the bathtub. After lying there for more than 10 seconds, nothing happened. He then remembered that he had missed a step. There was a rusty timer next to the bathtub. Wang Guangjin fumbled to find it, and then pressed it lightly. The timer immediately made a click, click sound, and the hands started moving. In the quiet bathroom, this monotonous sound was like a steel file, constantly filing Wang Guangjin's fragile nerves. He covered his eyes tightly with his hands, remembered the request, and did not make any sound. In the click, click sound, time passed by minute. Wang Guangjin originally thought that he only needed to endure for 3 minutes and wait for the click, click sound to disappear. But obviously, he was wrong. The locked door made a sound of a key being inserted, and Wang Guangjin could even hear that it had been inserted into the keyhole. The person outside the door twisted it many times, but still couldn't open it because the bolt had fallen. Then, there was a heavy knock outside the door. Bang! Bang! The knocks again and again made Wang Guangjin feel his heartbeat quicken and his whole body tremble. He could only change his posture, covering his eyes with one hand and his mouth with the other hand to prevent himself from making any sound. Suddenly, the knock stopped, as if the person outside the door had given up. Although he knew it was fake, Wang Guangjin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, just when his spirit relaxed a little, the bolt suddenly made a click sound, followed by a creak. The bolt was opened for unknown reasons, and the door was also pushed open. Heavy footsteps came, as if a person in boots stepped into this narrow bathroom. He was breathing heavily, as if he was looking for something. His leather boots made a dull sound when they stepped on the ground, but also made a snapping sound, as if the soles of his boots were stained with sticky blood. Behind him, there was a very harsh friction sound, as if a metal object was dragging on the ground. Probably a large axe or hammer. Wang Guangjin continued to cover his eyes and mouth tightly, not daring to make any sound. Snapping. The light was on, and the dim light shone through Wang Guangjin's fingers onto his eyelids, allowing him to clearly feel that his vision seemed to be brighter. The footsteps of the man outside stopped, but his breathing did not go away. The shower curtain was slowly pulled open. The heavy breathing seemed to be closer, and Wang Guangjin even had an illusion that the man's breath seemed to be spraying on his hands. Click. The rusty timer stopped, which meant that the 3-minute countdown was up. According to the text on the instructions, this should be considered a challenge completed. Just open your eyes and leave. But Wang Guangjin didn't dare to open his eyes at all, because he didn't hear the footsteps of the departure. The man seemed to be still standing by the bathtub, quietly holding up the axe and watching him. After waiting for a full minute, Wang Guangjin finally secretly opened his fingers a little bit and looked out carefully. Under the dim light, everything was the same as before, and the imagined killer holding the axe did not appear. Wang Guangjin let out a long sigh. He climbed out of the bathtub. Because his legs were weak, he could only move to the door step by step. The door bolt was fine and had not been opened. Wang Guangjin hurriedly unbolted the door bolt and pulled the door inward to prepare to go out. However, at some point, a bright red bloody handprint and a bloody axe appeared on the outside of the door. Ah! Everyone outside was filled with guilt. Chen Kongtua was very worried the whole time, fearing that Ruan Guangjian would be scared. After all, this big guy is a good friend of President Pei. He has been drawing original paintings for Tenda since the Ghost General project. It can be said that he has witnessed the rise of Tenda throughout the whole process. It can also be said that Ruan Guangjian's original paintings have given Tengda's games a soul, to a certain extent. If such a big guy is scared in the Jingjian, he can't bear this kind of responsibility. Even Pei Qian was reflecting on whether he had gone too far. Hey, when will the revenge end? Seeing that he was scared like this, just forgive him. Anyway, this time it can be regarded as a great revenge, and he can be temporarily moved back from the small notebook. Seeing that Ruan Guangjian was really scared in the end, everyone hurried to greet him. Are you okay? Are you not scared? Hurry up, big guy, please sit down. Like a star supporting the moon, Ruan Guangjian was invited to sit next to him. Pei Qian asked with concern, how is it, are you all right? Ruan Guangjian's face was ruddy, and he looked energetic. Boss Pei, your haunted house is great. He gave a thumbs up. Are there any other projects? I'll come again. Pei Qian looked confused, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. At this moment, Ruan Guangjian's eyes were shining, and the whole person seemed to have been reborn. Even when he was painting, he was not so excited. Pei Qian instantly felt that he had been fooled. Didn't you say that you were most afraid of haunted houses? What do you mean by shouting, I want more now? Shouldn't normal people never want to enter again after entering once? Moreover, other people's faces are pale and their legs are shaking, but you are not only rosy and in great shape, but also in a very good mental state. It feels like you want to jump 3 feet high. This scene made everyone present freeze. It must be said that President Pei reacted the fastest. Pei Qian gritted his teeth and said, didn't you hear? Arrange the remaining 2 projects as well. Boss Pei, I'm on the plane. Thank you very much for your hospitality during this period. Whether it's the roller coaster when I first arrived or the haunted house at the end, I was deeply impressed and unforgettable. The haunted house has given me another reason to move to Jingzhou. After I go back, I will immediately arrange the relocation of the studio. I hope Boss Pei can speed up the progress of the haunted house. I can't wait to experience the 3rd major project of the haunted house. See you after the new year. Looking at the message from Ruan Guangjian, Pei Qian leaned back in his chair with his hands drooping. I'm so angry. Pei Qian was almost choking with blood. When he came, he wanted to give Ruan Guangjian a warning, but Ruan Guangjian had a good time. When he left, he wanted to give Ruan Guangjian a warning, but Ruan Guangjian still had a good time. Thinking back to the beginning, even when Mr. Qiao came to Jingzhou, President Pei had never experienced such a big setback. And the most infuriating thing was that when Ruan Guangjian experienced the first project, he was obviously scared to death, screaming and shaking, but after coming out, nothing happened, and he even shouted that he wanted to experience other projects. So Pei Qian immediately arranged the remaining 2. Ruan Guangjian's reaction was still the same. He was so panicked during the experience that he felt like he was going to faint at any time, but after coming out, he was immediately alive and kicking, and wanted to do it again. It took a month to complete the 3 projects, but they were all broken by Ruan Guangjian in just 1 hour. Pei Qian had no choice but to let Ruan Guangjian leave. This feeling was like arranging 81 difficulties for Tang Monk to go to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures, but Tang Monk arrived in 3 days and then said, that's it. This is intolerable. Just wait, when my terror becomes complete, you will be scared to death and come out leaning against the wall. Pei Qian said bitterly. Chapter 408 Persuading Investors to Quit. Losing money and becoming the richest man started from playing games. January 26, Wednesday. Dream Venture Capital. Pei Qian drank tea, listened to Hidishing's report, and was lost in thought. Wang Guangjian left, and the last exam of the exam week was over. It should have been a double happiness, but Pei Qian always felt a little empty. There was still a week before the spring festival. Seeing that the classmates around him had gone home one by one, Pei Qian still had to deal with the company's affairs. How miserable he was. He wanted to give up, oh no, give up, but there was no way. If he didn't find work, work would come to him. Dream Venture Capital has two jobs, one is IOI's National Service Affairs, and the other is the Shuaba app. At present, IOI's testing situation in Europe and the United States is very good. According to common sense, it is almost time to start preparing for the national service. At this stage, many domestic game companies have noticed IOI's good momentum during the European and American testing period, and want to get the agency rights for the national service as soon as possible. However, when they asked the finger company, they found out that the agency rights for the national service had already been taken. So, if these people want to get the agency rights for the national service of IOI, they can only hope that Yuan Venture Capital will resell it. With many companies interested, the price offered naturally became higher and higher. Boss Pei, so, are we going to sell it? Hidishing ended his lengthy report and ended with a soul-touching question. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Can you tell me what the highest offer is now? Hidishing, 35 million. Pei Qian silently put down his teacup and wanted to sigh to the sky. 35 million. The National Service Agency rights in Yuan Venture Capital's hands were given away for free when the shares of Zhito Company were bought before. At that time, I only spent 20 million to buy more than 20% of the shares of Zhito Company. Now these shares are still in my hands. Just selling the National Service Agency rights will get 35 million. It's not so fast to rob money. Pei Qian immediately shook his head, reject all, no sale. Pei Qian knew very well that once he took this money, he would not expect to lose money in this cycle. There are still 2 months to settle. What can I do in these 2 months to spend more than 30 million and ensure the launch of the project? It's too unsafe. So, it must not be sold. Hidishing agreed, yes, I think so too. 35 million is too little. If I keep it for a while, I can definitely sell it for more. Pei Qian, ? Hidishing's face was filled with joy, and he continued, Boss Pei, I have also done my homework. Now several large domestic companies are agents for foreign games, and the agency fees are almost astronomical. The agency fee for the last version of Fantasy World was $30 million, nearly 200 million. Now it seems that IOI's popularity in the future may reach the level of Fantasy World. Now you want to buy it from us for 35 million? No way. Of course, this is also because IOI has just started testing, and the finger company itself is not well known. In short, we don't need to rush now. As long as IOI's popularity abroad continues to increase, the agency fee will definitely increase again. Pei Qian. We are not thinking about the same thing at all. Pei Qian thought that if he sold it now, the settlement of this cycle would be ruined, and there was no place to spend 35 million, so he couldn't sell it. And Hidishing thought that 35 million was obviously still low, and he had to continue to raise the price. After hearing what Hidishing said, Pei Qian wanted to sell it instead. But on second thought, it's still not possible to sell. In the short term, selling it will affect settlement. In the long term, if IOI can really reach a level of several billion, then Pei Qian might as well just lie down and make money. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian said, what I mean is, not only can we not sell it, we have to open another company specifically to operate IOI's national service. Dishing was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately. That's great too. This way we can hold this cash cow in our hands and make money continuously. Pei Qian. You can think whatever you want, I don't want to say anything more, I'm tired. Pei Qian decided to set up his own company to operate the IOI national service, mainly for two reasons. On the one hand, since he has obtained the agency rights for the national service, it is definitely not possible not to do it or sell it himself, which will inevitably arouse suspicion. On the other hand, if he operates it himself, he can spend more money. As a real-time battle game, whether it is IOI or GOG, the server requirements are the highest among all the games currently produced by Tenda, and a large amount of server fees must be spent. At the same time, the initial promotion of IOI will definitely cost a lot of money. In this way, at least it can be guaranteed that there will be losses during this period. As for the future, if IOI really becomes a cash cow and makes so much money that it can't be lost, then Pei Qian can also consider simply being a salted fish, and then rely on the 1,000 to 1 profit conversion ratio to make some pocket money. Pei Qian didn't want to dwell too much on the IOI issue. Anyway, he couldn't sell it now, so he could only grit his teeth and do it step by step. In short, there's no need to rush this matter. Let's talk about it after the new year. Where's Student Master come quickly? The previous 3 million should have been spent almost, right? Pei Qian asked, casually. During this period, the Shueba Kuai-like project has been burning money non-stop, whether it is advertising or subsidies, there are holes everywhere. Although it is not as terrible as the crazy deployment of shared bicycles, the initial funds are only 3 million, and it will be spent in a short time. Dishing nodded, it's almost done, there is less than 1 million left on the books. But don't worry, Mr. Pei, several investment companies have recently shown strong interest in the Shueba Kuai-like project and want to follow up with the investment. Pei Qian stopped the teacup that he had just brought to his mouth. Huh? You are going to follow up with such an unreliable project? Are you crazy? The Shueba Kuai-lai app has been revised. Pei Qian found that this app had the bad trend of becoming a dating platform before, and he has taken decisive measures to make major changes to some functions. Now, all user options on the platform have no gender, no photos, only names and default avatars. When you look at the homepage of a top student, you can only see the praise rate and the system default labels given to him by others, such as good teaching attitude, patient, easy to understand, etc. The homepage of a poor student is similar, with the same praise rate and system default labels, such as listening carefully, good learning attitude, polite, etc. According to the current standard process, poor students fill in their needs on the app, including the subject they need tutoring, time, and agreed location, and top students take orders on their own. The entire process must use the chat function attached to the software, and the gender and appearance of the other party cannot be clearly known during the entire process. Of course, there will definitely be people who try to ask the other party's gender before meeting. For this situation, the app has also specially designed a one-click complaint function. After clicking, the chat records of both parties will be automatically submitted for review and the tutoring will be terminated. Once it is verified that an account has tried to probe the other party's gender or appearance, the account will be punished immediately. The credit points will be deducted at the lightest, and the ID card and mobile phone number will be permanently blocked directly. As soon as this new version of the app was updated, the number of active users immediately plummeted. Because the app is originally mixed with a large number of users with impure purposes, they originally just regard this as a platform for meeting the opposite sex. Just like on taxi apps, many drivers will deliberately pick some beautiful girls to take orders and discuss privately. There are also such people in the Top Students Come app. Moreover, face-to-face tutoring is prone to creating such opportunities for encounters. If it is allowed to develop, it should be even more serious than the taxi app. The new version update completely extinguished the delusion of this group of people. Therefore, it is normal for the popularity of the app to drop sharply. Pei Qian originally thought that once this new version came out, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to the student master project, and then he would hurry up and burn all the millions, and everything would be fine. He never expected that there would be several investment companies that wanted to follow up and invest. Pei Qian fell into deep thought. He originally planned to quickly burn the 3 million, and then he could legitimately declare the project a failure and let it die naturally. As a result, before the money was spent, someone else rushed to give money. What should he do? Pei Qian wanted to refuse, but he had no reason. Mr. Li's Fuhui Capital had already invested 1 million, and other investment companies wanted to invest, but the shares they wanted were not too many, and the student master project was currently short of money. What reason could he find to refuse? Pei Qian thought for a moment and got it. Wouldn't it be enough to tell these companies about the unreliability of this project and let them give up? Thinking of this, Pei Qian said to He Dishing, "Call these investment companies right now and make two things clear. First, ask them why they want to invest in the project, Shueba Kuai Lai. Second, explain all the problems that Shueba Kuai Lai is currently facing and explain the risks of this project in advance." The purpose of the first question is very simple, just to ask these people, what do you think of the project, Shueba Kuai Lai? Can't I change it? He Dishing was a little confused. What does Mr. Pei mean? Why do these investment companies want to invest in this student master project? They must think this project is reliable. This should be the question these investment companies consider. They invest money, and we take the money. He Dishing pondered and thought to himself, could it be that Mr. Pei hopes that I can use this method to reversely infer the success of this project? Deepen my understanding of the way of investment? Well, this is the only reasonable explanation. But why does Mr. Pei have to explain the risks of this project to all investors? Other projects try to fool investment companies as much as possible, reporting good news but not bad news, so that the other party can invest more money. If you have leaked all your bottom, can others still invest money? He Dishing didn't think too much, but seeing Mr. Pei's unquestionable eyes, he didn't dare to ask more, just dialed the phone numbers of these investment companies one by one. Pei Qian listened silently on the side. He Dishing was very obedient. He followed Pei Qian's instructions in advance. He first asked the other party about his opinion on the Shueba Kuai project, and then talked about the problems the project was currently facing. For example, the current active users are not enough to support the market demand, the popularity and daily active users of the app plummeted after the update, and the current functions are still relatively simple. As expected, 2 of them were persuaded to withdraw right away. These investment companies have to do some research before investing, but no matter how much research they do, they cannot get some internal data. Some investment companies simply saw that the education industry is a promising industry, and saw that this company has the background of Tenda and Fuhui Capital, and thought it was a more reliable project, so they considered to follow up. But now He Dishing explained the real situation of the project in detail, especially emphasizing the huge risks faced by this project, which may lose all the money. So, some investment companies immediately backed out. After 3 consecutive calls, the investment enthusiasm of the 3 investment companies on the other side was all extinguished, and they degenerated from the initial state of preparing to invest money to a state of waiting and watching. Chapter 409, The Spiritual Wealth, contained in the Tenda Spirit. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After hanging up the phone, He Dishing looked at Pei Qian with a bitter face. Boss Pei, there are still 3 investment companies. Are you still going to fight? In such a short time, we have at least persuaded more than 2 million yuan of investment to withdraw. He Dishing felt that this was simply unbelievable. Others rushed to give money, but he didn't want it? What kind of medicine is Boss Pei selling in this gourd? 2 or 3 million just disappeared, but Pei Qian had no expression on his face. He was still drinking tea very calmly, and even showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Keep fighting. Pei Qian felt that his strategy was successful. Persuade everyone to withdraw and tell them not to make trouble again. Dishing had no choice but to continue calling the next investment company. Mr. Chen. Yes, I'm Dishing. I want to talk to you about the app Shui Ba Kuai Lai. Dishing continued as he had said before. He first asked the other party about his opinion on the project, and then began to talk about the problems the project is currently facing and the risks that may exist in this investment. Mr. Chen on the other side listened silently, saying and ah from time to time. After saying everything, Dishing quietly waited for the next words. After hearing so much, Mr. Chen might have to say, "I'll think about it again," like the bosses of several investment companies before. Finally, Mr. Chen on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and spoke. Okay, in that case. I want to add more money. I originally invested 1 million, but now I've decided to invest 3 million. Puff. Pei Qian almost choked after drinking a small cup of tea. What the hell? Is there something wrong with Mr. Chen's brain? I've told you so much, why do you want to add more money? Dishing was also surprised and speechless for a while. Mr. Chen on the other end of the phone smiled and asked, Why, I want to increase the money, you are not happy? Dishing quickly replied, No, of course I am happy. But why do you? Mr. Chen laughed, I have heard from Mr. Li that Mr. Pei, the boss of Tenda, is a very interesting person. He often puts his own interests aside when doing things. I have to say that it is admirable. This time, other companies are also trying to attract investment by exaggerating their own projects. If they have a little performance, they want to exaggerate it to the sky. Instead, they keep silent about the hidden dangers and risks of the project, and do things with the mentality of defrauding as much investment as possible. The company is completely different. Before investing, it explained the interests clearly, which is quite like Jiang Taigong fishing and those who are willing to take the bait. Based on this attitude, I think the management of your project is very responsible. It has the style of President Pei. So, I want to invest 3 million. To be honest, I am not optimistic about your project, but your group of people. With a group of people like you who work hard, any project can be successful. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Venture capital is risky, haha. Dishing was moved. Okay, President Chen. Our President Pei will definitely feel relieved to hear your words. Pei Qian held the teacup and looked up at the sky, and was speechless for a while. Forget it, all the investments that were persuaded to withdraw before were recovered from President Chen. Dishing was encouraged and continued to call the next investment company. Behind President Chen, one company remained unmoved and maintained its previous investment amount, while another company also increased its investment amount. At the end of the calculation, the investment amount not only did not change, but it was 800,000 more than before. After answering the phone, Dishing excitedly raised his thumb. Mr. Pei, your trick of playing hard to get and willing to take the bait really opened my eyes. Pei Qian, he waved his hand and asked weakly, So, how much investment has this project received now? Dishing calculated, about 7 million, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian looked up at the sky in a daze, speechless. What is this? I tried to persuade you to quit with good intentions, but you all are so ungrateful. Someone even wants to add money? It's simply crazy. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will invest in hell. If that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. Pei Qian put the empty teacup on the table and said with gritted teeth, Okay, don't they all want to invest? Let them invest. Keep burning money until there is nothing left. On the way back to the company, Pei Qian was still sulking. Everything is not going well. The shared phone booth has already overturned. The shared academic master currently has an uncertain future. During this period, Ma Yang was also busy with exams like Pei Qian, and he just finished it recently. However, considering the current hot momentum of IOI in Europe and the United States, and the 35 million that was almost given away for free, all came from Ma Yang's handiwork, Pei Qian felt that he could not restore his trust in Lao Ma for the time being. When he thought that such a large company as Tenda, with thousands of employees, could not find a truly trustworthy person, Pei Qian felt heartbroken. By the way, how is Cui Gung now? Pei Qian suddenly thought of this pigeon spirit, as if a drowning man had grabbed a life-saving straw. Pei Qian immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the Endpoint app, and checked the updates of the authors in the study class. After a brief look, he found that the update volume of these authors in the study class has a clear downward trend. The most obvious decline was Mingyu, the model worker. Yesterday, he only updated more than 4,000 words, which is 1/3 of the daily update. The update volume of other authors has also decreased to varying degrees, and has decreased by about 1,000 to 2,000 words overall. Cui Gung himself has changed from 8,000 to 10,000 updates at the beginning to about 7,000 now. 1,000 words less updated every day is not a lot, but online writing accumulates little by little. 1,000 less today, 1,000 less tomorrow, how much less in a year? What's more, all the authors are in a small dark room, without other entertainment activities, they can only write. In this case, being able to reduce 1,000 words, and a model worker like Mingyu's updates are directly cut in half, is enough to show that Cui Gung's work is effective. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. He really didn't make a mistake. Cui Gung returned to the class and immediately brought the seed named Moyu with him, and quickly spread it to other authors in the class. The effect was immediate. This kind of talent must be reused. Pei Qian couldn't wait to have Cui Gung spread this spirit to all departments of Tenda. End author study class. How is it, Mingyu Ju? What do you think of learning the Tenda spirit? Asked an author curiously at the table. Other authors also turned their heads, obviously very interested. In the past 2 days, Mingyu spent a lot of money to be able to go to Tenda headquarters to learn the Tenda spirit. It took him less than 2 hours to write a 4,000-word update, and the remaining 6 hours were all spent on organizing the outline and completing the settings. Hard work pays off, and he finally succeeded in getting the qualification to study at Tenda headquarters. Most authors who have never been there are still very interested in this mysterious Tenda spirit learning activity. Mingyu temporarily put down the chopsticks in his hand, his eyes full of yearning. How should I put it? It's completely different from what I imagined. After I went there, a buddy from the Human Resources Department took me to the game room and asked me to play games there. In the game room, there are all kinds of entertainment facilities, including high-end computers, game consoles, comics. The authors were a little confused. That's it? Mingyu shook his head. Of course not. The game room is not the point. I didn't understand it at first, but now I understand that this game room is just a mirror, a test. They want to use this test to roughly understand your personality and problems, and then guide you to understand the Tenda spirit in your own way. The authors feel a little incredible. Really? I thought it was just a simple theoretical study. It seems that the Tenda spirit has a rich connotation, and it can teach students in accordance with their aptitude? Mingyu, please tell me quickly, what did you do at that time? Mingyu sighed. In fact, I didn't think so much at that time. I just sat on the sofa and found 2 books to read. After waiting for 10 minutes, I realized that something was wrong. So I went out immediately and found the buddy in the Human Resources Department. Then, we had a long talk. He pointed out many problems to me and said that I seemed to be working hard, but in fact I didn't work hard at all and urgently needed to accept the transformation of the Tenda spirit. Mingyu fell into deep thought, as if recalling the scene at that time. At that time, I felt like a flash of lightning splitting the dark clouds, waking up from a dream. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed the case. The number of words I update every day is a lot, more than most authors, but my performance has not improved much, because I pay too much attention to quantity and despise quality. I deliberately slowed down my writing speed these days, and the number of words has decreased, but the plot has received unanimous praise from readers. This is all the influence of the Tenda spirit. The authors have different expressions. Is it so weird? Brother Chui and Ming Yuju both had some epiphany in this Tenda spirit training. It seems to be really useful. Why do I feel that this is mostly psychological suggestion? Tenda is a company that makes games, and isn't the Tenda spirit used to urge employees to work? What effect can it have on our creation? Some people don't believe it. Mingyu shook his head, his face serious. I also thought it was a psychological suggestion at the beginning, and wondered if I was thinking too much. But then I thought about it carefully. No. Tenda spirit is completely different from the corporate spirits of other companies. The spirits of other companies are nothing more than slogans, big and empty, and the purpose is to brainwash employees and squeeze their labor as much as possible. But the Tenda spirit is completely different. Tenda spirit encourages rest and entertainment, and believes that rest and entertainment are higher than work. It even adopts a policy of compulsory rest for some overworked employees. Moreover, the Tenda spirit does not have clear content and will not be instilled into you rigidly. It is like philosophy and Zen meditation, mainly guiding everyone to understand. This method can strengthen your inherent correct views and reverse your one-sided wrong views, and it can really change your way of thinking. This is because the Tenda spirit focuses more on tapping and cultivating the potential of employees, rather than overdrawing their potential by squeezing them. This principle is consistent with the rules of online writing, or it can be said that it is applicable everywhere. It can even be used as a methodology to guide all walks of life. It can even rise to a philosophical height. After listening to Mingyu's words, the authors all lowered their heads and thought. After a while, someone sighed, "It makes sense. Okay, I want to go and see if it is so mysterious." I want to go too. What exactly is the Tenda spirit? You will know it naturally after going on a pilgrimage. At this time, the authors realized that perhaps the biggest gain from this trip to Jingzhou is not the small black room of the study class. Tenda, the company, contains more important spiritual wealth. Chapter 410 Overtime Competition Selection. Many fine works are available at Complete this site. If you like us, please recommend it to your friends. January 28, Friday. Chui Geng came to the 17th floor of Shenhua Haojing, which is the office of Tenda Game Department, with some trepidation. Now, his position is special observer. The powers granted by President Pei are quite extensive. As a special observer, Chui Geng can come and go freely in any department of Tenda, and no department head can stop him. He can make his own work plan and does not need to report to anyone. Salary and benefits are completely linked to formal employees. When making demands, all departments must cooperate unconditionally. This kind of power reminds Chui Geng of the imperial envoys holding the imperial sword in the evil old society. Just hearing it makes people want to show off. However, these powers look beautiful, but how are they actually? Chui Geng himself can't say for sure. On the one hand, he doesn't know what virtues and abilities he has to be valued by President Pei and get such an important position. On the other hand, he was also worried that as a special observer, he would be excluded when he arrived at various departments, just like when the imperial envoys arrived at various places. Those local officials were polite on the surface, but they must have some small ideas in their hearts. Take the game department that we are going to visit today for example. Tengda's game department is the oldest business department of Tenda Group. Although the person in charge has changed several times, no matter how it changes, this department is still strong in Tenda Group. What's more, there are several veteran employees in the department who have been there since the founding of Tenda Company and are very familiar with President Pei. Moreover, Tengda's game department is also the most profitable and well-reputed business department at present, and it is also responsible for supplying talents to various other departments. People in the game department must all think highly of themselves, right? At this time, a special observer suddenly came, who was not subject to anyone's control, could not help at all, and made requests that others had to cooperate unconditionally. Could this be a good face? Therefore, Chui Geng was very nervous and instinctively wanted to back out. But when he thought that he had an important task and had to complete the book Butterfly Game, he had to bite the bullet and go in. The layout of the 17th and 16th floors is very similar, except that the jobs of the employees here are obviously more advanced. The 16th floor is mainly composed of human resources, administration, and finance departments. Except for the finance department, which is a little busy, the human resources and administration departments are very idle, so the overall atmosphere is relatively relaxed, and many people are watching TV shows and sleeping. The game department on the 17th floor is currently responsible for the development of GOG. It just went online and started internal testing on Monday, and there are a lot of bugs that need to be fixed. So everyone on this floor was so busy that no one even looked up at Chui Geng. Liada had already stood up to greet him. Chui Geng? Hello, my name is Liada, and I am currently the head of the game department. Liada shook hands with Chui Geng and led him to the workstation next to him. After Wan Wanjian left, this workstation has been empty, just for Chui Geng to use. The atmosphere of rejection and resistance that Chui Geng imagined did not appear. It seems that the people in the game department welcome him as a special observer. Of course, it may also be superficial. After sitting down at the workstation, Chui Geng felt that he had to say something in advance. I have already said before about the responsibilities of my position. I hope that everyone can cooperate with me a little when collecting materials. Before Chui Geng finished speaking, Liada nodded and smiled. Of course, all of us must unconditionally cooperate with the work of the special observer. Don't worry, all departments within Tenda are brother departments. Since the special observer is a position set by President Pei, it must be of great significance to the entire company, and all departments will do their best to cooperate. After listening to Liada's statement, Chui Geng felt more at ease. It seems that he was worried that the departments would not cooperate before, but he was totally overthinking. Under the integration of the Tenda spirit, the various departments of Tenda Group have long been twisted into a rope, and to a certain extent, a healthy competitive relationship has been formed, and there is no intrigue between departments. Moreover, in Tenda Group, President Pei's will is the highest standard. Even if an outsider is directly airborne, as long as he is appointed by President Pei, all departments will have the highest trust in him. Chui Geng couldn't help but sigh. President Pei is good at managing his subordinates. Not to mention business ability, just this kind of management ability is by no means comparable to ordinary entrepreneurs. And this atmosphere also infected Chui Geng, making him full of fighting spirit. Then you go ahead, I will sort out my thoughts a little, and then start collecting materials. Chui Geng said. Liada smiled and nodded. Okay, I have arranged an old employee to answer these questions. He has been here since Tengda's first recruitment. He can be called a living fossil. You can ask him any questions you have. Chui Geng turned on his computer, preparing to use the morning to finish writing the update of the old book, sort out the general framework of the new book, and then chat with this living fossil named Bao Su about the past and present of Tenda games in the afternoon. The task is heavy, and we must hurry up. According to the previous plan, if we want to publish the book during the holiday, we have to finish the old book in the next few days. At the same time, the general framework of the new book must be built in time. At least the basic settings and the outline of the first 100,000 words must be very perfect, otherwise there will definitely be hidden dangers, and the possibility of writing failures in the middle will be greatly increased. After turning on the computer, just create a new document and start working. Chui Geng has already thought about it. Don't look at the computer configuration, otherwise after seeing the configuration, you will definitely want to play games. The computer boots up very quickly. Chui Geng just wanted to right-click on the desktop to create a new document immediately, but before he clicked the right button, he was stunned. On the desktop, there are game icons that almost cover the entire screen. All the big and small games on the market, whether they are standalone or online games, are all available. With a casual glance, Chui Geng saw several large-scale games that he had always wanted to play, but had given up because his computer could not run them. Chui Geng. Damn. Isn't this creating obstacles for my work? So many temptations, placed on the table, who cannot be tempted? Chui Geng was immediately alert. Could it be that this is a trap, deliberately set by Liada and others? Deliberately targeting me? He looked at Liada's desktop suspiciously. Then he was surprised to find that there were also a lot of game icons on Liada's desktop. But Liada could completely ignore these game icons, open the document and modify it carefully, extremely focused, and was not affected by anything. I thought about it wrong. Chui Geng couldn't help but feel ashamed. It seems that all employees of Tenda are practitioners of the Tenda spirit. They have achieved the perfect combination of entertainment, rest and work. When they should work, even if there are so many games in front of them, they are not moved at all. It seems that my spiritual realm is not up to standard. Chui Geng seemed to be infected by the Tenda spirit. He didn't bother with so many games on the desktop anymore, but opened a new document and started his work. Chui Geng tapped the keyboard, making a crisp sound, which soon merged with the keyboard sound in the entire office area and blended in perfectly. In the afternoon, Chui Geng came to Bao Su's workstation and asked him about the strange stories of Tenda games at the beginning of its establishment. Bao Su looked nostalgic. It's a long story. At that time, I was still an internet addict in an internet cafe. January 29th, Saturday. Today is a day off, and it is the last day of work before the holiday. The national day in 2011 is February 3rd, and the statutory holiday starts on February 2nd. But considering the problem of buying tickets, Pei Qian decided to take an extra day off on February 1st, and adjust the work on February 31st to February 29th. In this way, he can take 3 days off earlier than other companies. Such adjustments are not unlimited. For example, Pei Qian cannot change his normal working hours to 2 days of work and 5 days of rest, but it is still no problem to adjust 2 days and 3 days within the framework of statutory holidays. Although it is the last day, there are many tasks today. The first selection of the zero overtime competition and the selection of the best employees on February 1st will be held today. After these 2 selections in the morning, everyone can go home to celebrate the new year. During this period, the few tasks of the administrative department and the human resources department are to prepare for these 2 selections. The heads and key employees of various departments have all rushed to the hotel venue near Shenhua Haojing, filling the seats in the venue. Although the scale is completely incomparable to the annual meeting, it is already very lively. The table was filled with fruit plates and dried fruits, as well as various candies and chocolates. They were similar to the ones on the table at home during the Chinese New Year, except that both the dried fruits and candies were much more expensive. Everyone was eating melon seeds, candies, drinking tea, and waiting for the selection on the big screen. Liada looked at the big screen in front of the venue with interest, and whispered, "The selection of the best employee is really getting more and more formal." In the past, it was just a vote online, and President Pei gave the award, but this time there was a special venue. Bao Su, who was sitting next to her, said nothing, just ate melon seeds with his head down, and his face was not very good. The time was almost up, and everyone was there. Xian Hailu came to the big screen, said a few words briefly, and then went directly to the selection of the first zero overtime competition. The overtime hours, overtime numbers, and other data of various departments began to flash on the big screen. Liada peeled an orange and was completely uninterested in the content on the big screen. It must be nothing about our department. The task this year is a bit tight, and we have worked overtime several times. Let's keep up the good work next time. Bao Su still lowered his head and ate melon seeds, not wanting to express any opinions. Chapter 411 Best Employee Selection. The winning department of Tengda's first zero overtime competition is N Chinese Network. As soon as Assistant Xian finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Ma Yichun, who was chewing a watermelon. Ma Yichun was stunned. It took him 2 seconds to react. He quickly took out a tissue to wipe his mouth and hands, and then went on stage. Everyone responded with warm applause. Pei Qian was already standing on the stage holding the trophy, waiting for the award. In fact, Pei Qian already knew the result of this time. The selection method of the zero overtime competition is, which department has the least overtime, which department will win the award. If multiple departments have achieved zero overtime in 4 selections in a month, the award will be given in descending order according to the number of people, but the departments that have already won the award will be automatically postponed. Take a look at the current business departments of Tengda. Tengda Games, Feihuang Studio, Shangyang Games, Auto Technology, and other similar key departments are all a group of hard workers. The employees here all find ways to work overtime. Even in places like OTTO Technology and Feihuang Studio, the leaders are suspected of taking the lead in working overtime, and it is definitely impossible for them to win awards. Although departments such as Nifeng Logistics and Moyu Internet Cafe are also trying to implement the no overtime policy, they often encounter some unexpected situations and it is difficult to completely avoid overtime. If you want to achieve no overtime, you have to further improve the management level. Departments like Yuan Venture Capital do not need overtime, but the number of people is too small and the priority is not so high. Therefore, the number of people has reached more than 30, and the N Chinese website, which has never had an overtime record, has successfully won the honor of the first zero overtime competition winning department. Ma Yichun felt a little flattered after receiving the trophy from President Pei. He waved to everyone and then stepped down. But this link is not over yet, because President Pei still has a speech. Pei Qian took the microphone from Assistant Xian and cleared his throat. Congratulations to Ma Qibiao again. Although the award has been presented, it is clear that most people present have not understood the significance of establishing this award. Why are those who do not work overtime not rewarded, while those who do work overtime are not rewarded? Because for the heads of various departments, there are only 2 reasons for overtime in your department. First, the distribution of work tasks in your department is unreasonable. Some people are assigned excessive work and can only complete it by working overtime. For this, you department heads are to blame. Second, some employees in your department are inefficient and cannot complete their work tasks within the specified working hours. At this time, as department heads, you must give these employees enough care and help. So, everyone must remember that overtime is a shame in Tengda. All department heads must follow the example of Ma Qibiao and strive to achieve zero overtime. After Pei Qian finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience, and many department heads showed guilty expressions on their faces. Obviously, Mr. Pei's words have touched their souls, and Tengda's overtime phenomenon will definitely improve in the future. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this and signaled Assistant Xian to continue to the next step. Exciting, twice-a-year selection of the best employees. Liada noticed that Bao Su, who was sitting next to her, had been nervously eating melon seeds. His face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. "Brother Bao, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Bao Su shook his head. "Nothing." The previous selections of outstanding employees had left him with a very serious psychological shadow, and he didn't want to go out again. This is a complete stress response, a subconscious performance. Although his heartbeat was still instinctively accelerated and he was at a loss, Bao Su really thought in his heart that he should have no chance of winning the outstanding employee selection this time. Not to mention those who have already won the best employee selection and become department heads. Even if Bao Su is selected from those who have never won the best employee award, he is not the most outstanding one. During this period, Bao Su has been pursuing a strategy of keeping a low profile. Not only did he not leave any overtime records, but even in his daily work, he gave people the illusion that I am playing games seriously. The documents that were secretly modified were also sent to Liada for submission. From all aspects, it should not attract everyone's attention. On the other hand, others. Pei Qian led the Chinese website to complete a counterattack and turn losses into profits, and the online literature study class was very successful. The Moyu Internet Cafe led by Zhang Yuan has opened in Linqing, and the ROF installation business has developed rapidly, which can be said to be a double harvest of sales and reputation. On the side of Shenyang Games, Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, and Wang Xiaobin, the three people in charge, led the development of the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song, which swept the mobile game market, and now they are also diligently developing the Quiet. Ma Yang and He Dishing of Yuan Main Venture Capital have invested in 3 projects, among which IOI has been confirmed to make a lot of money. Shared telephone booths have become a new cultural symbol of Jingzhou, and the Shuiba Kuilai project has also become extremely popular. Although the mobile phone of OTTO technology has not yet been made, Chang Yu and his team work very hard and can be called a model worker team. None of these people have ever won the best employee, even though the Tenda game department is the oldest department and has received the most attention from President Pei. Liada is definitely ranked first in terms of merit. The achievements of these people can be found on the internal website of TPDB, and it is clear who has made the greater contribution. Thinking of this, it is finally safe, right? Bao Su forced himself to comfort himself, and his hand-shaking condition improved a little. Now each department starts voting. Please look at the screen. Everyone looked up and saw a bar chart on the big screen. Everyone's votes began to grow steadily and surpassed each other. Everyone took out their mobile phones, opened the TPDB website app, and cast their precious votes. Ordinary employees who did not come to the scene can also vote on their mobile phones. Those who did not vote after the deadline will be deemed to have automatically abstained. One by one, the names rose alternately, and most of the people with the least votes had already been determined to be eliminated in advance. Bao Su looked at his name very nervously, and he was surprised to find that he still got more than 20 votes. He suddenly wanted to know who these more than 20 people were, and he wanted to have a good talk with them about life. Fortunately, this number of votes was not enough to support him to enter the top 2. Seeing himself being quickly surpassed by names one after another, Bao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief and could eat sunflower seeds with peace of mind. Finally, the bar chart jumped a few times and finally froze. Outstanding employee, Zhang Yuan. Outstanding employee number 2, Liada. Outstanding employee number 3, Ma Yang. Although Dream Ventures also achieved outstanding results, it is difficult to achieve absolute objectivity and fairness in such voting, and it will be more or less affected by personal relationships. Dream Ventures is equivalent to an independent department, and there are not many opportunities to deal with other departments. Zhang Yuan is in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation, and has very close relations with various departments. For example, the computers for Pei Qian's online author study class were purchased from ROF at cost price, and Nifeng Logistics helped ROF to install and deliver the computers to the door, and they are also familiar with it. In addition, there are many employees in Moyu Takeaway, Moyu Internet Cafe, and Nifeng Logistics. LV Mingliang has won the best employee once and no longer participates in the selection. Zhang Yuan deserves this award. Li Yada's main achievement is that she took over turning back in the middle. The popularity of this game added a lot of points to her, plus GOG's testing and the influence of the game department, so she won the second place. Zhang Yuan obviously did not expect this result at all. He was stunned for 2 seconds, before realizing that he was going to go on stage to receive the award. Thank you, Mr. Pei, and thank you to all my colleagues. I feel unworthy of this award. I will continue to work hard in the future and live up to everyone's trust in me. He said he was happy, but there was no happy expression on his face. Getting the Best Employee award means that he can get a dream fund to pursue his dreams, but Zhang Yuan has nothing to dream about. His favorite business at present is ROF installation, and he also likes the identity of CEO of Moyu Internet Cafe, but getting this award means that he will not be able to get these two businesses. Although he is very reluctant, in this kind of occasion, he can only cry silently in his heart. Pei Qian is very happy, very good, the first elimination system has killed another person who stabbed me the most. This Zhang Yuan made a lot of trouble when he was in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation business. Now he has been dismissed and asked to be in charge of other businesses. Finally, I can live a little peacefully. Of course, the business of Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation, which were originally handled by Zhang Yuan, will be replaced again. But Pei Qian doesn't care at all, but is full of expectations. Zhang Yuan left the stage somewhat disappointed, and it was Li Yada's turn next. However, Li Yada's first words after taking the stage surprised everyone. Boss Pei, can I give up this award? Pei Qian's face darkened. I can't give up this award. Haven't I emphasized it many times? Li Yada said bitterly, but, Mr. Pei, I really don't have the ability to live abroad by myself. Applying for a visa, booking a hotel, making an itinerary, communicating with foreigners. I can't do any of these. And I have to live abroad for a month, and I'm a girl, it's too unsafe. As a homegirl, these are indeed very difficult. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and nodded. Well, what you said makes sense. Safety is indeed a big problem for girls traveling abroad alone. In this way, find someone to go out with you, and by the way, you can also have someone to take care of you and protect your safety. Well, you have to find someone with experience to go with you. Bao Su, it's you. Under the stage, Bao Su, who was drinking tea leisurely, poofed and spit it out. He didn't even have time to wipe the tea stains from the corners of his mouth. Mr. Pei. Pei Qian waved his hand, indicating that he was not in the mood to listen to his explanation. You have the most experience and are very familiar with Li Yada, so you are the most suitable candidate. This is a work task, and you can't refuse. Bao Su wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and was at a loss for words. You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. I never expected that I couldn't escape the bad luck of going out to travel even though I didn't get selected. Chapter 412 Happy Chinese New Year, for the leader CZ. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The selection of outstanding employees is over. After everyone said Happy Chinese New Year to each other, they left and prepared to go home for the holiday. Just as Pei Qian was about to leave, Li Yada had already caught up with him. Boss Pei, wait a minute. I still have questions about going out for travel. Pei Qian stopped and smiled. If you have any questions, just tell me. If you can solve the problem with money, you don't need to come to me. Just ask the finance department to reimburse you. Li Yada hesitated for a moment. Boss Pei, can this trip be postponed a little? The Chinese New Year is coming in a few days. The Spring Festival holiday must be staggered, right? And I am now the head of the game department. I will be away for a month, and many work cannot be turned around. My idea is that after the Chinese New Year, I will arrange the game department's affairs a little bit before the end of February, and go out for travel from March 1st to 31st, okay? Pei Qian thought about it, and what Liada said made sense. The settlement will be on March 31st, and the whole month of March is a critical period for GOG to refine game details and improve game quality. Now GOG has started testing, and the big framework has been set up. There will be no situation where the game development is not completed and the settlement is delayed. If Liada goes on a trip after the Spring Festival, he can come back 2 weeks before the settlement. At that time, he can make drastic changes, and there may be some variables. If he goes on a trip in March, he can come back after the settlement. Tenda's game department is leaderless, which is more beneficial to Pei Qian. Thinking of this, Pei Qian readily agreed, okay, then postpone it to March 1st. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Pei. Liada pushed his glasses and left. Then, Liada felt a little weird. Why do I need Mr. Pei's understanding to postpone my vacation? It seems that something is wrong. Brother Qian, when are you going to go home? Ma Yang was holding a box of chocolates and eating them crazily. He didn't expect that he would be ranked third in the selection of outstanding employees. Although there was no substantial reward, he was very happy and felt that his work was unanimously recognized by all Tenda employees. Pei Qian said calmly, pack up your things this afternoon and leave. He was a little cold towards Ma Yang, not only because he was deeply hurt by Ma Yang's investment in IOI, but also because Ma Yang's results in this exam were completely better than his. Pei Qian was very angry when he thought that he had studied so hard for so long, but still failed to pass Ma Yang. Ma Yang did not notice the subtle change in Pei Qian's attitude at all. While chewing chocolate, he said, okay, Brother Qian, let's see you after the New Year. Because of the exam, I didn't have time to take care of the things at Yuan Venture Capital. When I come back after the New Year, I will definitely do my best and invest in a few more big projects that can make money. Pei Qian. After returning to his residence, Pei Qian packed up his things a little. Before, when he went home, he carefully put away all the things that might expose his identity and wore cheap clothes. But this time, Pei Qian deliberately picked a few newer clothes, and replaced his mobile phone and computer with new ones. It's about time to give my parents a hint. The house I bought will be delivered at the end of February or the beginning of March. It's almost time. If I say that I bought a house directly, my parents may not be able to accept it for a while, and they will inevitably ask a lot of questions. During this Chinese New Year, give them a little hint that my son has started making money and a lot of it so that they can be mentally prepared in advance. Pei Qian had already thought of a pretext in advance. He said that Fei Huang Studio's recent work was going smoothly, and he had already joined Fei Huang Studio as a manager. Now, all kinds of income added up, the monthly income has almost reached about 15,000. Adding miscellaneous bonuses, the down payment for the house has been saved. Although he has to pay the monthly installments every month, the pressure is not great. This cannot be said to be a lie, it can only be said that Pei Qian told part of the truth. Fei Huang Studio has developed very well recently, isn't that right? Pei Qian has already become a manager of Fei Huang Studio, isn't that right? On average, there are 15,000 a month, which is not a big problem, and it can even be said to be too little. In short, while clarifying the source of funds for the house, try not to be too high profile to avoid unnecessary troubles. At the same time, Jingzhou's terminal author study class has also officially been closed. The study class officially started on January 17th, lasting for 1 month, and ending on February 17th. But there must be a holiday during the Spring Festival holiday. After February 17th, the website will select the second batch of authors, and the 2 study classes will be seamlessly connected. This is because the study class is currently only a trial system and has not been truly established. If it is really determined that the study class is of great help to the author's creation, this study class can become a regular practice and the duration may be extended from 1 month to 3 months. If it is found that the cost is high and it is useless after a period of time, it may be cancelled. However, judging from the current situation, the effect of the study class is remarkable. The authors who participated in the study class are saying goodbye one after another. Brother Chui, I'm leaving. I'm waiting for you to publish a new book during the Chinese New Year. If you have anything, please contact me in the group. Remember to send red envelopes in the group during the Chinese New Year. Ming Yujiu, don't forget my chapter push. Chui Geng is also saying goodbye to everyone. Although he is now a special observer of Tenda Group, he is still a member of the study class. After asking for a few weighty chapter pushes for the new book, Chui Geng took a taxi to the airport. In the taxi, he suddenly felt that he had a lot of ideas and couldn't help wanting to write, so he took out his laptop from his backpack and created a new document. Enter the title, Butterfly Game. In the past few days before the holiday, he has been chatting with Bao Su, who is known as the living fossil of Tenda, and learned many interesting things about the early days of Tenda. These are all materials that can be written into the book. He quickly typed the first line and began the story. Well, in these 3 days, you can write a few more versions of the beginning, save some manuscripts, and then revise them. In this way, the book will be published on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and everyone will be happy for the new year. Chui Geng's eyes seemed to be glowing, with a strange look, as if there was an inspiration that was about to come out. Tenda Game Department. Li Yada called 3 newcomers from the game department and arranged their work in advance. These 3 people were Hu Xianben, Min Jingqiao and Zhang Nan, who successfully passed the Tenda spiritual compatibility test for the first time. Although President Pei did not explicitly praise these 3 people, Li Yada felt that since these 3 people were able to pass the Tenda spiritual compatibility test for the first time, they must have outstanding qualities in some aspects. Since they are outstanding talents selected by President Pei, they must be entrusted with important tasks. I will be traveling on March 1st, and the work of the game department will be handed over to you 3. Xianben, I feel that you have the best understanding. After the Spring Festival, I will help you get familiar with the entire work process and adapt to the work of executive planning in advance. You will be responsible for the progress of the work in the future. Jingqiao, you have experience working in the financial department and have a good foundation in mathematics. You should ask Brother Bao more about the numerical balance of GOG. You will be responsible for the numerical balance in the future. Finally, Li Yada looked at Zhang Nan, the only girl among the 3 people. You have done costume design before, so you will take the lead in the skin design of the hero characters in GOG. Min Jingqiao immediately said, Don't worry, Sister Li, I have been busy with the numerical adjustment work recently, and I should be able to get started quickly. Zhang Nan also nodded, I have designed several sets of skins recently, and the response is not bad. After the new year, I will hand over these design drafts to the outsourced artists and let them make new skins for these heroes. Only Hu Xianben was a little hesitant. Sister Li, I have just been employed for 2 months, and I am going to be the executive planner. Is it possible? Li Yada smiled slightly, it doesn't matter. How do you think the executive planners of Tenda Games were selected? Hu Xianben, Li Yada showed a meaningful smile. From Huang Sibo to LV Ming Liang, and then to Li Yada, they all had little experience before becoming the chief planner. There are many old employees in the game department, and their qualifications may be older than Li Yada. But they have become accustomed to their jobs and are not very interested in the position of executive planner. They also don't think there is anything wrong with the newcomers being the executive planners. After all, none of those who have been the executive planners of the Tenda game department are experienced. Liata smiled and patted Hu Xianbin on the shoulder. It's okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The work of executing the main plan is simpler than you think. As long as you do your best, you will definitely do it well. Okay, there's nothing else to do, let's go home. I'll help you guys get familiar with the work content after I come back after the New Year. Happy Chinese New Year, everyone! Chapter 413 New Year's Blessings. February 2nd, New Year's Eve. Pei Qian was paralyzed on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone in boredom. The two elders were also staring at the screen of their mobile phones, grabbing red envelopes and sending voice messages to wish each other a Happy New Year. The mobile phone technology in this world has advanced rapidly, and is much more advanced than Pei Qian remembered. In the past few years, people still used to make phone calls and send text messages to wish each other a Happy New Year, but in the past 2 years, they have all changed to sending red envelopes with mobile phones. The red envelopes given by the elderly are only a few yuan or a few cents, rarely more than 50 yuan, highlighting the word sending thoughts. After Pei Qian returned home, his new clothes and new computer did arouse the suspicion of the two elders, but he had prepared a statement in advance. Although this statement was not particularly perfect, it had been prepared after all. The two elders knew that Pei Qian worked at Fei Huang Studio, and Fei Huang Studio had indeed developed well recently, so they successfully fooled him. After all, most people overstated their positions and incomes, and there were many cases of bragging. The two elders could not have imagined that Pei Qian had understated his incomes. Therefore, the two elders did not worry too much about the money, but were more concerned about the house. Although Pei Qian has repeatedly emphasized that the house was bought for them, the two elders obviously have no such idea at all. Instead, they want to turn the house into their son's wedding house. So Pei Qian has no choice but to do whatever he wants. It seems that buying only one house is not enough. He has to buy another one to let the two elders live in peace. This matter has caused a lot of trouble. Forget it, keep up the good work and lose more money in this cycle. With this idea in mind, Pei Qian started to play with his mobile phone while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Pei Qian has forgotten the specific programs of the 2011 Spring Festival Gala, but after watching a few programs, he basically confirmed that he has not watched these programs. The program has changed, the stars have changed, but the boring feeling has not changed. As expected, everyone in the group started to complain that this year's Spring Festival Gala is boring. Pei Qian was used to it, because he knew that the 2011 Spring Festival Gala was boring, and the subsequent Spring Festival Galas were getting more boring year by year. I was just browsing my phone boredly when I suddenly received a message from Changyu of OTTO Technology. Mr. Pei, thank you for your care in the past year. I hope that Tenda will be prosperous and make more money in the new year. I hope that OTTO Technology's mobile phones will sell well, and that it will soon overtake Shenhua and acquire Pineapple. When Pei Qian saw this message, his face darkened. What does it mean? Is it appropriate for Changyu to curse me on New Year's Day? But then, there was a clatter sound from the phone. Red envelope. Pei Qian's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked to receive it. 1,000 yuan. Mr. Chang is so open-minded. It was definitely the right decision to recruit Mr. Chang at that time. Pei Qian was very happy, and immediately forgot the unpleasantness just now, and replied, Happy New Year, Mr. Chang. As soon as he replied to Changyu, the sound of various red envelopes came one after another. Happy New Year, Mr. Pei. In the new year, I wish Mr. Pei more and more handsome. Happy New Year, all the best. I wish Mr. Pei a smooth career and make a lot of money next year. There are happy and unhappy blessings in the blessings, but Mr. Pei is not a petty person, and will not evaluate an employee based on the quality of the blessings. It must be based on the amount of the red envelope. Pei Qian found that the older employees were indeed more sensible. Employees like Chang Yu, Zhang Yuan, and Wu Bin all sent red envelopes, ranging from 500 to 1,000. As for the younger employees, such as Lu Mingliang and Ma Yichun, they basically gave out red envelopes of 188 or so as a token of appreciation, hoping for a good omen. Maybe they thought that Mr. Pei wouldn't care no matter how much they gave out. The most infuriating thing was Huang Sibo's New Year's greeting message. Boss Pei is not short of money, so I won't send out red envelopes in a cliched way. I will continue to work hard next year and shine for Tenda. After reading this message, Pei Qian almost wanted to fire Huang Sibo on the spot. Do you think this is human language? Boss Pei is not short of money was said, and he also said continue to work hard next year. Provocation. This is a blatant provocation. But on second thought, it's New Year's Day, so I forgave him. While editing the message and preparing to reply, a New Year's greeting message came again. Lin Wan, in the new year, thanks to Boss Pei's care. Although the progress of the game and the mobile phone is not going well, Boss Pei, don't worry, I will do my best to complete the task. In the new year, Boss Pei will continue to work hard under Boss Pei's wise leadership. With a clatter, 8888 was transferred. Then, Lin Chang's message also arrived. Compared to Lin Wan, Lin Chang's message was much simpler. Boss Pei, some tea money. With a swish, 18888 was transferred. Pei Qian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. What is a brother? What is a friend? That's it. Boss Lin is so open-minded. At this moment, Pei Qian didn't want Lin Wan to leave. If Lin Wan went back, would he still give out red envelopes like this during festivals? But then he thought again, no, Lin Chang still gave out more. Pei Qian received the red envelopes at the speed of light, and then replied one by one. "Oh Lin Wan, Happy New Year. You worked too hard last year. You must take a good rest next year and stop working so hard. I will approve you another 10 days of paid leave. You must take all of them without leaving a single day. To Lin Chang, don't worry, Mr. Lin. After the new year, I will arrange that matter for you clearly. Return the red envelope? That's impossible. Red envelopes are a token of your feelings. You send me and I send you. It feels like aunts and uncles shirking responsibility. Is that what young people in the new century do? Besides, Mr. Pei usually sends out various bonuses and benefits. That money is already in the sea. Is it too much to accept hundreds or thousands of red envelopes from you now? Of course, in the final analysis, it is because the system does not report things like sending red envelopes. With the pitiful personal property that Mr. Pei has, if he sends it out as Lin Chang did, he will go bankrupt at the speed of light if he sends it out to a few people. If he sends out 100 or 200, it is also not in line with Mr. Pei's status. So, just don't send it out. No one will think Mr. Pei is stingy anyway. Soon, the information of other people also arrived. Assistant Qian, I wish Mr. Pei and his family happiness, and peace. In the new year, I hope that the glory of Tenda spirit can spread to every department. Red envelope 666. Tang Ishu, Senior, in the new year, I wish that the new food you try will always be better than you imagined. I wish you will never forget the beautiful dreams you have had. I wish your mood will always be like Friday afternoon, and I wish you will always be as pure and happy as a child. Red envelope 99.9, Pei Qian was very happy. Look at Assistant Qian's awareness. You know that what I care about most is not whether Tenda makes money or not. I care more about whether everyone can better understand the spirit of Tenda. This 666 red envelope is also very generous. Xiao Tang's small blessing is also well made. Considering Xiao Tang's conditions, 99.9 is already a great gift. Pei Qian gave Xiao Tang a 999 red envelope for the first time and replied, "Thank you. A little gift, take it back to subsidize the family expenses." Various red envelopes came one after another, and Pei Qian was a little overwhelmed. Besides being happy, he was also very relieved. These employees are not loved in vain. I usually give them so many benefits, and I finally remember the kindness of President Pei during the Chinese New Year. President Pei gave so many benefits, and finally saw the return money. There are many other red envelopes such as Ma Yang, Wan Guangjian, Xiao Laoshi, Zhu Xiaozi, Lin Sanrong, Li Shi. There are too many, and the red envelopes are also more or less. The one who gave out the largest red envelope was Mr. Li, who gave out 10,000 yuan at once, while others gave out dozens or hundreds of yuan, with varying amounts. But Mr. Pei didn't care, because those who gave out red envelopes were good comrades anyway. After receiving the red envelopes and counting them, he found that he had received more than 60,000 yuan in red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. After working until after 10 p.m., he finally replied to all the waves of New Year greetings. Rubbing his slightly sore shoulders, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if Assistant Qian could help him reply to these messages at this time. Turning around, he saw his parents still grabbing red envelopes. Hurry up, his second uncle sent another 200 red envelope, and I just grabbed 5 yuan. I'll send a 50 red envelope now, watch out, grab it quickly. I grabbed $1.50. You only grabbed so little, your luck is too bad. $1.50 is also money. Pei Qian shook his head silently. Hey, the elderly also have their own happiness. He had almost received all the red envelopes, and Pei Qian had nothing to do while lying on the sofa, so he opened the N Chinese website app and wanted to find a book to read to kill time. He flipped through it casually and happened to find Chui Gung's final remarks that he had just sent a few hours ago. Isn't this the book of Ruzi Kijiao? It's time to finish it. Pei Qian was very happy. After receiving spiritual education from Tenda, Chui Gung announced the completion of the book. More than a week later, the book was officially completed. Although it is said to be completed, the book actually only has more than 800,000 words. It can also be said that he may have hesitated before, but after accepting the position of special observer, he decisively finished the book. Look, how courageous! Pei Qian opened the closing remarks and took a look at the comments below. The pigeon spirit is really cooing again. 800,000 words to finish the book. What else can you say if it's not a bad ending? Please be more accurate, it's clearly 830,000 words. Excluding the spam, it's at most 400,000 words. I think it's okay, the previous pits are basically filled, and the storyline is complete. The above, it's because of you readers with low requirements that so many authors have no character at all, saying bad endings are bad endings, saying eunuchs are eunuchs. I propose to boycott this pigeon spirit forever and never read his new books again. That's right, what the hell is a new book, Butterfly Game? It's a flop at first glance. I will never read it. New book? Pei Qian was instantly alert. Looking carefully, there is actually a new book preview under the closing remarks. It's called Butterfly Game and it's an urban theme. But few readers paid attention to this new book, and they all blamed Chui Gung for having a bad ending. This is normal, because the book Chui Gung is writing now is a fantasy novel, and the readers are naturally fantasy readers, and they are not interested in new books with urban themes at all. Not only did it not attract many readers to the new book, but many people went to the comment section of the new book to discourage people from buying it, saying that the author was unreliable and asked everyone not to fall into the trap. Pei Qian was a little worried at first, but when he saw the reader scolding him, he was relieved instantly. It seems that I was worrying too much. It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. Ruzi Kijiao was a well-known pigeon spirit on the Chinese terminal website before. Now that he has a fixed salary and benefits, can he still settle down and write books seriously? Absolutely impossible. If he can write books seriously, I can become the richest man. Chapter 414 President Pei won't bear grudges, right? At the same time, Ma Yichun was also paying attention to Chui Gung's new book. Although Ma Yichun is now the CEO of N Chinese Network, it should be the editors and editors-in-chief who should pay attention to new books, but now it is the Chinese New Year period, and he is idle at home. Ma Yichun has heard of the author Chui Gung for a long time and knows his bad deeds. However, Chui Gung is talented no matter what. A talented but not hardworking author is better than an untalented but hardworking author. After all, online writing is a creative industry. Many times it does not matter how fast you write, but how well you write. If the content is not good, writing fast is just accelerating the output of garbage. Butterfly Game has just been published for a short time, and the status of the comment area is obviously not much better. Ma Yichun ignored these and started reading directly. The beginning has a fast pace. After briefly introducing the identity of the protagonist, he directly obtained the golden finger. After briefly introducing the use of the golden finger, he began to enter the formal plot. On New Year's Eve, Chui Gung directly released 5 chapters, and these 5 chapters completed a small plot. It starts from the protagonist obtaining the rights to the butterfly game to helping the first supporting role, the independent game producer, fulfill his dream. The content of the first small plot is very simple, which is equivalent to a preview of the core excitement. An independent game producer who is poor but has never given up his dream has produced a game with simple materials but interesting gameplay, but no one cares because he has no money to promote it. The protagonist discovered him while observing the parallel world, so he used his rights to find a up-host in the game area, and used his golden finger to let this up-host happen to download the game and play it. So, under the promotion of this up-host, the game suddenly became popular, and it was out of control from then on, and this independent game producer was able to continue his dream. After reading this small plot, Chui Gung sent a single chapter. The content of the single chapter is very simple. On the one hand, he apologized to all readers for the old book, and on the other hand, he emphasized that this new book was carefully considered by himself, and the content is absolutely wonderful, so please give a little patience. During the Chinese New Year, he decided to stay indoors and update 10,000 words every day. After reading this, Ma Yichun fell into deep thought. He had been writing online novels for such a long time, and had been paying attention to the trends of online novels recently, so he could naturally see some clues. Is there a problem with this novel? Definitely. But it also has advantages. Currently, the novels on the market are still dominated by the hot-blooded routine of "don't bully the poor young man," and the way to mobilize readers' emotions is mainly through relatively simple and crude methods such as repression, inciting hatred and revenge. Urban novels have also developed well, but as a whole, they have not escaped from this big framework. Many soldier kings, school beauties, and rebirth themes are basically the more traditional pretentious face-slapping. The novel Butterfly Game can be seen from the underlying structure, which is very different from the currently popular novels. First of all, it replanned the early routine while maintaining a fast pace. Most novels nowadays are still popular with the so-called golden 3 chapters, that is, the fixed cycle of repression, obtaining the golden finger, and slapping the face. This routine cannot be said to be bad, but there is a tendency to be overused, and many readers instinctively want to vomit after seeing it. Butterfly Game completely abandoned this routine. There is no repression at the beginning. The protagonist directly obtains the golden finger, and there is no face-slapping plot, and directly enters its own unique refreshing point. Secondly, the excitement of this novel is expressed in a completely different way from other novels. At present, online novels are simple and crudely enjoyable, which is commonly known as pretending to be slapped in the face. However, the enjoyment of Butterfly Game is a sneaky enjoyment. The protagonist uses the light ball in his hand to create a butterfly effect in the parallel world with some very small changes, thus achieving some very interesting results. The enjoyment obtained by the protagonist is not as obvious as the traditional pretending to be slapped in the face, it will be more subtle, but this enjoyment can also bring spiritual pleasure to readers. Moreover, apart from the sense of achievement obtained by the protagonist, if you put yourself into the role of the book, such as the unsuccessful game producer, you can also get a kind of happiness. This kind of happiness is a bit like a fairy tale for adults. Everyone knows that most independent game producers have made games that are on the verge of death due to lack of publicity. In reality, many independent game producers can only reluctantly give up their game dreams, but in the novel, his dream is realized because of the butterfly effect created by the protagonist, which is also a kind of enjoyment for readers. If the popular novel method now is braised pork, then this novel is like a simple dish of sugar-mixed tomatoes. Braised pork is delicious, but when the table is full of various kinds of braised pork, a dish of sugar-coated tomatoes will inevitably be snatched up quickly. Not only that, Pei Qian seemed to see some shadows of Tenda in this book. He felt that this story seemed to be based on President Pei. After all, when President Pei was making Lonely Desert Highway, it was because of a video of Mr. Chiao that he suddenly became popular. With the income from this game, President Pei had the money to make Ghost General and earned the first pot of gold to establish Tenda Group. Therefore, this story seemed particularly familiar to Pei Qian. Considering these aspects, Pei Qian had a hunch that if this book could be written well, it would definitely be a big hit on the Chinese terminal website. However, is the writing of this book perfect enough? Pei Qian felt that it was not entirely true. There are still some places that can be modified slightly. After the modification, this book can be taken to a higher level. It just so happens that while Chui Geng has not written much, the boat is small and easy to turn around, so hurry up and modify it. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Chui Geng directly. Boss Ma, I'm writing right now. Don't worry, I will definitely write this book well and never let it end badly again. At least write 2 million words. Before Pei Qian spoke, Chui Geng had already expressed his determination. Haha, guess how many times you've said this? Pei Qian's words left Chui Geng speechless. Okay, I didn't call you to talk about this. Pei Qian smiled and got to the point. I do want to talk to you about the new book, but in addition to reminding you to write this book well and not to end it badly, there are some other things. Chui Geng was stunned. Please go ahead, Mr. Ma. Pei Qian said, I personally have some small opinions. I will tell you briefly. If you think it is appropriate, you can change it. If not, forget it. It can be regarded as a collective effort to write this book well. I am very optimistic about your book, so I want to help you polish the content of this book better. Chui Geng was a little flattered. You say. Pei Qian sorted out his thoughts a little and explained his ideas in detail. I can see that the subject matter of the first small plot seems to be taken from President Pei. Tenda does have many interesting stories, and it's not a bad idea to use them as material, but I think your artistic processing is still a bit insufficient. My opinions are mainly 2 points. First, I think the protagonist, as a pure bystander, is not involved enough in the plot. It's okay to treat the protagonist as a pure tool. Some books do this, but it would be more interesting if it could be connected to the plot. This is how I imagine it. The light ball that the protagonist gets is not a parallel world, but the real world where he is. And every action taken by the protagonist is actually changing the world and making the world he lives in better. At the same time, the protagonist can also benefit from his own actions. For example, he helps an entrepreneur build a business empire worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and the protagonist can use his own money to buy the company's stocks before the empire is formed, so he also gets rich returns and changes his life. Moreover, as a person in the dark, the protagonist participates in these interactions and can meet those supporting characters in reality, which will also produce many interesting plots. Secondly, I think the tone of this book can be changed. The current writing method is mainly a positive narrative, and the excitement is relatively direct. The so-called direct excitement is, what I want to do, I did it, and I succeeded. This writing method is certainly safe, but it may not be very attractive to readers. I think, can we use an anti-routine narrative method to further strengthen the sense of accidental mistakes in the butterfly game, make the excitement more tortuous, and make the plot more humorous? In short, I didn't want to do anything, an accident happened, I didn't get what I wanted, but I succeeded. Specifically for the first plot you wrote, the current summary of the cool point is, the independent game author wants to succeed, the protagonist helps him through the butterfly game, and the independent game author succeeds. After the revision, the summary of the cool point can become this: the independent game author does not want to succeed, he just wants to make a game to take revenge on society. The protagonist thinks this game is very interesting, uses the butterfly game to help him, and then the independent game author succeeds. In the process of writing, pay attention to using more humorous writing methods. This kind of plot should stand out from the current traditional plots. Do you understand? On the other end of the phone, Chui Geng was silent, as if trying to digest what Ma Yichun had just said. After a long time, he said meaningfully, Mr. Ma is right. Indeed, when I was writing this beginning, I always felt as if something was missing. It's like a dish, the ingredients are all there, the heat is about the same, but it always lacks that little taste. If these 2 points can be made up, then this book will definitely be more colorful. But, Mr. Ma, I have a doubt. Ma Yichun, What doubt? Chui Geng hesitated for a moment, then said, to be honest, the plot of this game producer is indeed based on Mr. Pei. But, will this way of writing be a kind of vilification of Mr. Pei's image? Is Mr. Pei not going to bear a grudge? Chapter 415, Going to Work Early? You are rebellious. Additional chapter for Alliance Leader Marty. Many fine works are available at Complete this great site. If you like us, please recommend it to your friends. Ma Yichun laughed, as if he heard a very interesting joke. Who do you think Mr. Pei is? Mr. Pei is broad-minded and has a long-term vision. Nifeng Logistics is still suffering from huge losses. Hasn't Mr. Pei said a word of no? He still trusts the leadership over there. How could Mr. Pei care about such a trivial matter? You underestimate Mr. Pei too much. Chui Geng thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Mr. Pei is so magnanimous, how could he be made to suffer because of a book? It's impossible. Okay, Mr. Ma, I will change it immediately. Fortunately, I don't have many manuscripts in my inventory now, and the content has not changed much, so it should be changed soon. Chui Geng was full of fighting spirit. Ma Yichun was very satisfied with Chui Geng's attitude. It seemed that Chui Geng was really going to write seriously this time. Here's what I'm thinking. If you can keep updating 5 times a day during the new year, I'll tell Zhu Xingyan about it and have this book recommended in advance. Write faster, recommend faster, and try to push a hit on the urban channel. Chui Geng was flattered. Okay, no problem. I won't go anywhere during the new year, I'll just stay at home and write. After getting Ma Yichun's advice, Chui Geng became more motivated. Being strongly recommended by the website's senior management, how can the recommended resources be bad? Now what Chui Geng has to do is to write as much as possible while ensuring the quality, and update 10,000 words every day, so that those readers who like to wait for books to be put on the shelves can start reading earlier. Now, Chui Geng's creative enthusiasm is just rising. Before the holiday, he collected a lot of materials from Tenda Games, which can be used in the book with a little processing. What needs to be considered is how to write them in a more dramatic way. Chui Geng held the computer and typed frantically. Even if my family demolishes 10 more houses, it can't stop me from writing this story completely. On the first day of the new year, Chui Geng revised and smoothed out the 5 chapters that had been sent out and the remaining manuscripts, and then continued to write the next play. He was surprised to find that writing according to Pei Qian's method really worked. When he wrote before, he always felt as if something was missing and felt frustrated. After writing a play, he always felt that it was not perfect and wanted to go back and make changes, but how to change it specifically? I can't tell. So, although Chui Geng wrote quite fast at that time, he always felt uneasy. But now it's different. After Pei Qian's guidance, Chui Geng found that the original play can be interspersed with many interesting transitional dramas about the protagonist, which makes writing more fluent. And after writing it, I read it through and felt very satisfied. The idea of always wanting to change something disappeared. Chui Geng's literary ideas suddenly flowed like a spring, holding his laptop, and entered an immersive state of forgetting himself and the world. As Chui Geng's chapters increased, the comments under the book also changed. Has the beginning been changed? The previous beginning was good, but this one seems to be more interesting. I thought I would never read the Book of Pigeon Spirit again, but I have read the latest chapter, without realizing it. Well, no matter how much I curse, I have to say that the Book of Pigeon Spirit is still good. This beginning is attractive enough. I am afraid I will fall into the trap again. I just want to ask if you can write 2 million words this time. Forget it, don't count on it, just write as much as you can. I suddenly found that urban themes are so good. Strange, I thought that the switch from fantasy to urban would lead to the loss of a large number of readers, but I found that those familiar old IDs seem to be still there. You shouted that you would never read the Pigeon Spirits books again, but now you still like them really good. This book is really interesting, humorous, and the writing style is very pleasing, using a small coincidence to change the world, and there is a faint warmth, which is very good. I'm tired of fantasy and fairy tales that kill the whole family over a disagreement. It's not bad to change your taste occasionally. I'll give you the vote. If you dare to end it badly again, I will definitely send you a knife. Is it okay to update 5 times a day during the new book period? Aren't you afraid of no recommendations? Still worried about no recommendations? The recommendations for this new book are already too good. It feels like the website is deliberately promoting this book. It's really interesting. I'll share it with my friends now. February 4th, the second day of the Chinese New Year. Afternoon. The cold wind whistled past, and Pei Qian stood at the door of an internet cafe not far from home, fanning himself with his arms open, trying to get rid of the cigarette smell as soon as possible. Oh, I should have opened a Moyu internet cafe near my house. Pei Qian shivered in the cold wind, and such a melancholy thought appeared in his mind. During the Chinese New Year, there were indeed no good entertainment activities. Today is the second day of the Chinese New Year. Pei Qian got together with some childhood friends and classmates and went out for a day. Considering that there were not many activities to choose from in the small county town, everyone went to the cinema to watch a movie first, then had lunch and went to the internet cafe to play some games. After watching the movie, Pei Qian felt a little complicated. Of course, the main feeling was to be thankful. He had originally planned to release A Beautiful Tomorrow during the festival period, thinking that the festival was a time for family reunions, and this kind of movie would definitely be criticized after the release, and the box office would be a flops. Moreover, the festival period was full of blockbusters, which would definitely squeeze out A Beautiful Tomorrow. As a result, after watching the most popular movie during the festival period today, Pei Qian had only one feeling: what the hell? He had completely forgotten which movies were during the festival period in 2011, but as for the movies he had seen so far, there was really no one that could beat them. After coming out of the cinema, he checked on his mobile phone and found that the festival period these days was not a good period at all. The scores of the several movies currently released on the ticket sales website were all less than 7, and the expected box office was even less than 200 million, which was really surprising to Pei Qian. Thinking back carefully, the holiday season that I remember was popular only after Stephen Chow's Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons in 2013. The world has changed a bit, and movies are completely different from what Pei Qian remembered. So although the concept of holiday season exists, there really aren't any really good movies. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was inexplicably a little scared. Maybe A Beautiful Tomorrow won't lose money if it's shown during the holiday season? It's not that Pei Qian doesn't have confidence in the movies he made, but the movies shown during the holiday season are really rubbish, and they rely on their peers to set off. Pei Qian thinks that it might be a good thing that A Beautiful Tomorrow didn't catch up with the holiday season. I hope that when my own movie is released, there will be 1 or 2 big movies to snipe it. As for the afternoon black and white activity, there aren't really any good internet cafes in the county, so I picked the best one, which still doesn't smoke, and it made Pei Qian choke. I can only say that I didn't think so much at the beginning. I just opened the Nifeng Inn at my parents' doorstep to make it convenient for my parents to pick up the express delivery, and I didn't expect the slacking internet cafe at all. I'll tell Zhang Yuan later and ask him to open a Moyu internet cafe nearby. Whether it makes money or not, at least I can surf the internet here during the new year. Oh, no, Zhang Yuan has been eliminated by me first. Then let's talk to the new person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe after the new year. Pei Qian went outside to get rid of the cigarette smell, then said goodbye to a few childhood friends and high school classmates, and then walked back. Walking on the road, Pei Qian thought about his gaming experience in the internet cafe today. When deciding which game to play, several childhood friends and high school classmates were wavering between IOI and GOG. Obviously, as 2 recently appeared battle games, IOI and GOG have a strong influence on the player community. But after a while of hesitation, everyone still chose IOI, which made Pei Qian feel relieved. Sure enough, the eyes of the masses are sharp, and IOI is still better. However, after Pei Qian really played it in depth, he found that the difference between IOI and LOL is still big. The heroes basically have nothing in common, and the operation is also more complicated. Moreover, currently playing IOI in China requires an accelerator to connect to foreign servers, so the delay problem is more serious. Of course, this does not affect its current popularity. Not only Moyu Internet Cafe, many other internet cafes currently have IOI and GOG games in their game lists. Internet cafe owners are very good at observing the wind direction. Whatever game is played by the most people in the internet cafe, they will immediately arrange it to the game list of the internet cafe. Moreover, IOI has just updated a version today. After all, the United States does not celebrate holidays. When he was almost home, the phone rang. Pei Qian thought it was his mother calling him home for dinner, but when he took out his phone in the cold wind, he saw that it was Liyada calling. Huh? Why are you calling me now? Chapter 416. This question already has the correct answer. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts with the game. No. Pei Qian refused firmly. Liyada was a little anxious, but Pei Qian interrupted her before she finished. No need to say more, this is a matter of principle, we can't give in. The progress of work can never be completed. Even if I approve you to go to work a week earlier, can this week allow GOG to exceed IOI? Liyada was a little speechless. 1 week is indeed not possible, but Pei Qian immediately took over the conversation. That's the reason. I approved you to go to work a week earlier today, and you didn't exceed IOI, so do you have to apply for weekend overtime next time? If you work overtime this week, but still don't exceed IOI, do you have to continue to work overtime next week? 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an ant hole. You should understand the principle of preventing small problems from happening. In the long run, where will you put Tenda's rules and regulations? Liada, Pei Qian said earnestly, so, since working 2 more days overtime will not have a decisive effect, then don't work overtime. Meaningless overtime wastes everyone's time and my overtime pay. Why bother? Liada couldn't think of a good way to refute it for a while, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. But Mr. Pei, IOI has been launching new versions, and its expansion momentum in Europe and the United States is very strong. Our GOG and IOI are direct competitors. If we fall behind, we will fall behind step by step. At this critical moment, if we neglect it, the consequences may be disastrous. Liada's tone was very anxious. Obviously, she had been paying attention to the situation of IOI during her vacation. Seeing that the quality of IOI's games was improving rapidly, she was a little impatient. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes it's not a good thing for employees to have too strong a sense of responsibility. Since GOG was doomed to fail from the beginning, why bother? Working overtime and rushing to meet deadlines, it still failed in the end, wasting feelings. It's better to just do it casually at the beginning and spend the money. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, I understand your feelings. However, matters of principle are matters of principle, and we cannot easily compromise. Yada, I think there is something wrong with your mentality. It is common to encounter problems at work. Your first reaction is to solve them by working overtime? Overtime is not a panacea for all diseases. On the contrary, it is a poison that only quenches thirst. Use it once, and you will become dependent on it, and you will get deeper and deeper into it. If you use it more, your other skills will all degenerate, and you will lose all other skills except overtime. Think clearly about what is more important. Remember, it is not about overtime work, but about doing the right thing at the right time. Thinking clearly about what is the right thing is far more important than simply working hard. On the other end of the phone, Liada was silent. After a long time, her anxious mood calmed down. Boss Pei, your words are deafening, and I really fell into a misunderstanding. I encountered problems at work, and I really can't solve them by working overtime. On the contrary, I should try to solve them by all means except overtime. If I only know how to let employees work overtime, it is indeed my dereliction of duty as the person in charge. Thank you, Boss Pei, I understand. Happy New Year to Boss Pei. Pei Qian listened silently. Well, Happy New Year. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. It turned out to be his close employee. He has a strong ability to draw inferences from one example, and he has a set of small words. After a little guidance, he completely gave up the idea of working overtime. Yeah, not bad. Finger Company, please give us some strength. Try to work harder during the Spring Festival and defeat GOG directly. Pei Qian prayed silently. February 10th, the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Officially go to work school hadn't started yet, and Pei Qian had returned to Jingzhou the previous afternoon. His parents knew that Pei Qian had made money at Fei Huang's studio, and that his new movie was about to be released, so they didn't keep him for long. They just repeatedly reminded him to take care of his health while working, and never overdraw his health. Pei Qian thought silently in his heart that he would definitely not overdraw his health. His job was quite healthy. He slept until he woke up naturally every day, and he would just slack off and drink tea at work, and occasionally go to Mingyun private kitchen to eat something good. Everything was quite comfortable. Of course, it would be better if his own employees didn't always backstab him. 17th floor, Tenda Game Department. Chui Geng has continued to collect materials from Baosu. The study class at the end was also resumed today. Although Chui Geng was still a member of the study class, he already had an official position in Tenda, that is, special observer, so he didn't need to be locked in the small black room anymore. Others in the game department had quickly entered the working state, typing on the keyboard with full concentration, and even had too much time to drink a sip of water. There was no way, the workload was heavy. During the Spring Festival, many people, like Liada, kept a close eye on the developments of IOI. After seeing the updated version of the game, they couldn't wait to go back to work. As a result, after talking to Liada, I learned that she was criticized and educated by President Pei, and could only wait patiently for the end of the holiday. So on the first day of work, I couldn't wait to start modifying the game. Most of the people in the Tenda game department were holding their breath. We Tenda games have always been a sharp knife force that can fight hard battles. Under the leadership of President Pei, the game is a hit, and such a golden signboard can't fall on our hands, right? If GOG loses to IOI, it can't afford to lose that person. Everyone worked hard to start working. Before the new year, Liada had already handed over the aftermath to the 3 ministers of life, and arranged their respective responsibilities for them. However, these 3 are newcomers after all, and they need a certain amount of time to get familiar with and hand over. From now to the end of the month, Liada must transfer the work to the 3 of them as much as possible while ensuring the progress of research and development to ensure a smooth handover. After explaining the recent work tasks of the executive planner to Hu Xianben, Liada temporarily relaxed, drinking coffee and thinking about the current situation. Every time she couldn't help but feel anxious, she would constantly recall what President Pei said at that time, because she firmly believed that the way to success lies in it. President Pei said that the important thing is not to work overtime, but to do the right thing at the right time. Then, what is the right thing to do? Research and development seriously? This is just part of our job, and it is the safest approach. It is not right. Liada thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. She instinctively wanted to ask Bao Su. After all, Bao Su had his own way of interpreting President Pei's ideas. However, Bao Su was telling Cui Geng about Tingda's past and providing materials for Cui Geng's new book, and Liada was embarrassed to interrupt. Since Bao Su couldn't be asked, who should be asked? Ask Huang Sibo? It's not impossible, but Liada knew that Fei Huang's studio was preparing a new movie recently, and Huang Sibo was probably busy as a dog recently and had no time. After thinking about it, I decided to ask Lin Wan. Lin Wan also had a way of interpreting President Pei's thoughts. Liada sent a message to Lin Wan, expressing her confusion, and asked, by the way, what does President Pei mean by doing the right thing at the right time? Not long after, Lin Wan replied. You've asked the right person. I have the standard answer to this question. Boss Pei once told me something similar. Liada became interested and quickly made a phone call. Tell me what happened. Liada seemed to have caught a ray of hope. On the phone, Lin Wan smiled and said confidently, do you still remember what we did when we were working on Hot Blood War Song Power Up Edition? After the microclient was launched, the game has been losing money, so I asked Mr. Pei what to do. Mr. Pei said that we should wait quietly for the right time, and when the time comes, everything will be fine. Think carefully, this sentence is similar to what he said to you, isn't it? Don't they both emphasize the right time? Liada suddenly realized, oh. You mean? Lin Wan smiled, yes, Mr. Pei has made it clear that overtime is meaningless, and no matter how hard you work, it will only get half the result with twice the effort. The implication is that there is a way to solve the problem without overtime. If I were you, I would not continue to fight with IOI in the terminal game field, because no matter whether I win or lose, it will definitely be a mess. I will change to another field, get ahead of it, and then kill it back. Liada's eyes lit up, and many confusions were solved instantly. As for what is the right time, Lin Wan had already found the right answer when he was working on Hot Blood War Song. The upcoming mobile game boom is the right time. Lin Wan understood this point and changed the half-dead Hot Blood War Song microclient into a mobile game, and took advantage of the fast lane of Xinhua's mobile application market, so he was able to soar to the sky and make a beautiful comeback. If this standard answer is applied, it means that GOG should also be transformed into a game that can be interoperable between mobile phones and PCs. President Pei also said that IOI started very early and is not a little ahead of GOG. This gap can never be made up by the people in the Tenda game department working overtime. Therefore, President Pei does not let everyone work overtime, just to prevent everyone from doing useless work and wasting too much energy, but hopes that everyone will invest their limited energy in more meaningful things. What if GOG is changed into a mobile game? Then it will directly achieve overtaking on the curve. At present, there is no similar game in the mobile game field. Even if the gameplay is not so rich, if GOG is transplanted, it will naturally be a big hit as long as it can run stably. After GOG quickly occupies an undoubted dominant position in the mobile game field, it will naturally affect the PC field in turn. Imagine that if a player has played GOG on his mobile phone, and he plays a similar game on PC for the first time, will he choose GOG, which he has played on his mobile phone and has many heroes and various skins, or IOI, which has no heroes and starts from scratch? The current consensus in the gaming industry is to convert successful PC games into web games, and then convert successful web games into mobile games. This way, by going down one level at a time and changing platforms, old games can have a second life. This is a fixed mindset. However, this is not so absolute. If there is no dominant giant game on both the PC and mobile sides, who says it can't be released on mobile first and then on PC? Chapter 417 Esports Club. Many fine works are here. Complete. This. God. Site. If you like us, please recommend it to your friends. Pei Qian yawned in the office. The company's heater was turned on very high, making people sleepy. Although it was a bit inappropriate to slack off on the first day of work, Pei Qian really didn't have anything else to do. Although it felt like there were a lot of things to do, as if countless bloody knives were waiting to stab him in the back, but when I thought about it carefully, I really couldn't think of what I should do now. Open the TPDB website to see which other projects need to be improved. Then Pei Qian's eyes immediately fell on the Moyu Internet Cafe. I remembered that I had always wanted to open a Moyu Internet Cafe near my parents' house. I have to open one near the newly bought house, so I'll be prepared for a rainy day and make plans early. In short, no matter where I live in the future, I have to find a Moyu Internet Cafe within a few steps of my home. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately sent a message to Zhang Yuan, asking him to come over. Zhang Yuan usually stays at the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch, handling matters related to the Internet Cafe and ROF installation, and today is no exception. So, he arrived a few minutes later. How is the handover going? Not long after Zhang Yuan sat down, Pei Qian asked directly. Boss Pei, today is just my first day at work. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless, and at the same time, he was a little reluctant. After being selected as an outstanding employee, Zhang Yuan has received a dream fund of 1 million, but this also means that he must give up all his positions at Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation. Zhang Yuan is of course not happy. Because whether it is Moyu Internet Cafe or ROF installation, he has done a good job. Even if his salary and benefits have not changed, he is not willing to change other positions. However, Pei Qian will definitely not agree. Because the first elimination system was established to eliminate these people. Being selected as an outstanding employee means that he has done a particularly good job in this position. So for Boss Pei, such an employee who has posed the greatest threat to him in the past 6 months must be arranged clearly for him. Therefore, Zhang Yuan must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Pei Qian could see Zhang Yuan's displeasure, and his face darkened. Your efficiency is too slow. I'll give you 3 days to complete the work handover, put aside all the work of the Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF installation, and then submit the list of people to be promoted to the Human Resources Department. Zhang Yuan had nothing to say, so he could only nod, yes, President Pei. Pei Qian added, by the way, when you hand over, tell the new person in charge to open 2 more Moyu Internet Cafes 1.0 in each of these 2 places. Pei Qian pointed out the location of his parents' residence and his new house on the map. Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 places, a little confused. One is in a small county town near Jingzhou, and the other is near a high-speed rail station that has not yet been opened in Jingzhou. What special locational advantages do these 2 places have that make it worth it for President Pei to emphasize opening a Moyu Internet Cafe in each place? You know, the last time President Pei asked about the Moyu Internet Cafe, it was the Moyu complex opened in Linqing City, with a huge investment of tens of millions. It stands to reason that President Pei should not have to ask about the location of these 2 small internet cafes. However, Zhang Yuan has long been accustomed to President Pei's special site selection skills, so he naturally did not ask much about it. He just silently took note and prepared to tell his successor. After arranging the matter of the Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian asked again, have you thought about how to spend the dream fund? Don't worry, if 1 million is not enough, you can add more. The 1 million dream fund was the standard established in the early days of Tenda Group. At that time, Tenda did not have such a large industry as it is now, and it was not easy to squeeze out 1 million. However, as Tengda's scale became larger and more profitable, a mere 1 million was only a drizzle. For President Pei, who was in urgent need of money, it could not quench his thirst. Therefore, Pei Qian casually asked that if Zhang Yuan's dream was more outrageous, he would not mind giving him more money. Of course, if Zhang Yuan's dream was too utilitarian, he would definitely not give him a penny more. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, Mr. Pei, I have thought about it during the holiday. My initial idea is to set up a small esports club. Esports club? Pei Qian was a little surprised. He originally thought that Zhang Yuan would continue to tinker with his computer installation business, but he didn't expect that he would actually come to his senses. Pei Qian was still very satisfied with this answer. Because esports clubs are a thing that burns money quickly, and only a small part of them can really make a profit. Moreover, in 2011, the esports industry was still small, and there was a lack of large-scale competitions around the world. Many professional players were still at the stage of sleeping on the curb and eating instant noodles. Now those who engage in esports are basically some second-generation rich people who are just playing around, which can be said to be very much to Pei Qian's taste. Even if Zhang Yuan didn't mention it, Pei Qian had long thought about setting up an esports club for fun. Pei Qian immediately smiled and gave a thumbs up, not bad, good idea. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. He felt that when President Pei heard this news, he was happier than when the memory card price increased. Is 1 million enough? The players have worked hard in the competition. We can't let them suffer. The treatment must be adequate. If it's not enough, feel free to ask me for money. Pei Qian immediately became excited. Zhang Yuan waved his hands hurriedly. No, Mr. Pei, I have to test the waters and explore the way in the early stage. After all, I have no experience in this area. Well. Okay, talk to me anytime if you need money. Pei Qian agreed reluctantly. Obviously, Zhang Yuan had some playful mentality, so he didn't dare to ask for more money. If you really want to build a building and all kinds of supporting facilities, and then spend a high price to dig a few star players, then this 1 million will not even be enough to fill the gaps in your teeth. And now most of the so-called esports clubs and game studios have not been completely separated. With a few rooms and a few computers, they dare to call themselves esports clubs. Zhang Yuan should want to do this. Pei Qian certainly can't accept it, and he must pay more. But this matter cannot be rushed. If the money is given now, it may put some pressure on Zhang Yuan, giving him an illusion that President Pei attaches great importance to this project and he must do his best. If Zhang Yuan is excited, President Pei's encouragement buff will take effect, and the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, Pei Qian did not force it. After the club is opened, Pei Qian will definitely go to inspect it, and then pick and choose, and add money for various reasons. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. Remember, complete the handover within 3 days and transfer all your energy to the esports club. Pei Qian gave Zhang Yuan a few more instructions and sent him away. Then, Pei Qian quickly reviewed the things he had not finished before the new year. By the way, Xuebakuilai app. Pei Qian immediately called Dishing. Although other projects are also dangerous, this one seems to be the most dangerous. Before the new year, Pei Qian updated the Xuebakuilai app, completely cutting off the possibility of using this app as a social software, causing the popularity and traffic of the software to plummet, and all the publicity funds spent before were wasted. He originally planned to make this project fail completely in one go, but he never expected that telling the truth to those investors would attract more than 7 million yuan in investment. Pei Qian had no choice but to find a way to continue burning money. As for how it was burned, Pei Qian was not very clear. This was all done by Dishing, so he had to hurry up and ask. The call was quickly connected. Dishing seemed to be prepared and answered Mr. Pei's questions fluently. The money was mainly spent on 3 aspects. First, we need to develop other functions of the app. Currently, the app only supports offline meetings. After developing new functions, Su Shuaba and Shueja can use the camera to video lecture, and the built-in question bank can also search for the correct answers and explanations by taking photos. The functions are richer and the target audience is wider. Second, it is publicity. Finally, it is subsidies, so that the students who are poor spend less and the Shuaba earn more. The good news is that under our promotion, the shared Shuaba app has taken root in first-tier cities with rich educational resources such as the Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital, and Guangzhou, and the activity is rising steadily. Pei Qian interrupted decisively, I don't want to hear good news, just tell me the bad news. Dishing had a series of good news to say, but was blocked by Pei's words, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The bad news is that the current model may be a little difficult to sustain. I am afraid that it will not have enough stamina and only a mess will be left. In fact, the current model of Xuebakuilai app has aroused widespread discussion, and there are many unfavorable voices. Unfavorable voices? Then I must listen to them. While Pei Qian was on the phone, he searched for discussions about the Xuebakuilai app on the web. After a quick look, he found that there were indeed a lot of discussions, but not many unfavorable voices. Xuebakuilai, a new direction for educational software. Xuebakuilai revised the version to eliminate possible safety hazards. This move must be praised. Xuebakuilai, knowledge sharing is on the way. Pei Qian took a quick glance and felt his heartbeat quicken, with cold sweat on his forehead. Where are the voices that are not optimistic? This is clearly a positive review? Pei Qian asked in confusion. Dishing hurriedly explained, Oh, Mr. Pei, most of the reports you saw were paid, and some of the discussions were also the water army we hired, and part of the 7 million was spent on this. Mr. Pei, this idea was not mine. It was requested by other investors. Dishing knew that Mr. Pei did not like this kind of publicity, so he decisively passed the buck. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that so many people were just paid water army, which scared me. I thought there were really so many people who gave this project a good review. Since these degrees are all illusions created by spending money, there is no need to worry so much. Chapter 418 President Pei in a favorable situation. Pei Qian asked about other aspects in detail and finally concluded that the Shuaba Kuailai project was temporarily safe. It seems that I was overthinking. Similar sharing projects should have been burning money for a long time in the early stage. How could they be profitable so quickly? It's simply impossible. It seems that we still have to keep burning money and try to burn the capital chain as soon as possible. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Now he felt like he was racing against time. The key was whether the shared Shuaba would become popular first or the money would be burned out first. Once the capital chain was broken and there was no capital replenishment, the stall would soon collapse, and it might even generate a debt at that time, which was simply wonderful. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, He Disheng's phone rang. He Disheng was a little hesitant. He should have sent President Pei away first, but after seeing the incoming call number, he felt that he should answer the call immediately. Pei Qian glanced at him and said, "Just answer your call. Don't worry about me." He Disheng nodded and picked up the phone. "Hello? Mr. Li." Pei Qian. An ominous premonition suddenly came to his mind. He Disheng listened seriously, then nodded vigorously. "Okay, Mr. Li." "No problem, Mr. Li." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Pei Qian, ? An even more ominous premonition continued to surge in his heart. He Disheng hung up and said, "Mr. Pei, good news. Mr. Li thinks that the Shuaba Kuailai project is currently very popular, and the attention is also growing rapidly. The prospects are very good. Therefore, he decided to invest another 3 million. Moreover, under his leadership, other investors have also doubled their confidence. We don't have to worry about our funds in the short term." Pei Qian looked at He Disheng blankly, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. "I'm so angry. Every time the situation gets a little better, Mr. Li comes out at the right time." Pei Qian was so angry that his teeth itched. But on second thought, this matter seems to be reasonable, because Mr. Li only invested 1 million at the beginning. Pei Qian knew in his heart that this project was bound to fail, and he didn't want Mr. Li to spend too much money, so at least he only invested 1 million. But Mr. Li has been holding his breath. He only invested 1 million. Seeing the current situation, he naturally took a step back. The more he thought about it, the more he lost. So he decided to invest again to make more money. Pei Qian felt very tired. "You guys keep coming back in waves. When will it ever end?" Pei Qian now felt like a boiler operator, desperately filling the boiler with coal, hoping to burn all the coal so that he could go home after get off work. As a result, this group of people brought coal here in trucks, but they could never burn it all. Not only that, the more coal was filled, the faster it burned, and the fire in the boiler became more and more intense. Pei Qian, who had stood up and wanted to leave, sat down again. And his face was solemn, feeling under great pressure and in a dilemma. He Disheng saw that President Pei looked solemn, and his eyes lit up. Appeared President Pei in good times. As we all know, when President Pei is in adversity, he will naturally exude an optimistic mentality to infect the people around him, so that everyone can unite and overcome difficulties. But when President Pei is in good times, he will look solemn and fall into deep thought, which means that President Pei is thinking about the long-term planning for the future and the possible risks in good times. Obviously, now President Pei has entered the state of reflection in good times. He Disheng didn't dare to disturb him, but just waited quietly. Perhaps Mr. Pei's casual advice after reflecting on the favorable situation would benefit him a lot. Pei Qian felt that he was at a loss and in a dilemma. Go ahead and continue to burn money? What if this project becomes more and more popular? Go back and sell all the shares? According to the current situation, this profit might make him cry on the spot. The Shuaba Kuailai project has gone through 2 rounds of financing. In addition to the investment of yuan main venture capital, which has reached nearly 10 million, Pei Qian's actual controlled shares have also been diluted from 90% at the beginning to about 60%. But this also means that the company valuation of Xiuba Kuailai project has reached about 25 million, like a balloon. Of course, the valuation is fictitious. Whether it can be realized depends on whether there is anyone to take it. However, seeing how jealous these investors are of this project, Pei Qian feels that if he transfers all his shares, someone will definitely take it. What can I do? It's too dangerous. Pei Qian feels like he is walking on a tightrope now. If he takes a wrong step, there will be an abyss of no return. Calm down a bit. Think carefully, what is the most important thing for investors? Confidence. The reason why the valuation of Xiuba Kuailai project has been rising rapidly is because these investors believe that Tenda is backing them up, so they have an unrealistic confidence. So, I must find a way to dissolve this confidence in order to solve this deadlock. As long as everyone's confidence in this project collapses instantly, they will consider looking for a buyer to run away. When people's hearts are scattered, the valuation will collapse on the spot. Well, it seems that this is the only way. Pei Qian thought for a moment and almost found the direction he should work hard in. But how can he make everyone lose confidence, make some negative news? However, there are system restrictions, and we can't do those things. Moreover, everyone has invested a lot of money, which is enough to show how firm their confidence in this project is. Even if Pei Qian takes the initiative to go to this project, it is estimated that no one will believe it. Difficult. Pei Qian found the right direction, but he has no idea how to do it specifically. There is no way, let's ask Dishing, after all, he is a professional. Pei Qian pondered for a moment and asked, if you want to make other investors lose confidence in the Xiuba Kuailai project, what will you do? Dishing was stunned. President Pei has been thinking for a long time just now, just thinking about this? Why do you want to make other investors lose confidence in the Xiuba Kuailai project? Isn't this a question that competitors should think about? Looking at President Pei's expression, this seems to be a test for me? Dishing's expression immediately became serious, and he repeatedly thought about the deep meaning behind this simple question. After thinking for 2 minutes, I still couldn't figure out the deeper meaning, so I had to answer in a safe way. If it were me, I would continue to transfer shares. Increasing shares means we are optimistic about this project, while continuously reducing shares means the opposite, so transferring shares can dampen the confidence of other investors. Pei Qian nodded slightly, yes. As long as he reduced his holdings, he could show a very clear confidence. I think this project is at most like this now, I'm going to run away. On the contrary, if he held the shares tightly in his hands, even if he told others that he was not optimistic about the project, others would not believe him. But, wouldn't this mean that he would make money? Even if he didn't sell all his shares at once, but only sold them bit by bit, he would definitely make money. However, as long as he sold less, this kind of profit was still within an acceptable range. More importantly, it would hit the confidence of other investors, reduce the enthusiasm of the project, and finally achieve the goal of burning money and losing money. Thinking of this, Pei Qian made up his mind. Then sell it. Dishing was stunned. Sell now? The situation of the project looks pretty good, can he still be greedy for another wave? But seeing the firm look in Pei's eyes, Dishing suddenly woke up. There is a famous saying in the investment circle, which is to never make the last penny. Now everyone is optimistic about the Xiuba Kuailai project. If you sell it now, it may not be the highest point, but you can already make a lot of money. If you continue to be greedy, if it starts to go downhill and other people are no longer optimistic about this project, it will be too late. Dishing couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Mr. Pei, he could still keep such a clear mind in such a favorable situation. Mr. Pei, I understand. Leave it to me. He dishing patted his chest, full of confidence. February 11th, Friday. And Chinese Network Study Class. At lunchtime, the atmosphere was a little different from before. Originally, everyone spoke freely at the dinner table, talking about everything, and many topics had nothing to do with online articles. This is normal, just like the authors only occasionally discuss writing skills in the chat group, and most of the time they are just in the group. But today, the situation is a little different. Everyone is holding their mobile phones, eating takeout while reading seriously. I've finished reading it. Brother Chui's new book is really awesome. There's no comparison. Yes, Brother Chui feels that he has found the right way with this new book. He used to write fantasy, and although he wrote well, there are many people who write better than him. But after changing the subject matter, he instantly stood out from the crowd. I've never seen anyone write urban themes like this. It has been on the top of the new book list for a week. Since the book was released on New Year's Eve, the data has skyrocketed. It's awesome. The main writing style is relatively new, and the rhythm is also good. It's worth learning. It can be seen that the website is also supporting it. I have a feeling that Brother Chui's book will definitely be a big hit and may break many records of the website. At the current update speed of 10,000 words, it will be available by the end of this month. Then we will know how awesome it is. By the way, Mingyu Zhu's book has been rising in the rankings recently. I looked through the readers' comments and found that the recent plots are also well written. The authors expressed their opinions. When a popular book that leads the trend appears on the internet, the authors will definitely study and discuss it and try to gain some experience from it. Chui Geng is not here. He is still collecting materials in the Tenda game department. Mingyu is here. He is also reading Chui Geng's new book Butterfly Game with others. Hearing someone mention him, Mingyu said with emotion, "Yes, I have to say that the Tenda spirit study some time ago has greatly improved me. It's not just me. Didn't Chong, Long Yi, and Song Xianju also participate in the Tenda spirit study? Your grades should have improved as well, right?" Chong nodded. "Well, the subscription has indeed improved recently." Long Yi pulled his beard on his chin. "The data has improved, but I originally wrote a plot that was exciting, and I'm not sure if it was due to the Tenda spirit. As for other aspects, it's true that I've been writing more and more smoothly recently." Songxin ate his meal in silence. "My data hasn't changed much, but I think it's mainly because my recent plot arrangement is not very good. I'll make some adjustments, and there should be room for improvement." The other authors all showed envious expressions. It seems to be really useful. Yes, Brother Chui was the first to go, and he got the position of observer, so he can deeply understand the spirit, so he has improved the fastest. Mingyu Zhu, Chong, Long Yi, and Songxin Zhu also participated in the training of Tenda spirit, and their results have also changed. Even if the results don't change much, at least they have stabilized their mentality. It seems that this training is really effective. I'm a little itchy. I have reserved the Tenda spirit training on Monday. Don't compete with me. That won't work. I want to go too. Everyone depends on their ability. Chapter 419, Wu Bin's 16-character mantra. Evening. On the 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing, Tenda Group Human Resources Department. It's time to get off work. The author of the Chinese website who came to attend the training today stood up reluctantly and said goodbye to Wu Bin. "Thank you very much. Today's study of the Tenda spirit has really benefited me a lot. I think you are very good. After I go back, I will immediately try to write slower and sort out the rhythm of the plot in the book. Then try to write a few new plots and break through myself." Wu Bin smiled slightly. "You're welcome. It is the responsibility of every Tenda employee to convey the Tenda spirit." At this moment, the light of the setting sun shone on him through the window, as if he was covered with a colorful glow, full of zen. After seeing off the author, Wu Bin packed up and prepared to get off work. Since Tenda recruits twice a year, the HR department does not have much to do. Wu Bin has now become a full-time Tenda spirit trainer, responsible for explaining the Tenda spirit to the authors of the Chinese website and using the Tenda spirit to guide their creations. In the process of guidance, Wu Bin found that his understanding of the Tenda spirit had improved. This feeling is like a monk teaching Zen to others. The more people he saves, the purer his Buddhist philosophy becomes. If he was a little unskilled when he first explained the Tenda spirit to Chui Gong, he has completely mastered the technique recently. To sum it up, it is the 16-character mantra. Suggestion is the main thing, induction is the auxiliary, teaching students in accordance with their aptitude, different paths lead to the same destination. In the process of explaining, Wu Bin found that the problems faced by these authors are actually very different. Like Chui Gong, the main problem is that he has no direction and no motivation. And Mingyu, he has sufficient motivation and works hard, but the way of working hard is wrong. As for the one who came today, he is too unconfident in himself, too conservative when writing books, and dare not try new content. These problems are what Wu Bin observed in the process of chatting with them. Of course, these people also know in their hearts. After all, every author hopes that he can become a god with one book, and has more or less thought about his own shortcomings in writing. Wu Bin only needs to induce a little, and he can immediately determine their crux. In this process, Wu Bin found that their problems can be solved by the Tenda spirit. Obviously, this is not a coincidence. This is because the Tenda spirit, as a methodology, has risen to a philosophical level and has a certain universality. The Tenda spirit solves the problem of how to adjust one's own state and achieve the best work effect. It is effective for all those who want to make a career. The 16-character mantra of suggestion as the main, induction as the auxiliary, teaching students in accordance with their aptitude, and different paths leading to the same goal, is the method Wu Bin summarized to popularize the Tenda spirit to others. Through suggestion and induction, the other party can be more certain of the crux of their low creation or work efficiency, and then prescribe the right medicine, answer their questions with the corresponding part of the Tenda spirit, and finally, let everyone achieve the perfect working state in different paths and the same goal. As for what is the perfect working state, Wu Bin has also summarized it, which can be summarized into 3 points. Through sufficient rest and entertainment, you can maximize your work efficiency within a limited working time. Through a clear reward mechanism, you can maintain sufficient motivation to work. Insist that interest is the best teacher, so that you can always engage in the career you are interested in. After summarizing these 3 points, Wu Bin matched them with the measures currently taken by President Pei one by one and found that they were highly consistent. President Pei provides the best rest and entertainment environment for employees, and provides comprehensive welfare benefits, which meets the first point. The bonus incentive mechanism is determined through TPDB scoring, which meets the second point. Internal transfers are encouraged, and outstanding employees can get dream funds to fulfill their dreams, which meets the third point. To sum up, this is the best working state advocated by President Pei. What Wu Bin is doing now is to enable all authors to enter this best working state. At present, the results are remarkable. If this method works for authors, then it must be equally effective for Tenda employees. Wu Bin seems to have found the work he should do in the next period of time. February 14th, Monday. Pei Qian did not have a good weekend this weekend. He always felt that something would go wrong. What worried Pei Qian the most was the situation of Shuaba Kuailai app. Continue to burn money and continue to promote. The popularity of this app is getting higher and higher. However, Dishing has begun to transfer shares little by little, which should be an obvious signal for President Li and others. As long as President Li and others get this signal, their confidence in Shuaba Kuailai project will be hit. Then great things can be accomplished. Pei Qian estimated that President Li should take some action in the next 2 days and come to him or he dishing to inquire about the news. In the past, Pei Qian always told the truth to Mr. Li, but Mr. Li never believed him. This time, Pei Qian decided to lie. He said that he was not optimistic about the project, so he wanted to cash out. Mr. Li should believe it this time, right? In addition, Pei Qian also paid a little attention to the situation of the study class of the Chinese website of the end. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the update volume of these authors has decreased again, and there is even a phenomenon of competing to reduce the update volume. Previously, the study class used the inhumane method of the small black room to make 8,000 daily updates a normal state for authors. However, now after the unremitting efforts of President Pei, these authors are basically regressing. This is undoubtedly exciting good news. Monday is Valentine's Day. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Pei Qian gave employees half a day off so that they don't have to go to work in the afternoon. In addition, each employee was given a bouquet of roses, not because of any special meaning, but mainly because roses are more expensive on Valentine's Day. Roses are cheaper on other days, and Pei Qian is too lazy to buy them. After lying in bed for a while, Pei Qian got up reluctantly and planned to go to the company first, and then go to the Jingji hostel to take a look. In the morning, Chen Kongtua sent a message saying that the remaining 3 projects of Jingji hostel had also been completed. In this way, the second major project was completed. Pei Qian thought that he should find a little white mouse to test the effect of this mousetrap. Wang Guangjian was originally the best candidate, but he had already returned to Shanghai, so Pei Qian could only settle for the second best and change someone. Mr. Li, who always caused trouble for him, was a good choice. Pei Qian arrived at the company and found that the flowers had been delivered. There was a bouquet of bright roses on everyone's desk, colorful and beautiful, and the entire office area looked like spring, with a faint floral scent. Pei Qian had someone secretly investigate before, and no one in the company was allergic to pollen, so he could send it with confidence. He was about to go to his office when Ma Yichun, who had been waiting beside him, suddenly stopped him, held a large bouquet of roses in front of him, and handed it forward. "Boss Pei, this is for you." Behind Ma Yichun, Li Yada, Bao Su, Lin Wan, Tang Yishu, Huang Sibo, and others all gathered around, while Assistant Xian stood aside with a smile on his face. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. This bouquet of flowers was obviously 2 circles larger than the ones he gave to all employees. It should be specially customized. Pei Qian looked strange. What does this mean? Ma Yichun explained with a smile, "Boss Pei, this represents the love of all employees for you." Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. "I have no problem with your love, but why are you the one who sent it?" Ma Yichun smiled. "I wanted to let the girls send it, but the girls were too fierce, no one gave way to anyone, and in the end no one could choose the right one, so I had to send it." Pei Qian? It's so hard to receive a bouquet of flowers on Valentine's Day, and it was sent by a man. Pei Qian took it speechlessly. "Thank you." Just as he was about to leave, Li Yada stopped him again. "Boss Pei, thank you for the surprise you prepared for us on Valentine's Day. We have also prepared a surprise for you. All games of Tenda and Shangyang games have been updated with Valentine's Day activities at the same time. Players have responded enthusiastically, which is a seamless connection with the Spring Festival activities. It is estimated that today's revenue should be higher than the revenue of the previous week." Lin Wan stood aside with a proud smile on her face. Shangyang Games Hot Blood War Song also held a Valentine's Day event. Like Sea Fortress, it is the main source of increased revenue, which is of course worthy of pride. Pei Qian. "Nima. This is the surprise you carefully prepared for me? This is simply repaying kindness with hatred." Pei Qian felt that the thorns on this bunch of roses seemed to pierce his chest. But seeing that everyone's atmosphere was so enthusiastic, Pei Qian could only force a smile and look indifferent. Haha, it's good, thank you. Dream Venture Capital. Boss Li, come, have tea. He dishing brought tea to Li Shi and sat opposite with a smile. Before, he had worked for a period of time at Fuhui Capital, helping Li Shi. However, as the saying goes, things change over time. Now when he dishing faces Li Shi again, he can be neither humble nor overbearing, because he learned the way of investment from Mr. Pei. He dishing felt that he had reached a higher position than Li Shi, and could naturally look at this former boss and senior in the investment circle on an equal footing. Li Shi sipped his tea, dishing, "Can you tell me a little bit about what Yuan Venture Capital was thinking when it transferred its shares in Shuaba Kuailai?" He dishing smiled, "What do you think?" Li Shi put down the teacup, a little melancholy. "If someone else did this, I would definitely think he was going to cash out and run away. But I can't figure out why Mr. Pei did this." He dishing said sincerely, "If Mr. Li can't figure it out, I can't figure it out even more. To be honest, I am just faithfully carrying out the tasks assigned by Mr. Pei, and I can't figure out what Mr. Pei is thinking. If Mr. Li really wants to know, you should ask Mr. Pei in person. He dishing certainly has his own interpretation of Mr. Pei's thinking, but he will definitely not tell Mr. Li. After all, when it comes to business, the interests of Yuan Venture Capital must be put first. Now everyone just suspects that Yuan Ventures wants to cash out, but no one is sure, because not much is sold. It is difficult to tell whether it is because they want to run away or Tenda Group needs working capital. If it is the latter, there is nothing to be surprised about, but we should continue to invest. If it is the former, we have to be vigilant. Therefore, Li Shi came here specially to test the waters. He dishing was loyal to Mr. Pei, so he kept his mouth shut. Of course, he also knew that Mr. Li would not give up, so he simply asked him to go to Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei was a natural talent, and he would definitely be able to handle this matter properly. Chapter 420 Mr. Li's Little Calculation. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. February 15th. Jingji Hotel. Pei Qian, who was stabbed in the back by his beloved employees on Valentine's Day, has not yet fully recovered, and even has the idea of arranging a Jingji Hotel experience for all employees. However, considering that this project is not perfect yet, this idea is temporarily abandoned. Let them go for now, and settle accounts with them after all 3 projects of Jingji Hotel are completed. At that time, all employees will be arranged without exception, so that they can feel Mr. Pei's love for them. At this time, Chen Kongtua is introducing the completion status of the second major project of Jingji Hotel to Pei Qian. Boss Pei, the 6 small projects planned in the early stage have all been completed. The pulleys under the container can be randomly combined and moved under the control of the mechanism, so that players cannot guess what the next project they will go to is. The difficulty of the second big project is moderate, mainly used to test the psychological endurance of players. Before entering, you must memorize the requirements of all projects completely, and can still accurately complete all requirements even if the order of the small projects is disrupted. Only then can you pass the level and obtain the challenge qualification of the third big project. Of course, unless the players give up, all players can experience the entire project and will not be asked to leave immediately when they fail. According to your request, the cost of experiencing the second major project is set at 30 yuan, which is equivalent to the price of each small project is only 5 yuan. I personally think that this price may be a bit too low. The plans for the first and third projects are being worked on as soon as possible, and it is expected that they can be officially started this week. However, since the construction period of these 2 projects will be longer, it is optimistically estimated that it will take at least until May or June next year. If the quality of the project does not meet the requirements at that time, there is also the possibility of further extension. Pei Qian nodded, "Well done." In addition, there is no need to worry about the price, because the Jingji Hotel mainly makes profits through the third project. After all 3 projects are completed, they will officially start business. Don't worry, give priority to ensuring the quality and safety of the project. It seems that the haunted house project will definitely not be completed in this settlement period, and can only be delayed. Fortunately, this settlement period allows one unfinished project, which will not affect the settlement. And in this way, Pei Qian can invest all the excess funds in the Jingji Hotel project, greatly alleviating the pressure of sufficient funds before settlement. Of course, although this investment appears to be unlimited, it is actually limited. The delayed projects must be completed before the next settlement, which means that the stall cannot be spread too wide. Take the Jingji Hotel project as an example. Pei Qian can invest all the extra system funds into it, but the more money he invests, the larger the project volume will be, and the completion time will be extended accordingly. If the next settlement cycle is only 3 months, and Jingji Hotel has not officially started business in another 3 months, it will lead to delayed settlement. Therefore, when Pei Qian invests money in Jingji Hotel again, he must consider this invisible limitation and cannot only focus on the present and ignore the long term. In addition, since Jingji Hotel has been selected as the unfinished project in this cycle, all other projects, including mobile phones, games, etc., must be completed. Pei Qian looked at the time, and the white mouse should have arrived. Sure enough, not long after, Mr. Li's car drove outside Jingji Hotel. Mr. Pei. Li Shi came over and shook hands with Pei Qian with a smile on his face. Yesterday, Pei Qian invited him to visit Jingji Hotel, and Li Shi agreed without saying a word. There are 2 main purposes for this visit. One is to investigate the investment environment around the haunted house, and the other is to test the attitude of Mr. Pei to see what Yuan Main Venture Capital's attitude is on the Shuaba Kuailai app, and whether it is going to run away. Pei Qian smiled and shook hands with Mr. Li. Mr. Li, you have come all the way here. Come, have a cup of tea first. Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong have been watching the progress of the project here, so they built a small office in advance, which is naturally equipped with snacks, drinks, tea, etc., which is very in line with the Tenda spirit. Mr. Li sat down on the single sofa, drinking tea and sighing. I remember Mr. Pei said before that I would be the first customer of the haunted house. I didn't expect that the progress of this haunted house would be so fast, which is very in line with the Tenda efficiency. Pei Qian thought silently, well. Strictly speaking, Mr. Li, you are not the first customer. After all, Ruan Guangjian has experienced 3 of the small projects. However, you are the first person to fully experience the second large project, so it should be okay to say that you are the first customer. Pei Qian drank tea and corrected Li Shi's statement. This is only the second major project of Jingji Hostel. More than half of the project has just started, and it cannot be officially put into operation for the time being. Besides, this is not the so-called Tenda efficiency. Tenda never seeks speed, but only strives to be as perfect as possible within a limited time. Strive for perfection. Li Shi pondered for a moment and asked a very serious question. So, are the projects here scary? Ahem. Pei Qian coughed twice and glanced at Chen Kongtua standing beside him. How should I put it? It depends on the person. You will know after experiencing it. Chen Kongtua handed Mr. Li a list with the project content written on it. This is the action to be completed in the project. Please read it and remember it. Li Shi took the paper, glanced at the content on it, and raised his eyebrows. There are a few simple instructions on it. Tourists can terminate the challenge at any time when they feel unwell. Remember all the steps and execute them accurately in the challenge. After completing the whole process, you can get the challenge qualification for the 3rd project of the Terror Hostel. If you want, you can still continue to experience the whole process even if you make mistakes in the steps. There is no time limit for memorizing the steps. Special note, the order of the following 6 projects will be randomly disrupted during the challenge. Please do not memorize them mechanically. Below are the names of the 6 projects and the challenge items that need to be achieved in each project. These challenge items are basically around 5 to 7, and they have a certain relevance, so they are not difficult to remember. For example, the bathroom project. 1. Lock the bathroom door. 2. Pick up the red candle on the ground and light it. 3. Put the candle in front of the mirror, cover your eyes for 3 seconds, and look at the mirror. 4. Turn on the faucet and wash your hands. 5. Lie in the bathtub and press the timer, cover your eyes with both hands until the timer stops. The challenge items are basically concentrated in 3 locations: the entrance, the bathroom mirror, and the bathtub, in order from outside to inside. If you are clear-headed, you can remember the general idea in 2 or 3 minutes. Of course, considering that the order of all the small projects will be disrupted, it will take at least half an hour to memorize all the projects. Leisure quickly browsed the requirements of all the small projects and fell silent. It seems not as scary as imagined. When Leisure came, he had a mentality of being ready to die. Because he knew that with Mr. Pei's character of striving to do everything to perfection, the haunted house project would definitely be particularly scary. But after seeing this list, it was slightly different from what he expected. At present, the most terrifying haunted houses basically have 2 characteristics: one is the long process, and the other is that there are a large number of staff and tourists interacting. But this project in the terror hostel is just the opposite. From the projects on this paper, it can be seen that each of these challenges is not long, and it may be finished in 5 to 8 minutes, and altogether it will take about half an hour to 40 minutes. Moreover, it seems that there is basically no such gameplay as staff pretending to be ghosts to catch people. This made Mr. Li feel a lot more relieved. It seems that this project is mainly to obtain the challenge qualification for the 3rd project, so the horror level is moderate. Thinking of this, Leisure felt a little relieved. Originally, he thought that if this project was too scary, he would not try it and think of other ways to get some information from Mr. Pei, but now that this project is not that scary, we can make some use of it. Boss Pei, if I stick to the whole process, can I get other rewards? The qualification to challenge the 3rd project is completely meaningless to me. Leisure asked. Pei Qian nodded. Of course, Boss Li, what reward do you want? How about I give you a lifetime VIP of Jingji Hostel, and you can come and experience it for free at any time. Leisure's face darkened. Why do I want that? Do you think your life is too long? Hee, how about this: if I can stick to this project by chance, Boss Pei, can you tell me the truth about the Shuaba Quaicum project? Is Yuan Ming Venture Capital going to cash out and run away? Pei Qian laughed in his heart. Boss Li's request was exactly what he wanted. Even if Boss Li didn't ask, Pei Qian was going to let him know a little bit. No problem. Pei Qian agreed at once. Leisure gave a thumbs up. Okay. Mr. Pei is really straightforward. Then I will go in and experience it now. Mr. Pei, please don't break your promise. The 2 of them had their own plans. Leisure carefully recited the requirements written on the paper. After about a quarter of an hour, he recited it silently several times and remembered it all. I'm ready. Leisure stood up. Pei Qian nodded. Please come in, Mr. Li. Leisure walked confidently towards the entrance of the 2nd project and entered with his head held high. He said he was afraid, but his steps were firm. Could it be that Mr. Li is also playing the pig to eat the tiger like Ruan Guangjian? Pei Qian suddenly became a little unconfident about the project of the Jingji Hostel. However, just as he walked to the monitoring screen, he heard a miserable scream from inside. Ah! Looking at the monitoring screen again, Mr. Li, who had just entered for less than a minute, fell to the ground, wiping his neck with both hands. Pei Qian noticed that the first project Mr. Li randomly picked was the ceiling. When entering the room, tourists have to bend down to pick up a broken notebook under the table, and at this time a drop of water will fall from the ceiling and drip on the back of the tourist's neck. At this time, tourists will subconsciously look up and see that a board on the ceiling has been removed, and on it is a head with eyes wide open and tears of blood. Obviously, when Mr. Li looked up, he saw the head, so he was frightened and screamed while backing away. After falling to the ground, he subconsciously tried to wipe off the blood dripping from the back of his neck. Seeing this, Pei Qian was relieved. It seems that the horror level of the Jingji Hotel is not a problem, but Ruan Wanjian is the problem. Chapter 421, How to Sell is a Problem. 20 minutes later, Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong dragged the weak-legged Mr. Li out from the left and right. Pei Qian hurriedly handed over tea. Mr. Li, drink hot water quickly. Li Shi slumped in the chair, took the teacup with both hands and took a sip, but his pale face did not improve at all. Mr. Li, do you feel better? Pei Qian asked with concern. Li Shi waved his hands weakly, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. It's terrible. Li Shi thought it was very simple at first. Isn't it just half an hour? Can't you get through it if you grit your teeth? And he was also a little tricky with Mr. Pei, saying stick to this project instead of pass the level, that is, as long as you stick to the end, even if you don't complete those challenges, it will be considered a victory. However, ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. After Li Shi went in, he was scared to death by the first project. When he insisted on the fourth project, he couldn't stand it anymore. His legs were weak and he gave up on the spot. He was carried out by Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong. Li Shi, who was still in shock, had only one thought in his mind: never underestimate President Pei. Take the haunted house challenge for example. On the surface, it doesn't look scary. The process is not long, and there are no staff members playing ghosts. But when you are really there, it is enough to scare people half to death. Thinking back carefully, these projects are indeed not complicated, but they are full of psychological hints. To put it bluntly, it is to do everything possible to let tourists scare themselves. I have to say that the effect is outstanding. Mr. Li held the teacup with trembling hands. He felt that he had been awakened from his dreams for at least more than a month. The head with blood and tears on the ceiling, the mirror in the bathroom, the rustling TV in the dim living room. These are common scenes at home, but they left him with a deep psychological shadow. Seeing Mr. Li, who has always been a successful and mature man, being scared like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Hey, although Mr. Li has ruined my business many times, he just wants to make some money. He is not guilty of death. I feel a little guilty that he even went to experience such a scary haunted house, just to get a few words from me. Pei Qian thought he could temporarily cross out Mr. Li from his little notebook. Oh no, put it aside for the time being. Mr. Li, you have worked hard. Your feedback on the haunted house is of great significance to us. Anyway, thank you very much. Pei Qian's expression was extremely sincere. Li Shi's pale face was a little confused. Ah? What did I give feedback? Pei Qian smiled slightly. Your scream is the best feedback. To show my gratitude, I decided to tell you about the Shuaba Kuailai project. Yes, Yuan Ming Venture Capital is selling Shuaba Kuailai shares. This is my decision, and I hope you will sell your shares as soon as possible. This is my sincere words, absolutely not a single word false. Pei Qian said very sincerely. There is no lie in this. Pei Qian is indeed selling shares, and he really hopes that others will sell all their shares. It's just that he hid his true intention. He hopes that the Shuaba Kuailai project will lose money. In this way, Mr. Li will definitely think that Pei Qian is going to sell all his shares to cash out and leave, and he will naturally follow suit. When all investors smell that the wind is not right, they will naturally sell together. In fact, Pei Qian intends to keep as many shares as possible in his hands, so that when the project fails, these shares will become worthless. In this way, even if the project does not lose much, it can be regarded as a timely stop-loss, so as not to make too much money. Li Shi carefully observed Pei Qian's expression, and nodded after a long time. I understand, in this case, I will also sell my shares. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Done, Mr. Li now has more than 20% of the shares. Selling them together with Yuan venture capital will definitely give other investors a very clear message, which will instantly collapse their confidence in this project. If everything goes well, Mr. Li should be able to make some money by selling his shares. No one will suffer a loss, it's perfect. Afternoon, Fuhui Capital. Li Shi was in his office, closing his eyes and thinking. He was scared in the Jingji hostel in the morning, but he couldn't delay his work. The information he got at the cost of his life should be reliable. Mr. Pei said that Yuan venture capital was selling the shares of Xueba Kuailai, which was indeed his intention, and he also suggested that Li Shi sell them together, so he shouldn't be cheating. Li Shi has decided after careful consideration. Sell. But how to sell it specifically needs to be carefully considered. The transfer of shares of non-listed companies is generally carried out internally first, that is, if there are internal shareholders who are willing to invest in the purchase, they are generally given priority. If no one subscribes internally, it is necessary to obtain the consent of the shareholders' meeting and introduce external shareholders. In other words, if Li Shi wants to sell shares, all shareholders will know it at the first time. The shares sold by Mr. Pei were basically eaten up by these shareholders, and no external shareholders were introduced. However, Mr. Pei did not sell many shares, so these shareholders were just suspicious, but did not think that Mr. Pei was really going to run away. However, Li Shi wants to sell all of his 20% plus shares. His intention to run away is too obvious. Other shareholders can't fail to see it. Many of these investors invested in this project because they saw Li Shi invested in it. Now that President Pei and President Li are selling their shares together, it will definitely cause panic among other investors. By then, everyone will want to sell and lose confidence in this project. Then the valuation of this company will collapse instantly. If it really comes to that, even if all the shares in Li Shi's hands are sold, I'm afraid he won't make much money. So, Li Shi thinks that selling it this way won't work. Such a good project has invested a total of 4 million, but if it is sold randomly, the selling price will definitely get lower and lower. In the end, you can only make a few 100,000 after all the trouble. You can't afford to lose this person. So, you have to sell it, but you definitely can't sell it this way. Thinking of this, Li Shi found the contact information of several other investors and planned to make an appointment to hold a small telephone conference. Soon, several other investors responded one after another, and the time was set in an hour. Li Shi took this opportunity to sort out his thoughts and wrote down all the key points he would talk about later. An hour later, everyone was present and the conference call was held on time. Mr. Li, what's so urgent? Asked an investor in the Xueba Kuailai project on the phone. I sure didn't intend to waste time and went straight to the point. Mr. Pei should be planning to cash out and leave, and I am also ready to sell all my shares. The phone fell into silence for a moment, and then a questioning voice came. Ah? What? Are you sure? Now? Where did the news come from? Is it reliable? Obviously, most investors are skeptical about this and instinctively don't want to believe it. Because Xueba Kuailai is currently in a good situation. Although it has burned a lot of money, all the money has been exchanged for data. If it continues to burn like this, as long as it is listed, the profits of all investors will be multiplied many times. This project is far from going downhill, but it is going to run away now? This seems a bit unreasonable. Li Shi said calmly, I don't need to lie to you. Think about it carefully. Everyone has seen the popularity of the Xueba Kuailai project. Isn't this the best time to cash out? Moreover, do you really think this project can be listed? Even if it can, how long will it take and how much money will it cost? The company must operate for at least 3 years before it is eligible for listing. If President Pei insists, I have no doubt that this company can be listed in 3 years, but now President Pei is withdrawing. Do you think this project can last for 3 years? At the current rate of burning money, how much money will be burned in 3 years? Who of you has so much money to burn? If you continue to raise funds, who of you can guarantee that you can find enough buyers next time? What if the money is burned out? What will happen next? Have you thought about it? The phone fell into silence again. Obviously, most investors also agreed with Mr. Li's opinion. The reason why this project is reliable is entirely because of Mr. Pei, but if Mr. Pei wants to give up and his confidence collapses, then this project will have only one ending, which is eternal damnation. After a long time, a voice came from the phone. Mr. Li, then why are you telling us this? The implication is that shouldn't you make a fortune quietly and sell your shares first? Now that everyone has been notified, everyone will sell together. The outside world's confidence in this project will collapse instantly. Everyone will rush to sell their shares and no one will benefit. Li Shi smiled. What I mean is, since we have decided to sell it, we must not sell it so foolishly. The cheaper you sell something, the less people will want it. But if you raise the price desperately, many people will rush to buy it. Now we want to maximize our own interests. The best way is not to sell it out in a panic, but to continue to hype up the popularity of this project, and then find a suitable buyer to sell all the shares to it at a high price reluctantly. Immediately, a voice of approval came from the phone. An investor said after a moment of silence, speaking of this. Mr. Li, a vice president of Shuda Education, once showed great interest in the Shuaba Kuilai project and wanted to buy my shares. I hesitated and haven't replied to him yet. Mr. Li smiled slightly. It sounds like this is the right buyer. After hanging up the phone, Li Shi had already made a plan in his mind. Now, all investors are on the same boat, with completely consistent interests. They all want to sell their shares at a high price as much as possible, so there is no need to worry about someone leaking the secret. Next, everyone will work together to find a way to continue to hype up the Shuaba Kuilai project and make it more attractive to Shuda Education. Then, in order to become a major shareholder of Shuaba Kuilai, Shuda Education will definitely continue to acquire shares, and Li Shi and others can take the opportunity to cash out at a high position. As for Shuda Education, Li Shi doesn't have a good impression of this educational institution. Shuda Education's name looks serious, but in fact it has a bad record. It makes false propaganda and false promises during enrollment, and salesmen play multiple roles. It can be said that they will do everything they can to make money. However, such a company has achieved a huge scale by relying on ubiquitous publicity campaigns and marketing language training for new sales personnel. Many students are inexperienced, and their parents are eager to see their children succeed, so they are fooled by the marketing rhetoric of Shuda Education. Once they pay, it is difficult to get a refund. Li Shi asked himself that he could not be a moral businessman like Mr. Pei, who made every penny cleanly and took on as much social responsibility as possible, such as paying for counterwind logistics. But he still looked down on Shuda Education's despicable behavior of cheating students' money. Li Shi would never feel guilty about letting such a company that makes money in a dishonest way take over. Chapter 422, Entering the Sinking Market is Really High. Additional chapter for the leader Qingshan, who is calm and composed. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from the game. February 18, Friday. School has not started yet, but Pei Qian is already very busy. Next Tuesday, A Better Tomorrow will be released, but Pei Qian has not yet found time to go to Fei Huang's studio to see how the film is edited. Pei Qian's schedule is very full. He is thinking, if it really doesn't work, he won't watch it, just leave it to fate. Anyway, there is no point in watching the finished film of A Better Tomorrow now. Even if there are problems, it is impossible to change it. Now, Pei Qian is taking a car to Linqing. The Moyu complex in Linqing is basically complete, with a Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0 in the core business district plus 3 Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 in the second-class business district, plus Moyu Takeaway plus 20 Nifeng stations plus a large warehouse for ROF installation and 4 distribution points around the Moyu Internet Cafe. This whole set has been in the works for nearly 2 months, and it was finally completed recently. Today is the first day of opening, and Pei Qian plans to go over to see how Linqing City accepts the Moyu Internet Cafe. I guess it shouldn't be very high, right? The businesses of Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, and ROF installation are generally more expensive. The overall consumption level in Linqing is relatively low, so they probably won't be recognized. As for Nifeng logistics, everyone must like it, but it doesn't make money. Of course, there are other possibilities, some of which are not so good. By then, Pei Qian will have to plan ahead and think carefully about where to spend the money he earned. In the car, Pei Qian sneezed. Then, he suddenly thought of something and took out his mobile phone to call Hidishing. Why is the popularity of the Shuaba Kuailai project seems to be higher? On the other end of the phone, Hidishing was also confused. Mr. Pei, I don't know. Before, Pei Qian asked Hidishing how to make everyone lose confidence in this project, and Hidishing's answer was sell shares, which Pei Qian agreed with. On Tuesday morning, Pei Qian had also clearly told Li Shi to start selling shares, hoping to undermine the confidence of other investors. However, the strange thing is that the shares that Pei Qian asked Hidishing to sell were basically bought up by other investors, and it didn't seem to cause panic among investors. Mr. Li didn't sell his shares, and Pei Qian didn't know what he was thinking. Could it be that Mr. Li didn't believe it? It's very likely. After all, this is not the first time. What makes Pei Qian anxious is that Shuaba, please come to the app. Money is still being burned, the data is getting better and better, and the popularity is getting higher and higher. Every day of delay makes Pei Qian feel uneasy. After struggling for a long time, Pei Qian said very reluctantly, keep selling. There is no other way. Pei Qian has a bad premonition that there will be big problems if he delays any further. He must hurry up and sell some more shares to continue to undermine the confidence of other investors and let them sell all their shares during this period. Even if selling shares now will make money, there is no way, and he must cut meat and stop losses in time. Okay, Mr. Pei. Hidishing said, sell all? Or stop after selling to a certain extent? Pei Qian thought about it and definitely couldn't sell all of them anyway. If he sold all of them, wouldn't it be pure profit? Pei Qian thought for a moment, then, let's sell at least 20%, absolutely no lower. Moreover, sell at most 5% each time, definitely not more. Before, Pei Qian's shares had been diluted to about 60%, and after selling a few times, now there are less than 50%, but he is still the largest shareholder and actual controller. However, if he sells a few more times, it will eventually reach 20%. Pei Qian thought that it didn't matter if he lost control. Anyway, once everyone sold and the project died, Pei Qian would find an opportunity to buy back these shares and regain control and continue to lose money. After this project fails, no one should compete with me. I will buy back these unwanted shares and help the takers out. They should be happy. Keeping about 20% of the shares is to make less money on the one hand, and to keep the status of shareholders on the other hand, so that they can buy shares first in the future. Hidishing didn't quite understand what Mr. Pei meant by this operation, but he was used to it and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, Mr. Pei, don't worry, I will definitely get it done. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian thought about other annoying projects. For example, shared phone booths. For this project, Pei Qian had given up struggling, but good news came recently. Zhang Wang invested all the money earned from the current shared phone booths in production, and planned to build more shared phone booths in Jingzhou's shopping malls. However, the situation of the new phone booths is not as smooth as the first batch. The reason is also very simple: there are only so many shopping malls with particularly large passenger flow in Jingzhou. If more shared phone booths are forced in, not so many people will experience it. This is the only good news Pei Qian has heard recently. On the other hand, the situation at the end seems to have improved. At least the authors in the study class are updating less and less. As for the two game departments, as well as mobile phones, etc., I don't have time to take care of them for the time being. Hello, Mr. Pei. I am the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe in Linqing City. My name is Xiaopeng. A spirited young man with a flat head helped Pei Qian open the car door and introduced himself very respectfully. Pei Qian shook hands with Xiaopeng and left the underground garage of the mall together to take the elevator. This is the largest mall in Linqing, the core of the Moyu complex, and Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0 is on the 5th floor of this mall. So, what is the current situation? Pei Qian asked, casually. Xiaopeng smiled slightly and said very proudly, Boss Pei, the situation is very good. Pei Qian was stunned. Ah? Xiaopeng was completely unaware of the surprise on Boss Pei's face, and continued proudly, the 4 Moyu Internet Cafes, Moyu Takeaway, Nifeng Logistics, etc. were all officially open today. We strictly abided by your instructions and did not carry out any promotional activities. But it is obvious that the brand image of Moyu Internet Cafe has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. People were queuing at the door before the opening, and now all internet cafes are full. The response to Moyu Takeaway is also unexpectedly enthusiastic, especially many office workers choose Moyu Takeaway as a work meal, and the acceptance is even higher than in Jingzhou. Not to mention the business of Nifeng Logistics and ROF installation, the orders are very hot. Fortunately, our warehouses are well stocked and there is no shortage of goods. Xiaopeng talked freely, and was obviously very proud of this achievement. Finally, as if he was afraid that Mr. Pei would mistakenly think that he was taking credit, Xiaopeng did not forget to add, of course, this is all because of the good foundation you laid in Jingzhou. It is a natural and logical thing for these businesses to become popular in Linqing. A question mark slowly floated above Pei Qian's head. Before he had time to speak, the elevator arrived with a ding. I saw that the seats in the Moyu Internet Cafe were full, and the waiters kept shuttling between them, handing over various drinks. It looked very lively. There was no sign of opening big discounts, and there were no discounts. But even so, the entire Internet Cafe was still full, and there were even many people waiting for seats in the rest area. Pei Qian was dizzy. The worst-case scenario he expected was nothing more than an attendance rate of about 70%, and it would be profitable as soon as it opened. He never expected that the real situation would be even worse than the worst-case scenario he expected. The Moyu Internet Cafe in Linqing seemed to be more popular than the one in Jingzhou. And according to Xiaopeng, it wasn't just this Moyu Internet Cafe that was popular, almost all the businesses in the Moyu complex were popular. This caught Pei Qian off guard. Seeing that Mr. Pei didn't say a word, Xiaopeng felt a little awkward, and hurriedly continued, Mr. Pei, I have to say that your decision to enter Linqing is really an extremely correct one. The economic development level in Linqing is relatively low, so there are few well-known catering and entertainment brands in Linqing. Moyu Takeaway is not outstanding in Jingzhou, but when it came to Linqing, it immediately became a high-end takeaway brand. The packaging is exquisite and the food is safe. It is very stylish to take out in the office, so it is deeply loved by some office workers. And Moyu Internet Cafe completely fills the gap of Linqing's lack of high-end internet cafes. It is also opened in the core business district. The people around are the people with the highest consumption power in Linqing, so it is highly respected. I can only say that Mr. Pei's move to enter the sinking market is really high, and the effect is unexpectedly good. Pei Qian. Speechless. After listening to Xiao Peng's explanation, Pei Qian found that it seemed to be true. No matter how low the economic development level of a place is, there must be relatively wealthy people. And such places are often extremely lacking in high-end catering and entertainment brands. Just like many years ago, after a fast food brand that everyone could afford from abroad entered the domestic market, it became a high-end catering brand in the minds of the Chinese people in a short period of time, and everyone flocked to it until many years later, when the domestic economic development level was getting higher and higher. These brands were gradually returned to their original form in the minds of the Chinese people and became fast food that was not unusual. Now, the situation encountered by the Moyu complex in Linqing is similar. The prices of brands such as Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway are just within the upper limit of the consumption capacity of the wealthy people in Linqing. At the same time, they are good quality and low price, and the brand value is obviously higher than other similar brands, so they are warmly sought after by the people of Linqing. Pei Qian stood at the door of Moyu Internet Cafe and was silent for 2 minutes. Then he turned and left. Xiaopeng was stunned. Ah? President Pei, you are leaving now? Don't you want to see the situation of other internet cafes? Pei Qian's face was dark. No need to look. Xiaopeng couldn't help but sigh silently. President Pei is really a vigorous and resolute person. Just one look and you know that the victory is determined, and you don't need to look at it again. Everyone says that President Pei has the style of a general. Today, I saw that it is indeed well-deserved. Seeing that President Pei had entered the elevator, Zhang Peng hurriedly followed him and sent President Pei to the underground garage. Boss Pei, you are welcome to come to Linqing to guide us at any time. Pei Qian forced a smile and got into the car silently and left. I came all the way to Linqing, thinking that even if there was bad news, it wouldn't be too bad. I never expected that this slacking off complex was doomed to fail when it chose the city. I'm so angry. Chapter 423 Filming Proportion. February 21st, another Monday that I don't want to go to work. Last weekend, Pei Qian was deeply attracted by the Moyu Internet Cafe complex in Linqing, and he stayed at home for 2 days. Of course, he didn't do nothing during these 2 days. He continued to pay attention to the situation of Linqing Moyu Internet Cafe and Xueba Kuailai app. The more he observed, the less optimistic he became. The situation was getting out of control. The Moyu Internet Cafe in Linqing was even more popular on weekends, and there was no sign of ROF installation and Moyu Takeaway. In one word, make money. The Xueba Kuailai app project was also weird, and the popularity was getting higher and higher. Pei Qian was panicked. He always felt that it would be listed in the next second. Of course, Pei Qian also knew that the company would have to operate normally for 3 years before it could be listed, but if this project continued to expand like this, it would not be a solution. Pei Qian was very desperate. During these 2 weekends, he was already thinking about where to spend the unexpected money. Open dozens of Nifeng-ins in Linqing? Or should he give more money to Zhang Yuan's esports club, which has yet to be established? Oh, how frustrating. Pei Qian spent the entire weekend thinking about this matter, but in the end he couldn't come up with a very good solution, so he had to give up for the time being. On Monday, I still have to get up early from the bed, wipe my tears and move on. Because there are more important things to do today. The movie will be released tomorrow, and President Pei is completely unsure now. It would be fine if there is a preview. If the preview has a bad reputation, Pei Qian can take a reassurance pill in advance. But he is also worried. What if the preview has a good reputation, and the box office of the first place is also blown up? The movie schedule is getting higher and higher, and it has entered a vicious circle. Wouldn't it be a one-step regret for the rest of my life? So considering all factors, it is better not to preview. Since the awkward schedule of February 22nd has been chosen, it means that it is a one-time deal. When the word of mouth and box office are both flops, the schedule will get worse and worse, and the box office will plummet. This is the script that Prime Minister Pei has in mind. I've been too busy lately and haven't had time to pay attention to the situation of the movie. I don't know how the preparations are going. The introduction and schedule of Lingying should have been released on the ticket purchasing software, right? All these things are handed over to Huang Sibo and Zhu Su. I don't know if they can do it to my liking. It stands to reason that these two are newcomers and don't have many resources. They shouldn't be able to get any schedules, and the publicity won't be very good, right? Well, you can rest assured. Let's take a look, and also see how strong the movies that are released at the same time are, and whether they can compete. Pei Qian hesitated for a while, and decided to download a ticket purchase software called Yuan app. There are 3 main points to look at: how well the promotional materials of Beautiful Ming are prepared. How is the screening rate of Beautiful Ming? Which movies are released at the same time, and whether they can compete. As long as these 3 points are determined, it can be roughly seen whether the movie will flop. Open the Yuan app Professional Edition, click on the Coming Soon column, and Beautiful Ming really appears. But Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that something seemed wrong. Beautiful Ming was actually ranked first in Coming Soon, and there was a label on it: 37,000 people want to watch it. In other words, among all the movies released recently, Beautiful Ming received the most attention. Pei Qian instantly felt that something was wrong. But the battle-hardened Pei soon calmed down. He quickly flipped through the movies at the back and found that they were all some movies that didn't look very good. There are romances, comedies, cartoons, dramas, but they are all the kind that you don't want to watch after just glancing at the posters and names. It stands to reason that this time period should have the potential to coincide with European and American blockbusters, but there are none. What a pity! Why are there no European and American blockbusters to join in the fun? Pei Qian was beating his chest and stamping his feet. Look at it in a positive way. It doesn't mean anything to have the most people wanting to watch it on this app. After all, the competing films are all bad, and defeating them doesn't mean that A Beautiful Ming Dynasty will definitely succeed. Wait. The films that will be released at the same time are all bad, which doesn't seem to be a good thing. Doesn't this mean that A Beautiful Ming Dynasty has no competition? No, there are still films that are being released. Pei Qian hurriedly clicked on the now showing label to check out the films that are being shown. At present, the films in the 2 popular periods of the Spring Festival and Valentine's Day are still being shown. Compared with these films, A Beautiful Ming Dynasty immediately seems less prominent. Pei Qian quickly scanned several films that are being shown. Carnival for Love, a fresh meat love movie, scored 7.1 points, released 8, the first day box office was 18.4 million. The cumulative box office was 127 million, and the estimated total box office was 190 million. Dangerous Partner, a European action film, scored 7.5 points, was released on the 10th, with a box office of 14.46 million on the first day, a cumulative box office of 87.77 million, and an estimated total box office of 135 million. Legend of the Dark Knight, with a score of 6.8 points, is a domestic action movie adapted from a well-known IP. It was released on the 15th, with a box office of 17.68 million on the first day, a cumulative box office of 124 million, and an estimated total box office of 138 million. There is no need to watch the rest, as they are not comparable to these 3 films. After seeing these 3 films, Pei Qian felt a little relieved. A fresh meat movie, a European and American blockbuster, and an action movie adapted from a domestic big IP, Each of them has its own strengths and looks much more reliable than A Beautiful Ming. These movies have been released for a while, but the box office is still good today. It seems that they should create great difficulties for A Beautiful Ming, and Pei Qian is quite satisfied. Pei Qian clicked on the promotional page of A Beautiful Ming again, wanting to see how the promotional materials of this movie were prepared. Tomorrow was beautiful. Movie sci-fi suspense drama, 2D. Lu Jiao, Zhang Zuding, Lin Rui, Zhu Su. Released on February 22, 2011, 93 minutes. There are 2 Easter eggs, which appear at the end of the film. Introduction. In the future world, technology is highly developed, but the living standards of ordinary people have plummeted. There are only fast food, 3 hours of freedom to go out, and video ads everywhere in life. A couple in love are unwilling to live like this. They decide to resist this unfair fate and bravely pursue their dreams. However, they have no way of predicting what kind of fate will greet them. There are also casts, trailers, stills, etc. below. It is worth mentioning that Pei Qian actually found his own name in the cast, as he is the screenwriter of this movie, but there is no headshot. Well, the movie's introduction doesn't quite meet my requirements, but it's not too far off. Not many people will read the introduction. Pei Qian originally thought that when promoting the movie, he must try to sell dog meat as much as possible, such as using the guise of science fiction love masterpiece and healing system. After the movie is released, the audience will enter the cinema and find that they have been deceived. They will definitely curse and cause the movie's reputation to collapse. But it seems a bit inappropriate for President Pei to ask about this matter personally, and he forgot about it when he was busy. However, looking at the current labels and introductions, it should not have a strong appeal to the audience, and it seems too late to change it now. For the time being, this is the only way. Pei Qian continued to scroll down the page to check the audience's comments. Yu Lu Ji Yao, 1-star reservation. Jia Zhuku is very good at choosing movies, this one should be good, looking forward to it. Science fiction fans are cautiously optimistic about domestic science fiction movies. Second-rate director, box office poison, forcibly using science fiction themes, I guess Zhang Zuding can't carry it alone, it's bound to be a flop. A foreign-themed movie made by Chinese people, with English voice and Chinese subtitles? Excuse me? What kind of magic operation is this? The actors are pretty good. The box office won't explode, but it shouldn't be too bad. 100 million should be a sure thing. It's hard to imagine what this movie will be like. The publicity campaign is so fierce. I'm afraid the investors will lose all their money. Looking at these reviews, Pei Qian was sometimes happy and sometimes worried. The movie hasn't been released yet, so the current rating will not be included, but everyone can evaluate the movie based on the trailer, poster, cast and crew, etc. The most talked about character in Beautiful Ming is Lu Jiao. Although Zhang Zuding has won the Best Actor award, he is no longer popular after all. He is not a big star in the eyes of mainland audiences. Although Lu Jiao is called box office poison, his status as a first-line star is still real. But it is precisely because of Lu Jiao's reputation as box office poison that many viewers don't have high expectations for this movie. There were even some people who wished the investors to lose all their money. Pei Qian was delighted when he saw them. Although these ratings before the release did not tell us much, it was clear that the audience was not particularly optimistic about the film, which was good news. Fortunately, if the reputation of this kind of film fails, the box office will definitely not be much better. With an investment of 30 million, the box office must be at least 100 million to avoid losses. It's impossible. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to close the app when he suddenly remembered something crucial. Look at the screening schedule. If the screening schedule is very low, combined with the current reviews, it would be really stable. Pei Qian quickly clicked on real-time box office to check the screening share of Ming. However, when he opened it, Pei Qian's expression froze instantly. Beautiful Ming, the screening share is 37.7%. Looking at the following movies, Carnival for Love has a screening share of 24.6%, Dangerous Partner has a screening share of 19.7%, and Legend of the Dark Knight has a screening share of 9.2%. The rest are just some small amounts. Pei Qian refreshed the page to confirm that there was no problem with the 37.7% screening schedule, and it was not because he was dazzled and misread the position of the dots. WTF? Pei Qian seemed to have figured out a problem in shock and confusion. Why did 37,000 people want to watch the movie Beautiful Ming? It shouldn't be. Huang Sibo and Zhu Su, and even the entire Fei Huang studio, probably don't have that many resources to promote the film to this extent. If they find other companies to promote the film, they will definitely put forward various harsh conditions. It is unlikely that Huang Sibo and his team will not report it. Seeing the screening rate now, Pei Qian suddenly realized that the promotion of this film was definitely not done by Huang Sibo and Zhu Su. They definitely couldn't have gotten such a high screening rate. Something went wrong. There must be an insider who was interfering.